Zyle got so angry he pulled his head down. Look down here. What followed was a deadly silence. While Guitong acted uninterested, Dangok leaned in close to look at him, stunned. Lin Zyle glared at Dangok, his face flushed with anger, and snapped. Can't you just sit down?
Hearing that, Dangyok immediately plopped down without hesitation. Then he poked his purplish finger close to Guitong's face, but Guitong reacted quickly, turning away with an ice-cold expression.
Seeing this, Zyle smacked Guitong hard on the head, his tone a mix of teasing and scolding. Still acting all high and mighty in front of your own people. Arrogant my ace, go socialize with Dangok. Hearing this, Guitong reluctantly extended his hand toward the Dangok. Feeling quite unwilling, the two shook hands, much to Zyle's satisfaction. Immediately after, Dangok raised his hand, hesitantly offering a chicken leg to Guitong as an invitation to eat. Guitong, seeing this, didn't act proud and simply took it, much to the surprise of both Dangok and Zyle. Zyle put a hand on Guitong's shoulder and said,
This is roasted chicken. If you want some, just take it. If you don't know how to eat it, just learn from Dangok. Suddenly, a voice calling for Zyle startled them, and when they turned around, they saw it was General Zhang.
He had 2 soldiers with him and greeted Zyle. So this is where you were. Tss. Seeing a familiar face, Zyle turned to Guitong and Dangok, who were eating the roasted chicken, and said, You two brothers take your time getting acquainted. I have to take care of some important business. With that, he walked over to greet General Zhang. But unexpectedly, General Zhang showing great respect to Zyle, which took him completely by surprise. He said to Zyle, Zyle, I can't thank you enough. He explained, Our brothers have finally been avenged. Seeing this, Zyle helped him up and replied gently, There's no need for thanks. I just want to know how the situation's. Zhang Yuanzhong's eyes were welling up with tears. He quickly wiped them away and reported with joy. The situation is extremely good. From the 1st to the 4th level of the base, not a single member of the Li family was missed. All were executed on the spot. But the situation at the foot of Kushui Shi Mountain isn't looking good. Yuanzhong now stood straight, reporting to Zyle. It seems that after we besieged the Li family, several gathering points they secretly controlled all charged up the mountain. He stated that the total number of people was no less than 20,000. The 20,000 people at the foot of the mountain were almost impossible to hold back. Once things stabilize here, I will dispatch another 20,000 as reinforcements. Zyle nodded upon hearing this, showing his agreement. This is a critical moment for the Li family's survival. The people who showed up must be the Li family's forces. He continued, If we seize this opportunity, we can fully investigate the extent of the Li and eradicate them root and stem. Zile then proposed, General Zhang, what are your thoughts on this Kuishi base of the Li family? So, hearing this, General Zhang showed his approval, placing a hand on Zyle's shoulder with a confident expression. Exactly. He looked around, assessing if this place was suitable for military personnel to inhabit. It's also quite defensible against zombies. He considered it a good place, warm in the winter and cool in the summer, bright and spacious. He told Zyle, We might even be able to turn this into the capital region's second safe zone, a safe zone exclusively for military personnel to live in. Hearing this, Zyle's face lit up, and he exclaimed, That's right. He was confident that, most importantly, the nearly 30,000 people of the Li family lived here without it feeling crowded. However, he immediately grew hesitant, a bit worried because, unfortunately, controlling this base requires the special methods and techniques work. He was afraid that without them, this place would just be a drafty cave. As he spoke, he turned to look back. Hearing this, General Zhang looked at Zile and also agreed, adding that now that the Li family members were all dead, restoring this base to its original condition would be next to impossible. Hearing General Zhang's analysis, Zile remained steadfast in his plan and told him frankly, I know you mean well for the safe zone and the army, but we can't force this issue. At the same time, to bolster General Zhang's confidence, Zale revealed something. His expression turned mysterious as he said, Fortunately, I risked my life to keep a part of the method for controlling the base. Hearing this, Yuan Zhong was utterly astonished, the shock evident on his face as he exclaimed, What? Yuan Zhong's eyes went wide. He was startled but then started trembling, stuttering as he looked at Zi Luo, who was now extending a hand toward him. You! But Zi Luo suddenly explained, General Zhang, I didn't say a thing. This made Yuan Zhong break out in a sweat, unable to hide his surprise and horror as he kept backing away. Zi Luo didn't give General Zhang a moment to compose himself. He immediately made an offer with a firm, unshakable expression. So, General Zhang, do you want to cooperate? Hearing such a sudden proposal, the general's face showed some hesitation. He remained silent, not quick to give an answer. The two faced each other, each hiding their own thoughts. Perhaps every decision they made from now on would directly affect the fate of the Li clan manor. Therefore, neither dared to be reckless. Yuan Zhong stared intently at Lin Zi Luo, his face gradually breaking into a sweat, partly from fear and partly from suspense. After a moment of hesitation, he had made his decision. He didn't keep Zi Luo waiting any longer. Yuan Zhong held up 2 fingers, offering the profit Zi Luo would receive for this deal, 200,000 in cash. No more, no less. But how could Zi Luo pass up the chance to give General Yuan a hard time? This was truly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, he thought to himself. If I don't rip him off big time today, I'll be disgracing the name Zi Luo. At the same time, he unhesitatingly held out 5 fingers, implying he wanted 500,000 gold coins from the general. This left Yuan Zhong completely stunned, his face turning purple with rage. He jumped to his feet in front of Zi Luo, raising his hands as if he couldn't believe his ears. Disbelieving the number Zi Luo demanded, he yelled at him, 500,000! Are you trying to rob me or what? In complete contrast to Yuan Zhong's purple-faced rage, Zi Luo replied boastfully, smugly, and calmly. Is robbery even this quick? Zi Luo was extremely relaxed. He leisurely offered an explanation for his demand. If General Zhang and the Dragon Kingdom require it, I can also help with a few other things. For example, this time. Hearing Zi Luo say this, Yuan Zhong trembled, gritting his teeth, but he knew better than anyone that without Zi Luo, things would definitely not go smoothly. He had no choice but to give in. At this point, Yuan Zhong scratched his chin, feigning a thoughtful expression, and finally spoke. 450,000 gold coins, that's the most I can authorize. Anything more, and I'll have to report to my superiors. Hearing this, Zi Luo didn't agree right away, but instead moved closer to General Zhang. Faced with the general's bargaining, Zi Luo remained extremely nonchalant, hands in his pockets, and continued. General Zhang, goodbye. I'll be waiting. General Zhang seemed completely taken aback by Zi Luo's firmness and immediately turned back, trying to stop him. Wait. I will come discuss the details with you later. But as soon as he turned away, General Zhang couldn't hide the dissatisfaction on his face, thinking helplessly to himself. This Zi Luo isn't just a formidable fighter. He's pretty ruthless when it comes to negotiating prices too. Seeing the general's concession, Zi Luo couldn't hide a smug sense of satisfaction. He turned to look at his 2 friends. He witnessed the 2 brothers getting along, greedily devouring chicken legs without a care for their surroundings, and couldn't help but remark, it's only been a little while, and you 2 are already getting along so well. But right now, a more important matter was still unresolved. Zi Luo approached them, urging, Stop eating, Stop eating. He then ordered you two, go to the control room on the 3rd floor. Help me open the stone doors to the other rooms. The two of them looked displeased, especially the more childish Guitong, who opened his data space with a look of forced reluctance on his face. Seeing their unenthusiastic attitude, Zi Luo immediately warned them, Guitong is still short on data space. Hearing this, all of Dangu's fatigue and boredom instantly vanished. Without a moment's hesitation, he shot to his feet and dashed off. Guitong clung tightly to his shoulder just like before. Witnessing this, Zi Luo was extremely pleased. Dangu shot towards the door like an arrow. Zi Luo couldn't help but wonder what was left after General Zhang Yuanzhong's group had swept through, and whether it would be enough to feed the Julie Pearl and help it level up again. With that thought, Zi Luo used his supernatural power to summon the Julie Pearl. A shimmering golden light sparkled around it, combined with flashes of blue, making it look incredibly powerful and mysterious. Without hesitating or pondering any longer, Zi Luo placed his hands behind his back and walked towards the control room. Over there, Daingu and Guitong were intently focused on the data screen, knowing that even a small mistake could jeopardize everyone's plan. After a moment, Guitong decisively pressed his finger on the data screen. Immediately after, text appeared on the screen, all stone doors commencing opening, signaling that the brothers' operation was a success. Meanwhile, with the help of Guitong and Danyu, Zi Luo successfully walked through a stone door, his hands in his pockets. He stood with a dignified and calm posture. In front of him, green-haired thugs were sprawled on the floor, piled on top of each other, every single one of them trembling with unconcealed fear. Seeing this, Zi Luo calmly commented,
Tisk. Looks like a couple of fish slipped through the net. With that, he unhesitatingly raised his sharp, imposing sword and brought it down mercilessly on the villains. The enemy didn't even have time to react.
They could only accept their fate. It seemed that eliminating these two cost Zi Luo hardly any effort. He sheathed his sword, lightly gripping the stone hilt. Swiftly, he made powerful leaps, skillfully swinging his mace against the 4 stone walls. From the impact points, 5 round stones were retrieved one by one. Zyle ran a hand through his hair, cradling the 5 stones. Not a hint of fatigue on his face, which was full of pride. His task complete. He walked majestically and proudly out of the stone gate. Meanwhile, General Zhang, after speaking with zeal, had returned to his comrades. Seeing him, everyone immediately raised their hands in salute. General, do you have any orders for us? But under Zyle's pressure, Zhang Yuan no longer had his usual dignified demeanor. On the contrary, he had to ask his own soldiers for a loan, his tone somewhat hesitant. Do you guys have any money? Hearing this question, all the soldiers present were dumbfounded. They couldn't believe their respected general would be in a situation where he had to borrow money. Fearing they had misheard, one of them spoke up to clarify. General Zhang, do you need to borrow gold coins from us? To hide his embarrassment, he cleared his throat. Yes, listen up, men. After saying that, he adopted a serious tone. Rest assured, everyone, your contributions this time have all been recorded. Once we reach the safe zone, you will all be fully compensated. Furthermore, those of you who agree to contribute to your gold coins will receive priority access within the Kui Snake base. Hearing his seemingly sincere words, the soldiers began to wonder amongst themselves. Inside the base, does the general intend to establish an army here? Could it be that the general has never deceived us on our journey here? Perhaps one of these comments sparked a bandwagon effect.
That's right. On the contrary, the general has always protected us, and he even avenged our brothers who were killed by the Li family. I trust the general. What about you guys?
After hearing that one firm statement from one of their own, they all agreed with the sentiment and shouted in unison, General Zhang, we believe in you. Moved by the soldiers' spirit of unity and trust, Zhang couldn't hold back his emotions. "Thank you, my brothers." And just like that, one by one, the soldiers lined up in an orderly fashion and donated to their General Zhang. After the donation process was complete, Zhang looked at the amount in his account. It showed about 500,000 gold coins and 500 weapons with an estimated value of another 500,000 gold coins. Wow, that was true. Looking at the gold coins, he couldn't help but smile. "Thank you, my brothers. I, Zhang Yuan, will never forget the help you've given me today." Suddenly, a hand touched his shoulder, and the devilish voice of Lin Zi Luo rang out, nearly scaring the soul out of his body. "General Zhang, how are the preparations coming along?" Regaining his composure, Zhang couldn't afford to lose face in front of his men, so he quickly changed the subject. "Go and check if any areas were missed. After the patrol is done, assemble at the base entrance." Hearing the order, the soldiers quickly went about their duties. "Yes, General." After giving the order, he turned back to suck up to Lin Zi Luo, boasting, 500,000 gold coins and 500 weapons worth an estimated 500,000 more. I've prepared it all for you. We can make the trade anytime. Is your end of the deal ready?" The main character replied firmly, "Of course." The moment the price was mentioned, Zhang was filled with regret. He wished he had negotiated the price earlier. What was originally only 500,000 gold coins had now been padded with weapons worth another 500,000. As for our protagonist, he was thinking slyly. If I haven't finished drawing the base's control schematics, could I come find you then? And then the two of them made the trade, which of course went smoothly. After the transaction, Lin Zi Luo was not only happy but also felt the urge to eliminate the person he just dealt with. "I never thought the Li family's base could be sold for such a good price. I'll consider this the fee for sending them all to meet their ancestors." As he was just hoping for a safe haven for his men. 500,000 it is. At least my brothers will have a safe place in the future. Just as he hoped, Lin Zi Luo dangled a juicy piece of bait. "I'm entrusting this base to you, General Zhang. If you need me for anything else in the future, you can contact me anytime." Overjoyed, he agreed. "Alright, be careful on your way. Although we've eliminated the Li family, we haven't wiped out all of their forces." After chatting for a bit, Lin Zi Luo took his leave, and they went their separate ways, to meet again another time. After walking for a while, he reached a secret chamber. Before going inside, Lin Zi Luo ordered Big Dummy and Ghost Child, "You two stand guard outside." After speaking, he waved his hand. Outside, one dummy and one ghost stood, both silent, without even a glance at each other. Inside, our protagonist began to summon the necessary items. And I hope this is enough. At this moment, Lin Zi Luo was sitting cross-legged on the ground. In front of him was a pile of tools and a brilliant light that blazed like a large fire. He was deep in thought, carefully considering which items were needed to create a powerful weapon. Finally, after much deliberation, he took a risk and threw a small knife and a hammer into the cluster of light. Not long after he threw them in, a burst of red light erupted. Then, the object began to crack, and finally, it shattered completely. At that moment, an extremely bright light burst forth from its cracks. It was so bright that it became a blinding glare, forcing him to shield his eyes. Eventually, the glare faded after a moment, leaving him sitting alone in a crimson. A moment later, what appeared before his eyes was the broad back of a man, silhouetted against the sun. He stood tall, holding a large blade with a confident air, as majestic as a god of war. Without turning back, he just shouted loudly. As he finished speaking, a plume of white smoke seemed to emanate from him. Then, from where the man stood, the ground began to shake violently, followed by a sound. A tremor rang out as a blazing red light shot straight into the sky. Carrying an immense pressure, the surrounding air twisted as if space itself was being distorted by a colossal force. Faced with such overwhelm, he could only defend himself by raising his arms in front of him. He staggered slightly, but quickly regained his footing. Without hesitation, he charged forward, his feet stomping hard on the ground. Despite the waves of energy crashing down around him, he shouted, reaching out towards the back of the man who was slowly being enveloped by a brilliant pillar of sunlight. "Brother!" Everything suddenly returned to its original state within the four walls. The dazzling golden light vanished, and the frantic energy flows around him fell silent, as if erased by an invisible hand, leaving behind an unanswerable question. That recent explosion seemed to be the crystallization of this elixir. It was a small pill, only the size of a plum, with a smooth surface that radiated a shimmering light like the sun. Rays of light seemed to dance around it, creating a mystical and captivating beauty. He mumbled to himself, bringing the pill closer to his eye for inspection. To possess such an aura, and to be able to summon a vision from the 9Li pearl like that. It could only be divine. Such overwhelming might. Even when I reached the state of a level 90 war god in my past life, I wasn't even 1% as powerful. Lin Zi Luo stared at the small pill in his hand, its shimmering light seeming to challenge him to do something. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to try infusing a bit of energy into it. Instantly, the light from the pill spread out like an overflowing stream. Within that light, the pill's shape began to transform. The rays of light condensed, elongated, and grew sharper, and in a brief moment, a sharp blade appeared in his hand. The blade was of perfect length, its edge thin yet glowing brilliantly as if forged from sunlight, and its name was the Blade of 9Li. Looking at the blade's analysis, there was the 9Li slashing strike, the 9Li heavy strike, and the 9Li shattering cleave. Just looking at these skills was enough to make him ecstatic. Awesome! This is unbelievably awesome. Gazing at the blade with uncontrollable excitement, he had to try a few swings. As expected, after testing it out, it did not disappoint him. Perfect. It's truly too perfect. Once the excitement subsided, he turned to the two guards and said, "Big Oaf, Ghost Child, the Li family matter is over. Our revenge is successful. Let's head back to the capital's safe zone." Then, he led the way towards the exit. Time to begin our new future and welcome our new life. On the other side, Zhang Zhongyuan was returning to the barracks. He walked while worrying about how to explain the 1 million gold coins to the section chief upon his return. The more he thought about it, the more his head ached. He decided to just go back first and figure it out later. That was how he felt inside. But he still had to maintain the appearance of a reliable general for his brothers in arms. Meanwhile, Lin Zi Luo was watching Zhang Zhongyuan's soldiers, pondering to himself, "The Li family is gone, so where is my new life?" Then he looked around searching for something and his eyes met with Ghost Child's. As he looked at him, he thought, "I shouldn't worry the kid. If we don't know where to go, let's just solve the problem at hand first. I need to get Ghost Child a cloak that fits. Afraid the boy wouldn't be able to keep up." He told Big Oaf to carry the kid on his back to keep pace. A while later, the three of them arrived at a shopping center and successfully bought things that fit them well. After buying what they wanted, they left the store. Ghost Child was so happy he flashed a peace sign at him. He looked so adorable. With their task completed, the three of them wandered the streets for a stroll when suddenly, a voice called out inquiringly,
"Boss Yazi?" Hearing that, he turned to look. Upon seeing his face clearly, the two soldiers ran over and delivered a message. It was General Zhang who sent us to find you. Curious about the invitation, he asked back.
"Does General Zhang need me for something?" Seeing their idle reply, The two men were overjoyed and scrambled to answer him. The guards at the gate reported to General Zhang that you had brought your two brothers back safely. General Zhang sent us to give you a key, they both said in unison. Special villa area, building number 1. We'll take you there. With that said, the two of them fought over the key. So enthusiastic. They both spoke and stepped in unison. This way, please. This way, please. Seeing their over-the-top enthusiasm, he was speechless. The scene changes to a high-end villa district. Each villa had a unique design, blending modern and classic styles. The villas were typically 2 or 3 stories high, with either exquisite domes or sharp, angular roofs, depending on the style. Notably, they were surrounded by spacious gardens with lush green lawns, neatly trimmed ornamental plants, and stone-paved paths leading to the main gates. After some time, the two soldiers finally led our main character to his new home.
Boss Yazi, this is the place. After saying that, before completing their assigned task, both of them bowed with all their gratitude and respect. Great boss. You've worked hard during this time. Thank you. It's because of you that we were able to avenge our fallen brothers. Instead of being arrogant, he just waved back and humbly said, I was just lending a hand. I had my own selfish reasons too. So you don't need to take it to heart. Seeing that he wasn't arrogant and even returned their greeting made them admire him even more. Boss, if you need anything, you can find General Zhang anytime. After saying that, both of them quickly left, their departing figures filled with joy and happiness. Watching them go, he turned to his two goons and said, You two stand guard at the door. I'm going inside to rest first. Call me if anything happens. Receiving the order, the two of them nodded in understanding. As for Lin Zi, after speaking, he opened the villa door, and the scene inside was immediately revealed. Inside, it was magnificent, with modern luxury yet exuded an old-fashioned feeling. Without looking around, he headed straight for the stairs. As he walked, he took off his mask and stored it in his dimensional space. Amasis. Yawning as he walked, he paid no mind to the countless rooms lining the wide hallway, treating it as just a regular place to rest. He had arrived. He figured he might as well pick a decent room, so he randomly chose one and opened the door. Glancing around the room, he noted that it wasn't bad, but he was too exhausted to care about anything else. He walked into the bedroom and tossed his mask down, then lay down for a nap. A moment later, he vaguely felt a calling. A faint voice was murmuring, Rest easy. Go, bloodthirsty. When a sharp pain jolted him awake, on his chest, a fist-sized orb glowing with a deep crimson light was continuously swirling and emitting a mysterious power. It repeated a certain phrase over and over, as if trying to tell him something. Rest easy. Bloodthirsty. At that moment, he regained his senses and shouted with alarm. Who spoke? A multi-dimensional space appeared before his eyes. Before he could analyze it, he was sucked inside, returning to the past. Back when he was the #1 assassin, bloodthirsty, he was brutally murdered due to a treacherous plot. The scene before him showed his hands tightly chained. Then his throat was slit, sending him to meet his maker in an instant. Appearing before his past self right before death was a sword named the Frost Ice Pendant Sword, an epic-grade weapon. Seeing it, his spirit immediately left his past body and floated out. Watching from a distance as that body collapsed to the ground, beside him stood Li Jianyuan and Han Changjian, watching. But instead of feeling pity for him, he just let out a sigh of relief. I was almost counter-killed by him. He truly lives up to his name as the world's #1 assassin, bloodthirsty. Looking at that familiar face, he couldn't help but remember someone, the Titan War God, one of the War Gods who had killed him in his previous life. Then he saw him retrieve the sword and say something with a smile to the man beside him. That's right.
Luckily, the Li family went all out this time, using 2 legendary grade items. The one standing beside him was none other than the Xiangmingji War god, Han Changzhen. Suddenly, a deep, muffled voice rang out. "You humans are quite united." Looking up, they saw a 3-headed monster had appeared at some point, standing tall and muscular before them. The monster addressed the 2 of them. "Next time there's a good job like killing a powerful human, remember to call me if there's a reward." Seeing it, he became even more certain that the Phantom Emperor's shadow was the scene of his death in his past life. That's right. Hearing him speak, the man named Li retorted, "This has nothing to do with me. Who told Bloodthirsty to have a grudge with the Li family? We're just getting paid to do a job for them." The monster didn't pay it much mind, and replied casually, "So what does that have to do with me? I'm just like you guys. I like working for a reward." Suddenly, the hearty laughter of some woman echoed from behind. She hissed his name. Lin Zi Luo then charged forward, intending to butcher him.
"You are finally dead, and you still wanted to kill me. Let's see what right you have to kill me." Just as she was about to reach him, a burst of power flew out and sent her knife flying.
Watching the knife stab into the ground, she could only sit there, gawking at it. The one who had knocked the knife away was Li Jianyuan. He looked at her with contempt. "Get lost. The body of a war god cannot be desecrated."
"You are not worthy." Not giving up, she picked up the knife again and tried to stab him. Before she could act, her throat was slit, ending her life. Han Changzhen held his sword and coldly repeated the words.
Disobeying a war god is considered a conflict with a war god. Those who conflict with the war god should be killed. Looking at the 2 corpses before them, the 2 men discussed how to clean up the mess. A dog from the Li family really thought she was someone important. She'll make a fine offering to send our brother Bloodthirsty on his way. That's right. Let's take care of brother Bloodthirsty's body. After all, he was a war god. After speaking, the man named Li slammed his bare hand on the ground, creating a hole large enough for 1 person. Beside him, the man named Han was carrying the body of his past self. After some time spent digging and filling the earth, they finally finished burying him. Once done, the 2 of them planted a sword to mark the grave and sat down to remember him. Watching the whole process unfold, he was quite surprised. So this is what happened after I died. All of this really happened after my death. But is any of this real? Lost in thought, he turned to leave the solemn memorial scene behind. Based on what he knew about those 2, it was indeed possible. But before he could get far, his path was blocked by something like a wall. What in the world is going on? He wondered as he looked at it. Could it be that something else happened after I died in my past life? In the blink of an eye, 3 long years had passed. The grave markers were now buried under a layer of ash and dust. They were desolate, swept away by the wind as if they had never existed. Human bones lay scattered about, bleached white under the scorching sun. Cubes were stacked on top of each other, forming a suffocatingly enclosed space, sunlight as if completely cut off from the outside world. There was no natural light, no sound, no smell. Only a cold, blue hue that enveloped everything. Lin Zi Luo sat listlessly in the middle of that inescapable cube. After a while, he vaguely realized he was in that space. He asked himself, his voice echoing in the empty space like that of a stranger.
"Has it been that long?" Once again, Lin Zi Luo slowly opened his eyes. In just an instant, what he saw left him stunned and speechless. A dazzling light appeared before him.
The city appeared with a bustling, cheerful, and spacious atmosphere that astonished him. It didn't just reflect his side of things, it shone brightly all over that city. The space before him gradually expanded. As if loosening the tight confines that had once imprisoned him, a brilliant golden light spread out, covering everything in a magnificent beauty, yet one that felt distant. Suddenly a voice rang out, a sound unlike anything Lin Zi had ever heard before. It wasn't a human voice. It was deep and resonant like an echo from the far reaches of the universe. Sigh. Am I still too late? The voice gradually faded, but immediately after, an entity began to materialize out of thin air. It was invisible at first, but then a shimmering golden light began to gather, forming the shape of a person. Though not exactly a body of flesh and blood, this entity seemed to have only borrowed a human form to communicate. But it couldn't hide its otherworldly nature. Dazzling golden lines floated in the air like liquid light, creating a fantastical form that was both familiar and strange. The entity descended from the sky, each step making no sound, and then it stopped before a lone grave, which was his own. It then knelt down, touching the edge of the tombstone. It wasn't human, but its voice carried a deep regret. So you've been dead for 3 years. After speaking, it stood up and looked at the grave as if for the last time. Once again, its voice rang out, this time laced with animosity. Don't be afraid. Just think of it as a long sleep, it shouted, creating a massive surge of power. Let time reverse. The space around Lin Zi began to change. The lines of reality no longer seemed fixed. Golden structures gradually distorted, as if twisted by an invisible force, stretching and contracting, feeling as if the entire world was melting and reshaping right before his eyes. What does this mean? Is it trying to reverse time or change history? His suspicion grew as he witnessed this scene. Could it be that I was reborn this way? Who is this being? How can they be so powerful? Why are they doing this? From that terrifying power, golden rays of light flashed and spread out in all directions. They flew past the grave, across the land, and then weaved birds. In the very center of the exploding power, he said nothing and only focused. Gradually, the power gathered into a massive sphere and exploded, creating a blinding light. As it slowly faded, he noticed something. The invisible being was weakening and fading away. Finally, as if concluding all its effort, that exhaustion turned into a single word. Reverse. As the word was spoken, a portal opened above the grave. It was time flowing backward. The invisible being had sacrificed itself to give him back his life. Witnessing the entire scene before him, he could only grit his teeth and absorb that power. I must become stronger. I must be like that being, able to reverse time. Yearning to find that being again, he could only vow to rediscover himself while surviving the relentless pursuit of the Li family. Gritting his teeth to become stronger, he returned to reality as a mere teenager. That being stood right before his sleeping form. While he himself was still just a soul, he was anxious, confused, and desperate for answers. You used your power to reverse time and let me be reborn, didn't you? Who are you? Why reverse time to before the apocalypse? Why did you choose us? It seemed the being couldn't hear his questions, and was only communicating silently with his past self. Finally, a chance to change fate. As it spoke, it took out a shimmering purple object. I'm returning this to you. There was no regret, no remorse, only a sense of relief at returning the item to its owner. The item has finally returned to its rightful owner. After speaking, it placed the purple object on his chest. The moment it made contact, the object flashed with a brilliant light. Seeing this, the power spread even wider, while his future self could only watch in astonishment, watching his body slowly absorb it. The being said with anticipation, "He's getting stronger. Only the strong can control their own destiny. Otherwise, everything in this primordial universe, as far as the eye can see, is just a pawn. That item, returned to its owner, can help you grow even stronger. Don't waste this chance again." Doubting those words, he wondered, "Help me get stronger." A golden finger system. Before he could question further, The invisible being vanished before his eyes once more. Hey, wait, you still haven't answered my questions. He immediately chased after it, trying to grab it. But all that appeared was a space filled with death, sad and filled with a desperate desire for that kind of power. I must become stronger. I must surpass everything. Swoosh. I'll shatter mountains. I have to find out who that golden figure is. Why do they feel so familiar? I want to surpass that being, to be able to reverse time. I want to know which god's cruel joke this apocalypse game is. Whose pawn am. Along with those negative feelings came anger. A blazing rage. I must figure out what kind of existence this golden finger system is. Why did the golden figure say the item has returned to its rightful owner? One day, I will use my own hands to overturn this ridiculous chessboard of yours. I will use my own strength to shatter these chains and uncover the whole truth. Determination welled up inside him. I want to know who I really am. In an instant, everything around him seemed to change, returning to its original state. That red membrane gradually disappeared, and after it was completely gone, he opened his eyes and sat up. He didn't know how much time had passed. How long has it been? And how are Dangok and Guidong checking the notifications? He was surprised that a whole month had already passed. With that, he scrolled to find himself on the level ranking board. He didn't know what had happened in the world during this time. Whether the rankings had changed, or what the capital's safe zone had become. Looking at the ranking board before him, he sighed wearily.
Alright. It seemed like there was a change. But then again, it seemed like there wasn't. Suddenly, a system notification rang out. The large amount of negative emotions within the host's body has been completely processed.
Please, host, remain firm in your future direction and continue to strive harder. As soon as it sounded, he asked, so the death I experienced in my past life was your doing. It dodged the subject. It was an illusion I arranged for the host, with the purpose of reactivating your conviction, because after you achieved your great revenge, you fell into a stalemate and coincidentally witnessed the terror of the mountain-shattering skill. A large amount of negative emotions was generated in your body, causing you to lose your conviction and will to fight. A reminder that emotions can greatly affect an individual's existence.
Host, do not be easily swayed by emotions. Hearing those words, he just chuckled. Thank you. Now I know what I want to do. I will strive even harder. Suddenly, another red notification.
Checking player Yazi's current location. Loading player Yazi's current status. One notification followed another, due to a change in player Yazi's psychological state. The Heart of Vengeance talent has undergone a change. Congratulations. Player Yazi's Heart of Vengeance talent has evolved into the legendary grade talent, Heart of Dominion. Looking at the series of notifications, he checked it again. Heart of Dominion, the upgraded talent, had directly skipped the epic stage, leveling up to a legendary grade talent. Seeing its effects, he couldn't help but be overjoyed. Immune to all effects that influence one's psychological state. You've made me so powerful it's beyond words. Alright, with that settled, he put on his mask. I should go find Dangok and Guidong to calm down first. As soon as he stepped out the door, the first thing he saw was those two goofs sitting there, pouting pitifully at him. Yazi walked out with a smile. Sorry for making you wait so long. We'll head out now. Just as he left his area, he ran into a familiar figure. Seeing him, he spoke up first. General Zhang, why are you sitting here? Startled by the voice from behind him, the man named Zhang turned around. After a whole month of waiting, he had finally caught his leader and began questioning him nonstop. Seeing him so anxious, he grew anxious too. What's wrong with me? Seeing him in person, Zhang rushed over, looking him up and down. What have you been doing in the villa for this past 1 month? Yazi didn't look at him, but instead at the two goofs in front of him. With brother Dangok and this boy protecting him, he couldn't go out. And no one else could get in.
Do you have any idea how much the outside world has changed this past 1 month? Hearing that, he felt a pang of guilt, scratching his head in thought. What happened? I was so focused on my talent upgrade, I forgot to check the world channel. I'm hopeless.
Looking at him, Zhang Chongyuan had no choice but to open the world channel and say to our protagonist, "Take a look." As he spoke, a stream of information appeared on the screen, everything from the fall of the Li family to speculation about who that person was and whether or not it was Yazi. There was nothing under the sun they wouldn't gossip about. The flood of messages left him speechless. Finally, the most recent message made him facepalm. In the end, he just chuckled and turned back to General Zhang. "I just overexerted myself in a fight and passed out. The red light was just an item," he knew the kid was trying to explain. But Zhang couldn't do anything to salvage the situation outside. "Yeah, but I don't think you need to explain it to me. You need to explain it to them." The view panned out to a scene of screaming soldiers fleeing in panic. "That guy is out. Save us." Sighing, he could only facepalm. "It's fine. Time reveals a person's true character. We just have to ignore this kind of thing."
Zhang Zhongyuan conceded. Alright then, just try not to get into any conflicts with people when you go out. Thanking him for the reminder, he turned and asked, "Okay, General Zhang, were you waiting here for me for a reason?"
He didn't expect him to be so blunt, which made him surprised and a bit flustered. He'd spent over 1 million gold coins to buy the camp control map from the kid. His superior had chewed him out for a long time over it, but that was a whole 1 month ago. Despite his thoughts, he turned and said to him, "It's nothing. Some residents just reported strange occurrences at Villa Number 1. So I came to take a look, Hawks. Since I couldn't get inside, I ended up waiting here for a few days." He thought that saying the real reason would make him seem cheap, seeing it wasn't anything important. Yazi replied, "Oh, alright then." After they said what needed to be said, Zhang said his goodbyes. "As long as you're okay, it'll be easier for me to report back to my superior." They bid farewell and went their separate ways. On Yazi's end, he told the two goofs, "Let's go. Take a walk with me." He said they were going for a stroll, but there wasn't another soul in sight around the three of them. On the long, wide road, only the sound of their footsteps and the quiet whistling of the wind could be heard. He was the first one to break the silence. "I'm a good guy. You all can't just badmouth me like that. Can you? Hey, but just look at this safe zone, ruined by rumors. Its prosperity is fading day by day." Instead of continuing their walk, he opened a portal to the shop. Seeing how convenient it was, he couldn't help but praise it. A dungeon entrance that doesn't require waiting in line is pretty nice. As he finished speaking, he stepped forward and went inside. The space and dimensions were indeed different, and in just a moment, he had stepped through to the other side. Upon entering the shop, all three of them could only stand and stare in bewilderment. Then, a system notification from the shop rang out. "Dungeon waiting room. Please select the dungeon you require." After that, it displayed the player's information, and he clicked on the option to join the party chat. After completing the entry procedure, it displayed a special world-type dungeon, and once again reminded him of the danger and the cost, requiring the player to confirm. Without hesitation, he clicked confirm. Receiving the player's confirmation, the system opened another 3-dimensional spatial gate. Player Naisei confirms entry into the dungeon, preparing to scan the basic attribute data of the 3 players and initiate a spatial jump. The system window appeared before them, scanning the player's basic information. The system window displayed a series of text, matching the players with a world that had suitable basic attribute. World matching complete. Dungeon mode is being processed. This dungeon is titled The Second Crisis of the Wasteland. Player Naisei, please pay the fee for your party to participate in this dungeon, for a total of 100,000 gold coins. Lin Zi Luo was shocked. 100,000. That much. The system explained that this was a pristine, and its level was quite high, with no player having ever entered it before, thus requiring a large payment of gold coins. If the player is not satisfied, paying 10,000 gold coins will allow for an immediate rematch. Otherwise, the 3 players cannot be matched for another dungeon for 10 days. Lin Zi Luo chuckled. Once it gets the money, the reminders become much clearer. He stroked his chin and thought to himself, the Second Crisis of the Wasteland. At first glance, this dungeon seemed to be a place with an extremely hostile environment, giving off a strong sense of conflict. Lin Zi Luo thought that based on his past life's experience, this type of dungeon would offer many opportunities to score a big haul. In front of him, the system window updated again, the original price of 100,000 gold coins. Due to the player possessing the Peerless title, the dungeon fee is reduced by 10%, requiring only a payment of 90,000 gold coins. Confirm payment. After a moment of hesitation, Lin Zi Luo finally pressed confirm payment. The system displayed, confirming player Naisei's dungeon fee payment was successful. We wish you a pleasant dungeon run. The instruction panel displayed a long text with the dungeon's name, the Second Crisis of the Wasteland. Dungeon background. Planet Mao was once a prosperous planet, with a large human population and highly advanced science and technology. But during a large-scale war, this planet was devastated by weapons of mass destruction. The entire planet's ecosystem was completely destroyed, and large amounts of radiation and special energy spread across the entire surface. Under such harsh conditions, humanity moved their survival underground and successfully built several large subterranean cities across the planet. Just when humans thought it was all over, a large number of zombies appeared, created from heavily irradiated surface creatures and humans who were exposed to the radiation. This situation plunged humanity into despair once again. Facing this dire predicament, humans are now divided into 3 factions. The radical faction. This faction advocates for all-out war against the irradiated creatures, even if it means mutual destruction. The conservative faction. This faction advocates for abandoning the underground cities and moving deeper underground to avoid the irradiated creatures. The neutral faction. This faction currently has no solution and wants to observe the situation and act accordingly. The instruction panel updated again. Mission reminders. 1. Please be mindful of the surface radiation and the presence of special energy. If exposed for a long period, you will turn into a zombie. 2. Both irradiated creatures and zombies are extremely interested in humans. Please protect yourself well. 3. The long-term shortage of supplies has caused all humans to develop a dark mentality. Please be wary of them. Mission restriction for this dungeon. The player's storage space will be completely sealed. Titles will also lose their effects. Mission rewards will be determined by the main quest line. Mission duration. 30 days. Lin Zi Luo was startled. Holy crap. What a surprise. He asked curiously. Does that mean these radiation-born zombies have a 100% drop rate? The system replied, scanning the dungeon world behind the portal for compatibility with the zombies' basic characteristics. The absolute drop rate can be activated. Lin Zi Luo nodded in satisfaction. Then I don't have to worry about supplies. Suddenly, the system prompted him to make a choice. Player Naisei, you now have the right to choose. Please select one of the 5 temporary conditions below as your aid in the dungeon. The instruction panel appeared with images, reminding that the condition is only effective within the dungeon and will be revoked upon leaving. 1. Body of Vitality can reduce the effects of radiation by 50%, extending your survival time in irradiated zones. 2. Extraordinary Status allows you to obtain an extraordinary identity within the dungeon.
3. Loyal Servant allows you to obtain a servant who will absolutely obey your commands. 4. Regional Tycoon allows you to obtain a significant amount of extra supplies upon entering the dungeon. 5.
Special charm. Your body possesses a special charm, making it easy to gain the loyalty of others. With beauties throwing themselves at you, Lin Zi Luo decisively selected 1. Player Nice has successfully chosen Body of Vitality. The system appeared again. The Golden Finger system is taking effect. Please, host, select a second condition. Lin Zi Luo complied and selected the second one. The system window confirmed that player Nice has successfully chosen Extraordinary Status. Please, player Nice, choose a dungeon aid condition for your teammates. Ghost Eye and Big Dummy and Gui Tong are both zombies. Are they still affected by radiation? Ho! The system immediately replied that since Big Dummy and Gui Tong have zombie bodies, they aren't affected by the radiation that turns others into zombies. But prolonged exposure to radiation will still reduce their base stats. Lin Zi Luo also selected the second condition for his teammates, Gui Tong and Big Dummy. All 3 of them put their hands in their pockets. Looking straight ahead, they stood in a line, surrounded by a grid. Instance preparation complete. Please enter the instance in a timely manner. The door in front of them lit up with a golden glow. Lin Zi Luo stared at the door. He scratched his hair, thinking, "Let me see." Lin Zi Luo opened his system inventory. Lin Zi Luo took a card out of his inventory, still a bit shocked. Items stored in the game system space can't be brought out, so can I just hold it in my hand? The system announced that during teleportation, supply cards would be destroyed by the teleportation energy. Warning: players are advised not to rely on luck to exploit loopholes. Lin Zi Luo gloomily put the card back. He and his teammates, Big Dummy and Gui Tong, walked into the teleportation gate. He stepped out of the gate. Arcs of electricity still surrounded the 3 of them, keeping them suspended in mid-air. A notification panel appeared. Congratulations to player Yazi for successfully entering the second crisis instance of the Wasteland, and the player's body has been regulated by the system, automatically adapting to the gravity factor of the instance world, and has grasped the basic language of this world. You have acquired a debuff. Radiation is constantly affecting your body. It is predicted that in 60 minutes, you will be affected by the radiation and turn into a zombie. You can find an underground city to take shelter. To minimize the effects of the radiation, the light around Lin Zi Luo gradually faded, and the 3 of them appeared in a room. Their clothes also changed. Lin Zi Luo took out a flame sword as a precaution. In front of them was a wall with a multicolored map hanging on it. A file appeared on the wooden table next to it. Big Dummy was about to step forward and grab the file, but was stopped by Lin Zi Luo's outstretched hand. Don't move recklessly. He opened his system panel and took out a bag of supply cards. Lin Zi Luo opened the bag and was delighted to see the cards still inside. Nice. I knew the extra storage space from my golden finger wouldn't be affected. He then took out another file with his name on it. Opening it, he held his information sheet. Title: Archivist. Identity: Death Trio. Team Leader: there was more information inside. The Death Trio: Legendary Mercenaries of Tanmu, Jingfu. With a mission completion rate as high as 100%. They are a renowned presence in the underground world. Your teammates: Big Dummy is the destroyer, Gui Tong is the assassin. The mercenary group formed by the 3 of you always comes and goes, never interacting with anyone else. So far, no survivor has ever seen the real face of anyone in the trio. Lin Zi Luo opened the inventory bag to look through it, finding a few miscellaneous items inside. He put the bag back into the system panel, and all 3 of them stared seriously at the map. At the top of the map, it was written, "How beautiful was the world before the war."
Lin Zi Luo pulled the map down and sighed. I'm speechless, starting on hell difficulty right off the bat. He folded the map and placed it in a slot in his...
Pushed the door open and said to the other two, Guitong, big dummy, let's go. On the other side of the door was a desolate place with piles of old junk stacked messily. Seeing this, he thought to himself, looks like this place has been abandoned for a long time. It doesn't seem dangerous. Lin Zi Luo snapped his fingers and ordered, Big dummy, Guitong, you two go check the other rooms and see if there's anything useful. Both of them were very obedient and immediately ran off to check. Lin Zi Luo took a few steps forward, planning to look around. As he neared a wall, a cloud of smoke drifted out from an alley, and suddenly the system panel appeared beside him. Lin Zi Luo turned his head and saw Guitong coming out. Understanding the signal, he followed Guitong into a room with debris scattered all over the floor. Stepping into the quiet room, the first thing that caught Lin Zi Luo's eye was a skeleton slumped over a table. Its hand was clutching a piece of paper. He pulled the paper out. On it was written, June 27th, 10 o'clock. Sigu City to the north. Yunhai City to the south. Ticket price 298 yuan. Lin Zi Luo was surprised. Sigu City. He unfolded the map to check the route. Guitong, standing beside him, also leaned in to look. Lin Zi Luo pointed to a spot on the map. Check the Sigu City ground station, the entrance to the underground. It's right here. He held up the map and said, Not far. We can get there in 10 minutes. And it's an entrance to an underground city. These types of places are usually safe zones with suitable terrain. He folded the map, turned to Guitong and said, Guitong, go get Big Dummy. We're moving out. The three of them walked to a desolate place, shrouded in dust and smoke. Each of the three held a sword in their hand. Lin Zi Luo walked in front, shielding his face from the sandy wind. We should be able to reach that location in about 6 more minutes. After walking for a while, it started to get dark ahead, so Lin Zi Luo turned his head and preparing to fall back and take cover. Suddenly, a vortex swirled near them, and a dark-colored foot appeared. The vortex transformed into a huge monster, a radiation zombie, radiation level 35%, talent, blood dagger. The blood in your mouth contains a small amount of basic attribute poison, strength 148, spirit 69, constitution 130, agility 116, weakness, zombies are very afraid of direct light. Lin Zi Luo raised his sword into an attack stance, thinking to himself, just based on its base stats, it surpasses Big Dummy and Guitong, but there's still a big gap between it and me. I can give it a try. He leaped up and engaged the monster head on. The monster raised its fat hand towards Lam Tu Lak. He leaped away, severing its hand with a single sword strike. Lam Tu Lak directly attacked the monster with a flame slash. It flared up with heat as he swung from behind. Lam Tu Lak unleashed another blazing fire slash. After the attack, he backed away to avoid the impact. The intensifying flames made the monster roar in agony. Lam Tu Lak left it with one last comment. You overestimate yourself. Guidong launched another palm strike, causing the monster to explode in a cloud of dust. Dai Ngok looked up at where Guidong stood. Lam Tu Lak gave a thumbs up in praise, making Guidong turn away shyly. Nice one. Lam Tu Lak looked around to check the area. No wonder this place is so foggy. It turns out the zombies here can't go out into the light. As he was raising his hand, he suddenly froze, feeling dizzy. After the fight, Lam Tu Lak leaned on his sword for support and dropped to one knee, startling Dai Ngok and Guidong, who were standing nearby. The system interface appeared. Your bodily functions are declining. Please proceed to a safe zone immediately. Lam Tu Lak seemed to understand. No wonder I felt so off. He quickly pulled a few cards from his inventory, and an information panel popped up accordingly. Bracers of agility, a silver grade item that can make the wrists more flexible. Agility plus 3. Wrist flexibility increased by 10%, he exclaimed. As expected of a high-level zombie, it dropped the silver grade item right away. Lam Tulak tossed the card to Kuidong, who caught it with 2 fingers. Let's keep moving. At the Tuko Street subway station, the 3 of them arrived at a base in the middle of the desert. The trio's footprints were still visible in the sand. Suddenly, Lam Tulak called out, Kuidong, use your Phantom Ghost skill. Kuidong immediately vanished. Lam Tulak rubbed his chin, affirming, That's seriously impressive. Lam Tulak and Daingok continued walking towards the base. The sign in front of the entrance read Tuko Street Subway Station, Tianlin City, entrance number 38. Lam Tulak looked at the sign and said, No wonder it's called an underground station. They actually converted a subway station into an underground entrance. Lam Tulak stepped inside, finding the steps covered with all sorts of footprints. Lam Tulak stepped. Seeing this, he guessed, Looks like there are quite a few people in here. He and Daingok descended the stairs into the underground city, walking straight towards a large wall with a hole smashed through its center. The surroundings were strangely quiet. Through the hole was another flight of stairs leading down. This dungeon is pretty well hidden, a place that ordinary people would never discover. Lam Tulak took a step down the stairs, and a skull-shaped insignia appeared on both his and Daingok's chests. Deeper inside was a bustling city, filled with the lively chatter and laughter of its people. Hey, I really don't feel like going out today. I heard the radiation levels outside are even higher now. It'd be a huge loss if I turned into a zombie. I bet you just couldn't part with that new little slave you bought. I heard everything from across the way last night.
Going at it for a solid 3 hours. A group of 3 or 4 guys were noisily gathered together. Old Vuong, you lucky bastard. You should be celebrating in private. You managed to snag the most beautiful girl among the Tien Thuong City refugees. Who wouldn't admire you?
Oh, come on. Not at all. It's all because you brothers hold me in high regard. How about this? Your brother Wong isn't a petty person. That Luti, any of you guys interested, I'll sell her to you at a discount. One of them quickly spoke up. Loti, is that the slave you bought last month? Brother Vuong, with a chest that big, how could you possibly let her go? In that case, I'll buy her. Another guy quickly jumped on the offer. Hey, I've got some inside news for you guys. My source at the slave market told me that another batch of refugees from Tien Thuong City is on their way here to be sold. And there's some prime goods among them. Lam Tulak and Daingok walked past the group. One of them was still rambling on while the others stared at Lam Tulak. Funny. For real? Then I'm definitely calling dibs on one, no matter the price. Lam Tulak turned and gave them an ice-cold glare. The group shuddered in fear, falling completely silent. They started whispering to each other, terrified. That was close. What bad luck today, running into the 3 members of the death squad just outside the city. Good thing we reacted fast. If we had crossed them, we'd be dead. The 3 members of the death squad. Was that the death squad just now? But wait, why are there only 2 of them out hunting? And why aren't they wearing any radiation suits? They continued to gossip loudly. Maybe they're too thick and heavy. They'd probably get in the way of their movements.
Alright, let's drop it. An S-rank mercenary group is not someone we can afford to mess with. Daingok turned to look at them, and Lam Tulak thought to himself angrily, I heard everything.
When you guys gossip, can't you at least keep it down? He sighed as he walked on. Living like this, what kind of people have the residents of this underground city become? Besides, they have such vivid imaginations. even thinking I'm not wearing a radiation suit because of some trap set by the system which customized this equipment for me. Still, it was actually good to run into them before properly entering the city. But at least I got a preview of the threatening power this new identity holds. Lam Tulak turned his head slightly, glancing back at the boisterous crowd. But the system definitely wouldn't make me run into... What information did their conversation actually give me thinking this? He was stunned by a realization. Fugitives from Skywound City. Lam Tulak rested his chin in his hand, deep in thought. In this world, the only things that could make people from an underground city flee are probably irradiated creatures and zombies. He looked at the people on the street. Some were looking up at the sky, while others stared at the ground with their hands clasped behind their backs. The city has already fallen. The situation is grim, and the fact that they can openly trade people here means the management here is also chaotic. I should be more careful. Figure out the real situation here first, and then plan my next move. The two were walking down the street when they suddenly saw the figure of Guitong flash by. Lin Zi Luo and Dang Ngok immediately reacted and gave chase. They pushed through the crowd, running forward to pursue the figure. The two of them chased it to an alley where someone was waiting up ahead. Lin Zi Luo and Dang Ngok stopped in front of a door, next to which a punk-looking blonde man was sitting on a sofa, leaning a large staff between his legs. He said casually, "Please proceed with the radiation level check." Lin Zi Luo was completely confused, not understanding what the man was talking about. A radiation level check. Without another word, the guy grabbed Lin Zi Luo's wrist and pulled it over to a panel next to the door. As his hand was placed on it, the system displayed the information. Radiation level 24%. A low level cleared for passage. The door opened, and Lin Zi Luo walked in with his hands in his pockets. The guard gestured inside with one hand.
Please. As the two stepped inside, the door slammed shut. Inside, an old man was slumped over a table. Lin Zi Luo and Dang Ngok walked in without paying him any mind. The old man stuck out his staff to block them.
Still holding his staff, the old man frowned and said sternly, "Identification card." Lin Zi Luo didn't hesitate to hand over his ID card, and upon seeing the information on it, the old man exclaimed in shock, A slayer?" His eyes blazed, and his whole body seemed to ignite as he furiously wrote something on Lin Zi Luo's ID card. Then, he respectfully bowed 90 degrees and returned the card to Lin Zi Luo with a somewhat fearful expression. "Respected Lord Slayer, welcome back." Lin Zi Luo continued walking with his hands behind his back, followed by Dang Ngok. He pushed open the next door, revealing a large crowd of people chatting animatedly inside. Seeing someone arrive, the crowd joyfully rushed towards Lin Zi Luo like they'd struck gold, all trying to sell him something. "Boss, just got back. Come eat at my place for 10 credits. Kamaz."
Boss, don't listen to him. My place is only 9 credits. Boss. The blonde, blue-eyed girls of Skywound City. Their moves are to die for. You can enjoy one for just 20 credits. Don't miss out. But suddenly, 2 hands slowly approached Lin Zi Luo from behind. He immediately realized someone was attacking, and a glint flashed in his eyes.
2 swift slashes cut cleanly through the air. The 2 men clutched their severed hands and fell to their knees, screaming in agony. One of them gritted his teeth in anger. "You dare cut off my hand, you're dead meat." Suddenly, the system interface appeared. Lin Zi Luo ignored the man and turned to look at the system panel. "Congratulations, player. You have unlocked the side quest. The disintegration of the 5 Yang gang." The guy was still yelling. "Did you hear me?" Lin Zi Luo looked at the system panel. The quest to disintegrate the 5 Yang gang. The system updated with more information. Background members of the 5 Yang gang openly rob, traffic people, and force them into prostitution. They are extremely cruel, but have unfortunately messed with the wrong person due. Objective 1. Kill no more than 100 members of the 5 Yang Gang. 2. Completely disband the 5 Yang Gang. Reward 1,000 credits, 2,000 experience points, 2,000 gold coins, 1 silver grade item, Lin Zi Luo thought happily. These rewards are pretty sweet. The troublemaker was helped up by 2 others. He asked, "What's your name? What gang are you with?" Before he could finish his sentence, Lin Zi Luo slashed his sword across all 3 of their necks. "Tell me your name." The guy's head rolled onto the floor. Lin Zi Luo held his sword and said, "You're not worthy of knowing it." Then he ordered Dangok to kick him. Suddenly, someone shouted, "How dare you!" He pointed directly at Lin Zi Luo and Dangok and said, "You're challenging our 5 Yang Gang." A light flashed in Lin Zi Luo's eyes.
And the guy who had just been talking tough was now cowering in fear. The fat guy next to him was just as terrified. You dare challenge our 5 Yang Gang? Do you have a death wish?"
Suddenly, a hand clamped over his mouth. A short, fat guy said tremblingly, A misunderstanding. It's just a misunderstanding. Sir, you must have things to do. Please go ahead. Please go ahead." Lin Zi Luo looked at them for a moment, then ignored them and turned to leave. The fat guy breathed a sigh of relief. The other guy asked, "That person just killed someone in front of everyone. Why didn't you arrest him? Looks like he gave you quite a bribe." Huh. It turned out the fat guy was the manager here. With his hands in his pockets, he yelled, "5 Yang Gang, you guys traffic people, and I already turn a blind eye, right?" He pointed to his chest and said, "Didn't you see the medals those 2 were wearing on their chests? That's the death trio. If you're so tough, you go ahead. Don't drag us into it." Hearing this, everyone around started whispering amongst themselves. The death trio. Oh my god. That's terrifying. We won't get dragged into this just for watching, will we? Besides, that bald old man doesn't seem to be in the city right now. If this is left to that bunch of arrogant fools to handle, things will get completely out of control. A bunch of idiots with no real power, daring to mess with the death trio. That bald old man has been recruiting a bunch of useless thugs to expand his influence lately. He's really stepped in it this time. Meanwhile, Lin Zi Luo was walking and looking at a map, followed by Dangok and Guitong. Damn it. What's the point of this crappy apocalyptic game putting me in Heavenly Lotus City? With one hand in his pocket and the other holding a piece of paper, he said, "Even though I know you put me here because something is about to happen, couldn't you be a little more specific?" Lin Zi Luo stood with his hands on his hips in frustration. "You made me spend a ton of money buying information from others, and I can't even get it right in one go." He looked back at the map, checking for the mercenary center, the place with the best information flow. As the 3 of them walked forward, a foot appeared, blocking their path. A group of several dozen thugs stood there, and one of them stepped forward to ask, "Were you the one who killed our brothers from?" Lin Zi Luo didn't hesitate to admit it was him. The system panel displayed information about the person swaying in front of him, Hao Yu Cheng, a C-rank basic attribute enhancer. Strength 70, Spirit 55, Constitution 65, Agility 80, excessive desires, and a slightly unstable posture. The system also explained that enhancers are a power system formed from the combat strength of humans in this world. Because a special energy exists on this planet, all types of weapons are completely ineffective, so humans strengthen themselves by using enhancement potions, gaining power and increasing their own strength. Basic attributes from 0 to 20 are considered normal people, while those from 20 to 50 are called D-rank enhancers. 50 to 100 are C-rank enhancers, like the ones in front of Lin Zi Luo. After that, every 50 points represents another rank, making an A-rank enhancer based on the player's attributes, extremely rare in this world. Suddenly, a figure stepped forward and raised a hand to introduce himself. My friend, allow me to introduce myself. I am Dezay, the vice leader of the Five Sons gang. Lin Zi Luo couldn't be bothered and just cursed. Spit it out if you have something to say. I'm in a hurry. Dezay's eyes narrowed in annoyance, but he maintained a bright smile. First, I want to apologize on behalf of our gang members who tried to rob you, he said with an apology. It was truly due to their ignorance that they failed to recognize your status as an S-rank mercenary. He continued with one hand on his hip. However, surely you don't think that being a member of an S-rank mercenary group allows you to just kill members of our Five Sons gang in public. Do you? Lin Zi Luo's face darkened. He thought his Slayer identity had been exposed. But this Five Sons gang was nothing special. The vice leader was clearly inexperienced. He crossed his arms and said arrogantly, I did kill them casually, so what can you do about it? Dezay squinted and chuckled. You're quite hot-tempered. It seems I've overstepped. He then gave a sly grin and ordered his men, Don't kill him. Find a chance to tie him up and bring him back. His men immediately followed orders and surrounded the three of them. Dezay glanced at a large man standing next to him and said, Luo Yuan, I'm guessing he's a B-rank enhancer, just like you. Keep an eye on him and be ready to strike at any moment. The man nodded. Understood. Vice Leader. Lin Zi Luo leaped forward, quickly drawing his sword. Without another word, Lin Zi Luo charged forward, relentlessly slashing at the gang members. Sword in hand, he turned to face Dezay. The man stumbled back a few steps in shock. This guy was so strong. No wonder the guy was so arrogant. He tried to compose himself, clasping his hands and lowering his voice. Sir, we are willing to compensate you as an apology. What do you think? Lin Zi Luo furiously raised his sword. It's too late. Now I want all of you to die. Apologize with your lives. He unleashed a duly slashing strike. With a single slash, Lin Zi Luo sent the entire group flying, spewing blood and screaming in agony. They scattered and yelled, Run for it. Lin Zi Luo gripped his sword, preparing to attack. He lifted the blade with both hands, then used duly shattering pierce, slamming it into the ground and sending earth and rock flying everywhere. The men were so terrified they froze on the spot. Dust and smoke filled the air. Lin Zi Luo let go of his sword with one hand. Suddenly, a voice from behind them cried out, Run! Run, Luo Yuan! Carry me and let's get out of here! Lin Zi Luo stuck a hand in his pocket and turned his head. Looks like a few fish slipped through the net. Lin Zi Luo rested his sword on his shoulder, with Big Dummy and Ghost Child behind him. Well then, let's play a different game. Lin Zi Luo turned to Big Dummy and said, Big Dummy.
Southeast. I'm leaving those fish that slipped the net to you. Don't spare a single one. Upon receiving the order, Big Dummy instantly shot off like a rocket to catch them. Luo Yuan was sprinting forward.
He was carrying a terrified Dezay as he ran. A dark shadow flashed across the sky, and Big Dummy landed swiftly, blocking their path. Dezay's eyes were filled with tears, and Luo Yuan yelled, Brother, our Five Sons gang admits defeat this time. Please let us go if you spare us. We can give you the only A-rank enhancement elixir our gang has. Big Dummy didn't care and charged at the two of them. As he rushed in, Luo Yuan leaned back, gritting his teeth in fear, while Dezay had already fainted from fright. Luo Yuan carefully set him down as Big Dummy closed in, using his arms to block the attack. Big Dummy smashed Luo Yuan with his hammer, leaving several lumps on his head. Then he sent Luo Yuan flying with another powerful swing. Big Dummy raised his hammer to finish off Dezay, sending blood splattering everywhere nearby. Lin Zi Luo and Ghost Child leaned against a wall and criticized. His movements are too slow. Mindlessly fighting them head-on is such a waste of time. He pointed a finger and said sternly, Where are your skills? Why don't you know how to use them? No roast chicken for you tonight. Hearing this, Big Dummy was utterly horrified. The three continued on, With Big Dummy's mind completely occupied by roast chicken, Lin Zi Luo turned back, looked at his miserable state, and said that once he learned how to use his skills more flexibly, he would get an extra roast chicken. Hearing the word chicken, Big Dummy jumped for joy. Lin Zi Luo sighed, thinking how easy he was to please. Suddenly, a voice called out from ahead. "Greetings, esteemed Slayer." Looking up, he saw a group of people busy cleaning the area. A man who seemed to be in charge stood at the front and said respectfully, "I am the captain of the streets patrol team. I am deeply sorry that you had to experience such an unpleasant incident. We are extremely grateful to you for eliminating the vermin from the Five Sons gang, contributing to the peace and security of Tianlian City. As a token of our appreciation, we have transferred 2,000 contribution points to you, mercenary group, to your mercenary account. One mercenary group point is equal to 10 city coins." Lin Zi Luo thought to himself, the worldview of this instance is truly might makes right. Killing people in public can be perfectly justified as eliminating a threat to the public. How absurd. He replied to the guy, "I accept your gesture. Is there anything else?" The manager said awkwardly, "I wonder if Lord Slaughterer has had dinner yet. Our city lord would like to take this opportunity to invite you to dinner." Lin Zi Luo pondered. Contact with high-ranking officials might lead to higher-level quests. "I'll go check it out first." He then replied, "Lead the way." The guy bowed and gestured. "Please, follow me." The underground city was unusually quiet. Through a pair of binoculars, Lin Zi Luo's group of three, Dangao and Guitong, could be seen following the manager to the meeting point. The person observing them with the binoculars was Su Jishang, the lord of Tianlian City. Su Jishang lowered the binoculars and turned to speak to Shang Yu. "One has peak A-rank combat power, one has near A-rank combat power, and one hasn't appeared yet." He crossed his arms, leaned back, and exclaimed, "As expected of the mercenary group's death trio, rising to S rank in just one short year, this team composition is too strong," Shang Yu asked, confused. "City Lord, what do you mean?" The man stroked his beard, frowned, and growled. "They haven't even unleashed their full combat power. That near A-rank destroyer didn't use a single bit of energy, purely relying on his physical strength to hunt down Luo Yuan. That kind of power is much greater than a typical A-rank expert's." Hearing this, Shang Yu grew a bit frantic. "Just one person could be that strong," Su Jishang continued. "And that's not all." He stroked his chin, recalling Lin Zi Luo's appearance, and said pensively, "That Slaughterer, although it seems like he's releasing his full power with every attack, and the damage he inflicts is nothing to scoff at. He's actually hiding his true strength. I suspect he has S-rank combat power." Shang Yu jolted upright. "What city lord, Shang Yu, in this entire massive Tianlian city? You are the only S-rank expert, and now a second one has appeared." Su Jishang closed his eyes and said softly, "Perhaps if we can recruit them, it will be a great benefit to Tianlian City."
Shang Yu quickly stood up, clasping his hands respectfully. "City Lord, I will go and prepare for tonight's banquet then." Su Jishang also sat up and said,
"I hope they can become our new pillar of support. You go and prepare as well." Then the two of them went inside to get ready. Down below, Lin Zi Luo's figure could be seen walking at a leisurely pace. The three of them passed through the gate into the city. Several skeletal-looking people standing outside glanced at them, and a blonde guide said with a bright smile, "Respected Lord Slaughterer, this must be your first time visiting our Tianlian city, correct?" Lin Zi Luo merely gave a cold grunt, but the guy continued, "Then allow me to introduce our Tianlian city to you." And so, he happily began his introduction. "The place you entered before is the entrance plaza. Each entrance has a plaza, which is convenient for newcomers." He pointed in another direction, saying, "Leaving the plaza, you'll reach the outer district, which is the same street, where you took care of the Wuyang gang earlier. Then the guide pointed straight ahead. And further inside is the outer residential area where we are now. 90% of the entire city's population lives in this residential area. Seeing them approach, several beggars with ashen gray skin turned to look, witnessing the scene of people scattered about, standing and sitting all over the street. Lin Zi Luo thought to himself, what kind of residential area is this? This should be called a slum. The guide continued to ramble on. The areas above are what we call the outer city of Tianlian City, occupying a total of half the area of the underground city. Lin Zi Luo looked around, his hands in his pockets, thinking about the setup of this instance. 50% of the land supports 90% of the population, so the remaining 50% must be for the top 10% of high-ranking personnel to live and use. This kind of extremely standard apocalyptic distribution system. Seeing a sight like this is no surprise. The guide clasped his hands and bowed respectfully. The Wuyang gang that you taught a lesson is a third-rate gang in the outer city, an existence that has always given us quite a headache. So we are truly grateful for your righteous actions. Lin Zi Luo turned his head back and replied lightly, "You're welcome." Then everyone continued on. The guy was still chattering away endlessly. As Guitong was hiding in Lin Zi Luo's shadow, a system notification appeared. The illusory ghost shadow skill was on cooldown. Guitong quickly darted into a nearby alley. Noticing the movement, Lin Zi Luo turned his head to see Guitong huddled coldly in a corner. He and Dangok continued onward, stopping in front of a large gate. The guy introduced, "Lord Slaughterer, this is the gate to our inner city." The huge gate gradually creaked open. The guide said with a smile, "My lord, opening the city gates wide is the highest form of respect in our Tianlian city, a ceremony we only perform for guests of the city lord's caliber." Lin Zi Luo replied in kind, "Not bad." The three of them passed through the gate, finding the inside to be quite spacious and formal. The guide bowed and said, "This way, please." In front of Lin Zi Luo was a luxurious horse-drawn carriage with its driver standing by. Lin Zi Luo walked up, stroked the horse's head, and said, "This city lord certainly has some refined tastes to be raising horses within the city." Hearing his words, the guide let out a sigh of relief. He said respectfully, "Lord Slaughterer, as it is quite a long distance to the city lord's tower from here, the great city lord has prepared a carriage for your convenience." Lin Zi Luo was startled. He pointed to himself and asked, "Prepared for me?" The other guy replied, "Yes, Master Slayer." Lam Tulak casually stepped onto the carriage. "Then I won't stand on ceremony." Dai Ngok, carrying the axe on his shoulder, followed him to get on the carriage. Suddenly, his axe hit the door frame, and the roof of the carriage flew off, landing on the ground. The atmosphere instantly turned silent. The guide gave a forced laugh, at a loss for words. Dai Ngok got into the carriage anyway, and the guide said, "These horses have all undergone professional training. They will take you directly to the foot of the city lord's tower." He raised his hand and smiled faintly. "The city lord is already prepared to welcome you." "All right." The horse quickly galloped off on command. The two men sat silently in the carriage, swaying as it rattled along. The coachman cracked the reins, driving the horse swiftly down the road. Upon arriving, the horse stopped as trained. The coachman stood to one side, bowing, as Lam Tulak and Dai Ngok stepped down. Before them was the massive, towering city lord's tower. The doors opened and they stepped inside, where Tu Chi Tuong was already waiting. He raised a hand in greeting and said, "Master Slayer, forgive me for not being able to greet you from further out." Tu Chi Tuong hurried over to Lam Tulak to shake his hand. "I've long heard of the great Master Slayer, and today I finally have the pleasure of meeting you." Lam Tulak replied humbly, "Not at all, not at all. I have also heard of your great reputation as the lord of Tianlian City for a long time. So meeting you today is a wish fulfilled. As they shook hands, Chi Tuong said generously, "Now that we've met, there's no need for such formality." He introduced himself. "My name is Chi Thuong, and since I'm probably a few years your senior, you can just call me Brother too." Hearing this, Lam Tulak thought to himself, "You're over 70, and I'm in my 20s. And you want me to call you Brother who's really getting the better deal here?" Chi Tuong then introduced the person beside him. "This is the Vice Lord of Tianlian City, Huangdu, and you are my friend." "Greetings, Master Slayer. I am Huangdu, the Vice Lord of Tianlian City." Lam Tulak politely gestured behind him and said, "Brother To, my name is Li Hao Bai, and this person beside me is my younger brother, named Li Dai Trang." City Lord Chi Tuong took Lam Tulak by the arm and led him inside. "Li Hao Bai, what a fine name. I can tell just by hearing it that you are a cultured man, so I shall call you Younger Brother Lai." Come, Younger Brother Lai, and you as well, Brother Dai Trang, this way please. I have prepared a lavish feast in your honor." Inside the banquet hall was a massive round table, flanked by two scantily clad women. Chi Tuong waved a hand, dismissing the women. They bowed and left the room. He then steepled his fingers under his chin and asked, "Younger Brother Lai, I remember the trio of death has 3 members. Where is your other brother?" "Him," Lam Tulak quickly replied. "Oh, you mean Tik Sat. He went to take care of some business elsewhere, so he didn't come with us." Chi Tuong sighed, looking slightly troubled. "So, Younger Brother Lai, you came to our Tianlian city from Tianhuan City. Was it because you were unhappy with the conditions there?" Lam Tulak explained. "The city lord there has a cruel way of He picked up his wineglass with both hands, a bright smile on his face. "Then, in my capacity as the Lord of Tianlian City, I formally invite you to stay." Lam Tulak tilted his head and asked,
You're inviting us to stay? Chi Tuong's face grew serious. "That's right. I will provide you with the most luxurious residence. And furthermore, I will ensure your mercenary group is given top priority and listings at our mercenary center."
"And give you the best treatment possible." Lam Tulak glanced at Dai Ngok, putting on an air of reluctance. "I don't have a problem with that, but my 2 brothers are used to their freedom. I'm worried they won't be able to get used to a life of being tied down." Chi Tuong considered this seriously. "I understand, Younger Brother Lai." He then made a promise. "I can guarantee this for you. As long as you are within the borders of my Tianlian city, you and your brothers can continue to live your lives as you always have. You won't be bound by any restrictions, and you'll have the freedom to come and go from Tianlian city as you please. If there's anything you need, just let me know."
"And I will personally ensure everything is arranged for you." The 2 men happily raised their glasses for a toast. "Isn't this too much trouble for you, Elder Brother too? I must thank you in advance." "Not at all." After clinking their glasses,
They both drained their glasses, while Dai Ngok sat quietly and watched. Chi Tuong then adopted a somber expression and confided, "Sigh, Younger Brother Lai. I must be honest. All these things I've promised you, they can only come true if you stay in Tianlian City." Lam Tulak thought to himself, no wonder he was making such grand promises. So this is the catch. Out loud, however, he asked, "Elder Brother To, what do you mean by that?" Chi Tuong said with a worried expression, "I'm afraid our Tianlian city is on the verge of being destroyed." Hearing this, Lam Tulak was stunned. How could that be? Chi Tuong began to recount the events as citizens were shown fleeing in panic. 1 month ago, Tiantuong City was attacked by irradiated creatures and a massive army of zombies. Amidst the swirling dust and smoke, some of the city's inhabitants were slaughtered. Others were turned into zombies, and only a very small number managed to escape. All of the survivors fled to the nearest underground cities, and our Tianlian city was one of them. A horde of high-level, blood-soaked zombies is shown staring forward. Tichituang continued his story. But after destroying Tiantuang City, the horde of irradiated creatures didn't disperse. Instead, they regrouped and are now marching towards Tianlian City.
Lam Tulak asked, confused. Why would that happen? Younger brother Lai, The city lord shot up from his seat and pleaded, I can't hide it from you. I had a selfish motive for recruiting you. I need you to help me.
Help me protect Tianlian City, on top of everything I've already promised. Anything else you desire, I can give it to you. Faced with such a proposal, Lam Tulak had no choice but to consider it carefully. Tichituang saw that he was silent. He spoke up with a worried thought. I knew it. Faced with such a massive campaign, anyone would get cold feet. Maybe this is just the fate of Heavenly Link City. Lam Tulak rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. I originally came here to get stronger, so I'll see if it's a fight we can win first, and if not, we'll talk later. He didn't agree immediately, instead saying, Could I trouble you, Brother To, to explain the situation in detail one more time? Tichituang was stunned. What he asked in a low voice. Lam Tulak nodded as well. You mean you agree? He held up his hand and added, But I have one condition. I want you, Brother To tell me everything about the situation here. Tichituang said cheerfully, Of course. That's a given. He waved his hand and commanded, Go quickly and bring out the top secret documents we've sealed. Huangdu immediately complied.
Yes, City Lord.
I'll go right away, Tichituang said seriously. After so many years of research, we have a very good understanding of the irradiated creatures and zombies. Humans have a special attraction for these irradiated creatures. The more people there are, the stronger this attraction becomes, drawing in more irradiated creatures to attack. That's why we limit the number of people who go to the surface, he continued. Lam Tulak listened intently. With such a limit on personnel, every high-level fighter is obviously invaluable. Tichituang's eyebrows shot up as he rested his chin on his hand seriously. The most important thing is, the irradiated creatures have evolved again. They're not just hunting humans on the surface anymore. They've started trying to find us underground. If they find the location of our underground city, this entire city will be annihilated. Heavenly Link City is facing that very crisis right now. After hearing this, Lam Tulak asked, So about these zombies, Brother To, how much do you know about them? The documents are all here. Huangdu walked over with a stack of files. The horde of irradiated creatures that destroyed Heavenly Wound City is now heading for Heavenly Link City. Among them is an S-rank powerhouse named Eldor. This Eldor has the ability to locate underground cities. That's precisely how Heavenly Wound City was discovered. He placed the stack of papers in front of Lam Tulak, who picked up a few pages to read. Tichituang gestured and said, All the information about it is in those documents. Brother Lai, please take a look first. All right. The room fell silent. Lam Tulak began to focus on the documents. A moment later, Lam Tulak put the papers down and said, Brother To, I've finished reading the documents. Hearing that, Tichituang immediately asked, Brother Lai, do you have any ideas? Lam Tulak raised his hand to ask. When facing this horde of irradiated creatures, what's the best course of action? Do we fight them head on, or do we run? Tichituang crossed his arms, bowing his head in thought. Run only those cowards from the conservative faction would choose to run. He slammed his hand on the table and shot up. Tichituang was practically bursting with fighting spirit. Even if we can't kill them, we have to carve a piece of their flesh off. Hearing that, Lam Tulak instantly figured it out. So Tichituang is from the radical faction. Isn't this the perfect opportunity to start the main quest? Served right to my doorstep right now. This instance is divided into 3 factions. The conservative faction, their main quest is likely to command the human retreat, completing construction missions for a new city. It's the safest and most stable path, but also the least rewarding. For the neutral faction, the main quest is the most tedious, requiring interaction with a large number of people. Completing this type of main quest relies heavily on luck and finding the right team. Then there's the radical faction. Their main quest is the simplest, just complete combat missions. All you need is pure strength. Lam Tulak also stood up, echoing to Chithuang's sentiment. I think so too. Brother Tu is right. We absolutely can't be cowards. We have to stomp them out. The fight against the irradiated creatures must not stop. We must not retreat, even if I fall. It doesn't matter, for thousands more will rise to take my place. Seeing someone who shared his views, he pointed with glee.
Yes. What Brother Lai just said was magnificent, so enlightened in a pink, bubbly background. The two rushed to shake hands. Brother To, Brother Lai. It's a shame we didn't meet sooner. Huang Du and the Big Oaf both forced a smile.
It's been a long time since the city lord met a kindred spirit. Isn't he afraid of scaring the guy off with all this excitement? Chithuang said happily. My brother, I happen to have a spot just for you. He handed him a faction insignia. From now on, you're one of us in the radical faction. Lam Tulak immediately pinned the insignia on, and wisps of energy began to radiate from it. At the same time, a system notification popped up. Congratulations to player Yacha for successfully joining the radical faction. As the player has obtained the radical faction's identity insignia, you will be granted a relatively high status within the faction. Another system window appeared. As the player has now chosen a faction, the main quest is officially unlocked. Please complete the mission within the time limit. Main quest. The Radical Faction. 1. Join the Radical Faction and achieve a certain level of renown within it. Incomplete. 2. Kill irradiated creatures. Over 1,000 zombies. 3. Participate in at least 2 Radical Faction operations. After reading the objectives, Lam Tulak thought to himself, not bad. This isn't too hard. He then turned to To Chithuang with his arms crossed. Brother To, tell me the plan now. With one hand behind his back, To Chithuang said. Brother Lai, we in the radical faction can't just sit around and wait to die, and we certainly can't let those irradiated creatures find their way to us. He held up one finger, his eyes filled with determination. I want to launch a preemptive strike. To execute a decapitation plan, Lam Tulak stroked his chin thoughtfully. A decapitation strike. To Chithuang added, exactly. A decapitation strike. Our target is to kill Eldor and the other irradiated creatures at a location far from Heavenly Link City. Lam Tulak agreed with him. That's an excellent plan. Brother, where is that Adal now? How many radiated creatures are with it? Rest assured, Brother Li, I've thoroughly investigated its location. He pointed and continued. There's also some good news. The zombie horde that was attacking Skywon City with it has temporarily withdrawn. Lin Zi Luo asked warily, is that true? He rested his chin on his hand, thinking that without the zombies, it would be much less trouble. Su Jishang said with a confident tone, one hand on his hip, holding up 4 fingers. It's true. As long as the location of our Sky Lotus city isn't exposed, they won't come here. Right now, we only need to fight the 4 S-rank radiated creatures led by Adal. Hearing this, Lin Zi Luo was startled. What 4 of them? And they're all S-rank? Su Jishang asked, bewildered. Brother Li, what's wrong? Sunlight from the doorway shone on Lin Zi Luo, who stood with his hands behind his back. The combat power of me and my brothers is A rank at best. We can barely be considered S rank, even with our equipment. Brother Su, I sincerely want to help you, but this doesn't mean I can lead my brothers to their... Upon hearing this, Su Jishang said urgently, Brother Li, don't worry. Don't worry. We've also made preparations. Lin Zi Luo crossed his arms and said, I am listening. Su Jishang gave a strained smile. I've sent someone to find the lord of the nearby Skywalk City, Zhuang Feiyue. He himself is a veteran S-rank powerhouse. He understands that we're in this together, so he has agreed to join us. Regaining his confidence, he put his hands on his hips and continued, He and I will handle one S-rank radiated creature. You and Brother Big Zhuang will handle another. Zhang Yu will lead 4 A-rank experts to fight the rest. We won't let you guys fight alone. After he finished, he looked at Lin Zi Luo nervously. He let out a sigh, and then Lin Zi Luo agreed. As long as you're not just using us and leaving us to face Adal alone. Brother Su Jishang bowed respectfully. How could I do that? At the end of the day, this is a matter for our Sky Lotus City. He chuckled. Brother Li, you're the reinforcements we invited from outside, not a suicide squad. If we run into a dangerous situation, I will absolutely prioritize your safety. Lin Zi Luo also made his point. You have to be responsible for your Sky Lotus City, Brother Su, and I have to be responsible for my brothers. I hope you understand. Su Jishang furrowed his brows and gave a strained smile. I understand. Of course I understand. Inwardly, he was relieved that he had managed to placate him. This kid really isn't easy to fool. Just then, the system panicked. Player Yao Zi has successfully triggered the raid mission. This mission is aligned with the radical faction. Do you wish to accept? The system also displayed more information. Raid mission background. Once the location of Sky Lotus City is discovered, it will be plunged into disaster. The urgent objective is to successfully kill the radiated creature Adal and stop the advance of the radiated creatures. Objective: kill the radiated creature Adal. Rewards 10,000 experience points, 10,000 gold coins, and 1 gold grade item that will greatly increase the player's reputation with the radical. Lin Zi Luo thought to himself. The rewards aren't half bad. Then he turned to Su Jishang and said, Actually, all I needed was your promise. Brother Su, if you can promise to face the enemy alongside us, Brother Su, then I'm willing to risk my life for Sky Lotus City. Both Su Jishang and Shang Yu were a bit stunned by Lin Zi Luo's words. He beamed and walked over to shake his hand. Excellent. Brother Li, your words have put my mind at ease. Then he turned and ordered Shang Yu. Bring it here. Su Jishang took a gift box and handed it to Lin Zi Luo. Our meeting was rather hasty. So the welcoming gift I prepared for you is also a bit rushed. Lin Zi Luo opened the gift box and was utterly horrified by what he saw inside. Inside the box was a severed head. Su Jishang said, This bald man's head is my welcoming gift to you. Holding the box the city lord had just handed him. Lin Zi Luo asked hesitantly. This is Su Jishang quickly explained. Didn't that Five Sons gang cross you before? This bald guy was their leader. The Five Sons gang has been eliminated. And this head is my welcoming gift to you. Su Jishang held his head high, stating firmly, This is also me fulfilling my promise to you, that here in Sky Lotus City, no one can make things difficult for you. After hearing this, Lin Zi Luo expressed his thanks.
Thank you, ma'am.
Brother Su, for having my back and my brother's backs. Looking at the bald head in the box, Lin Zi Luo thought to himself, I never expected the first mission in this dungeon to be completed like this. The system immediately displayed a notification. Player Yao Zi has successfully met all conditions for the dissolution of the Five Sons gang mission. Mission successfully completed. Congratulations on obtaining the mission rewards. 1,000 city coins, 1,000 experience points, 2,000 gold coins, 1 silver grade item. Reminder: as the inventory cannot be opened, Please select a suitable location to claim your rewards. After accepting the box, Lin Zi Luo cheerfully said, Brother Su, here's to a successful partnership. Lin Zi Luo and Big Dumb were then led to their quarters. When they reached the door, a maid turned and politely invited them in, as soon as Lin Zi Luo and Big Dumb stepped inside. A row of servants was already lined up to welcome them respectfully. Welcome, Lord Butcher. Lin Zi Luo was a bit surprised by this reception, asking quietly, What is all this? The maid who led them there quickly answered, This is all part of the welcome the city lord has prepared for you, sir. Whatever you may require during your stay, we can provide it. Lin Zi Luo, looking sleepy, led Big Dumb past them and said nonchalantly, All right then, just don't disturb me. I have to go to sleep. Arriving at the foot of the stairs, Lin Zi Luo asked, What floor is my room on? The maid narrowed her eyes and said with a sweet smile, You are our Tianlian city's most esteemed guest. All the rooms have been cleaned, so you may choose anyone you like. Lin Zi Luo continued on his way, instructing with a deadpan expression, All right, there's nothing else for you here. You're dismissed. I'll call you if I need anything. The maids answered in unison. Lin Zi Luo walked to a room at the end of the hall and gently opened the door. After looking around for a moment, Lin Zi Luo couldn't help but exclaim, This instance is pretty well designed. Even the players' living quarters are decent. With that, he flopped onto the soft, comfortable bed. Lying on the bed, Lin Zi Luo didn't forget to open the system panel to claim his mission rewards. 1,000 player experience points, 2,000 gold coins, and congratulations to the player for obtaining the silver grade item, Reinforced Scarecrow. Once that was done, he turned over and mumbled, Time to sleep, time to sleep. There's a big fight tomorrow. The next morning, with the sun high overhead, Lin Zi Luo and Big Dummy were already awake and stretching. Suddenly, Lin Zi Luo's gaze fell on Su Jishang, who was standing at the bottom of the stairs. Brother Su, are we leaving now? Su Jishang chuckled and clapped his hands to signal. No rush. Brother Li, put this on first. Two maids immediately brought out 2 sets of jet black protective suits. Lin Zi Luo looked puzzled and asked, What is this? Su Jishang smiled and patiently explained. Brother Li, this is Tianlian City's highest grade radiation isolation suit. After putting it on, not only can you move on the surface for a longer period, but it can also weaken the effects of radiation, causing your stats to decrease at a slower rate. Lin Zi Luo and Big Dummy listened intently while examining the protective suits. Su Jishang added with a serious expression, As long as your own physical condition is stable, you can last in the radiation for up to 12 hours. Hearing this, Lin Zi Luo immediately expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Brother Su. Su Jishang pointed to the 2 suits and said, Brother Li, you and your sturdy brother go get changed.
It's almost time. We're preparing to leave. I'm going to get changed too, Lin Zi Luo quickly replied. Okay. Lin Zi Luo and Big Dummy swiftly changed their clothes.
Once the 3 of them were changed and ready, Su Jishang shouted the signal to depart. The scene before Su Jishang's group was filled with nothing but rubble and dust. Lin Zi Luo was carefully surveying the situation, thinking to himself, The air doesn't smell like rust anymore. It seems Tianlian City's high-grade isolation suit is well developed. It even has an air filtration effect. Su Jishang spoke softly from behind. Brother Li, there's no immediate danger around us. We can breathe a sigh of relief for now. Su Jishang's gaze drifted into the distance, and he instructed in a stern voice, This is the exit from Tianlian City closest to the irradiated creatures. And it's also where large numbers of zombies and irradiated creatures gather. Everyone, keep your movements to an absolute minimum. But you don't need to be so mentally tense. Otherwise, you'll drain your own energy too quickly. That won't be good for the battle ahead. Lin Zi Luo also voiced his agreement. Brother Su is right. After speaking, Su Jishang continued to carefully observe the surroundings before announcing to his group. Let's keep moving forward. An hour later, as Su Jishang's and Lin Zi Luo's group was scouting the area, a monster suddenly appeared, blocking their path. An A-rank irradiated creature, the monster charged uncontrollably towards Su Jishang's group. Su Jishang immediately used his powers to suppress the monster, letting it struggle and thrash wildly. He quickly bound it with chains. A beast will always be a beast, always falling for this kind of trap. Su Jishang's face was cold, his voice firm. Trying to run. Not so easy. You overestimate yourself. Suddenly, his eyes widening as he stared at the roaring, resisting monster. The next second, his expression stabilized, becoming stern again. Su Jishang threw out another long, golden chain, his hands gripping the chains binding the monster as he pulled with all his might. The monster was instantly taken down, and fluids from its body splattered everywhere. Su Jishang's team quickly surrounded the monster's corpse to examine it. Su Jishang said gently, "Brother Li, the research team has extracted a special fluid from the bodies of irradiated creatures. This fluid is one of the key ingredients for creating enhancement serums." Hearing this, Lin Zi Luo nodded in agreement and replied, "I know, but the fluid from over 1,000 zombies doesn't amount to what you can get from a single A-rank irradiated creature. It's written in the instance's settings." Lin Zi Luo turned to look at Su Jishang with a hint of praise. "I just didn't expect the Deputy City Lord's group to carry the tools with them," Su Jishang replied with a modest laugh. "It's not easy to come up to the surface city, so of course we have to be fully prepared." Su Jishang then joked with a smug look. "So, Brother Li, wouldn't you say my performance just now shows this old dog still has some bite?" Lin Zi Luo saw this and happily played along, praising him. Brother Su's skill with those chains is not only fluid and effortless, but also incredibly powerful. Suddenly, a team member ran up to report. "City Lord, we've finished extracting the fluid from the irradiated creature. We can continue moving forward at any time." Su Jishang's expression immediately turned serious as he turned to leave. "Let's move out." After walking for a while, Su Jishang's and Lin Zi Luo's group ran into the city lord. In Tianhang City, Zhuang Feiyue was leaning against a wall. Su Jishang suddenly noticed him and called out his name. Zhuang Feiyue shrugged and teased, "Old man Su, you're getting old. Has your combat power given out? Or did you spend all your energy on your bedroom affairs? Why did it take you so long to walk such a short distance?" Su Jishang retorted helplessly. "Old man Zhuang, you're a few years older than me, and you have the nerve to call me old." Su Jishang walked over and lightly punched Zhuang Feiyue's shoulder, grumbling, "Last month, when you took your 99th concubine, didn't you take a bottle of my A-grade enhancement potion?"
Have you forgotten? Now you tell me, between the two of us, who's the one really neglecting his duties? Zhuang Feiyue laughed heartily. "You're just jealous of my charm. I won't deny it."
If Eknor hadn't appeared, I would have been preparing to marry my 100th concubine just to round out the number. Zhuang Feiyue patted Su Jishang's shoulder and turned to the group. All right. Let's get down to business. Otherwise, the people you brought with you will have to find a nice place to be buried." Zhuang Feiyue turned and laughed at the team, who looked weary of his jokes. Suddenly, Zhuang Feiyue walked over to Lin Zi Luo and greeted him politely. "The Slaughterer, I've heard so much about you. I never expected the captain of a mercenary corps to be an S-class powerhouse. I'm Zhuang Feiyue, the Lord of Tianhang City. Be sure to visit me when you're free." The two shook hands and chatted warmly. The Slaughterer, Li Hao Bai City. "Lord Zhuang has admired you for a long time, setting other matters aside. As for my concubines, you can take your pick of whoever you want." Su Zishang immediately jumped in to interrupt. "Stop spewing that nonsense in front of Brother Li. He's not the type to be swayed by beautiful women." In his mind, Su Zishang thought, I arranged so many beautiful women for him, and he wasn't interested in a single one. So why would he be interested in Zhuang Feiyue's concubines? Zhuang Feiyue feigned helplessness and tried to justify himself. Look at you. Wasn't I just showing some goodwill to Brother Li? What are you getting so worked up about? Su Jishang kept his arm around Lin Zi Luo's shoulder, frowning as he waved the other man away. Enough with the chatter. Now is not the time for your jokes to win people over. I have my own plans. And I won't be giving you the man I worked so hard to recruit. After that, Su Jishang turned to his group and continued, in the nearby cities, we are the only powerhouses, and right now, all of us are here. Zhuang Feiyue cut in with a reminder. Brother Su, I'm sure you understand what this means. If this operation of ours fails, it means the underground cities of this place will be annihilated by the radiation creatures. Su Jishang's fist tightened, his voice filled with determination. That's right, which is why we have no path of retreat. Zhuang Feiyue quickly provided information. Then I'll share the intel we've gathered first. According to our intelligence, Eknor is near Sigu City High School. Upon hearing this, Su Jishang gave an order. Alright, everyone head over there. He took out a detailed map. Su Jishang and Lin Zi Luo wore cautious expressions, deep in thought. The very survival of several underground cities was at stake. I'm really looking forward to meeting you.
Eknor. Su Jishang pointed at the map, examining it carefully. Then he turned to everyone and announced clearly, according to our intelligence,
Eknor's group has found a place to hibernate within the Sigu City High School area, staying separate from each other to absorb more radiation energy. Su Jishang then continued to delegate tasks. The S-class radiation creature Oda, known for its speed, is resting in the building on the left. I'm leaving it to you, old man Zhuang. Zhuang Feiyue happily agreed at once. I've been wanting to challenge it to a one-on-one duel for a while, to see whether it's faster or I am. With that settled, Su Jishang turned to assign a mission to Lin Zi Luo's side. In the other academic building, on the right, is the S-class radiation creature, Ketov, who is known for its destructive power. We need to use strong close combat abilities to suppress it. I'm leaving it to you, Brother Li and Brother Da Zhuang. How about it? Lin Zi Luo and Da Zhuang quickly nodded in acceptance.
Yes, Da Zhuang and I have no problem with that. Next, Su Jishang assigned tasks to the rest of the team. You all just need to suppress the S-class radiation creature inside it, the Green Plant King.
Its body is the largest, and it's formed from plants. It moves quite slowly, so you can use your numerical advantage to attack it from all sides. Wait for us to deal with our targets, and then we'll come to help you. Everyone responded in unison. No problem. After speaking, he folded the map and announced in a deep voice. As for Eknor, who is in the centermost academic building, leave him to me. Su Jishang held up a watch and instructed them carefully. To prevent us from starting the fight at different times, which could lead to radiation creatures from other locations coming as reinforcements. Everyone must attack at the exact moment the countdown timer hits 0. Then he went around distributing watches to each person, adding another reminder. The fight must be fast. Don't give them a chance to react. There's a small anti-radiation station nearby. After the fight, you can recover there, and if necessary, you can also take off your radiation suits. Everyone put their hands in the middle with one accord and shouted, This battle determines the life or death of the underground cities. We must win. Failure is not an option. Understood? After that, Su Jishang smiled warmly and said in a deep voice, Rest for a bit, gather your strength, and then we'll move out. Everyone sat quietly, resting and recovering their energy. Shortly after, they immediately set off. Su Jishang waved his hand, signaling for everyone to quickly move to their assignment. The group then split up, heading in various directions to carry out their missions. Lin Zi Luo and Da Zhuang cautiously and quietly made their way to their assigned location. Lin Zi Luo moved in complete silence, casually checking the situation. Finding you was pretty easy, he dummy were both dead silent, observing cautiously. Lin Zi Luo quickly stepped out, thinking to himself, "Are you afraid people won't be able to find you?" Making such a huge commotion, he carefully instructed Big Dummy behind him, "Stay here. Don't make any sudden moves." Holding his treasured sword, Lin Zi Luo tiptoed forward to investigate carefully. Before long, he reached the lair of the radiation creature. He carefully hid behind a wall, observing in silence. While the giant beast was sound asleep and completely unaware, the system interface popped up. Radiation creature Catapus. Basic attributes: Strength 240, Spirit 110, Constitution 220, Agility 160, Talent Radiation Body. When in a high radiation environment, its basic attributes will increase. Its evolution rate accelerates when its body sustains damage, and its recovery speed increases according to the radiation level. When dealing damage to an enemy, it increases the enemy's radiation absorption rate. Body assembled armor of bear, tiger, wolf, and dogman. You can possess the abilities and characteristics of the organs within the assembled armor. Granting a powerful physique, your defensive capabilities are enhanced, allowing skills: Giant, Bear's Charge, Mighty Tiger's Claw, Piercing Wolf's Claw, Canine Devouring Howl. Direct hits to these areas will inflict greater damage. Secondly, due to its massive size, its movements are slower and less agile. Lin Zi Luo stared at the beast in surprise, wondering to himself, "Where's the dog part? Where on its body is it?" Then, Lin Zi Luo immediately assumed a ready stance. He took out a watch, his hand gripping the countdown timer tightly. Lin Zi Luo's eyes quickly scanned the area, carefully observing his surroundings and the layout of the slightly larger hallway. He immediately dashed away stealthily. Without making a sound, he stood still, carefully plotting his next move. Lin Zi Luo quickly opened his system panel. To deal with a creature this massive, it was best to use a trap to save time and energy. After considering his options, Lin Zi Luo made his choice. He needed a trap that could destroy a barrier. Lin Zi Luo instantly activated the barrier destroying traps function, and the countdown timer signaled it was time to act. With a grim expression, Lin Zi Luo slammed his fist into the wall, violently waking the sleeping beast. Next, Lin Zi Luo rapidly fired a barrage of fireballs at the monster. The creature was now completely enraged. Its eyes were bloodshot as it let out a massive roar. Lin Zi Luo, showing no fear, stared intently at the beast and spoke with a smirk. "So that's it. I was wondering where the dog part was. Turns out you were hiding it in your mouth." The monster fiercely blocked Lin Zi Luo's fireball with one hand. Its arm was nearly scorched, smoke rising from it. Suddenly, a small stray flame flew by and landed right on the dog head hanging from the beast's chest. Setting a patch of it on fire, the dog head immediately roared in fury. This two-headed creature instantly whipped around to face Lin Zi Luo, its eyes burning with rage. Seeing this, Lin Zi Luo narrowed his eyes with a challenging smirk. "If you've got the guts, then come and fight me." The monster roared, gathering all its power. Then it bared its fangs, glaring at Lin Zi Luo with pure hatred. Instantly, the beast, radiating killing intent and roaring nonstop, charged forward menacingly. It raised its claws high, aiming to bring them down on Lin Zi Luo. Completely unfazed, Lin Zi Luo just sneered as he casually took a step back. By the time the beast's powerful attack landed, Lin Zi Luo had already disappeared. The monster's missed strike only succeeded in shattering the walls. While the beast was looking around for him, Lin Zi Luo's taunting voice called out, "Hey, Slowpoke!" The beast's eyes blazed with fury as it surged. Lin Zi Luo continued to provoke it with glee. "I'm up here. Genius! Look up." The beast immediately looked up, and just as their eyes met, a massive boulder suddenly plummeted straight towards the beast. The creature gritted its teeth, struggling to support the immense rock. Its eyes were bloodshot
and shot through with veins. Its legs started to tremble, losing their stability. But in the end, it refused to yield. Forcefully throwing the boulder aside, the beast snarled,
its eyes burning with rage as it glared up at Lin Zi Luo. Just then, Lin Zi Luo suddenly dove down, aiming the tip of his sword straight for the beast. The creature was momentarily stunned, but luckily managed to dodge Lin Zi Luo's attack. Lin Zi Luo's last thrust was powerful enough to completely shatter the floor. He stood majestically with his treasured sword in hand, waiting for his opponent's move. The beast's eyes were filled with rage, and without a moment's hesitation, it began to channel its power. Lin Zi Luo remained calm, closely watching as the agitated two-headed monster roared, simultaneously activating Giant Bear's Charge, Mighty Tiger's Claw, and Canine Devouring Howl. Seeing this, Lin Zi Luo was intrigued. The assembled body lets it activate 3 skills at once. How interesting. The system panel immediately displayed the detailed information. Giant Bear's Charge enables the catapus's body to generate a powerful forward shockwave. Mighty Tiger's Claw causes the catapus's tiger claw arm to swing forward, dealing massive single-target burst damage, Canine Devouring. Howl is a debuff skill that weakens the enemy's basic attributes while buffing its own. Lin Zi Luo narrowed his eyes, thinking to himself, "Then let me see what these skills of yours are made of." The beast raised its claws and pounced at Lin Zi Luo, executing its move, Julie Heavy Slash. Lin Zi Luo immediately swung his sword, slashing directly at the beast's hand. The impact from the 2 attacks was so immense that it sent both Lin Zi Luo and the beast flying backward. Lin Zi Luo quickly stabilized himself for a safe landing. Suddenly, a section of the floor behind him began to crack and give way. The large floor immediately collapsed, causing Lin Zi Luo to fall unexpectedly. Then, a deafening explosion occurred, and the triumphant monster roared in anger as it lunged to take Lin Zi Luo's life. "You human, I will make you pay for this." Using the 9 Li insect slash skill, it entered a stiffened state. Lin Zi Luo calmly glanced over, signaling to Dai Ngok that now was the time. As the monster prepared to pounce on Lin Zi Luo, Dai Ngok quickly smashed through the glass window and rushed in to rescue him. Dai Ngok slammed his giant hammer into the monster. Frowning seriously, Dai Ngok focused his power, putting the monster in a critical situation, using the Overlord's tripod lift skill. The pressure from both sides was too great, causing the floor to collapse again, sending Dai Ngok and the monster plummeting to the floor below. Seeing the monster lying unconscious on the ground, Dai Ngok raised his hammer high again. Dai Ngok brought it down hard on the dog-like head on the monster's body. Suddenly, a flicker of movement caught Dai Ngok's eye as he looked down. The monster was writhing in pain, trying to recover. Immediately after, its giant hand grabbed Dai Ngok's leg, and it fiercely lifted him high into the air, roaring. The monster mercilessly threw Dai Ngok hard into a corner, thinking it had secured victory. The monster let out a triumphant roar. Suddenly, Lin Zi Luo appeared from behind, charging forward with his sword. Lin Zi Luo's swift strike caused the floor to tremble, leaving the monster no time to react. It immediately went into a freefall, along with a pile of rubble. The scene was left with only Lin Zi Luo silently observing and Dai Ngok slumped in the corner. Dai Ngok quickly regained consciousness shortly after. Lin Zi Luo immediately finished it off with a massive explosion. He and Dai Ngok both escaped safely. The 2 of them were now intently watching the aftermath. As the smoke from the explosion cleared, the wreckage was gradually revealed. Lin Zi Luo quickly activated his blood-colored pupil to scout the situation, needing to confirm whether Cassifo was truly dead. Looking at the monster lying crushed in pain under a pile of large rocks, Lin Zi Luo thought to himself, "It's not easy, such a strong will to survive." Suddenly, it snapped its head around to look towards the 2 of them. its eyes burning with fury at Lin Zi Luo. Lin Zi Luo stood silently, wondering, did it realize I was watching it? Seeing the monster turn away and struggle to crawl out from under the rocks, Lin Zi Luo breathed a sigh of relief. No, it seems I still overestimated its intelligence. Suddenly, Lin Zi Luo turned to Dai Ngok and spoke. Dai Ngok, let's go. Take me to get my revenge. The monster, covered in rocks, was arduously crawling bit by bit. Suddenly, a powerful blow landed right on its head. That strike from Dai Ngok knocked the monster completely unconscious. Meanwhile, Lin Zi Luo could only sigh in amazement. Surprised next, Lin Zi Luo drew his sword, his eyes sharp. Now it's time to settle our score. He swiftly swung his sword, severing the monster's head. Dai Ngok quickly followed up with another hammer blow to the monster's head. With that done, Lin Zi Luo and Dai Ngok wiped their sweat, cracked their shoulders, and prepared for the next task. Alright. Next up, Lin Zi Luo said with a serious, deep voice, absorb the corpse. Hearing this, Dai Ngok froze, not understanding what he meant. Lin Zi Luo lightly punched Dai Ngok's chest reassuringly, causing Dai Ngok to nod in agreement. Pull out Kasofo's corpse. I need it. After saying that, Lin Zi Luo climbed onto the pile of rocks, while Dai Ngok stayed below, trying to pull the beast's body out. Lin Zi Luo got to work clearing the rubble from above to reduce the pressure on the beast's corpse. After a while, Zi Luo had cleared the rubble on top, and he calmly wiped the sweat from his face. Zi Luo looked down at Dai Ngok, watching him try to pull the beast out. But after a while, there was no movement at all. Zi Luo angrily jumped down, explaining the method to Dai Ngok again. Grab it, and try to pull it out. With that said, Lin Zi Luo moved away to observe, waiting for Dai Ngok to stay and try to pull the beast's corpse out. Dai Ngok grabbed the corpse firmly, using all his strength, and yanked the beast out from under the pile of earth and stone, then threw it to the side. The powerful impact causing blood to splatter from the beast. Seeing that everything was settled, Zi Luo praised Dai Ngok. Good job. The system interface appeared, blood-colored pupil, clairvoyance deactivated. He then walked towards the beast, opened his system panel, and clicked. Space expanded. Zi Luo collected the beast's corpse into his system, keeping only its head. Seeing that everything was resolved smoothly, Lin Zi Luo thought for a moment. Dai Ngok and I dealt with Kasofo so quickly, it doesn't fit the character persona others have of me. I'll wait a bit before meeting up with them, so hiding some of my strength as a trump card is a good idea. When Zi Luo turned around, Gui Tongzi had appeared behind him out of nowhere. The sudden appearance startled Lin Zi Luo, causing him to step back. These past 2 days, I was so focused on talking about the radiation creatures with Su Jiliang that I completely forgot about Gui Tong. He recalled the time he had instructed Gui Tong. I plan to hide our true strength, so starting tomorrow, you must conceal it. That wasn't all. Lin Zi Luo continued to remind him, afraid Gui Tong might forget. I have a mission for you. Go find the leader of the Five Sons gang and cause trouble for them. It just so happens you lack real combat experience. Then find some of their gangs. Gui Tong not only obeyed him, but also brought him a strengthening potion, a method of self-enhancement that humans in the Doomsday Player dungeon world could use. Lin Zi Luo picked up the vial to inspect it. I didn't expect Su Jishang to directly finish off the leader of the Five Sons gang. It seems Gui Tong just swept through the Five Sons gang, but then again, this Five Sons gang is also... Salasi, how pathetic. How can such a large guild have so few valuable items? Seeing Gui Tong wasn't wearing any protective gear, Lin Zi Luo reminded him. You should put on this radiation suit first. Zi Luo also put all the medicine into his bag for now, figuring it might come in handy later. Lin Zi Luo then used the system to control Gui Tong's consciousness. As Lin Zi Luo was controlling his consciousness, he had him agree to join the raiding party, A moment later, a system notification popped up. The main instance quest for your teammate, Guitong, has been unlocked. Player has accepted. Your and your teammate's entire main quest line is now open. Please complete the mission quickly. With everything settled, he told Guitong to leave first. You can go now, returning to a safe place. Lin Zi Luo looked at the ghost boy for a moment, then urged him to escape. Ahem. You should go first, before they find you. The ghost boy then retreated to a corner and activated his illusory ghost shadow skill. Zi Luo and Big Dummy then headed out. Big Dummy, let's go check on how the others are doing in their fight. Meanwhile, a giant tree monster was wreaking havoc. The Vice City Lord was trying to stop it, but was sent flying by one of the monster's vines. He flew a great distance, landing right at Lin Zi Luo's feet. Seeing figures in front of him, the Vice City Lord strained his eyes to see who it was. Realizing it was Big Dummy and Lin Zi Luo, Zi Luo immediately updated him on the other situation. We've already taken care of Kasupo, so we're here to help.
The Vice City Lord got to his feet, completely stunned. You guys are that strong. You dealt with Kasupo just like that.
They managed to defeat an S-rank radiated creature in such a short amount of time. Seeing the Vice City Lord's suspicion, Lin Zi Luo thought to himself, looks like we got here a little too early. If I had known, I would have dragged it out a bit longer. Zi Luo helped him up and explained, we got lucky and just happened to find Kasupo's weak spot during the chaotic fight. That's why it ended so fast. The Vice City Lord was convinced by that logic. So that's what happened. He chided himself for nearly misunderstanding the two. I actually thought they were hiding their true power from the City Lord and me for some ulterior motive. But it was just a coincidence. Lin Zi Luo then asked the Vice City Lord to explain the current situation. Vice City Lord, you should tell us what's going on. The Vice City Lord was about to explain. Okay. Just then, the tree sent another person flying over. The Vice City Lord reacted quickly and flew to catch them. The tree roared, and Lin Zi Luo drew his sword, flying towards it. He sliced the monster in half with a powerful blow. But suddenly, he realized something wasn't right. This was one of the Green Plant King's talents. Plant regeneration. The plant parts of its body could use stored nutrients to rapidly heal from any damage taken. A massive mouth appeared where the monster's flower bud was. Its healing rate is faster than our attack speed. We haven't found its weakness yet, which is why this is taking so long. Zi Luo paused to assess the situation. The tree then launched a volley of leaf arrows at him, but Zi Luo unleashed a torrent of flames to counter them. The flames erupting from his hands incinerated all of the leaves. Zi Luo continued to unleash his fire. The blaze grew, surrounding their entire group. While the monster, scorched by the intense heat, roared in fury, Zi Luo then gave an order to his companion. Big guy, buy me some time. Big Dummy immediately charged forward, attacking the monster with his hammer. Big Dummy swung down but missed completely, getting knocked aside by the monster. Seizing the opportunity, Zi Luo flew in, attacking with his flames. He held his hands back, gathering a massive amount of fire. Then Zi Luo raised his hands to the sky, and a powerful buff surged around his body. The flames in his hands grew more powerful than ever. Lin Zi Luo then unleashed that fire, incinerating everything before him. Hit by Zi Luo's attack, the monster roared in agony as a system window popped up. Using skill slime spit, then a system panel appeared, explaining the ability. Slime spit consumes a certain amount of the body's nutrients. Spit slime from its mouth. The slime possesses formidable power and is extremely corrosive. The globs of slime flew toward them. They started to eat away at Lin Zi Luo's flames. Zi Luo quickly clasped his hands, surrounding himself with a barrier, the magic immunity shield. But it didn't seem to be enough. As the slime continuously ate through his shield, Zi Luo then took out a necklace with a red gem. Instantly, he activated another barrier, a much sturdier one, from the bedrock necklace. Bedrock shield. The slime had already broken through his first barrier and was now eating into the second. But this shield could only hold for a moment longer as cracks started to appear on its surface. He realized he couldn't maintain this for long. Seeing its chance, the monster intensified its assault, unleashing even more corrosive projectiles at him, but it failed to notice that the flames had already closed in around it. Realizing it was trapped in the inferno, the monster began to feel the searing pain. Its limbs were being continuously set ablaze. To prevent itself from taking too much damage, the monster severed all of its burning limbs. But that wasn't enough to stop Lin Zi Luo's flames. The fire continued to consume the monster, causing it to writhe in agony. Lin Zi Luo gave the order. Now attack! Everyone rushed forward to strike the monster, while Lin Zi Luo watched from a distance. Just as Zi Luo was about to breathe a sigh of relief, something suddenly happened. An arm rested on his shoulder. City Lord Trang immediately praised Zile Lin's actions. You and Brother De Zhuang were fast. You even made it in time to help Brother Xiang Yu. City Lord Trang recounted. I had just finished my fight and came out to see a huge fire at the training grounds. I thought something else had happened, but I never expected it was you, Brother Li, controlling the flames. After he finished speaking, he asked Zile Lin, Brother Li, how on earth did you manage to control this fire? Zile was a bit stunned. How should I answer this? Faced with the city lord's eagerness, Zile Lin hesitated.
How am I supposed to explain this? Suddenly, the Vice City Lord collapsed. Zile Lin, who was nearby, rushed over to ask, Vice City Lord, are you alright? Both of them immediately turned to look toward the monster.
The monster roared. It seemed to have gotten angry and evolved. Zile immediately said to City Lord Trang, Brother Trang, now is not the time to talk about these things. We have to deal with the Green Devourer King first. City Lord Trang agreed with Zile's words. You're right, Brother Li. With that, the City Lord charged forward. Zile, for his part, moved the injured to a safe. Then he vanished in a flash, leaving only an afterimage behind. Zile appeared above the City Lord, joining him in the assault against the monster. Zile unleashed a flurry of flame slashes, inflicting countless cuts on the monster before jumping out of its attack range. City Lord Trang praised him. Brother Li, you're truly skilled. At this point, everyone had gathered together. Zile Lin asked Brother Trang, Brother Trang, something has likely happened. Brother Trang, knowing what he wanted to ask, said, I know what you're going to say. Something definitely happened on Old Man Su's end. Li Jianyuan immediately stepped forward to object. No way! We have to... City Lord Trang walked over, gesturing to explain the situation to Li Jianyuan. The good news is that there hasn't been any major commotion from the academic building. Old Man Su is most likely holding his own against Idor. Zile also started thinking, it's a good thing we chose to kill the Green Devourer King first. Otherwise, not only would the Vice City Lord and his men have all died, but the Green Devourer King would have gone to join forces with Idor. At that point, our combined strength wouldn't have been, and this entire operation would have been a complete failure. Another person in the group added, Vice City Lord Xiang's group is seriously injured. They can't continue to fight. Zile remembered his previous character creation. Based on his current character's persona, he couldn't say too much. He only added to the assessment of their situation. The Zhuang and I are fine, and with Brother Trang, we should be able to kill Idor. The City Lord reminded everyone, all of you are seriously injured and can't move well. Going along won't be of any help. Seeing this, Li Jianyuan stepped forward, wanting to continue the fight. City Lord Trang, The City Lord cut him off. Brother Xiang, even if you don't think about yourself, you have to think about the other three with you.
After the city lord's reminder, everyone fell silent. A moment later, Li Jianyuan relented. All right, we'll do as the city lord says.
The city lord decided to go with Xiaolin and told the others to stay behind. Brother Li and I will go check on Old Man Su. Brother Dezhuang, you stay here too. Help me watch them, and don't let them wander off. With that, the two of them ran off. When they arrived, the scene was eerily quiet. Suddenly, Zile felt an oppressive aura. They both entered the building, but everything seemed normal. Zilla scouted the first 3 floors, while City Lord Trang scouted the 4th and 5th. The first floor didn't have many signs of a fight, and he reported back on the other floors. The 2nd and 3rd floors are the same.
The city lord wondered, did Idor run away, causing Old Man Su to give chase? I'm not sure. Zile then added, but there's a very strange classroom on the 2nd floor.
But since I was alone, I didn't dare to act, so I came back to get you, Brother Trang. Hearing this, the city lord urged Zile on. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. The two of them rushed to the room, with City Lord Trang opening the door first. The scene that greeted him was horrifying. Someone was crushed under a pile of rocks, with only an arm visible. Recognizing the marks on the arm, City Lord Trang realized it was Old Man Su, causing him to rush forward in terror and scream, "Old Man Su!" Zale quickly pulled him back. "That's not Brother Su," he then explained. "It's just a severed arm here. It seems there's no trace of Brother Su or Idor anywhere in this building now." The city lord thought otherwise. It must be Ador. His power is too immense. Old Man Su had an arm broken by it, but he himself is a formidable fighter. Ador couldn't have killed him in such a short amount of time, and it must have sensed our presence, so it chose to flee. The city lord grew more confident in his theory. Everyone knows how ferocious Old Man Su is when dealing with these radiated creatures, but to prevent it from escaping and ruining our plan, he must have chosen to pursue it, Zile added. I agree. Our only option now is to follow the trail that Brother Su left behind. We need to give chase and assess the situation. Hearing this, the city lord looked helpless. That's easier said than done. This is a fog-covered area. How could we possibly find them? Zale stepped up to take on the task.
Leave it to me. He also had his own private thoughts. I'm really curious, just how strong is this S-rank radiated creature to be able to sever the arm of an S-rank powerhouse?
With that said, Lin Zi Luo turned away. It's now empty. So Zi Luo said to Trang Fi Duok, "Northeast. They just left a few minutes ago." Through the door, Zi Luo continued, explaining to Trang Fi Duok, "We can still catch them if we hurry now. Brother Trang, let's go." They arrived at a very large building, shrouded in a thick mist. The two of them now stood before the entrance of that large building. Lin Zi Luo said, "I'm sure I can feel the aura of a radiated creature here." Lin Zi Luo seriously reminded him, "Brother Trang, don't forget, I'm a mercenary. I've encountered quite a few radiated creatures, so I pay close attention to details." Lin Zi Luo analyzed the situation. Brother Su and Eldor are in a standoff inside the factory. They probably stopped here for about 3 to 4 minutes. Trang Fi Duok also inspected the floor. This was a former radiation factory of Sigu City. Then he followed. Although this place had been abandoned before the Great War, the radiation level was still significantly higher than outside. Lin Zi Luo casually put his hands in his pockets, thinking this was probably why Eldor chose this place for a standoff with Brother Su. The two were getting very close to the door. Lin Zi Luo had already summoned his sword and asked Trang Fi Duok, "Brother Trang, how's your recovery? There won't be a chance to rest after this." Trang Fi Duok replied firmly, "Brother Li, don't you worry. Although I'm not in perfect condition, the long walk here was enough for me to recover at least 70 to 80%. After confirming Trang Fi Duok's condition, Lin Zi Luo suggested, Alright, let's split up for now. Whoever finds Brother Su first sends a signal. Trang Phi Duok immediately responded, "No problem." And so, the two men split up to search. Following a straight path, Lin Zi Luo came to a room with some rather fresh bloodstains. He observed them closely, then used his skill, Crimson Eye of Clairvoyance. The connecting threads of blood clearly pointed to Old Man Su and Eldor's location, so he had confirmed the situation and found them. Lin Zi Luo retracted his clairvoyance skill. He glanced around, wondering where to send a signal to Trang Phi Duok without alerting Eldor. A moment after receiving the intel, Trang Phi Duok arrived, placing a hand on his shoulder and asking, "Brother Li, what's the situation on your end? Are Old Man Su and Eldor on this side?" He nodded. "Brother Trang, you guessed right." Trang Phi Duok continued, "I've been here before, so I'm quite familiar with it." A quick look around was enough to guess they were in here. Lin Zi Luo added, "I found traces here, and I heard some noise, so I was just about to send you a signal." After they finished talking, Trang Phi Duok was about to open the door. "Brother Li, are you ready?" Lin Zi Luo replied. "Of course." Just as the two were about to enter, a voice came from within, startling them both.
"Come on in, you two." The door opened, and Trang Phi Duok and Lin Zi Luo had arrived to back up Su Zishang. However, instead of being happy, he looked terrified. "Old Man Trang, Brother Li, you two need to get out of here."
"Eldor has evolved to SS rank. He's not something we can handle." Lin Zi Luo immediately comforted him. "Brother Su, don't lose hope. With us here, it's not decided who'll win or lose yet." Trang Phi Duok shared Su Zishang's sentiment, and while he stepped forward to shield him, he also warned, "A great enemy is before us. We can't be careless," Lin Zi Luo added. "Brother Trang, don't be so tense." And he approached Eldor, alone with his sword, ready to fight. "You knew we were tracking you all along." In response to the question, it replied, "At first, I couldn't even believe what I was sensing, but now I'm absolutely certain." Eldor sneered. "Right now I'm quite curious. What method did you use to track me through the fog?" This was a question both Su Zishang and Trang Phi Duok wanted to know the answer to. They both stared intently at Lin Zi Luo, making him feel awkward. This is basically impossible to explain clearly. Forget it. "Maybe it's better not to explain," Eldor sneered, not willing to talk. "No need to rush. Once you've experienced the joy of torture, you won't be able to stop yourselves from talking." Its provocation made Lin Zi Luo's blood boil, and knowing what he was about to do, Trang Phi Duok and Su Zishang hurriedly tried to stop him. "Brother Li, don't go over there." Lin Zi Luo ignored them and took a few more steps forward, then used his skill to radiated creature Eldor's basic attributes. Strength 260, Spirit 255, Constitution 160, Agility 270. Lin Zi Luo read the information and was astonished. So it had really evolved to SS rank. Below the attributes was a panel with information on its talents, skills, and weaknesses. There were 3 talents: Super Radiated Body, Epic Rank Talent. When you are in a high radiation environment, your basic attributes will increase. Evolution speed increases when the body takes damage. Recovery speed increases based on the radiation concentration. When dealing damage to an enemy, it will greatly increase the enemy's radiation absorption rate. Armored body, human, bat, skink, snake, shark. You can possess the abilities and characteristics of a part existing on the armored body. Furthermore, these abilities gain the enhanced and expanded effects of super strong perception, a talent born from the mutation of a bat's ability. It can sense surrounding enemies and also sense the presence of humans' thoughts. This effect is doubled for skills. Skills Giant Lizard's Cleave, Venomous Serpent's Gaze, Frenzied Shark's Fury Bite, Flying Wing Strike, and of course, every creature has its weaknesses. Oops. There are two notable points. Weakness 1, the connection points between the mismatched body parts are quite fragile. Direct hits can deal higher damage. 2, due to the dominant part of Fallout. Its body is human, with relatively weak stamina, so it has to fight by expending its physical energy, Lam Tulak thought. So that's why it has such powerful perception. No wonder it could sense me and Trang Phi Duok tracking it. And just as these realizations flooded his mind, Akhdani launched an attack, making the two older men cry out in worry. Brother Lai Lam Tulak skillfully dodged, causing the blow. Then, using his skills, he landed beside Trang Phi Duok and To Chi Thuong. Lam Tulak instructed them, Brother Trang, attack the joint above Akhdani's elbow. Brother To, wear down Akhdani's stamina. Just make sure it doesn't hit you. Receiving their orders, they both shouted. Got it. Seeing that the situation was favorable, Lam Tulak began to, his eyes sharp. Lam Tulak made a split-second decision. Brother Trang, block its path on the left. Brother To, bind its arm on the right. Immediately after, Trang Phi Duok struck with his sword, while Tu Chi Thuong used his chains to tie up its arm. This brought all of Akhdani's movements to a halt. With its limbs immobilized, it had to rely on its eyes to observe. Just as Lam Tulak's flame-wreathed sword approached, with incredible speed. The blade flashed across in an instant, severing Akhdani's hand. Not stopping there, right after landing, Lam Tulak leaped up again towards Akhdani. Once more, he swung his sword and cut off its arm, cracking the floor in the process. Only then did Lam Tulak pause. Akhdani looked down irritably at Lam Tulak. I find you very interesting. I'll agree to play with you. It grimaced. But that didn't mean Akhdani charged forward in anger. I will allow you to injure my body. Lam Tulak raised his sword and shouted. Now is the time. Akhdani spread its wings and lunged at Lam Tulak. It launched an attack, piercing through him before flapping its wings to ascend. But then it suddenly noticed something and glanced down. Tulak channeled his energy, and countless magic circles gathered around his arm, forming a fireball that shot towards Akhdani, which couldn't react in time, its eyes widening in shock before it crashed to the ground from Lam Tulak's attack. The Chithuang used his chains to pull the monster to its feet. Akhdani's limbs were bound so tightly it couldn't move. Old Tu pulled the chains with all his might, dragging the demon across the ground as it groaned. Next, Trang Phi Duok leaped up and brought his sword down for a strike. Aiming for the demon's neck, despite the dangerous situation, Akhdani inexplicably smiled. It had apparently used a snake's ability, so when the blow came down, it easily dodged, and a massive explosion occurred. Trang Phi Duok immediately looked to Lam Tulak for his next command. Tulak pondered. Akhdani not only had snake eyes but could also mimic a snake's movements with its entire body. Right in front of them now, Akhdani's body slithered away in an attempt to escape. Lam Tulak became even more certain. This must be what the armor had mentioned. The enhancement and expansion effects of these abilities. Dani smugly picked up speed, observing as it moved. The most difficult one is the youngest. I'll deal with these two old geezers first. Chi Thuong clutched his arm and warned, Old Man Trang, Brother Lai, this Achdani is an SS rank radiation creature. We absolutely cannot underestimate it. Trang Phi Duok waved his hand dismissively. Old Man To, I told you, you've stayed in Tien Lien City for too long. Now you're so sluggish even when fighting a radiation creature. You're injured, so just rest on the side. Wait for me and Brother Lai to clean this thing up, and we'll take you back to get treated. Because they were busy talking, neither of them noticed. that Akdani had already vanished. Lam Tulak shouted, "Brother Trang, turn back." Hearing the command, Trang Fi Duok spun around and swung his sword down at Akdani. He unleashed a decisive slash, yet the strike was easily blocked by it. Without hesitation, as soon as he landed, he immediately pulled his sword back and thrust straight ahead. Akdani took a defensive stance, continuously retreating, seizing an opportunity and gathering its strength. Fi Duok took a full punch and was sent flying, blood splattering everywhere. Akdani gloated. Useless human. Lam Tulak cursed inwardly. What a useless teammate. You've lived this long. Don't you know that recklessness never ends well, especially when facing an enemy far stronger than yourself? After taking down just one person, Akdani's ego soared to the heavens. Well, as expected, humans are all a bunch of weaklings. Only this one strange guy is anything to be afraid of. On the rest of the battlefield, Lam Tulak and Tu Chi Tuong were behind him, clutching their arms in pain, looking at its posture. Lam Tulak realized its next target. It wanted to finish off Tu Chi Tuong first. He slung his sword over his shoulder with a provocative look. Is that so? Lam Tulak's thoughts were just as defiant. Did you ask for my permission? Lam Tulak stepped forward to meet the challenge, instructing Tu Chi Tuong, Brother To, leave the rest to me. Go take care of Brother Trang first. Lam Tulak focused. I have to end this quickly. If this drags on, these two old men won't survive. Tu Chi Tuong held out a hand in protest. Brother Lai, you can't. Lam Tulak ignored him, tossing a coin in his hand and catching it, leaving it all to fate. It landed on heads. Angel's blessing. You have obtained the Angel's blessing. The blessed player will receive protection. All stats increased by 10%. All damage taken reduced by 10%. Stamina and spirit recovery speed increased by 50%, and wound recovery speed increased by 40%. Negative effects received during the blessing will be completely nullified. Other negative status effects are reduced by 30%, and their duration is reduced by 40%. Clutching the coin, Lam Tulak said seriously, the Angel's blessing lasts for 10 minutes, so I'll finish you in 10 minutes. It immediately sneered, arrogant. But upon closer inspection, Akdani was stunned. No! How can this be? It assessed the situation. What kind of trick did this guy use to boost his stats in such a short amount of time? He's even predicting my moves. If this drags on, the situation will only get worse for me. I have to end this fast. Putting thought into action. Akdani activated a system skill called Frenzied Serpent's Wrathful Bite. With a ferocious and triumphant look, he launched his attack. Once an enemy is locked on, they are imprisoned on the spot, unable to move for 2 seconds. The damage dealt by the bite is equal to 130% of his strength attribute. At the same time, the resulting wound inflicts 200% pain feedback and deals damage equal to 5% of, and this effect lasts for 10 days. Based on the system information, Lam Tulak understood the situation. What a coincidence. The Angel's blessing just happened to negate this one binding attempt. Why are you getting so worked up? Akdani charged forward without hesitation. Lam Tulak also prepared to receive the attack. He activated his own skill, the 9-Li Insect Slash. However, the blow didn't harm Akdani, as he dodged it with a sideways leap. Having evaded the attack, he sneered contemptuously and jumped to the side to build momentum. But in the next instant, Lam Tulak appeared behind him, giving him no time to react. Damn it, I fell for his trick. Using the big bad wolf's claw, he smashed it into Akdani's head, stunning him. His face contorted as drool flew from his mouth. That felt pretty good. This tool is quite useful. A 1-second stun is more than enough. Not stopping there, Lam Tulak immediately appeared behind him again, his sword wreathed in flames. Oh, turn around, I'm behind you. He glanced down and spun around to block. But it was too late. The sword sliced clean through his arm, finding himself at a disadvantage. Akhdani tried to escape, but he was immediately surrounded by blinding rays of light. Lamtulak sneered, "You think you can run?" Lamtulak's eyes narrowed as he brought his flaming sword down in a powerful arc. Akhdani's eyes widened in terror as he broke out in a cold sweat, barely dodging the devastating attack. He touched his claws to the floor, drawing up the dark magic he had been gathering. Lamtulak's blade thrust forward, forcing him to abandon the spell to dodge the attack, just as planned. A mysterious smile spread across his face. As he landed gracefully in front of Lamtulak, he then summoned hundreds of magic blades and leaped high into the air. Akhdani looked down and shot a chain towards his opponent. The chain wrapped tightly around one of Akhdani's legs, immobilizing him in midair. Lamtulak delivered a powerful punch to his chest, causing him to cough up blood instantly. Under immense pressure from both sides, he was sent flying. With a loud bang, Akhdani smashed violently into the wall. After the massive impact, he collapsed to the ground, severely injured. He spat out another mouthful of blood, thinking to himself, "Those two old geezers were easy. But this kid, he's terrifying and unpredictable." Gritting his teeth against the pain. "If this keeps up, I'm going to die here. I have to retreat and fight another day with that thought." He took to the sky with his wings. Lamtulak watched him intently. Trying to run, it's not that easy. He closed his eyes, concentrating his power. In an instant, a pair of fiery wings erupted from his back. Beside him, Tuang shivered. Just what is the background of this brother lie? Akhdani fled in a panic. But right behind him, Lamtulak gave chase, his own wings beating powerfully, which made Akhdani's eyes widen in shock. "You're not the only one who can fly. You think you can stop me?" Akhdani glared, his pupils turning into red, slitted snake eyes. Venomous serpent's gaze using his serpentine eyes, he unleashed a terrifying stare that could plunge his opponent into a state of fear, dread, and awe. Once the target is afflicted, their body is paralyzed for 2 seconds and they take damage equal to 50% of the user's spirit attribute. Lamtulak's expression shifted from calm to one of panic. A system notification appeared, and his face darkened. The legendary grade talent, Heart of Dominance, is taking effect. Now on another level, Akhdani cackled with glee as he charged forward after his transformation. But he never expected that his skill was completely useless. Lamtulak's eyes were sharp as he said, "I was just playing along with your little performance." He was messing with his mind. "My Heart of Dominance talent grants me immunity to all mental status effects. Did you think that was just for show? Fear, I don't know the meaning of the word." Akhdani panicked. How is this possible?" Instantly, Lamtulak moved like the wind. He hoisted the flaming sword onto his shoulder and unleashed a powerful strike, slicing through his opponent's massive wings, setting them ablaze until they turned to ash. Severed from his body, the wings burned away into nothingness. Akhdani could only scream in agony as he lost his balance and crashed to the ground under Lamtulak's judgmental gaze. He now lay motionless, his face a mask of pure terror. Lamtulak seized the opportunity and rushed toward the motionless Akhdani, who began to mutter, "If you all insist on killing me." The veins around his bloodshot eyes bulged as Akhdani screamed, "Then we'll all die together." Lamtulak landed and backed away. In a flash, Akhdani vanished without a trace. As expected, he reappeared, charging straight for Ngochi Tuang. The system announced, "Super Golden Finger, Eye of the Earthquake, is activating." Tuang jumped in shock as Akhdani rushed toward him at blinding speed. The system notifications continued. At this moment, a door was struggling on his deathbed. Burning his life force and power could temporarily restore his strength, but he would soon die from energy depletion. Lin Zi Luo frowned.
So it was just a simple burst of power. At the same time, Su Zishang squeezed his eyes shut, his face cringing in fear. Ador, with bloodshot eyes, lunged forward baring his sharp teeth. Lin Zi Luo leaped out and scooped up Su Zishang, startling him.
Getting him out of the way just in time. Ador, charging headfirst, couldn't stop and face planted into the ground. Even his sensitive area scraped across the ground, drawing blood, making him scream. He lay on the ground, trembling. Recovering from his rage, Eduower struggled to his feet, his eyes glowing. It furiously turned and shouted, "How can this be?" Lin Zi was hovering in the air, holding two chains, with his clone on one side and old Su on the other. He hadn't even processed it yet, and had no clue what the hell was going on. Who am I? Where am I? What just happened? Am I dreaming? Lin Zi looked down at Eduower with contempt. "You think you're worthy of taking me down with you?" His head was covered in blood as he lowered his gaze. Eduower was truly broken. This time, instead of fighting back, it simply lay on its back, waiting for death. Eduower laughed loudly. "To think that I, a mighty SS rank, would die at the hands of 3 S-rank beings," Lin Zi said coldly. "It's time to end this." He lunged forward, and the chains vanished along with his movement. Eduower wondered why. Managing to utter its last words, "I curse you," before it could finish, its head was severed by Lin Zi, nullifying the curse. As his feet touched the ground, the monster was also killed. Consequently, the fiery wings also disappeared. The system sent a notification: player Yazi has successfully killed the radiated creature Eduower, fulfilling the mission requirements and successfully completing the raid missions. Congratulations to player Yazi for receiving a reward of 10,000 experience points, 10,000 gold coins, 1 gold grade item, and 1 cubic meter of storage space. Congratulations. The player has leveled up to 32s. All attributes increased by 3, and 5 free attribute points have been obtained. Congratulations. The player has leveled up to 33. All attributes increased by 3, and 5 free attribute points have been obtained. Lin Zile's attributes also increased. Player Yazi's base attributes without equipment have reached Strength 151, Spirit 146, Constitution 146, Agility 146. He marveled. It's true that with high risk comes high reward. Su Zishang was overjoyed. "We actually managed to kill an SS rank radiated creature," Lin Zi confirmed. "Yes, Brother Su, you're not mistaken," Su Zishang shouted with joy. "We really did it. We killed Eduower. Tianlian City won't be destroyed, and we can continue to be city lords." Only then did Lin Zi notice Zhuang Feiyue lying on the ground, barely breathing. "Is he dead?" Su Zishang continued. "This time, old man Zhuang's death was not in vain." Before he finished, trading his life for Eduower's was a worthy exchange. If we report his actions to the Federation, he could even be posthumously awarded the title of hero, Lin Zi added. "Actually, Brother Zhuang sacrificed a lot this time. Brother Su, should we take Brother Zhuang's body back?" "No rush." A moment later, Su Zishang began searching the body. He pulled out something that looked like a medallion and asked Lin Zi, "Brother Li, do you know what this is?" Lin Zi replied, "Seeing the words on it, it's probably some kind of medallion from Tianxing City." Su Zishang nodded. "Correct. This is the City Lord's medallion of Tianxing City, a symbol for every underground city lord." With that, Su Zishang happily presented the medallion. "Brother Li, then I must congratulate you in advance." He looked at Zile and declared, "You are the next city lord of Tianxing City."
Man. From calm, Lin Zi became bewildered. What Su Zishang turned to face Yazi and asked directly, "Brother Li, Is it that you lack confidence? But he just frowned slightly.
Standing still, lost in thought. Could it be that he won't agree? But now that the threat of Iduaware is gone, for the peace of Tianlian City, there can only be one S-rank powerhouse. But if he doesn't agree... Suddenly, Su Jishang's eyes deepened with a decisive thought. Then I can only eliminate the future threat permanently. Looking at the other man, he asked himself, becoming the city lord of Tianxing City is that easy. That simple. A torrent of thoughts flooded his mind. He lost an arm in the fight. His combat power is damaged. My existence is a threat to him, so he wants to use this method to make me leave Tianlian City. However, if I can use his help to secure the position of City Lord of Tianxing City, it could also save me a lot of trouble.
And at the same time, it could bring me many benefits. After a long silence, Zyle suddenly voiced an objection. But Brother Su, the residents of this Tianxing City...
And before he could finish, Su Jishang cut him off with a sigh of relief. Of course, Brother Li, you've made such a great contribution to the Federation. We must report it to them. With the Federation's support, rest assured, Brother Li, absolutely no one will dare to say a word. Hearing this, Zyle replied, That's good. That's good. It's my first time being a city lord. I don't have any experience. I'll still need your help, Brother Su. Don't worry, you saved my life. I will definitely help you with becoming the city lord of Tianxing City. He clenched his fist, thumped his chest, and said in a serious tone, If you need combat personnel,
supplies, or management talent, just tell me, including the people in Tianxing City. Whatever the Federation says, leave all these matters to me.
I guarantee you'll have nothing to worry about in the future. His words immediately put Lin Zi Luo more at ease. Then I can rest assured. Next, he pinned the golden medallion onto his black outer garment.
I really didn't expect to have the chance to be a city lord, he added. Brother Su, let's take Brother Zhuang back first then. But he was met with a dismissive wave of the hand. No rush. I still want to ask you a question. Brother Li.
After speaking, he pointed to the person who had been standing silently to the side all this time and asked, And who is this? Lin Zi Luo couldn't help but curse himself inwardly. How could I forget about the ghost boy? He quickly replied, This is the other member of our 3-person team, the assassin Li Shiju, who is also my brother. Hearing this, Su Jishang seemed to understand and replied respectfully, I see. Thank you for saving me. The life of our brother Tiet Tru. Then, his mouth moved faster than his brain, and he asked, making the other guy break into a cold sweat, When we were fighting just now, we didn't see our brother Tiet Tru. Where has he been this whole time? Meanwhile, in another corner, Tulak stood motionless like a statue, deep in thought. Before he could even finish his thought, he spoke up to help the other guy out. The reason this brother of mine is called an assassin is because he likes to give the enemy a surprise, he explained, gesturing wildly. And our brother Dai Trang follows me to face the enemy head on. The 3 of us have always coordinated like that. After hearing this, Tu Chituang, who was standing in the middle, nodded repeatedly in agreement. So that's how it is. To have brothers who work so well together is truly the blessing of a lifetime for me, Tulak continued, now that we're all acquainted. We've been delayed in this factory for too long and should head back. We also don't know how Vice City Lord Huo Ong is doing. You're right. Let's hurry back. With that said, the 3 of them headed out together. One person dragged the purple-bodied monster, another carried someone on their back, and the third held its severed arm. Suddenly, the person on Tu Chituang's shoulders unexpectedly slipped down, so he could only turn his head to look back and reassure him. Brother Huang, let's go home. Huangdu and Daitrang suddenly turned to look back, then quickly ran one after another towards the 3 people ahead. At this moment, Huangdu finally showed a worried expression and asked, City Lord, your arm. City Lord. Trang, What happened here? To Chi Tuong quickly replied, Old Man Trang sacrificed himself to kill Etch Dani. Before he died, he passed the position of City Lord of Tien Han City to Brother Lai. My arm was severed during the fight with Etch Dani, but it's nothing to worry about. Hearing this left Huang Du utterly bewildered. What? But a voice cut him off. Don't ask anything for now. Take Old Man Trang's body first. We'll talk as we go. After saying that, to Chi Tuong slowly transferred the lifeless body from his back to Dai Trang's. He then turned to where Nasi was standing holding the dead monster's leg and asked. And this is to Chi Tuong was the one who answered. This is the corpse of Etch Dani, the SS rank radiation creature. The corpse of Etch Dani made Huang Du disbelieve once again, and he stammered. An SS rank radiation creature. Its corpse, but to Chi Tuong remained calm. Brother Huang, you heard right. Etch Dani had evolved to SS rank. This time, if it weren't for Brother Lai, I wouldn't have made it out alive. Hearing this, Huang Du seemed to want to say something, but in the end, he just went along with it. It's a pity about Old Man Trang. Old Man Trang also witnessed Brother Lai's power, so when he was critically injured and knew he wouldn't live much longer, he declared that he wanted Brother Lai to inherit his Tien Han city.
A moment later, both Huang Du and Tulak began to bow politely, speaking one after the other. Greetings, City Lord Lai. Greetings, by City Lord Huang.
At this point, Yasi added, Brother To, we've been in the city for a long time now. Our radiation suits were also damaged during the fight. How about we find a safe place to hide and talk? As soon as he finished speaking, Chi Tuong quickly turned his head and agreed with a smile. Right. You're right. Look at me. I was so caught up in the excitement that I almost endangered you guys. Follow me. In another scene, a cloud of opaque white smoke surrounds a tall building, based on the number and position of the feet. There is at least more than one person here, just as expected. Two people in fully equipped black protective suits walked forward, one after the other. They skillfully helped two exhausted individuals lean against a wall. The Chi Tuong turned his head to Nasi and asked, Brother Lai, do you have some time now? I'd like to talk to you about the situation in Tien Han City. I do. The two of them sat facing each other. Nasi placed his hand on the table and spoke first. Brother To, please, go ahead. The Chi Tuong didn't hesitate and began his story. In terms of environment, population, resources, and layout, Tien Han City isn't much different from Tien Lien City due to the state of the war. All 36 of our cities are balanced to the same level in these aspects. Tien Han City has its own strengths and weaknesses, and its main strength is that it has many powerful experts. Les Siki, as he pictured it in his mind, he continued to explain. But that old man Trang had a weakness for beautiful women. He married many concubines and had countless female confidants. Recalling the man's vices, he paid no attention to managing Tien Han City, and would even frequently, or at least occasionally, force himself upon the local women. In truth, the residents of Tien Han City have long been dissatisfied with him. If it weren't for his S-rank abilities, he probably would have been driven out of his position as City Lord long ago. Hearing this, Nasi raised a hand to his mask and asked thoughtfully, So, Brother To, are you saying I should first suppress those with dissenting hearts? The Chi Tuong placed his severed arm on the table, looked at him with a serious tone, and asked back, Brother Lai, do you trust me? After hearing that, Nasi quickly said, Brother To, why would you say that if I don't trust you now? Who else can I trust? Hearing this, the Chi Tuong replied happily, Brother Lai, for that trust you have shown me, I will help you to the very end. Your two brothers, Dai Trang and Tiet Tru, are quite strong, and your own strength is immense. The remaining tasks are to win the hearts of the people and suppress those who dissent. Just leave that to me. What do you think? Hearing his offer, Nasi showed absolute trust. If you're willing to help me, Brother To, then nothing could be better. Tu Chituang began planning his strategy. However, it will be a bit troublesome when the time comes. So we'll split our forces into 2 groups. Brother Lai, you will suppress the people of Tianhan City. I will take some men to report to the Federation, confirming the young lord's status as city lord with the officials. After the conversation ended, Zi Luo walked through the door, and he and his 2 companions returned to their room. As soon as they entered, Yazi stretched out his arms and flopped onto the bed with complete abandon. Seeing his carefree action, the Zhuang couldn't help but lean against the door and laugh heartily. Meanwhile, Taiju chose to curl up in a quiet corner. Just as he was relaxing, the game's notification screen appeared before Yazi. Player Yazi. Do you wish to claim your mission reward? Now claim. The system screen began to display information. Player Yazi is claiming the mission reward, a gold grade item. Congratulations, Player Yazi, for obtaining the gold grade item, a gold grade attribute refinement elixir. Receiving the reward in his hand, Yazi spoke. I can't believe I got this. Looks like my luck is pretty good today. The reward he obtained was a gold grade attribute refinement elixir. The item can be used to refine 1 attribute line on a gold grade or lower piece of equipment. Selecting 1 attribute line to modify can randomly grant a new one. Upon receiving this interesting information, he stared intently at the info for his silver boots. The boots of flashing, a gold grade piece of equipment. A pair of combat boots containing spatial abilities is an item countless users dream of owning, with attributes of agility plus 5, spirit plus 4, a 10% increase in movement speed, and a 30% reduction in footstep sound, with an attached skill flash, which allows movement forward for a distance of 1 to 2 meters. During the movement, the user is immune to 90% of incoming damage. The cooldown time is 4 hours, and the 30% reduction in footstep sound, he decisively used the elixir on the boots. Immediately, a notification screen appeared. The reduce footstep sound by 30% attribute on the boots of flashing has been refined into jump height increased by 30%. The boots of flashing gained a new attribute line. After each jump, you can jump again before landing. The height of the second jump cannot exceed 30% of the first's. Seeing the information displayed on the screen, Zi Luo was pleasantly surprised. Holy crap. Am I this lucky today? Then he comfortably rested his head on his hands, relaxing on the soft bed. Time slowly passed until the next day. Atop a building, old Brother Su calmly walked out. He loudly announced to the gathered crowd, "Citizens of Tianlian City, I've gathered you all here today to announce something very important." He then continued, raising his voice. "Through the efforts of myself and the former city lord of Tianxing City, Zhuang Feiyue, and also the Slayer, the current city lord of Tianxing City, we have successfully killed the SS grade radiated creature who has always been a massive threat to humanity, a door, and 3 other S-grade radiated creatures." Hearing his announcement, the people below looked at each other in confusion, and to prove his words were true, old Brother Su turned around and ordered in a stern voice, "Bring it up." As soon as he gave the command, a series of footsteps echoed from behind. Then, his subordinates carried out the enormous, headless corpse of a high-level zombie. As the citizens were all in a state of shock, the guy in the hat couldn't help but exclaim, "That's the SS grade radiated creature." The guy in the blue shirt was equally surprised. It looked so terrifying. An SS grade creature was killed just like that. In contrast to the 2 of them, the guy in the brown shirt behind them thought it was obvious. What's so strange about this with the city lord here? We don't need to worry about these things at all. Immediately, all the citizens of Tianlian City began to cheer enthusiastically. The city lord is mighty. The city lord is mighty. Seeing everyone's excitement, Su Zhishang wasn't arrogant at all, and just calmly signaled for everyone to be quiet. Then he spoke. We have sent Adder's head to the Federation. Today, I want to tell you all two things, which are related to the process of how I, the former city lord of Tianxing City, Zhuang Feiyue, and the current city lord of Tianxing City, the Slayer, killed the radiated creature. Hearing Su Zhishang's declaration, the guy in the brown shirt below excitedly turned to ask the guy in blue next to him, "Have you heard of the Slayer?" To which he immediately got a reply. Right now, in all of Tianxing City, or even the entire Federation, who doesn't know of the Slayer? Because of this, in a desolate part of the city, a guy with a club was brutally stomping on one of Zhuang Feiyue's former henchmen, along with a defiant taunt. I follow the Slayer now, a punk like you who worked for Zhuang Feiyue, in a certain room. Zhuang Feiyue's former concubines were also chatting about this morning's news. Zlapa-tup. The pink-haired girl sighed. I heard the new city lord is way cooler than that old geezer Zhuang Feiyue. Hearing this, the blonde girl couldn't help but wonder. I wonder what his type is. Back in Su Jishang's office, Yazi opened the door and walked in, asking doubtfully, "Brother Su, you were looking for me." Seeing him enter, Su Jishang said, "Brother Li, this is the list of support personnel I've arranged for you. What do you think?" Without a moment's hesitation, Yazi replied directly, "Okay." Then he picked up the book and began to carefully read the information on each person. After he finished reading, Yazi closed the book and said to Su Jishang with a bright smile, "Brother Su, with the talents you've given me, I could rebuild an entire Tianxing city." After saying that, he clasped his fists to express his thanks. "This generous gift from you, Brother Su. I accept this list. You've gone to a lot of trouble." Seeing this, Su Jishang quickly waved his hand, saying it was no trouble. "Absolutely."
It's no trouble at all. Speaking of trouble, Brother Li, there's something I need to ask you about. Hearing that, Li immediately said, "Brother Su, just say it. You know you can ask me anything."
After receiving his assurance, Su Jishang immediately explained, "I heard from that guy Xiang Yu that when you, Brother Li, were dealing with the Green Devourer King, you conjured a 10-meter wall. That wall of fire burned the Green Devourer King, making it scream endlessly. So I'm very curious, my friend, how did you do that?" Hearing his question, he didn't rush to answer but simply said, "Brother Su, have you ever considered that beyond physical attacks, there are also elemental attacks?" This novel idea surprised Su Jishang, who asked doubtfully, "Elemental attacks?" Li immediately explained, "That's right. The environment we're in now is extremely suitable for using elemental attacks, but we haven't mastered the method to use them." Hearing about this method, Su Jishang eagerly asked Brother Li, "If you don't mind, could you explain it to me in detail?" He casually replied, "Of course I don't mind." He then began to tell Su Jishang that he once obtained a treasure called the Origin Orb while out on a mission. After hearing the explanation from Li, he asked in surprise, "So this is a completely new generation of cultivation that you've developed from your experiences on missions? A brand new way of fighting?" Li nodded and replied, "That's right." He also let out a silent sigh of relief. Thank goodness his apocalyptic experience from his past and current life was extensive. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to fool this old fox. As if afraid Su Jishang wouldn't believe him. Moreover, it's not just fire. Everyone's constitution is different, so the elements they can master are also different. Water, ice, wind, lightning. As long as you meet the conditions, Brother Su, you can master them. Unexpectedly, upon hearing Li's words, Su Jishang became quiet and contemplative. This made him a little anxious, and he thought to himself, "Did I say something wrong?" Despite hearing what Lin Zi Luo said, It was a long while before Su Jishang excitedly agreed and shook his hand, even asking probingly, "Brother Li, is this for real?" He replied, "It's real, I promise." Only then did Mr. Su put on a serious expression. "Brother, I won't beat around the bush anymore. Can this cultivation method be passed on to me?" He pulled his hand back and said, "It can," but while slowly rubbing his wrists, he replied, "Brother Su."
If you want to learn, of course I'll teach you. It's just, old Su quickly asked. It's just what, from behind the mask, he continued. It's just that my two brothers, Da Zhuang and Tia Zhu, are a bit weak right now.
I was wondering if you had any way to help with that, Brother Su. Hearing this, the old man took something out. He feigned surprise and asked, "Brother Su, what is this?" He presented 2 vials labeled with the letter S and replied, "Brother Li's brothers are my brothers. Of course, how could I possibly neglect my own brothers?" After placing them on the table, he continued the conversation. "I have 2 precious S-rank enhancement serums here."
It's just enough. One for each of your brothers. This is... He touched the vial and asked back, "Brother Su, 2 S-rank enhancement serums are equivalent to the entire reward for killing an S-rank radiated creature."
The old man replied, "What are 2 S-rank enhancement serums? Are they more precious than the brotherly bond between us?" He held the serum in his hand, scratching his head with the other. 2 vials, Brother Su.
You don't know my brother, Da Zhuang. He's a big, burly guy. He slowly added, "A single dose of enhancement serum for him is only as effective as half a dose, so he didn't need to say more." The old man naturally understood.
His face darkened as he thought suspiciously to himself. "I have lived for 70 years, and this is the first time I've ever heard that the effectiveness of an enhancement serum is related to a person's body size." Although he knew, he convinced himself to endure it for his goal, for the sake of this so-called elemental attack. He gritted his teeth and took out another vial. "Brother Li has a point. So for our brothers, I'll take out 1 more S-rank enhancement serum." He didn't take the vial right away, but added, 3 vials, Brother Su. You might not know this, but that Tiaju fellow is quite mischievous. He usually drinks half and spills the other half." Not letting him lament any further, the old man pushed the vials into his hands. "Say no more. That's it. I only have these 3 for you." Not letting him have his way, he pointed to his own face and added,
"Oh, but after a meal, I usually like to use A-rank enhancement serum as a mouthwash." Mr. Su was furious, but still complied. "Fine, I'll take out 3 more A-rank enhancement serums for Brother Li to use as mouthwash."
He stored all the serums in his personal space and then turned back to Mr. Su with a smile. "Then I won't make things difficult for you anymore." Lin Zi Luo created a blazing fireball in his hand and said, "Brother Su, this is a fire attribute origin orb." Looking at the orb, the old man couldn't help but marvel at it. He calmly continued, "Now I'll begin to test which attribute is suitable for you." The old man quickly replied, "All right." After a moment, the fireball in his hand gradually disappeared, replaced by a swirl of azure air. He said, "I've tested you. You're compatible with the wind element."
"When I get back, I'll create a cultivation technique for you." He pointed at the old man and continued, "Brother Su is very diligent, so you'll summon the element with ease. When that time comes, your combat power will increase significantly. It might even be your chance to break through to the SS rank." Hearing this, all his anger turned to joy. He looked at him, rubbing his chin, and said, "Thank you. Brother Li," he replied politely. "Brother Su."
"Actually, I'm also doing this for all of humanity. If more people learn the elemental arts, we won't have to fear the radiated creatures anymore." Lin Zi Luo rubbed his chin and added, "Brother Su, you have a wide network of contacts. You can introduce them to me." He continued to entice Mr. Su. "As long as it's someone Brother Su has introduced, I'll take out 1 bottle of A-rank enhancement elixir from the gifts of the same level as a small token for you. Really? He replied seriously. That's right, Mr. Su said. Brother Li, why be so polite? This is our contribution to increasing humanity's combat power. He began to relax and said, To be honest with you, I'm also very familiar with the several city lords of Sky Curtain City. Thinking of this, an excited Mr. Su hurriedly added, I'll send someone to report this good news right now.
Lin Zi Luo reached out and placed a hand on his shoulder to show his sincerity, saying, Thank you, Brother Su. Meanwhile, Mr. Su happily thought, This Brother Li is quite righteous. Not only does he want to make money for himself,
He didn't forget to bring me along, but Mr. Su was completely unaware of his scheme and walked right into the trap. He really took the bait. After the two successfully negotiated and shook hands, Lin Zi Luo said politely,
Brother Su, it's a pleasure doing business with you. Su Zishang also quickly replied, Brother Li, a pleasure doing business with you. Then he added, Brother Su, I plan to go to Skywalk City first to check out the specific situation.
I won't be taking the talented people you're providing me with me. When the time is right, I'll still need to ask you to bring them to Skywalk City. Hearing this, Mr. Su was stunned and hurriedly said, but Lin Zi Luo cut him off. Brother Su, no need to persuade me. My mind is made up. He leaned in and explained, What if Skywalk City isn't stable yet? It wouldn't be good if those talented individuals lost their lives. Thus...
Now, completely convinced by him, Mr. Su replied very cheerfully, That's true. However, Brother Li, if you run into any trouble, you must come find me immediately. He also calmly replied, Of course.
Thinking of something, he added, However, you've just become the Lord of Skywalk City, so you're not yet familiar with it. After a slight pause, he began with a smile.
How about this? I'll find you a guide to go with you. He simply replied nonchalantly. I couldn't ask for more. Then he bowed to show his sincerity. Thank you, Brother Su. We'll meet again. And he replied with a delighted laugh. You and I will have plenty of opportunities to meet again in the future. Then, speaking from experience as a senior, he advised, This Skywalk City, Brother Li, you need to be careful.
In another place, there were the sounds of hurried footsteps. Lin Zi Luo was in the lead, with two others behind him. He entered a cave entrance with a wooden sign above it that read Skywalk City. Jikyu was the guide leading them into the city. My lord, this is the main entrance to Skywalk City. I've already arranged your accommodations in Skywalk City. You just need to follow me. Hearing this, he just replied nonchalantly with two words. Thank you. And so, the group went deeper into the cave. After a long tunnel, an iron door opened, and Shuichu continued to lead the way. My lord, this way. Shuichu walked to the desk and held up an item for the person checking IDs. Here are my credentials. The man replied, Cleared? He also walked up and presented a piece of paper. Unexpectedly, when the inspector saw it, he immediately stopped him, looking at the photo and the words, The Slayer, on the ID card. He shot up from his seat and hurriedly asked, Are you really the one and only, the legendary Slayer? But he just answered nonchalantly, That's me. The inspector immediately bowed his head and offered the paper back to him with both hands. Respected Lord Slayer, welcome to Skywalk City. As for him, he acted as usual, taking back the identification and just replying, He put the paper away, thinking to himself, He called me the Slayer. It seems they don't yet know the news that I've become the Lord of Skywalk City. Lin Zi Luo turned and left, unable to help but think. This is quite interesting. It would be best if a group similar to the Five Sons gang came here to cause trouble. That would be a very good entry point. With the procedures completed, the ID inspector stood at attention, watching them go through another door. Shuekyu once again pointed the way. My lord, Please. At that moment, he pushed the door open, and with that, the scene behind the door gradually came into his view. The sight not only surprised him, but also shocked the two people behind him. As he stepped inside, Lin Zi Luo couldn't help but be stunned. Didn't that old man Su say Skywalk City was more chaotic than Sky Lotus City? So shouldn't there be more people here than in Sky Lotus City? Was I mistaken? Looking through his mask at the dilapidated houses and deserted streets, he couldn't help but think, why isn't there a single person here? Could it be that there's some other rule? Or is it that this square, being the main entrance, is just managed extremely strictly? From below, he heard voices talking. Hey, are those people in the square from the outside? It was two young men walking over and talking. The assembly is about to start. Hurry up and come over. When the two got closer, they recognized Shui Chu, and one of them said, I thought you were newcomers, but it turns out it's just people you brought here. Brother Shui Chu, Brother Zhang, what's going on? I was only out of the city for 3 days, and not only are the old foxes gone from the square, but now there's some kind of assembly being held. The man named Zhang replied, You came back at just the right time. Today, just by attending the assembly, everyone can receive 1 pound of food. Shui Chu asked in surprise. What? 1 pound of food? The other person now spoke up. You heard right. 1 pound, and all you have to do is show up. Still confused, Shui Chu hurriedly asked the two again. Brother Zhang, what is all this about? Do you have any inside information? Brother Zhang replied, You think I don't want to know? This was an urgent announcement from the Vice City Lord. With our status, how would we dare to pry? The Deputy City Lord's private matter. But we'll find out when we get there. Won't we? Zhang Cha sighed gloomily and said, But I can tell you what I know. He paused for a few seconds before continuing. At noon, the Deputy City Lord urgently issued a notice that a General Assembly would be held tonight. All public officials not on duty were required to attend. Anyone else who showed up would be rewarded with 1 pound of food, and just that promise was enough to get everyone excited. Right now, at least 100,000 people have gathered in the center of the Commoners District. With a large number of people still, I don't think there will be enough food to go around. Zhang Ka patted Shui Chu on the shoulder and reminded him, If you guys want to go, you'd better hurry. Just like Brother Zhao said, it might all be gone if you're late. Apam. Shui Chu turned to Lin Zi Luo, looking for his opinion. Then he turned back and clasped his hands politely. Brother Zhao, Brother Zhang, thank you. I have some other matters to attend to. I'll find you guys later. Zhang Cha also replied politely. All right. Go handle your business. Just don't forget to come to the assembly. Got it? Then he turned and quickly caught up with Lin Zi Luo's group. At this point, the streets were crowded with people rushing to the assembly location. From a distance, Lin Zi Luo could see the crowd ahead growing denser. When something suddenly caught his eye, the people were so packed together that they were shoving and pushing one another, creating a deafening clamor. Stop shoving! Who the hell touched my head? Who just stole my bitter tea? Get out of the way! Let me through! Move it! Stop pushing! Stop pushing! Shui Chu's face turned pale, completely frozen at the sight. Staring at the endless, shoving crowd, Shui Chu hurriedly explained, Our Tianxing city isn't normally this chaotic. Really, it's not. Lin Zi Luo looked at the crowd with the calculator. There were about 20 to 30,000 people. Big Dummy alone would be enough. So he gave the order. Big Dummy, got carrying the ghost child on his back. Big Dummy charged forward to clear a path. Anyone who blocked his way was sent flying. Lin Zi Luo offered a bag of melon seeds to share. Want some melon seeds? My guy is going to be at it for a little while. Then the two of them calmly walked towards the center. Unconscious people were scattered on both sides of their path. Up ahead, the big oaf enthusiastically cleared the way as they walked, everyone else voluntarily stepped aside to create a narrow path. Chuechu watched the big oaf's performance and turned to ask Lin Zi Luo, "Big boss, do you all normally use such a simple and brutal method of engagement? More or less?" After saying that, he took advantage of his spot at the front to survey the area, looking ahead to see that nothing was happening yet. The people who had been beaten senseless at his feet thought to themselves, "No wonder these citizens don't dare to make a rash move, even with food in sight." Suddenly, his attention shifted to the front, because someone was approaching his spot. The man stood before the entire crowd and yelled, "Silence! The Deputy City Lord has arrived." Everyone immediately bowed their heads, while he alone remained. Suddenly, an arm from the person beside him pulled his head down. "Don't look at the Deputy City Lord's group. You'll get yourself killed." Lin Zi Luo didn't resist, a thought crossing his mind. So this was the real reason for the free food. Footsteps approached the center of the gathering. The man in the lead spoke first. "Dear residents of Tianjin City, thank you very much for coming to participate in this assembly." After a pause of a few seconds, he continued, "I am the Deputy City Lord of Tianjin City, Rongjin Bai, and I believe none of you are strangers to me." The citizens below raised their hands and cheered loudly. "All hail the mighty Deputy City Lord." The Deputy City Lord continued speaking. "Everyone, please raise your heads. I'd like to introduce some old friends to you." Lin Zi Luo watched from within the crowd as he listened to Rong Jianbai introduce a man with brown hair and a woman with silver hair. "This is the head of the Materials Management Department, Mr. Yeching. This is the head of the Financial Management Department, Ms. Gong Siwei." Each of the citizens wore an expression of eager anticipation. The Deputy City Lord continued his introductions, pointing to a man with curled eyebrows. "This is the head of the Public Welfare Management Department, Mr. Zheng, and the man with the scar is the leader of the S-rank mercenary group, Skybreaker, Mr. Ba Zhen." After the Deputy City Lord introduced these figures, the people at the front began to buzz with discussion. These individuals represent the authority over materials, finance, and security. Plus, we have Tianjin City's S-rank mercenary group. Exactly. These are pretty much the most powerful people in all of Tianjin. Don't they normally stay within the inner city? Why the sudden burst of kindness today, giving us food? Who knows? Let's just see what happens first. No matter what, we're not losing out on this. Ignoring the citizens' chatter, he continued, "We have come here today because there is an important piece of news we wish to share with every single resident of Tianjin City." That single sentence was enough to make the entire crowd fall silent, waiting to hear his next words. "You are the masters of Tianjin City. You have the right to know about every major decision concerning Tianjin City." He spoke with a grave tone. "According to a report from our intelligence agent in Chanlian City, our city lord, Zhuang Feiyue," the Deputy City Lord choked up, managing to say, Mr. Yeching, standing beside him, patted his shoulder to console him and finished his sentence. While City Lord Zhuang was out on a mission, he unfortunately met with a fatal accident. Once again, the crowd erupted into chaos. Doesn't that mean our Tianjin City has no S-rank powerhouse left? Yeah, that's right. Does that mean we're going to be conquered by other cities? What are we going to do the next time the radiated beasts attack? The Deputy City Lord frowned and bellowed. Silence. The five of us have already found a way to protect Tianjin City. His expression turned to one of grief. We have lost our city lord, but we cannot lose the peace of Tianjin City. Then he pointed to the pile of bodies and gave a direct order. From this moment on, anyone who continues to discuss matters related to the city lord's death will be executed on the spot. No one said a word, and the atmosphere fell silent. At this, the Vice City Lord was very satisfied. We are not entirely clear on the cause of the City Lord's death, but even without him, None of you need to worry about the safety of our Tianxing city. Rong Zhenbai pointed to Mr. Bajen beside him and explained, because our very own Mr. Bajen, a man of extraordinary talent, has already broken through to become a mid-tier S-rank powerhouse, including myself. A low-tier S-rank enhancer. Our Tianxing city now has 2 S-rank enhancers. The citizens below heard this news and cheered joyfully, all thinking the same thing. This is great. The Vice City Lord smiled, satisfied with the result, then continued his performance. However, I am not here today to praise the merits of the former City Lord. He glared and shouted through gritted teeth, but to expose his cruelty. Rong Zhenbai clenched his fists and began to list the crimes. He is a tyrant. The crimes he's committed are too numerous to list. First, after ranting for a while, in short, City Lord Zhuang is dead, and for the crimes he committed, we have decided his punishment will be the destruction of his tombstone in the City Lord's cemetery. And the easily led citizens repeatedly shouted in unison, "We support it! We support it!" Lin Zi Luo couldn't help but scoff inwardly, acting without a clear investigation of the whole situation. How foolish, he concluded. So the full name of this assembly is the City Lord Selection Assembly. But he was still thinking, regardless of what kind of person Zhuang Feiwei was, the Alliance would have, based on his achievements in the punitive expedition against Ardor, granted Zhuang Feiwei the title of hero, and destroying his tombstone now is no different from slapping the Alliance in the face. The Vice City Lord raised his hand, showing his determination. Tariadets. Right now, the radiated creatures and zombies on the surface are becoming more active. We must have sufficient strength. For someone who can protect the development of Tianxing City, we must use this assembly to select a new city lord. The people on the stage, not understanding his words, asked, "What, old brother, wrong? You organized this assembly to choose a new city lord," he replied. "That's right. Tianxing City cannot go a single day without a city lord." Then he turned to the 4 of them as if it were a matter of course, saying, "Rather than passively waiting for the Alliance to send someone to take over Tianxing City, it's better for us to choose our own, which will be beneficial for the future development of Tianxing City." Hearing this, among the 4, "I think so too." With someone taking the lead, Miss Chiong CD also made a nomination. "I believe Vice City Lord Rong is the best candidate," Mr. Zheng Feihong added. "That's right. I feel the same way. In all of Tianxing City right now, is there anyone stronger than Vice City Lord Rong, Mr. But Jen also agreed. "That's right." Then all 4 of them clasped their hands in respect towards the Vice City Lord. "Vice City Lord Rong, please accept the position of City Lord." Rong Zhenbai politely refused. I can't. With my meager talents, I have already shamelessly served as Vice City Lord for many years. How could I have the face to become the City Lord, Mr. Yeching beside him replied, "I'm telling you, old brother Rong, don't refuse anymore. If we really hold a formal election for City Lord, when would we ever be able to choose a City Lord truly suitable for Tianxing City?" He began to refuse again, but Chiong Sidi interjected. Vice City Lord Rong also said earlier that the residents of Tianxing City have the right to participate in every matter of Tianxing City. Why don't we leave this matter for the residents to decide? Zheng Feihong and Mr. Bajen also added their words. "That's right. The 5 of us are considered the powerhouses of Tianxing City. The others are not our equals. I think it's best if we just choose one of the 5 of us to be the city lord." Everyone unanimously agreed with this idea. Miss Chong Si-di stepped forward and began. "Dear residents of Tianxing City, I am the head of the Financial Management Department, Chiong Si-di. Today, I invite you all to participate in the vote to select our new city." She raised her hand to vote. "I cast 1 vote for Vice City Lord Rong." What about everyone else? You can all speak now. You can discuss it. Hearing this, the citizens began to murmur amongst themselves. I think the Vice City Lord is qualified. That's right. In other cities. Isn't it normal for the Vice City Lord to take over? When the City Lord dies exactly, I support this decision. Meanwhile, Lin Zi Luo remained silent. As if in unanimous agreement, all the citizens shouted, "We support Vice City Lord Wrong as City Lord. We support Vice City Lord Wrong as City Lord." Hearing the chants coming from the crowd, "We support Vice City Lord Wrong as City Lord. We support Vice City Lord Wrong as City Lord," he quickly replied. "I never expected everyone to trust me so much." Miss Chong Sidi turned back and replied, "Vice City Lord Wrong, look at how much the people adore you. Don't be modest anymore. Hurry up and accept the position of City Lord." He acted as if he were accepting, "Since everyone trusts me so much, I will boldly take on the role of City Lord." Then he turned to face all the citizens and said, "If there are no objections, then I." From the crowd, someone shouted, "I object." He turned towards the sound and saw someone leaping up. It was Lin Zi Luo, landing on the stage with a majestic posture from a distance. 3 figures approached, and the strange outfits and masks worn by Lin Zilak's group caused a stir among the crowd. Who are they daring to oppose the Deputy City Lord? Are they insane? Suddenly, a notification window appeared before him. Player Nise has successfully triggered the Lord of the City quest. Do you wish to accept? The objective of this quest is to become the Lord of Skywalk City, with a reward of 5,000 experience points, 2,000 gold coins, 1 cubic meter of storage space, and the activation of exclusive City Lord quests. Lin Zilak didn't hesitate, and naturally accepted. After he made his choice, the notification window vanished. But another one popped up, displaying a new quest titled, "What's Mine, No One Can Take." The quest required him to kill Vin Qianbak and other schemers, and to win the selection tournament, with the reward being a random common grade golden finger and 1 piece of gold grade equipment. Lin Zilak smirked, thinking that his golden finger hadn't issued a quest in so long that he almost believed it was gone for good. Triggering 2 quests at once, one exclusive to the City Lord and one from his golden finger, he couldn't help but look smug. This is awesome. Absolutely incredible. But to outsiders, his expression seemed full of triumph and contempt. Vin Qianbak, standing opposite him, boiled with rage. "I'll ask one more time. Was it you who objected?" Zilak shrugged. "That's right. I object. Is there a problem?" Vin Qianbak scowled and pointed at him provocatively. "This is a direct challenge to me. The Deputy City Lord, judging by your medal, you're just a member of an S-rank mercenary guild. Perhaps to ordinary people, an S-rank mercenary is untouchable, but you've greatly overestimated yourself." He hissed through clenched teeth. "Compared to an entire underground city, an S-rank mercenary is nothing." Vin Qianbak waved his hand and shouted. "Guards!" he ordered in a low voice. "These 3 are disrupting the assembly. Kill them on the spot." A group of men appeared from nowhere, immediately surrounding Lin Zilak and his companions. He just let out a silent, contemptuous laugh. His right hand instantly crackled with brilliant, purple electricity. A fierce gust of wind accompanied his move, forcing the crowd to instinctively back away. Vin Qianbak roared, "Who told you to fall back? Get him!" The guards gritted their teeth and rushed forward. But the small spark in Zilak's hand instantly grew, shooting up into the air before raining down like a thunderstorm. The bolts of lightning precisely targeted everyone who tried to stop him. A loud explosion erupted, along with the pained cries of his enemies. The surrounding citizens gasped as they saw the bodies he sent flying land before them. Pop! Are they dead? The crowd stared at him, wondering who this person could possibly be, able to manipulate lightning in the palm of his hand. In an instant, Zilak formed a ball of lightning, leaving the opposing Vinkin, Bak, utterly terrified. How could this be? This is an expert with S-rank combat power. The terrifying figure of Lin Zi Luo was reflected in his eyes. When did I make such a powerful enemy suddenly? Zilak took a firm step forward, his entire being radiating an immense pressure that made Vinkin Bak break out in a cold sweat. Vinkin Bak tilted his head back to look up at Lin Zi Luo. Vinkin. He swallowed nervously, his attitude changing in the blink of an eye. My friend, I was in the wrong just now, but today is very important to me, so I hope you'll give me a break. He immediately made an offer. Once this matter is settled, I'll give you an A-grade enhancement potion as compensation. What do you say? Lin Zi Luo found this ridiculous and reached for the sword on his back, trying to buy me off with a mere A-grade potion. Who are you looking down on? He drew his sword, and menacing lightning immediately crackled from the blade. Lin Zi Luo calmly executed a single swing, but even that was enough to put Vinkin Bak on the defensive. Finally, boss, the sword in his hand, could no longer withstand the force and was sent flying into the air by Zilak's strike. The two blades had clashed violently. Vinkin Bak's longsword landed point down right in front of him, making him collapse to the ground in fear. He looked at his sword, now covered in cracks, and cursed under his breath. This B-grade longsword has been with me for years, yet he shattered it in one strike. This man's power is definitely beyond a normal S-rank. He tremblingly gripped the hilt of his sword. I don't think I can beat him by myself. Vinkin Bak turned to the person beside him for help. Guildmaster Ba, please lend me a hand. Batran was the leader of the Voidbreaker Mercenary Guild. He possessed mid-tier S-rank combat power. He squinted at Zi Luo, who radiated an oppressive and unsettling aura. Batran could only shake his head and quietly say, "My apologies." Vinkin Bak cried out in shock. Guildmaster Ba, if you help me kill him, I'll double my previous offer. Batran forcefully held up 3 fingers in front of Vinkin Bak. He made his demand coldly. I want triple. Vinkin Bak was left speechless. He gritted his teeth, hesitating, before finally saying, Fine, triple it is. But before he could even finish his sentence, he was struck down by Zi Luo. Vinkin Bak was sent flying through the air, only to be caught by Ba Tran. Ba Tran then landed gracefully, facing Lin Zi Luo. He looked at him calmly and spoke, My friend, you heard the man. Today, the Voidbreaker Mercenary Guild will be protecting our brother Kian Bak. He raised an eyebrow at him. And may I ask which guild you're a member of? Any mercenary, for my sake. Let's just leave it at that for today. But Zi Luo immediately cut him off, asking, For your sake, are you even worthy? He instantly unleashed a sword strike. This strike was aimed directly at the 2 men, Bajen and Vinkin Bak. Bajen struggled to raise his sword to block. The entire sky trembled, filled with Zi Luo's powerful and furious lightning. Bajen gritted his teeth. This is bad. This guy is even stronger than I imagined. He had no other choice but to toss Vinkin Bak to one side. Bajen used both hands with all his might to block the attack, breaking out in a sweat. While fending off Zi Luo's killing intent, he shouted loudly, All members of Pokong, attack now. Everyone who participates this time will be rewarded with 50 mercenary points. And if you inflict damage on any of these 3, the reward will be doubled. The crowd immediately buzzed with excitement. 50 mercenary points. You'd have to risk your life for half a year just to earn that much. Many people excitedly rushed forward, as just inflicting damage on them would double the reward. They couldn't beat the master up there. But couldn't they handle the big oaf and the kid down below? But Dangu had already made his move, causing the crowd to freeze, unable to move. Lin Zi Luo glanced at Dangu and Guitong, Praising them silently, he curled his lips and said to the two, "I'll leave these guys to you. For everyone you beat, the reward is one chicken leg." Saliva immediately started drooling from the corners of Dangu's and Guitong's mouth. They excitedly looked at the crowd rushing forward like a swarm of insects. The two of them charged forward simultaneously, one on each side, taking them down one by one. Meanwhile, on the stage, Zi Luo also sent Bajan flying. He used one hand to brace himself on the ground to keep from falling. Bajan gritted his teeth through the pain, using his own skill to heal his wounds. Zi Luo just lightly raised his hand to his right eye, and an instant later, a flash of light appeared. After he used his scout's eye skill, the power levels of Bajan's group became crystal clear to him. From Kung Si Di, Yaqing, to Zheng Fei Hong and Huoju, every single one of them had A-rank elite combat power. Only Bajan and Vin Qianbak were S-rank mid-tier and S-rank basic tier respectively. Lin Zi Luo calmly observed the next moves of these old men. Vin Qin, Bat 10 stepped in front of him, bowing respectfully. "Although your combat power is not to be underestimated, my Tianqing city has masters as numerous as the clouds." Suddenly, he turned his head and his expression flipped, showing contempt. "You won't gain anything here. Now get the hell out of Tianqing city, and I'll forget this ever happened." Zi Luo narrowed his eyes and replied in a grim voice, "You're not wrong. The combat power of Tianqing city is truly not to be underestimated. There are 6 contemporary masters and a group of mercenaries with considerable strength." He tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword. However, Zi Luo suddenly unleashed a sword strike towards Vin Qianbak's group. "The one thing I'm not afraid of is numbers." Bajan reacted swiftly, immediately raising his sword to block the attack. Vin Qin. Bat also didn't dare to be careless and quickly went to help Bajan. But in the blink of an eye, Zi Luo was already behind the two old men, striking them directly. An enraged Huoju charged at him from behind with his sword. However, he just scoffed inwardly, not knowing his own limits. As soon as Zi Luo turned, he immediately ran his sword through Huoju's heart, who then looked down and spat out a mouthful of blood. Zi Luo pressed his advantage to finish him off completely. Huoju knelt powerlessly on the ground, his whole body collapsing to the floor. With his last breath, he stared in disbelief. How can this be? The crowd below the stage saw this and began to whisper among themselves. That's an A-rank master. He killed an A-rank master in a single blow. What kind of power is this Zi Luo? Approached Yaqing step by step, and the drops of blood dripping from his sword made the old man's face turn pale. He pointed the tip of his sword at the man's face and gave a wicked smile. "It's your turn now." Yaqing's face went white, and he hurriedly backed away. He turned tail and ran, stammering with his mouth. Don't kill me." Lin Zi Luo suddenly felt a bit bewildered. He's already running. "I just glanced at you. Am I that scary?" He pointed towards Yaqing and turned his head to tell Dangu, "Take care of the one that got away." 5 chicken legs. Dangu, overjoyed by the extra reward, raised both hands high and cheered loudly. Vin Qianbak, on the side, was utterly disappointed and cursed out loud. "Damn it, what are you running for? Let's attack together. We still have a fighting chance. Running will only get us killed by him." Bajan, standing next to him, agreed. "That's right. We can't just passively defend. We must take the initiative and attack." In a flash, Bajan shot forward, shouting, "Pokong, let's go." Bajan's group leaped into the air, simultaneously unleashing their attacks towards Lin Zi Luo. He just let out a cold snort. The sword in his hand began to glow with brilliant sparks. He swung the flaming sword, unleashing a fierce twin slash filled with killing intent. Kong Sidi and Zheng Fei Hong were the 2 unluckiest ones to receive this ferocious attack. Bajan had just turned his head when he saw both of his comrades get struck down, but another flaming blade shot towards him at lightning speed. Bajan only had time to react by moving his sword to dodge. However, his other comrade was taken down by Zi Luo in the blink of an eye. Bajen roared in anguish. Brothers. He ignored everything and rushed towards his fallen comrades. His voice grew hoarse from crying out.
It's all my fault. I'm the one who got you killed. His eyes widened, fixing his gaze on Lin Zi Luo. You killed 3 of my brothers. Bajen gritted his teeth. No matter who you are, I will make you pay for their lives.
Zilo just slowly activated the skill Death Mana Extraction. After recovering his spirit energy, Lin Zi Luo commented nonchalantly. So many words. In the next instant, a pair of wings sprouted from his back.
He flew up, to everyone's astonishment. Oh my god, this guy can fly. Mom. Look, man, it's a Superman. A bow made of fire gradually formed in his hands.
Drew the bowstring taut. Meanwhile, Vin Qianbak on the ground looked up, trembling, and said, Oh my god, how are we supposed to fight this? The moment Lam Tulak released the string, the materialized arrow shot from the bow, flying straight towards Vin Qianbak and his men. A single flame spirit arrow soared through the air. This skill fires a flame arrow forward. Its power is equal to 100% of the user's strength attribute plus 40% of their spirit attribute. Upon impact, the flame spirit arrow triggers a fiery explosion with a force equal to 60% of the user's strength attribute. The resulting blast inflicts a burn that lasts for 5 seconds. A flame that cannot be extinguished. Batran stood frozen, his eyes glued to the fiery arrow, and soon they turned bloodshot. He looked down and saw 3 arrows sticking out of his body. Batran turned to Vin Qianbak, as if trying to say something, but before he could finish, his entire body was incinerated into ash in the blink of an eye. Vin Qianbak stared daggers at Tulak in the sky. He then calmly descended to the ground. A smile played on his lips. As he approached, Vin Qianbak began to tremble uncontrollably. With a look of pure terror, Vin Qianbak dropped to his knees with a thud, clutching the hem of Lam Tulak's shirt and pleading, Spare me, I'm begging you. Please spare me the city lord's position. All the resources in Tianhan City, every treasure I've hidden away, it's all yours, please. Just let me live. Okay. Lam Tulak merely smiled without replying. As a long sword materialized in his hand, Vin Qianbak's face instantly went pale. I know how to manage a city. I can be your subordinate and help you manage Tianhan City. Despite his desperate pleas, Lam Tulak calmly raised his sword. I'll be your workhorse. With a single swift strike, he lopped off Vin Qianbak's head.
Please. He stepped past the corpse as the head rolled across the ground. Vin Qianbak's body slumped over, fresh blood spilling everywhere. Lam Tulak suddenly halted.
He held up a token for all to see. At the behest of Elder Trang, your former city lord, I am here to become the new lord of Tianhan City. Does anyone object? The crowd below immediately began to murmur. This is the man who killed 2 S-rank masters. How could we possibly object? He even has 2 subordinates who can instantly kill A-rank experts. You'd have to have a death wish to protest.
And on top of all that, the man can fly. Eventually, the discussion ceased, and silence fell over the crowd. A satisfied look appeared on Lam Tulak's face as he nodded twice. Excellent. It seems my unique charm has won you all over.
Since there are no objections, the motion passes with a 100% approval rating. He pointed a finger to the sky. From this day on, I, the slaughterer Li Hao Bai, he declared loudly, am the lord of Tianhan City. Immediately, a mechanical system notification rang out. Host has successfully killed Vin Qianbak and Bachan, securing victory in this assembly. Quests completed. What's mine, no one can take. He stared at the system notification. Congratulations to the host on obtaining the quest reward, 1 random common golden finger, and 1 piece of gold-grade equipment. The system asked if he wanted to claim his rewards now. Lam Tulak calmly selected cancel. I'll hold off for now. Tiet-ku rushed out from the crowd below, a sycophantic look on his face.
Congratulations, my lord. Congratulations, City Lord. He held out a wooden tray, asking, "Shall this subordinate pin the medal on you, sir?" Lam Tulak smirked and gave a slight hum of approval.
He glanced down as Tiet-ku meticulously pinned on the medal, instructing in a low voice, "Later, have your men return to Tianlian City and tell Elder to bring my people over." Tiet-ku immediately saluted sharply. "Mission completion guaranteed." Lam Tulak glanced at the overjoyed faces of Dai Ngok and Kui Dong and let out a small laugh. "Finished already." Kui Dong tossed a sack onto the ground, revealing a severed head inside. Lam Tulak stretched and let out a sigh of relief. "That takes care of all the loose ends." He turned and tossed a chicken drumstick to Dai Ngok. "Here." Dai Ngok and Kui Dong followed him. "Dai Ngok, Kui Dong, let's go check out our new house." The trio stopped in front of a huge mansion, not quite sure how to react. Lam Tulak tilted his head back and remarked, "Whoa, this new place is a bit too extravagant." The massive doors to the manor creaked open, and Lam Tulak walked in, followed by Dai Ngok, giving Kui Dong a piggyback ride. They stopped in the living room. Lam Tulak thought to himself, "All these decorations look valuable. The old master must have earned quite a fortune. It seems the 9-leaf pearl can get some experience points now." A sharply dressed servant bowed to them. "Thank you for coming, Itatal. City Lord, you have preserved the honor of our late master after his passing." The bald old man beside him also bowed his head, saying, "If not for you."
"We would have been purged long ago." Lam Tulak acknowledged their gratitude. "No need for such formalities. Just carry on with your work." The two servants responded in unison. "Yes, sir." Lam Tulak turned to Tiet-ku behind him and said, "Tiet-ku, take a few men back to Tianlian City and tell Elder to bring my people here." Tiet-ku smiled and gave a sharp salute.
Replying, "Mission completion guaranteed." Lam Tulak then instructed the two servants, "I will be entering seclusion shortly. Guard the city lord's tower well, and do not allow anyone to enter and disturb me. Oh, and also, make something for Dai Ngok and Kui Dong to eat." Upon hearing his command, the two servants responded loudly, "Yes, sir." Then, the trio moved on. Lam Tulak announced loudly, "Let's go inside." After Lam Tulak, Dai Ngok, and seclusion. What does he mean by seclusion? Outside the vast estate, the sun had risen high. Lam Tulak was now in his room, where he pulled open the curtains, letting the sunlight flood in. Then he jumped onto the bed to rest. As he lay down, he opened the system to check it. System draw common golden finger. The system then displayed, "Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining Super Surprise Level 1. The system displayed a few notifications, and a smile appeared on Lin Zi Luo's face. The system displayed 2 notifications. The first notification detected that the host already possesses the Super Surprise Golden Finger Level 1. Super Surprise Level 1 has been upgraded to Level 2. Lin Zi Luo kept a smug smile on his face. 1 draw every 2 days. Not a bad feeling. Let's try 1 draw now. Then he pressed the draw button, but when he saw the item he had just drawn, the smile vanished from his face. A notification appeared. Congratulations to the host for drawing a Yunbei Heiyao adhesive bandage. He held the bandage in confusion and remarked, "Is there no special item description? It looks like it's just a normal bandage. Nothing special about it at all." He then angrily stood up on the bed and threw the bandage on the ground, shouting, "What the hell is this? It's just a regular bandage, and I thought I was so lucky today. Forget it. I'll draw again another day." Then he said to the system, "System, draw a gold-grade equipment." When the system's draw interface appeared, he pressed the draw button, his mood not very optimistic. He thought, "I refuse to believe I'm this unlucky today, that the equipment will be bad too. After that, 3 notifications appeared one after another. The first notification panel, drawing gold grade equipment mission reward. The second notification stated, congratulations to the host for obtaining the gold grade equipment elemental spirit ring. The final notification read, elemental spirit ring, gold grade equipment, a ring that can increase elemental effectiveness. It is one of the pieces of the elemental test set. Attribute mental power plus 5. Mental power, recovery speed increased by 20%. And when the user wields elemental power, its effectiveness can be increased by 20%. After reading the notification, Lin Zi Luo couldn't believe his eyes. Holy crap! Still a bit bewildered, he continued to think. In my past life, what year was it when I got the elemental ring? He grinned mischievously, continuing to think. I got one of the items right at the beginning of this life. This is too powerful, unbelievably so. He switched to the new equipment section. As he did, his train of thought continued. If I collect enough pieces of the elemental set, the equipment's attributes will increase dramatically. Then he swapped out his +2 lifesteal ring for the gold grade elemental spirit ring. He smiled in satisfaction, then lay down on the bed. Looks like I'll have to search for more elemental equipment. Lin Zi Luo tossed the ring up and caught it. He held the ring, admiring it. I possess the flame pack skill, and now I have the elemental spirit ring in hand. Could I use the same method to craft a lightning sigil? Looking at the ring, Zi Luo told himself. Let's give it a try. Zi Luo shot up from the bed, and he began to summon a flame in his palm, gathering energy to make it burn bigger. After a moment, the flame sputtered out. Zi Luo pondered, confused. The effect is reduced way too much. The sigil's effectiveness is far worse than the flame sigil. Observing the ring, Zi Luo said to himself, for better or worse, it's still considered a success. It seems that using the elemental spirit ring to supply elemental power to create the characteristic sigil of each element is indeed possible. Zi Luo gripped the ring with determination. I just need to keep trying and find the best way to merge them. He sat seriously on the bed and continued to test different kinds of magic with resolve. If I keep trying, I'll definitely find the most suitable method. 10 days had passed, and Zi Luo was still very seriously trying over and over again, without rest. Zi Luo continued to create 2 flames, but after a moment, they also faded away. At this moment, water magic appeared and condensed, casting a spell that evolved into a water dragon coiling around Zi Luo. Seeing this, Zi Luo smiled in satisfaction because he had succeeded. Zi Luo opened the notification panel to look. The notification displayed detected that player Yazi, through the characteristics of the Azure Emperor class, has successfully comprehended an unknown effect. Preparing to digitize the effect. The next notification read, congratulations to player Yazi through the special traits of the Azure Emperor class, successfully comprehending elemental conversion, a unique characteristic of the Azure Emperor class. It allows for the rapid conversion between elements that the user has mastered in order to achieve effectiveness across all types of elemental skills. Note: the Azure Emperor legacy is similar to the CV legacy and is not affected by the Apocalypse game. After reading the notification, Zi Luo was a bit confused. What does that mean? This means that even if the Apocalypse game ends, I can still have the power of the Azure Emperor's legacy and the CV legacy. A notification for a skill upgrade change appeared, allowing Zi Luo to choose one of 3 options. Fireball Technique upgrades to Elemental Burst. Flame Pact upgrades to Elemental Pact. And finally, Water Ripple is upgraded to Elemental Ripple. Zi Luo chose to upgrade Fire Shadow to Elemental Burst. Skill description: Elemental Burst, a mage-type skill, consumes a certain amount of mana to condense an elemental magic phantom of fire, lightning, or water. After the magic phantom reaches a certain position, it will create an explosion. The explosion's power is equal to 70% of the mana consumed. and it will also have the additional elemental effects of burn, paralysis, or slow. Zi Luo rested his chin on his hand. With the original Fire Shadow technique will change into an elemental magic phantom, so depending on my choice, it will produce different explosions. Zi Luo smiled and thought to himself, I've already tried this. The Flame Seal and the Lightning Seal can almost be condensed simultaneously. This means that as long as the elements are different, the skill might not share a cooldown. Zi Luo focused intently, channeling fire and water energy at the same time. Let me try again. He merged two elements in the palm of his hand. Zi Luo blasted the combined elemental energy forward, causing an explosion in front of him. Zi Luo was stunned because he had dented a corner of the door. How terrifying. But Zi Luo smiled because this skill meant that with enough spiritual power, he could become a mage fortress with infinite firepower. After testing the new skill, he immediately opened his skill menu to check it. Elemental Pact allows casting different elemental effects through elemental marks of different attributes. Elemental Wave summons a vortex. The Flame Vortex has damage over time capabilities. The Lightning Vortex has instant burst damage, and the Water Vortex has elemental control abilities. Note: use caution when using vortices. For example, a water and fire vortex will evaporate and disappear after coexisting. A lightning and water vortex will enhance the damage of the lightning vortex. After reading the skill description, Zi Luo shouted,
This is great. Then he learned the skill, smirking as he selected it, thinking that now the skill scrolls in his storage space could finally bypass elemental restrictions, and he could learn them all.
After selecting the new move, a skill book appeared in Zi Luo's hand. Upon receiving the book, he thought, strike while the iron is hot. I'll learn it right now. As Zi Luo tried to move, he stumbled and fell, dropping the skill book, sitting on the floor. Zi Luo thought, that's right. I haven't slept for 10 days and 10 nights. My body can't take it anymore. I should get some sleep. So he decided to set the skill book aside and learn it after he woke up. Then he jumped comfortably onto the bed, shouting, finally, I can rest. Just as he lay down and closed his eyes, there was a knock on the door. Extremely annoyed, Zi Luo's eyes snapped open and he sat up. He heard a voice from outside. My lord, I heard an explosion in your room. Are you alright? Zi Luo remained silent for a moment. After a while, he spoke up. I'm fine. The guard outside heard this and replied, That's great. My lord, you're finally awake. The guard bowed politely and said, 3 days ago, officials from the Alliance faction came to see us. They need you to hand over the item related to the city lord to officially confirm your identity. For some reason, the guard struggled with his last words. Perhaps you could... Before the guard could finish, Zi Luo lay back down on the bed. He replied that they had already waited for 3 days. So tell them to wait 1 more day. From now on, don't bother me. I want to sleep. Hearing Zi Luo's reply, the guard stood there stunned, thinking sigh, as expected of the lord of our Skywalk city. The guard turned to the window, thinking, a normal city lord would be respectful and courteous to the Alliance envoys. But with our city lord, waiting 3 days isn't enough. They have to wait another day. A day passed, and our Zi Luo finally woke up, stretching and thinking that was a great sleep. Then he happily grabbed his mask, thinking it was about time to meet those old geezers. Zi Luo got out of bed, put on his mask, and thought as he walked. But first, I need to feed the 9-Li Pearl. Zi Luo moved into the city lord's tower dungeon, inside which were many sparkling things. Zi Luo thought to himself, wow, so much I've struck it rich. Then he used his skill to suck everything in the room into a single mass. After absorbing everything, his experience bar appeared, but it only increased by a tiny bit. Seeing this, He thought, is that all leveling up the 9 Li Pearl is so hard now? Zi Luo moved to the reception hall, where a man greeted him. Greetings, City Lord Li. The middle-aged man who had just greeted him was Zheng Liangqi, a beginner S-rank enhancer and captain of the Alliance. And the young, scholarly-looking man with platinum hair next to him was Zhang Qiji, a peak A rank enhancer and vice captain of the Alliance. Hearing this, Zi Luo thought, my subordinates told me that after the surface city on Tanmu Star was destroyed, 36 underground cities were established in various places. These underground cities formed an alliance, with the City Lord of Sunlight City from the Central Continent as its leader. This captain is a beginner S-rank enhancer, which is considered a top-tier expert in Skywalk City. Suddenly, Zi Luo placed a hand on his chin. Looking thoughtful, I heard that in Sunlight City, he's just an ordinary high-ranking official, which shows that Sunlight City's background is quite impressive. And after thinking, Zi Luo spoke up. Brother Zheng, please have a seat. As he spoke, he sat down himself, but the other two remained standing. Liang Qi handed Zi Luo a document and said, City Lord Li, this is the official document from the City Alliance confirming you as the City Lord of Skywalk City. With his hand still extended, he continued, from now on, you will officially be the City Lord of Skywalk City, entitled to all the benefits of a City Lord. As soon as Liang Qi finished speaking, Zi Luo reached out and took the document, and as he held it, a notification appeared. Player Yazi has successfully become the City Lord of Skywalk City, fulfilling the quest requirements. Quest lang kameta Lord of a City completed. Congratulations to player Yazi for receiving a reward of 5,000 experience points, 2,000 gold coins, and 1 cubic meter of storage space. Zi Luo's experience bar went up a little. Then Liang Qi summoned 3 potions and said to City Lord Li, this is an SS rank enhancement serum. Extracted from the SS rank radiation creature, Eldor, considered a priceless treasure, its effect is much better than the S rank enhancement serum, and the cooldown period is also shorter. 3 vials of S rank enhancement serum. 1 is a reward for you killing the SS rank Eldor. The second is a reward to thank you for quelling the internal rebellion of Skywalk City. The third is a congratulatory gift for...
The Alliance prepared this for you. City Lord. After speaking, the man respectfully presented the items to Zi Luo. After receiving the 3 precious vials of potion, he thought that with the 4 he already had, he now had a total of 8 vials.
Alright, I'll try it out tonight. He responded to Liang Qi's sincerity with a very simple, thank you. Seeing that Zi Luo showed no emotion, Liang Qi was surprised, as expected of City Lord Li, to be so calm in the face of the strengthening serum, which is worth a fortune. God only knows how much temptation I had to resist to bring these vials of strengthening serum here safely. Seeing Liang Qi standing there dumbfounded, Zi Luo asked him, in that case, please help me convey my sincere greetings to the leaders of the Alliance, and thank them for their great generosity. Hearing that Zi Luo was willing to speak, Liang Qi felt relieved and said, actually, there's no need for me to relay it. City Lord Li can tell them in person. Hearing this, Zi Luo wondered what he meant. Liang Qi bowed respectfully and answered, it's like this. City Lord Li, due to a series of recent events, the Alliance is planning to hold a City Lord conference, under the condition that all the City Lords of the underground cities have no urgent matters up. They must all come to Tianyang City to attend the City Lord conference. Still not understanding, Zi Luo asked what series of events Captain Zheng was referring to. Liang Qi then straightened his back and replied sorrowfully, City Lord Li probably knows that the destruction of Tiankang City was caused by a duo-er, and that's just what happened in the Northern District. The area Liang Qi was talking about is currently occupied by zombies. Liang Qi continued his report. In fact, Tianmu City and Tianjin City in the eastern continent, and Tianpo City and Tianfeng City in the west. These cities, over a period of time, have all been besieged by zombies and radiated creatures, and were ultimately, unfortunately, destroyed. Hordes of zombies gathered in the chaotic cities. During this time, under some unknown influence, a large number of zombies and radiated creatures began to exhibit violent behavior. Large numbers of zombies have gathered together and, continuing with Liang Qi's report, even sedentary radiated creatures, wasats, have left their original locations. These events have led to a massive number of deaths among the humans living on the surface. Somewhere on the surface lies the corpse of a demon. Not only that, the evolution of radiated creatures has also started to show problems. Researchers have discovered that many radiated creatures have developed related abilities during their evolution that allow them to detect underground cities. This is also the main reason for the destruction of those underground cities. It's very likely that the current situation has reached a critical point. So the Alliance has decided to hold a City Lord conference to discuss how to solve this problem. After finishing his report, Liang Qi kept his head bowed, tensely awaiting Zilei's decision.
Zila was still hesitant and said, "So you're saying I have no choice but to go, but I need to think about it." Seeing his hesitation, Liang Qi said, "The City Lord Conference in Tianyang City is in 4 days, and it takes 2 days to travel to Tianyang City. I hope City Lord Li will consider it seriously." Zile reassured Liang Qi. "Don't worry, I will definitely give you an answer beforehand."
Liang Qi thanked him. "Then I thank you in advance, City Lord Li," Zile replied. "It's nothing." As Liang Qi was leaving, a notification appeared. "Congratulations to player Yazi for triggering a quest exclusive to the City Lord." He then pressed the accept quest button for the City Lord. Zile was surprised when he saw the quest information. Quest exclusive to the City Lord Residence Edge. A long-term quest. Increase the happiness of the residents living in the city and enhance the residents' sense of belonging to Tianjin City. Quest reward for every permanent resident whose favorability with the city reaches a certain level. The City Lord will obtain 1 experience point. City Security, a long-term quest. Increase the strength of every combat personnel in the city and build a sufficiently powerful army. Quest reward. When the strength of each combat personnel reaches a certain level, the City Lord will receive 10 gold coins. For every 100 combat personnel who reach a certain level, the City Lord will receive 0.5 cubic meters of storage space. Reading up to that point, Zila grinned widely and said, "Holy crap, 2 long-term quests at once. This is a divine tier reward farm. I'll take them all." Continuing with the notification, the rest of the notification read, "Deal with radiated creatures. A daily refreshing quest. 673 meters from gate number 16 of Tianjin City. A Class A radiated creature is hunting. The location has been marked. As the City Lord, you must proactively handle such threats. Quest reward, 500 experience points, 300 gold coins." After reading all the quests, Zile was rolling on the ground with laughter. He said, "The reward for each resident's favorability reaching the standard isn't high, but Tianjin City has a huge population, and my storage space reward can even be doubled. Isn't this an endless stream of profit?" He then opened his inventory and picked up 2 vials of the potion, thinking, "I happen to have no use for this strengthening serum. Not only can I reward the soldiers of Tianjin City, I can also win their hearts and increase their favorability." He looked towards the emerging notification and thought, "It seems I definitely have to go to Tianyang City. I can use the skill that returns supplies after teaching." As the notification board fully appeared, it read resident Zhu Xiang's favorability towards Tianjin City has reached the target. Rewarding city, Lord Yazi, with 1 experience of resident Duan Yinggu. Towards Tianxing City, has reached the target. Rewarding city, Lord Yazi with 1 experience point. After reading the notification, he immediately ran outside and shouted, "Someone, get over here. I must enact decisive reforms. I have to make the advanced system of planet Tanmu shine brightly." A moment later, everyone was gathered at the dining table, just sitting there, while Yazi sat there, happily eating a chicken leg. Once he was full, Yazi said, "First, immediately open up the inner city of Skywalk City, except for a few specific structures, demolish everything else, and distribute the land to the people based on their level of contribution." One person spoke up. "City Lord, you can't be serious. Can you?" Hearing this, our protagonist thought to himself, "How many of you high-ranking officials are even useful? The people's favorability is the only true path. If I didn't see you as a talent sent by Suji Shang, I would have dealt with you directly." Then he angrily retorted, "Do I look like I'm joking?" The man was about to explain, but Yazi cut him off. "No buts. Not only that, I'm also going to establish a contribution exchange system, regardless of whether you're a commoner, a wealthy person, or a public official. Everyone will be judged by their contribution as the basic standard. As long as you contribute, you can exchange for food, supplies, and even housing." Hearing this, no one there dared to say a word. After speaking, Yazi glanced at everyone. Seeing no objections, he continued, "Starting now, you all will draft the fairest possible contribution exchange system and deliver it to me tomorrow." The people around him could only tremble in fear and shout, "Yes, this." Once he had finished his threats, Yazi softened his tone and said, "There's one more thing. From now on, conduct a thorough investigation into the assets, supplies, land, and so on. If any violations are found, confiscate everything." Hearing this, one person questioned, "City Lord, the other matters are manageable, but if we do this last thing, it's highly likely to cause a riot." Seeing someone question him, he shot the man a death glare and threatened, "I'm telling you what to do, not asking for your opinion. If you can't do it, then you don't need to be here anymore." Hearing that, they all said in unison, "Rest assured, City Lord, we will give you a satisfactory answer tomorrow." Clapping his hands together sharply, Yazi stood before a few men and spoke.
"Good then. I'll leave these matters to you." He then immediately turned to leave, but was stopped by the voice of one of the men. "City Lord, if we do as you say..."
"Our supplies will only last for 1 month. What happens then?" Hearing this, Yazi remained completely unfazed. "Don't worry, someone will deliver more when the time comes." He left the man behind, utterly bewildered and thinking to himself, "Dare to riot. They must be sleeping too soundly at night." A moment later, as if remembering something, Yazi turned back and said in a low voice, "Oh, right. Don't forget to build a supply warehouse. It's going to be very useful soon." This left the other man even more confused.
"Huh. Yes, sir." At the same time, Yazi, without a care in the world, covered his mouth with one hand, his voice full of extreme sleepiness. "Nope. Can't do it. I have to catch up on some sleep." After saying that,
he immediately vanished into thin air without a trace. Zhuang Cui appeared clearly in the night sky. The system suddenly sent a few notifications while Yazi was still fast asleep. Resident Fan Yong'an's favorability towards Skywalk City has reached the target. Rewarding city, Lord Yazi with 1 experience point. Resident Xiaoying's favorability toward rewarding city, Lord Yazi with 1 experience point. This continued until another system notification appeared. "Congratulations, player. You have leveled up to level 34. All attributes plus 3. You have obtained 5 free..." He was startled awake from his deep sleep, his eyes wide open. Then, in a sleepy, yawning voice, He asked himself. I leveled up just by taking a nap. After that, Yazi lightly touched his forehead, then moved his hand toward his temple. At this moment, his face suddenly aged. He pointed his index finger at the red screen in front of him and ordered, System, turn off notifications. Then he smirked in satisfaction. Leveling up feels so good. People in the real world can only stay up late and wake up early to hunt zombies. After he touched the screen that read Strength 154, Spirit 154, Constitution 149, Agility 149, 5 points. Yazi touched his chin and murmured, To be getting this many experience points right now. Woo. He must have implemented the new policies. These commoners are so easy to fool. The rewards haven't even been distributed yet. A thought crossed his mind. I should research the enhancement solution first. See what kind of supplies I can give them. Suddenly, a vial with an A label appeared in his hand, and he grabbed it without hesitation. As he brought it to his lips, he thought, It's a little sweet, and the system didn't warn of any side effects. Then, Yazi quickly chugged it down and exhaled happily, praising. Refreshing? At that moment, a golden light appeared, swirling around him, as he mused in a thoughtful tone. It's just not that effective on me, but it should be enough for ordinary soldiers. As he said that, another bottle, this one with an S label, appeared. Yazi didn't hesitate to drink it as well. Instantly, his face showed deep satisfaction, and his eyes held a captivating. He looked at the red screen, which displayed a notification detecting that player Yazi has used an S-rank enhancement solution from planet Tanmu. Body attributes have increased, all attributes +2, while praising. Now that's refreshing. He looked at the 4 S-rank solution vials before him and immediately grinned mischievously. This way is much faster than leveling up to increase attributes, isn't it? If I drink all of these, won't my stats just skyrocket? With that said, Yazi unhesitatingly opened the first bottle and began to chug it down. After finishing the solution, Yazi let out a breath. But as he looked down at the fading aura in front of him, he panicked and shouted, What the hell? Why does it feel less effective now? At that same moment, a system notification appeared, detecting that player Yashe used an S-rank Thanmao Tin enhancement potion. Physical attributes increased, all stats +1, which made Yashe couldn't help but get annoyed. The effect was directly reduced by half. System, you're so stingy. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately chugged the remaining 3 potions. Afterwards, his face and voice became utterly ecstatic. He exclaimed that this stuff was just like alcohol, while his body was still lying in bed under the covers. Another notification appeared, detecting that player Yashe used 3 bottles of S-rank Thanmao Tin enhancement potion. Physical attributes increased, all stats +2. Reading this, he looked extremely disappointed and asked, 5 enhancement potions only give me 5 points to all stats. Then, Yashe smacked his head and ordered the system to open the full attribute status window. Instantly, the data in a huge font hit his eyes. Strength +0+, Spirit +0+, Constitution +0+, Agility +0+. While Yashe was nodding and muttering, with this status window, even without Suji Shang holding me back, I can still fight an SS rank Adal. Suddenly, there was a commotion outside along with an announcement. My Lord City Lord, are you awake? City Lord Su of Tianlian City has been waiting for you in the dining hall for a long time. After hearing this, he paused for a few seconds, thinking, Su Jishang, why is he here? Then he grabbed his mask and replied, Alright, I know. A moment later, upon seeing the man sitting at the table eating a chicken leg, Yashe slowly began to speak. Brother Su, please blame my subordinates for their incompetence. I only just found out you were here. As soon as he finished, Su Zishang, holding a half-eaten fried chicken leg, laughed sheepishly. It's no problem, Brother Li. I was just afraid of disturbing your rest, you see. He then pointed his index finger forward sarcastically. After all, Brother Li, you did inherit those 99 concubines from that old man Zhuang. But Yashi remained calm and asked back. You mean them? As he sat down, he continued. I found their skills lacking, so I sent them to the city lord's tower to grow vegetables and raise pigs. He pointed at the food in the other man's hand and added, the meat you're eating, Brother Su, might just be from a pig they slaughtered. Hearing this, Su Zishang exclaimed, Brother Li, you truly are one of a kind. But in response, Yashe just asked a somewhat unrelated question. Why did you come here, Brother Su? Su Zishang immediately replied that it was for the City Lord's Conference in Tianyuan City. I figured it was on the way, so I came to your place for a meal. After hearing this, Yashe thought to himself, on the way means you have business with me, right? Then, he calmly rested his chin on his hand and spoke. All right then, we'll go there together tomorrow afternoon. As soon as he finished, Su Zishang raised his hands to his chest and agreed. Okay, let's go together. However, before we leave, I hope Brother Li can guide me on matters related to using the elements. Immediately, someone's arm shot out. It was Yashe with a long iron chain surrounded by a swirling blue aura, making Su Zishang give a thumbs up in admiration.
That's good, Brother Su. You've already gotten the hang of it. But as soon as he heard Yashe's question, Brother Su, I have a skill that can quickly unleash elemental power. Are you interested?
He immediately became dejected and muttered to himself. Since you're a regular customer, I can give you a 20% discount. Su Zishang thought wearily. Here we go. That smile again. He's here to swindle my goods again. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind, and he asked timidly, Brother Li, what is this elemental skill you're talking about? Specifically, how powerful is it? Instantly, a blue orb emitting lightning appeared in Yashe's hand as he answered. This is the elemental skill. It terrified Su Zishang to no end, and Yashe, still holding the object in his hand, threw it, causing Su Zishang to panic. Looking at the smoking spot, he said, This power must be 10 times stronger than simple lightning. As the blue orb in Yashe's hand gradually disappeared, he immediately replied, That's right. This is the power of an elemental skill. It consumes the same amount of spiritual power, but its might can be increased manifold. Hearing this, Su Zishang grit his teeth and whispered, Is it really that strong? How can I learn this elemental skill? But he only saw Yashe snap his fingers, at which point Su Zishang spoke up again. Brother Li, didn't I give you 3 S-rank enhancement potions last time? Before he could finish, Yashe cut him off. That won't do. Brother Su, this is a skill, not like you cultivating the elements. This has a different price tag, causing a dejected Su Zishang to reply. Brother Li, I really don't have any more enhancement potions. However, Yashe still punched him hard on the shoulder, trying to persuade him. What are you talking about? Brother Su, how could I not know your situation? How about this? This time I don't need enhancement potions. Just give me supplies. Hearing this, Su Zishang couldn't help but let out a gasp, adding, I get it now. Before I came, I was wondering how your Tianxing city could afford the massive amount of supplies needed for reforms. Where did you get them? Then, with tears streaming down his face, he realized. So it turns out I'm the fool being tricked. As soon as he finished speaking, Yashe immediately comforted him. It's okay, Brother Su. If you don't have the supplies, our deal might be off, but our friendship remains. When you have them. But Su Zishang hurriedly cut him off. Say no more. I'm the fool being tricked. Just name your price. And so, Yashay, without missing a beat, pressed his advantage, gesturing with both hands and saying gravely, "Food for 100,000 ordinary people for 1 month." This scared Su Zishang into yelling frantically, "Are you robbing me? 20,000 is the most I can do. Otherwise, no deal." Instantly, Yashay held up his hand to negotiate. The price was 50,000, but Su Zishang was still unsatisfied and held up 3 fingers to counter with 30,000. The moment he spoke, his wrist was grabbed and a serious voice declared, "Deal. Thank you, Brother Su, for your generosity." A moment later, Su Zishang's face darkened, and he ordered his subordinate to take some men to Tianlian City to retrieve the supplies. Yes, hour after hearing that, Nyaise looked up and laughed heartily in admiration. "Brother Su, you really are a straight shooter." He opened his palm, revealing a green orb surrounded by a dense aura, and said, "Brother Su." This is how the wind sphere technique works. Nyaise let the dense green aura expand further and explained, "The thinner the wind blade, the sharper it is, and there's no rule that it has to spin clockwise." After a long moment, a tense Su Zishang asked, Good, good. Brother Li, is there more?" But he only received a disappointing reply. That's it. That's the entire principle of the wind sphere technique. Suddenly, Nyaise spoke up slowly. "However, hubby," then looked at Su Zishang's bewildered face and continued, "I wonder if Brother Su would be interested in a chain-type elemental skill." Hearing this, Su Zishang realized he had been played. He pointed a finger at Naise's face and asked angrily, "You're still holding back. How many more skills do you have?" He then turned to leave, leaving behind just 3 words, "I'm not coming." Seeing that Su Zishang was genuinely upset, Nyaise quickly tried to coax him. "Don't be like that, Brother Su." Then he dangled a temptation. "There's a move that can create a vortex, a skill to trap enemies. Don't you want to talk about it?" But no matter what Nyaise said, Su Zishang paid him no mind. He just coldly turned and walked away. He started walking faster, despite Nyaise running after him saying, "Brother Su, I'll give you a discount. A huge discount." Seeing Su Zishang walk even faster, Nyaise got so desperate that he started shouting out deals. "Buy both of these skills now, and the second one is half price." Nyaise hurriedly added, "If that's still not good enough, what kind of skill do you want? I'll create one just for you." Just then, at Tisk, exit. Number 6 of Tianxing City. In the afternoon, a group of people stood in front of a tall building. It was Naise's party. He was currently tempting the Zhuang. "Hey, big dummy, remember to help me deal with the mobs near Tianxing City. For the next few days, you can eat all the chicken legs you want." Hearing this, the Zhuang couldn't help but grin as he imagined the delicious chicken legs waiting for him. So Da Zhuang happily nodded in agreement with Nyaise. Standing behind them was a man in protective gear. He was looking around, surveying the area. A moment later, he stepped forward and said to Nyaise, "City, Lord Li, our men have all gathered. When can we set out?" Nyaise immediately replied, "I'm ready whenever. Go ask Brother Su when he wants to depart." When he was face to face with Nyaise, the man in protective gear unexpectedly turned away. He thought to himself, "I can't look at Lin Zi Luo, or I won't be able to stop myself from buying." He was trying to restrain himself as he informed Nyaise, "My team is also assembled. Let's go." Seeing the man in protective gear act this way, Nyaise couldn't help but fall silent, raising a hand to his mouth in thought. Then Nyaise stepped forward and said loudly, "All right, let's move out." Naise's group walked calmly and confidently toward the designated spot. At that moment, a sound suddenly echoed from somewhere, making many of them wonder in confusion. "What's that sound?" Immediately, a loud roar erupted, and thick dust filled the air as dark silhouettes began to appear right in front of them. The sound of powerful, rhythmic footsteps thundered from outside the city. Nice's group stood their ground, poised for a major battle. Suddenly, the sky began to clear. A beam of light shone down right on him, as if announcing something to come. The area where Nice's group stood was suddenly illuminated amidst the dense smoke. And at that moment, dark silhouettes began to appear before them. A horde of enormous monsters gradually came into view as the dust settled, just as they charged forward to attack. Nice began to activate a skill. At the same time, he shouted, "Brother Su, don't you guys dare steal these from me." Then, a stream of blue light from his hand formed a small vortex, which then became an orb of power crackling with electricity. Seeing this, the men in protective gear couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment, "This is..." At that moment, Nice was casting the skill to envelop the dark monsters, while thinking, "The real surprise is still to come." And just like that, with only a fraction of his power, Nice successfully trapped and disabled them, but it didn't stop there. The vortex he created continued to grow, surrounding the monsters. This sight left the men in protective gear completely stunned. Moreover, the vortex began to spin even more fiercely, lifting the entire horde of dark monsters into the air. Seeing these results, Nice thought confidently to himself, "I refuse to believe this won't make you guys burn with desire." Then he conjured another electrically charged orb. He then hurled it towards the dark monsters. The orb shot through the air with lightning speed, as if it could tear the very sky apart. Instantly, the dark monsters were electrocuted so intensely that their skeletons were visible through their bodies. This left the others completely speechless. Suddenly, the head of one of the dark monsters dropped heavily to the ground. It was followed by the heads of the others. They rained down with sickening thuds all around where Nice was standing. At that moment, a notification window popped up. "Congratulations, players. Nice successfully killed 1,000 zombies and 3 irradiated creatures." He completed the second objective of the instance's main quest, Wasteland Crisis 2. The screen changed again. This time, it was a notification. "Congratulations to player Nice for successfully completing all main quests of the Wasteland Crisis 2 instance. Would you like to submit the quest and exit the instance?" After reading it, Nice thought to himself, "Don't submit, don't exit." Then he excitedly turned to the group in hazmat suits and said, "So what do you think of my elemental skill?" But contrary to his expectations, everyone replied in unison, "Can't afford it, can't afford it. We're not worthy." Leaving Nice speechless for a moment. After finishing the battle with the monsters, Nice's group continued on their journey. At this point, Nice asked, "Captain Trin, roughly how much longer until we reach Tianduang City?" He replied, "This is the outskirts at Tultit of Koingwin City. It'll take about another hour to get to entrance number 49 of Tianduang City." Sadatas. Hearing Captain Trin's answer, he immediately sighed in relief. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. Any longer, and my radiation level will hit its limit, even though I'm actually perfectly fine." Seeing this, the Chituang could only say, "Can't be helped. This place is the center of the entire continent, the place with the highest radiation levels." Meanwhile, Captain Trin was observing their surroundings. He spoke up. "About 10-something minutes ahead, there's a rest stop. Let's head there to rest first." Nice wholeheartedly agreed with this idea. "Not bad. Let's go." Afterward, the group continued on their way. When they arrived at a rest stop, it was completely desolate inside. Not a soul in sight. As they slowly and quietly moved deeper inside, Nice suddenly seemed to realize something. He raised a hand to stop everyone and said suspiciously, "Something feels off. I think there's someone inside." Hearing this, Everyone simultaneously looked in the same direction. There stood a massive iron door. Captain Trin slowly approached it. As soon as he cracked the door open, a voice came from somewhere inside. Murakami Kunun, you've got a point. You gotta mess with women. The more the better, right? In out kun hehehe. It wasn't just one voice. There were others too. Damn it. Jiro Tanaka, didn't you hear the door get pushed open? Go check it out for me. Realizing the group inside had noticed the commotion, outside the door, Naisei's group looked at each other and nodded. Then he said in a low voice, Here they come. Be on your guard. Tachituang sighed in annoyance. Speak of the devil, it's that scum again. His tone made Naisei a bit surprised, and he asked doubtfully, Old brother To, you. He immediately received an explanation. They are the conservative faction of Tiandao City, the surrenderist faction that advocates for handing over weapons to the irradiated creatures. He added grimly, so our enemies aren't just the irradiated creatures, but also these conservatives. Hearing this, Naisei still nodded confidently and said, Understood. At that moment, Tachituang gripped the chain in his hand tightly, just as he was about to make a move. Captain Trin stopped him. City Lord To, the situation is critical right now. We can't make more enemies.
This is an order from the elders. Hearing this, Tachituang could only reluctantly lock his chain again. He then put it down and replied dejectedly, I understand. The group
of Naisei was unaware that as they stood there talking, another group was staring at them from a distance. That person was also reporting back to Fukawa Umi, a member of the progressive faction. I only see Tachituang of Tianlin City. Inside the large waiting hall, he coldly replied, Understood. And the person standing there, answering so coldly, was none other than Fukawa Yomi, the city lord of Tiandao City, a peak S-rank powerhouse. He was angrily cursing. Those idiots from the progressive faction. What bad luck? As Naisei's group stood there, lost in thought, a figure approached. As soon as he saw this person, Tachituang couldn't help but curse. Son of a... But luckily, Naisei managed to stop him. Then he hid the badge on his lapel and said to Tachituang, Old brother To, don't get worked up. We have to think about the bigger picture. Seeing the smile on his face as he reminded him, Old brother To cheered up a little. There it is. There it is. That smile. And after that, he whispered into Naisei's ear, Young brother Lai, if you help me vent this anger, I'll buy both of those skills from you. No discount needed. Naisei immediately replied with certainty, Don't worry, old brother To. Then he slowly walked toward Fukawa Yomi, causing him to look back with some suspicion. Just then, Tachituang came up beside him and explained, The one in the lead is the Lord of Tiandao City, Fukawa Yomi, a peak S-rank powerhouse. This statement completely stunned Naisei, and he couldn't help but exclaim, What? Seeing this, Fukawa Yomi smirked to himself, thinking that would scare him to death. But strangely enough, what Naisei said next was not at all what everyone expected. No underwear is he that much of a pervert? This even made old brother to chuckle. Seeing this, Murakami Kogoro furiously shouted, You idiot! How dare you disrespect the city lord? What kind of trash are you seeing him? Tachituang told Naisei, This guy is Murakami Kogoro, a peak A-rank powerhouse. After hearing this, Naisei just hummed in response. As for Fukawa Yomi, who was witnessing everything, he just laughed and gave him a challenging look. At this point, Murakami Kogoro continued to taunt them, as expected from a bunch of filthy people. You have no manners at all. But suddenly, he stopped and stared, stunned, at Naisei, because at that moment, a thick killing intent was radiating from his entire body. The system's mechanical voice rang out at the same time. Player Yazi has been insulted, triggering the quest. Punish Murakami Kogoro. Seeing this, Fukawa Yomi hesitated before asking him, "Are you the butcher, the lord of Skywalk City who killed Ardor?" Yazi flashed a savage, predatory smile, then held out his badge and said to Fukawa Yomi, City Lord Fukawa, "Your subordinate insulted a city lord, an act of insubordination. It wouldn't be too much for me to teach him a lesson for you, would it?" At that moment, Fukawa Yomi could only agree. "City Lord Li, feel free to discipline him." Then he hesitantly added, "But a small punishment will suffice." Before he could even finish his sentence, Yazi instantly appeared in front of Fukawa Yomi, forcing him to exclaim, so fast. In a flash, he struck Murakami Kogoro straight across the face. Blood from Murakami Kogoro's face splattered onto Fukawa Yomi's, causing him to freeze for a second and touch the blood on his cheek. Fukawa Yomi paused in thought for a moment. Then he angrily cursed at Yazi. "You deserve to die." But Yazi simply replied calmly, "City Lord Fukawa, allow me to ask, are you satisfied with the lesson I taught?" At the same time, a system notification rang out. "Congratulations to player Yazi for completing the Punish Murakami Kogoro quest, receiving 3 A-rank enhancement potions." Hearing Yazi's question, Fukawa Yomi furiously shouted, "Butcher, you've gone too far." He and his entire group raised their swords at him. "How dare you kill the great general of our Heaven Island city?" Yazi immediately drew his own blade as well, and calmly replied, "Didn't City Lord Fukawa say I could punish him as I saw fit? You said it loud enough for all my brothers here to hear." Sujishang also spoke up. "City Lord Fukawa, although we are currently in a truce, it was your subordinate who provoked our City Lord Li first. Even if you take this matter to the Alliance, our actions were completely justified." Hearing this, Fukawa Yomi gritted his teeth in anger. He then reluctantly accepted the situation. Fine. You've all played this very well." Then he angrily pointed at Yazi's group and said, "I'll concede this time, but I will still report this to the Alliance. Just you wait for the wrath of our conservative faction." Fukawa Yomi then immediately ordered his subordinates, "Let's go." Yazi just stood there, smiling as he watched their retreating backs. Sujishang then laughed heartily, walked over to Yazi, and said, "So satisfying, as expected of you, little brother Li. You took down a peak A rank like Murakami Kogoro in a single move." Leaving Fukawa Yomi no time to react. "His heart must be absolutely bleeding right now." Yazi replied humbly, "It was nothing, really." Sujishang said with a grin, "You're being too modest, little brother Li. I haven't felt this satisfied in a long time. When I get back, I'll definitely send supplies over to your Skywalk City." Captain Jing, who was standing nearby, agreed wholeheartedly. "That's right. City Lord Li is far too modest." A moment later, Sujishang added hesitantly, "However, Fukawa Yomi will definitely report this to the Alliance." Yazi calmly said, "No rush." He casually added, "Who knows? Maybe they'll have some terrible luck today. Get surrounded by irradiated creatures right after leaving, and all get wiped out." Hearing this, the men in protective suits burst out laughing. "If that really happens, it would mean the heavens are just..." The others chimed in with support. "Yeah, that's right." Suddenly, Sujishang seemed to sense something. They all stood still, trying to hear the sound more clearly. Then he turned to Yazi in alarm. Could it be? He was met with Yazi's triumphant smile, which served as his answer. Meanwhile, outside, Fukawa Yomi was screaming in rage, "Idiot! Idiot!" He just kept shouting at the top of his lungs, "Idiot!" Seeing him in this state, Oda Inukiba, the Vice Lord of Heaven Island City and an S-rank powerhouse, couldn't help but try to intervene. "My lord, if you're too loud, you might attract zombies or irradiated creatures." Hearing this, Fukawa Yomi glared at him and immediately landed a powerful punch right on Oda Inukiba's face. See what? The blow sent him sprawling to the ground, unable to get back up. Fukawa Yomi furiously cursed. Idiot! Are you trying to tell me how to do my job? After taking such a heavy blow? Oda Inukiba could only struggle to prop himself up on his hands. Coughing hard, he said with a tremble, "This subordinate has overstepped." Suddenly, Fukawa Yomi realized something. Irradiated creatures, he quickly helped Oda Inukiba to his feet. Then he let out a savage laugh and told him, No, you were right," Yomi said gleefully. "We can use the irradiated creatures to deal with that butcher." Oda, having been struck for no reason, was completely bewildered. Yomi, with an eager expression, demanded, "Give me the item that Elder Bai secretly entrusted to you." Oda obviously didn't dare to, and immediately knelt down to refuse. "I can't, my lord. This item can only be used with Elder Bai's direct command. It absolutely cannot be revealed beforehand." Hearing this, Yomi immediately struck Oda again. He angrily glared down at him, forcing Oda to apologize profusely. "Idiot. You dare defy my orders, I'm sorry. I'm sorry." After that, Oda immediately took out a vial of red liquid and handed it over. Not daring to disobey, Oda could only present it with both hands. If this plan succeeds, the progressive faction will lose 3 of its S-rank experts. This is how Elder Bai will reward me. After snatching the potion, he immediately turned to his subordinates and said, "Applying this reagent to someone will attract the attention of the SS rank, ground-rending frenzied lion that roams this area. Now, I need someone to carry out this grand mission." His subordinates stared at the vial in shock. "Are any of you willing?" Yomi asked. They immediately scrambled to volunteer. "City Lord, I'll go." So Umi randomly picked one of them to use the potion. "All right. It's you then." He reminded the man of a few things before handing over the potion. "Remember, under no circumstances can you die, or this potion will lose its effect." The man immediately shouted with excitement and took the potion. "Yes, I understand." The moment Umi handed him the potion, the man immediately ran straight to his destination. Umi watched him go, thinking about the future, and broke into a gleeful laugh. "Ha ha ha! The SSS rank Earth-Rending Frenzy Lion is an entity that the entire Tianyang city dares not provoke. This time, I'd like to see how you scumbags survive. Ha ha ha! The city lord is wise and resourceful. That group." The lucky man who received the potion quickened his pace. He ran to a large tree ahead, then reached out to lean on it and slow down. He still felt quite terrified about what he was about to face. Wasinem Sikyo. Ahead is the lair of the earth-rending frenzy lion. Can I really survive? But even if I'm scared, this is now unavoidable. I'll just have to risk it. Just then, a hand chopped the back of his neck, causing him to fall, hit his head on the tree, and lose consciousness. It turned out to be Zi Luo, who had appeared and launched a surprise attack, currently linking his consciousness with Lin Zi Luo. Wow, the people of Tianbao City even have stuff like this. He decided to appear, leaning in close to the man, and then took the red vial for himself. Zi Luo observed it for a moment, for quite a while before doing anything. Then he opened the cap and poured all of the potion out. Next, he grabbed the man's leg and started dragging him away. Zi Luo dragged the man at high speed along the dirt path for a long distance. Giving the man a nice dirt facial, he ran like his life depended on it, kicking up a cloud of dust. Just then, black smoke billowed out from nearby, and a lion with glowing red eyes suddenly appeared. The lion twitched its nose, catching their scent. It immediately got up and followed the smell to find them. The scent, delicious. It started to speed up and roared, its eyes blood red and its expression frenzied. Meanwhile, Umi was completely unaware of what was about to happen and was still in a great mood. "Ha! Just thinking about those filthy people dying miserably under the claws of the earth-rending frenzy lion makes me incredibly happy. Elder Bai will definitely reward me this time. One of his subordinates seized the opportunity to step forward and suck up to him. Wonderful. City Lord. This time we can surely deal a heavy blow to the progressive faction. Then, our plan of subjugation will be much easier to carry out. It is truly a blessing for the people. Yumi was very pleased to hear this, and his smile widened. Very good. You certainly know how to talk. Tell me what reward you want, the subordinate. Having achieved his goal, rubbed his hands in glee. Thank you. City Lord. This humble servant has 2 concubines in Tianyang City, who are as beautiful as flowers. Their skills are exquisite, and all I ask for is 1 vial of B rank enhancement fluid. Umi immediately granted his request. Very good. There aren't many self-disciplined men like you left. All right then. Tonight I will personally grace your 2 concubines. Thank you. City Lord. He then boisterously ordered everyone forward. Let's go. Pick up the pace. I can't wait to find those 2 concubines of yours. Just as they were moving, something suddenly rushed toward them. Having sharp instincts, Oda quickly sensed that something was wrong. So he drew his sword and swiftly slashed in that direction. Careful, we're under attack. Oda's slash immediately cut down the figure. After Oda had neutralized the threat, Yumi went over to see who it was, using his foot to roll the upper body over. Unexpectedly, it was the same subordinate he had just dispatched. What is this? Isn't this Sakata from earlier? They all gathered around the body, speechless. No one could believe what they were seeing. Impossible. How could this be just then? A strong scent hit Umi's nose, and he instantly realized the problem.
Yumi turned and shouted a warning to everyone. This is bad. That's the attractant for the SS rank radiation beast. The earth-rending frenzy lion. Fall back. Oda also realized something was wrong and yelled,
This is not good. Everyone prepared to evacuate immediately. The scent grew increasingly potent, wafting towards them. One man was so terrified his body seized up, his legs shaking uncontrollably.
And finally, he turned and ran for his life in terror. Wah. Hey. You.
The atmosphere suddenly became dead silent. A moment later, that same man came flying back to the group, but he was missing his lower body. It turned out the earth-rending frenzy lion had followed the scent all the way here. The beast, several times their size, now stood before them. So, I finally found you. The earth-rending frenzy lion was still munching on the remaining half of the man from earlier. Yumi's entire group was frozen in fear, an SS rank radiation beast. The earth-rending frenzy lion, someone was so scared they trembled and wet their pants on the spot. The whole group started to panic and scatter. Mommy, save me. Meanwhile, Lin Zi Luo's group continued toward Tianyang when a gloomy gray fog suddenly surrounded them. Everyone be careful. Conceal your auras immediately. It looks like there are tracks from a radiation beast here. However, they didn't stop walking as he asked. I think I heard some terrible screams just now. Is this really the path to Tianyang City? The person behind him quickly replied, City Lord Li, please trust me. The members of the group were all in full protective gear, and one of them ventured a guess. Aren't these the tracks of the SS rank radiation beast? The earth-rending frenzy lion, then? 2 people in the group exclaimed at the same time. Aren't those people from the Fukawa faction? Was I being too cautious? He also wondered if Fukawa was already dead. He coughed and pointed down at the scattered corpses on the ground. This is the destructive power of an SS rank radiation creature. It seems Fukawa's group had no ability to resist at all. It was much stronger than a duo error. The white-haired man in protective gear speculated to himself. Could it have been done by Brother Li's subordinates? Then he dismissed the idea himself. No way. Absolutely no way. This is an SS rank radiation creature. A rending earth tyrant lion. Looking at the scene, He tried his best to suppress a trembling laugh, clearly taking pleasure in their misfortune. It seems the rending Earth Tyrant Lion has finished its hunt. Let's go see if any unlucky bastards survived. The Scarface man next to him frowned and replied, This is too risky. He crouched down, observed for a long time, then made a decision. Let's go take a look. Judging from the direction of these footprints, their depth, and the concentration of the blood stains, it's probably been about 9 minutes, he said, turning back to look at his group. Then he intentionally stared at the Scarface man, putting pressure on him. Besides, this is the only road we must take to get to Tianyang City. Isn't it? Holding a strand of fur in his hand, he continued his analysis. Everyone, look at this fur and the depth of these footprints. This rending Earth Tyrant Lion must have chased after them. The path it took is actually much farther than we imagined. After speaking, he glanced back at the Scarface man as if by accident. So, let's proceed at a normal pace for 9 minutes. If we don't find anything, we'll drop it. The Scarface man had no choice but to agree. Since City Lord Li has spoken, let's go take a look. 9 minutes later, in the fog, the group of 9 continued to move forward. The Scarface man seemed to sense something and quickly shouted, Everyone be careful. The smell of blood here is very strong. The deeper he went, the more interested he became. It seems this is the place. Seeing a severed hand on the ground, the white-haired man warned, Everyone be careful. I'm afraid Fukawa's group has met with misfortune. Then, they followed his lead. The whole group followed him towards the sunset. Walking in unison, they passed by blood-soaked bodies, with limbs no longer intact. The chipped swords and blades told a story of tragic loss. Suddenly, the white-haired man was shocked to see a sword stuck in the ground. This is Oda Inikima's samurai sword. He's a mid-tier level 5 enhancer. Then, feigning sorrow, he continued, I can't believe even he... He deliberately glanced around. They're dead. They're all dead. Lin Zi Luo rummaged through the pocket of a nearby corpse. After a moment, he shouted, Ah! Then, putting on an act, he pointed at what he had just found. This is City Lord Fukawa's medallion. Could it be that City Lord Fukawa has heroically Seeing the object that reminded him of the man, the scar-faced man's whole body began to tremble. He feigned tears welling up, shutting his eyes tightly to hold them back. The City Lord's contribution. I will report it to the Alliance. The others also turned to each other in pairs, expressing their emotions. Truly, life is unpredictable. To think City Lord Fukawa would die like this. That's right. How pitiful. They were brave warriors. Boo-hoo.
Suddenly, someone couldn't hold it in anymore and burst out laughing. As if on cue. The others also started laughing. Ha ha ha. The laughter just kept echoing, unstoppable. At Pyongyang City.
A place with towering skyscrapers. On the statistical display board, it read, Radiation level 39%, medium level, passage permitted. The gate opened, and Lin Zi Luo's group walked deep inside. A man in green clothes and glasses saw them and approached to ask, Captain Cheng, welcome back. And these gentlemen are... Captain Cheng adjusted his collar and replied, He continued to explain. On our way back, we saw quite a few bodies at the entrance to Guangming Road. Upon investigation, we discovered they were City Lord Fukawa and his subordinates. The man in green immediately turned around and shouted, This is bad. You two, quickly report to Manager Zhang. Something big has happened. Then he pointed at a headless corpse and added, Looking at the level of destruction on the body, could it have been an S-rank radiation creature? Captain Chung replied. According to our investigation, it was an SS-rank radiation creature, a rending Earth Tyrant Lion. I don't know why a rending Earth Tyrant Lion would appear nearby. He turned to look at the corpse covered with a blanket. But our City Lord, Fukawa. A gloomy and sorrowful atmosphere enveloped them. He finally managed to finish his sentence. Has heroically fallen on the battlefield. From a distance, a man dressed in green from head to toe came running over. It was Manager Zhang. He came over, looked at the body, and quickly gave an order. You men meticulously investigate the bodies of City Lord Fukawa's group for me. Then he turned towards them and greeted them with clasped hands. Captain Cheng, City Lord Li, City Lord Su, on behalf of everyone in Chinyang City, I thank you for bringing back the remains of City Lord Fukawa, allowing us to prepare to deal with the rending earth tyrant lion. Captain Cheng replied immediately. Manager Zhang, we also deeply regret not being able to meet City Lord Fukawa. Otherwise, the 5 of us S-rank powerhouses could have fought the rending earth tyrant lion. Understanding the situation, Manager Zhang gestured for them to enter. I understand the situation. Then he led the way. As they walked, a giant statue came into view. Noticing his attention, City Lord Su said, Brother Li, this is the pioneer of our new era, the Era Emperor. If the Era Emperor had lived a few more years, we wouldn't be in such a perilous situation. The statue depicted the Era Emperor, the top SSS rank powerhouse of the Aqua Blue planet. Hearing City Lord Su's introduction, he replied, Yes, I know. He was a respectable man, the very first SSS rank powerhouse. However, a hint of melancholy appeared in City Lord Su's eyes as he said, That's right. The matter of, Brother Li, let's go claim City, Lord Zhuang's inheritance, and the Alliance's reward first. Seeing the huge building before them,
City Lord Su shouted loudly, Brother Li, it's over here. Pointing to the house, he added, This is City Lord Zhuang's house. I've already sent people to handle the paperwork, so you can stay here whenever you want.
Lin Zi Luo replied nonchalantly, All right. As he was about to go inside to rest, Mr. Su stopped him with his hand. Brother Li, wait a moment. Seeing him stop, he continued, Right now, there are 2 things you need to handle. He asked curiously, What is it, old brother Su? You can just tell me. He raised one finger. The first thing is your business. When you taught me to cultivate before, I already spread the word about it. Taking a deep breath, he continued, By now, quite a few city lords are interested in this. However, because you were in seclusion, I didn't let them go to Tianjin City. Instead, I arranged to meet them in Tianyang City, and they've probably already... He then held up 2 fingers. The second thing is that Elder Li wants to see you now. He is the supreme leader of our progressive faction, and also one of our 3 SS rank elders. Hearing this, he rubbed his chin thoughtfully. The elemental cultivation method was already gaining traction thanks to old brother Su's publicity, so progress was imminent. But as for that Elder Li, he'd see what the man wanted first. He cupped his fists. All right then, old brother Su. I'll go meet Elder Li first. As for the elemental cultivation method, I'll need your help to promote it.
And I'll give you a discount when the time comes, old brother Su. Mr. Su replied politely. That's fine. I'll have brother Dugu take you to see Elder Li. Dugu bowed his head and replied, Yes, sir. Thinking of something, Mr. Su became...
As for the other city lords, I'll take this chance to use my elemental techniques to slap them in the face. Let's see if they still dare to mock my methods and say I'm not fit to be a city lord. At this point, he called out,
Ghost Eye, you go and help old brother Su. And so, they split up. A few minutes later, at the Elder's Tower, looking at the magnificent skyscraper, Dugu introduced, City Lord Li, this is the Elder's Tower.
On all of Tanmu's star, only 3 SS rank experts can be appointed as elders. The leader of the progressive faction, Elder Li, is right inside this tower. But he only replied with a single word. A man saw them and stopped them. Please present your identification and proof of your appointment. Dugu immediately retorted. City Lord Li is a newly appointed City Lord. He doesn't have proof of an appointment. Because it was Elder Li who personally invited him. Just go ask and you'll find out. The man still replied firmly. No can do. I cannot leave my post. From behind, a girl ran up, pushing the guard aside. My apologies, City Lord Li. This guard wasn't aware of the situation. Seeing her panting heavily left him with a question mark over his head. I'll have him apologize right away. But he just said, It's fine. I don't mind. The guard also bowed his head. City Lord Li, my apologies. Seeing this, he even comforted the guard. It's all right. You did your job well. The girl observed his every move and drew her own conclusion. So this is the City Lord Li who killed an SS rank radiation creature. He's so young and so easygoing. Getting back on topic, she gestured invitingly. City Lord Li, this way please. Elder Li has been waiting for you. He didn't waste any more time.
And nodded, following her into an elevator and then to another area. She stood formally and announced into the room. Sir, the City Lord of Tianxing City is here to see you. After she spoke,
a voice came from inside. Let him in. The secretary pushed the door open for him and gestured. City Lord Li, please go in. She watched him step inside. The room looked like a conference hall with long rows of chairs, and the man was sitting at the head seat. That was the SS rank expert, Elder Li. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, releasing a murderous aura that surrounded him. He couldn't help but inwardly praise Elder Li.
I didn't expect Elder Li to be this old, yet possess such a powerful aura. The air in the room stirred, but he walked with swift steps to the elder's side. He reached the chair next to him and quickly sat down,
causing the elder to turn and look at him. Elder Li couldn't help but think in amazement. How interesting. He's not affected in the slightest. Then, Elder Li burst into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha! Good! Good! As expected of the City Lord Li who killed an SS rank radiation creature, youth truly knows no bounds. Meanwhile, he was just speechless. The elder picked up a teapot, poured a cup, and pushed it towards him. Come, try this tea. It's good stuff. Just from the scent, he could tell the energy in the tea was on par with an S-rank enhancement fluid. Turning to see Elder Li's kind smile, he drank it all in one gulp, thinking, only a fool would pass up a freebie. A golden aura appeared, just as the system panel popped up. Detecting player Yanche has consumed Tan Mustar's energy spirit tea, divine body attribute +3. Looking at the numbers, he couldn't help but be surprised. Whoa! It's that powerful. Seeing this, Elder Li voiced his thoughts. That's the energy wave of an S-rank breakthrough. Elder Li continued. If I wasn't mistaken just now, City Lord Li has only just broken through to S-rank.
It was just a stroke of luck, thanks to the energy from your spirit tea. Elder Li, after thinking for a moment, the elder replied, It has nothing to do with my tea. From the moment you entered the room,
I could already sense that your power was at the peak of S-rank, ready to break through at any moment, which is why I offered you the tea. Pausing for a second, he continued, But I've only just now realized that your physical body has just broken through to S, as if realizing something about his process. The elder hurriedly voiced his suspicion. In other words, you have a method that allowed you to kill an SS rank radiation creature even before you reached S rank. Seeing that he didn't answer and just kept staring at the teapot, the elder scratched his head and relented. Alright, you kid. You're a greedy one. I'll give you this spirit tea, but you have to tell me your secret. As you wish, he answered bluntly. To be honest, I've already told City Lord Su about this method, he added while pouring himself some tea. It's the method of elemental control.
However, to kill monsters above your level, you still need to learn elemental skills. Elder Li smiled happily upon hearing him, while he just kept pouring tea, holding the pot and drinking. Good, good, good.
With a young man like you, there's hope for humanity. Now, hurry up and show me. Lin Zi Luo began to cast, and blue streaks of light slowly appeared, gradually forming a small dark blue orb. Seeing the orb floating in midair, he asked, "What skill is this? Its power is increased more than tenfold, and its consumption is low." He answered without hesitation. "That's right."
That's exactly how it is. The elder then asked another question. But with just this, it would still be very difficult for you to skip 2 levels and kill a door. Instead of answering, he demonstrated with the orb.
A red streak of light gradually entered the center of the small orb. The orb seemed to absorb a massive amount of energy, glowing brightly and drawing in surrounding light to create an electric aura. This was the elemental Luo Yue lightning ball. Elder Li's jaw dropped at the sight. "Is this skill difficult to learn?" Hearing the question, he clenched his fist, making the orb vanish, and then replied, "Not at all. It can be traded for with materials." Elder Li gripped his wrist tightly, trying to intimidate him. "Aren't you worried I'll force it out of you?" He calmly replied, "Because I'm not afraid." This was partly because a system notification appeared. Danger level 1 detected. No hostile intent.
Elder Li let go, extremely satisfied. Excellent, excellent. Having a genius like you is truly a blessing for humanity. But then his expression turned grim. It's a shame that if we only had a little more time.
Returning to the surface wouldn't be impossible. Meanwhile, he wasn't paying attention. Instead, looking at the system panel. Detecting player Lin Zi Luo consuming Tenmoutin's energy spirit tea, physical attributes increased. All stats +2, he thought with satisfaction. Nice. Seeing that he was distracted, the elder continued. "Young man, in a little while, this seat will be yours." He looked completely baffled, and quickly replied, "How could that be possible? You're still in your prime, and I lack your prestige. It would take me several more years at least." Hearing his response, the elder's thoughts were clear. "You're being too modest. There's no need for that. I have faith in you." But he just kept drinking tea and thought to himself, "I'm being modest, but also realistic. A month is already a lot, but I can't stay here forever, so I have to decline." Meanwhile, another system notification popped up. Detecting player Lin Zi Luo consuming Than Mao Tin energy spirit tea. Physical attributes increased, value being calculated. While he was pouring tea, drinking it, and pouring again, Elder Li continued trying to persuade him. "You have no idea the danger humanity is facing right now. Radiated creatures and zombies have started using new methods to hunt us down." Sometime later, when the teacup was dry and the pot was empty, he stood up, cutting the elder off.
All right, Elder Li, you've learned something about elemental cultivation, and it's getting late, so I should be heading back. Realizing he hadn't been listening at all, the elder retorted, "It's getting late. Is it? I see you finished all my spirit tea. What a sly fox." He just grinned and replied, "Naturally." Then he quickly made a run for it.
While the elder leaned on his cane. Watching his retreating figure, he was so happy because his stats were going up. Spirit tea energy increase calculation complete. Basic attributes 169 plus 37. Strength 169 plus 37. Spirit 169 plus 40. Constitution 164 plus 33. Agility 164. In his mind, he labeled the elder a good guy. All stats plus 10. This instance is awesome, and Elder Li is a genuinely good person. In a room, Lin Zi Luo stood with his arms crossed. "Elder Lo, I'm aware of the situation you told me about. The City Lord Assembly will have its results tomorrow." The aforementioned man replied, "The Fukawa affair was handled well. Not a single trace was left. and it even weakened the power of the conservative faction. Hearing the response in his mind, he couldn't help but wonder. He already knows about this. His intelligence network is quite impressive. He then put on a show of being heartbroken. Elder Li, please don't say such things. I was deeply saddened by City Lord Fukawa's sacrifice. After speaking, he turned decisively and walked towards...
I'm off. Watching him leave, Elder Li couldn't help but think. He's extremely cautious. His methods are completely seamless, and you can't get anything out of him by probing. Then, he remarked,
Perhaps this is what they mean by hard times create strong men. It was a beautiful day with a clear blue sky and white clouds. As he left the high-rise building, he wondered how things were going with Old Man Su. Let's see what kind of show he's putting on. The scene shifts to a meeting room. A man holding a glass of wine is speaking. Is that all you've got? You dared to come here before 5 city lords just to mock me? Only to get your face beaten to a pulp by me. Looking at the faces of the 5 city lords, I slammed down my wine glass, pointed a finger, and yelled, You brat. You gave me a one-armed statue of a woman and called it a piece of art. Well, how about your face now? Is that a masterpiece too? Someone couldn't contain their rage. Old Man Su, don't get so cocky. The speaker was City Lord Qian. After a brief pause, he continued, I'll admit your wind element is pretty impressive. But once I master this power, I'll make sure to grind you into the dust. Get say that. City Lord Sunji chimed in. Exactly, if it wasn't for that chain skill of yours with its sudden burst of speed, how could I have possibly lost to you? Mr. Su calmly took a sip of wine. Hilarious. You want to learn elemental powers. Do you even have enough money? City Lord? Qian gritted his teeth and replied, Don't worry. I'd pay any price just to beat you once. Finishing his drink, Mr. Su nonchalantly replied, Is that so old brother Li and I are as close as blood brothers? Even I have to pay a steep price for elemental abilities. If you guys want to buy them, I'm afraid you'll have to pay extra? Feeling insulted, 2 people in the group shouted at Mr. Su. With City Lord Nan's supplies, we still can't afford elemental skills. You just wait. The door opened, and Lin Zi Luo slowly walked in, causing the entire room to fall silent. They all had the same thought. They never expected Old Man Su to be so dedicated. Could a single A rank enhancement fluid really make him go all out like this? He was thinking to himself. Ah, the leaks have arrived. But outwardly, he said, That's right. With the financial might of 5 city lords, how could you not afford elemental skills? All 5 city lords froze, thinking in unison. Is this the City Lord Li who created elemental skills? He's so young. Seeing him, Mr. Su burst out laughing. Ha ha! He quickly went over to greet him. Old brother Li, you're here. The 2 exchanged a knowing glance. Everything's set. Don't worry, Old Man Su. You'll get your cut. He walked to the center of the room and said, City Lords, I'm here to teach you elemental manipulation and skills. However, the rule is first come, first served. Whoever prepares the enhancement fluids and supplies first. I'll teach first. Sometime later, inside Lin Zi Luo's house, he was sitting on a chair, speaking. City Lord Qian, the tuition you paid with enhancement fluids is just enough to cover the lessons up to this point. When will the rest of the supplies arrive at my Skywalk City? Mr. Qian, sitting cross-legged on the floor, replied immediately. Soon, they'll definitely arrive at Skywalk City within 10 days. He replied calmly. In that case, City Lord Qian, please see yourself out. We'll meet again in 10 days. Mr. Qian hastily replied. Wait. City Lord Li, I still haven't fully grasped how to imbue weapons with elements. Please explain it to me one more time, he said bluntly. City Lord Qian, come back in 10 days. Mr. Qian quickly replied. City Lord Li, I'm not a deadbeat, Mr. Su stepped in to escort City Lord Qian out. City Lord Sun hurried over.
City Lord Li, it's my turn to learn now, right? He replied, of course. A while later, he said to Mr. Sun, who was cultivating, City Lord Sun, your enhancement fluids are enough to cover the lessons up to this point.
You understand what I'm asking, right? Sun Jichen quickly smiled and replied, my portion will definitely be delivered to Skywalk City within 5 days. After that...
And waved goodbye. Haha. I'll be leaving first then. City Lord Li, see you in 5 days. He also waved back. Take care, City Lord Sun. By evening at Lin Zi Luo's place, a satisfying sound echoed from the room.
He opened his inventory bag to check. Let's see how many supplies I've got. Looking at the haul on the table, 15 S rank enhancement fluids and 27 A rank enhancement fluids. Osats. City Lord Su, standing beside him, gently reminded him. Old Brother Li, these are the resources from 7 city lords, besides the 2 neutral city lords who came in secret. A conservative city lord might also want to buy some tonight. After listing all that, he got to the point. Old Brother Li, it's time to give me my commission. He reached for a few of the fluids. Don't worry, I'm a man of my word. City Lord Su was stunned when he heard him say, Old Man Su, you worked so hard earlier. Besides your commission, I'll give you an extra bottle of A rank enhancement fluid, for a total of 8 bottles. He quickly swept them into his bag, grinning from ear to ear. Old Brother Li even gave me an extra one. Thank you so much. Old Brother Li, he replied softly, you're too kind, old brother. If you can help me bring in more customers, we'll share the profits. The more City Lord Su thought about it, the happier he became, and he replied, Deal. Deal. Seeing him carelessly tossing the bottles around, City Lord Su panicked, but he himself remained nonchalant. These vials are pretty sturdy. Watching Zi Luo throw all the enhancement fluids into the bag like that, he couldn't help but clutch his chest. Hey, stop tossing them around. Old Brother Li, I can't bear to watch this. In the end, he decided to remind Old Brother Li, you're not from around here, so you don't know how high the cost of living is. Powadasas, he explained in detail. 8 bottles of A-rank enhancement fluid could boost 2 peak A-rank experts in my Skywalk City. If they managed to break through, that could mean 2 new S-rank enhanced individuals, while as hearing him, he just agreed to placate him. Alright, I get it. Seeing that he wasn't messing around anymore, he breathed a sigh of relief, then reminded him again. Oh right, Old Brother Li, you have so many enhancement fluids now. Be careful. His entire demeanor became serious. Wealth is a powerful temptation. These enhancement fluids are enough to make even elder-level individuals green with envy. But a single sentence from him left the old man speechless. Don't worry, Old Man Su. Tonight I'm going to bathe in these enhancement fluids, and by then, no one will even remember them. He was even thinking excitedly. People causing trouble for me, is there really such a good deal in the world? Before leaving, City Lord Su added,
You... Never mind. I'm heading back to contact a few other city lords. I'll try to reel in some new customers at tomorrow's assembly. He also waved goodbye. Old Man Su, thanks for your hard work with the advertising.
After City Lord Su left, he called for the ghost child. The little boy quickly appeared, and he tossed the items to him. Use these enhancement fluids and train hard. Then he added, I'm going into seclusion again. Alright, time for a bath. Then he poured the enhancement fluid directly into the tub. thinking to himself, who says taking a bath can't be a form of secluded training? Submerging his entire body in the fluid, he felt completely refreshed, and the system notification popped up, detecting that player Yishi has used the S-rank Divine Mother Star Enhancement fluid, and his physical attributes have increased, all stats +1. Then he held a bottle between each of his fingers and poured them all in at once. The golden streams were incredibly beautiful as the system continuously announced, detecting that player Yishi has used the S-rank Divine Mother Star Enhancement fluid. Physical, all stats +1. This repeated over and over, eventually leading to a notification about accelerated fluid absorption. Noticing the silence around him, he realized the system had stopped giving notifications. What? He couldn't help but ponder. It seems the effects of the enhancement fluid are wearing off. 10 bottles of S-rank enhancement fluid gave me a total of 5 points to all stats, and the increase gets smaller over time. He grabbed a towel, wrapped it around his waist, and walked, still calculating in his head. 5 points is 5 points. I'll take it. Looking at the status window, his base stats were Strength 174 plus 37, Spirit 174 plus 40, Constitution 169 plus 33, and Agility 169 plus 15. He smiled happily at his thoughts. I've only been in this dungeon for 10 days, and all my stats have increased by more than 30 points. If people in the real world knew about this, they'd admire me and be jealous to death. When he came out of the bathroom, he saw the ghost child squatting, holding the fluid bottle without drinking it. He bent down, chuckled, and asked, "Is it that precious? You can't bear to drink it." Then he comforted the boy. "Don't worry.
There will be plenty more in the future." Watching the little guy gulp it down, he felt a fond exasperation. After saying that, he stood up to go to his room but didn't forget to remind him, "Alright, you should get some rest too."
We both need to get a good night's sleep. There's a good show to watch at the City Lord Assembly tomorrow." The little boy replied, The next day, bright sunlight streamed into the room, and the sound of an alarm clock woke him up. He turned off the alarm with one hand and held his head with the other, wondering, damn, my head is so dizzy. I didn't drink that S-rank enhancement fluid yesterday, so why am I still so out of it? He shook his head and called out, "System, draw the super surprise." The system panel appeared Absolute Defense Shield, a special type item from a fantasy world. It can block 100% of the damage from one physical attack. He held the compact shield and asked again, 100% defense. He hugged it tightly, feeling overwhelmed with emotion. Oh my god. I finally got something good. Before this, I was just getting a bunch of crap. Rotten toilet paper, slippers, a mop head. I was starting to think the super surprise was a scam. He stored the item in his inventory and wiped a tear from the corner of his eye. Looks like my luck has finally turned today, and nothing can stop it. He turned to the ghost child and said, "Come on, while our luck is good, let's go see what this City Lord Assembly is all about." The boy replied, "Yes." At the assembly venue, the two of them entered a skyscraper, and were greeted by two people. "You must be City Lord Li of Tianxing City. Correct welcome. Please come in." The hallway was very long, and they walked for a while before reaching the meeting point. The guide gestured for them to enter. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Damn, the City Lord Assembly is this exciting." The people who saw him were stunned, as if a single thought was running through all their minds. Is this the City Lord Li who killed the SS rank radiation creature and created the elemental cultivation method? From the crowd, City Lord Su waved and called out, "Brother Li!" Another man tried to stop Mr. Su, saying, "Hey, you." But Mr. Su had already quickly made his way over to him.
"Brother Li, I'm over here. Come on." He then reminded the ghost child beside him. "Ghost child, it looks like we've stepped into a struggle. There's going to be a good show to watch.
The city lords he had helped came over to talk to him. Old Li, that skill from yesterday was extremely useful. Do you think you could teach me a few more tricks right now? Others chimed in. Yeah, that's right. This was not what he expected. This isn't quite the drama I was imagining. He politely addressed the group.
I can't. The rules have already been set.
I can only teach you after the supplies have been delivered. No one is an exception. City Lord Su also helped him out of the situation. That's right, Brother Li. This is for your own good as well. Then he put his arm around his shoulder as they walked away. We have something to discuss, so we'll be on our way. Reaching an empty corridor, he started talking. We had a total of 28 underground cities, but after this recent turmoil, only 21 remain. He paused for a few seconds, then added, At this City Lord Assembly, our progressive faction should have the final say. Not necessarily. Our progressive faction has 8 city lords attending this assembly. The conservative and neutral factions each only, he asked, puzzled. So one city lord is missing, the man reminded him. Have you forgotten Fukawa Tiandao of the conservative faction's city is dead? Hearing this, he immediately asked,
So you're saying our progressive faction will have the final say at this assembly? He replied. Not necessarily. The stance of the neutral faction and the mercenary guild is still undecided. Even so, he was still...
As long as I show enough strength, they'll know where I stand. Afraid he would cause trouble. The man quickly advised him, Brother Li, you can't stir up trouble. This is the City Lord Assembly. He agreed. Don't worry, I know my limits. Suddenly, someone called from behind. City Lord Li! The newcomers were from the conservative faction City Lord Seli Balu of Tianhuang City and City Lord Bei Dijang of Tianbang City. He scratched his head and asked quizzically, And you too are... City Lord Su introduced them. Your old City Lord, Seli, the City Lord of Tianhuang City. The two men looked extremely smug upon hearing City Lord Su's introduction. The other one declared that enhancement fluids, underground cities, clothing, and holidays were all their inventions. The City Lord of Tianbang City, Bei Diwosen of the Genesis Universe. City Lord Park raised his hand in greeting. Dear lone wanderer, it truly has been a while. But he just kept his arms crossed and asked, What do you want? Knowing he was being slighted, the man said nothing. To ease the tension, Lord Sackley and Elder, to both let out a laugh. Ha ha ha. But the arrogant Lord Back couldn't swallow the humiliation. Lone wanderer, there was a reason I forced you all to leave back then. We are one family. I hope you can forgive me. Although he said that, in his heart he was cursing him 100 times. Damn it. Who does he think he is? If Elder Bai hadn't asked me to do this, something clicked in his head. I was wondering why I was so far from my birthplace, Heaven's Desolation City, after entering the dungeon. So it was you who forced me out. Well, that makes things easy. Then he probed. How do you want me to forgive you? Lord Back was ecstatic. As long as you return, I will give you the position of City Lord. With his own greedy mindset, he judged others by his own standards. I refuse to believe that one Heaven's Desolation City isn't enough to satisfy you, even City Lord, to thought this was a great deal. Heaven's Desolation City is the 3rd largest city in the underground world. So tempting. Surely Brother Li won't sigh. He kept his arms crossed and asked again, Are you serious? Hearing this, the City Lord of Heaven's Desolation could barely hide his smugness. Of course, as long as Brother Li agrees to return, the position of City Lord of Heaven's Desolation, city will be yours. He thought to himself, as expected, benefits are what truly move people. City Lord. Tu was stunned when he heard him say 2 words. Deal. then quickly send people back to organize all the citizens in Heaven's Desolation City. Tell them to prepare to move directly to my Skywalk City. Lord Back, not yet understanding, hurriedly said, Okay, I'll have someone get on it right away. Only then did it dawn on him. Wait, to Skywalk City? He then roared, You're playing me. But he just laughed. So what if I am? Lord Sak Lai beside him chimed in, Li Hao Bai, don't forget that you inherited the bloodline of the Heavenly Staff clan. That's how you reached the heights you have today. Then he continued, If you return to the right path and join our conservative faction, I can overlook your past mistakes and allow you to return to our great Heavenly Staff clan. After scolding him, he switched to threatening him. Otherwise, and let you live your entire life in regret. He used his height and aura to dominate the man, looking down at his short stature and saying, I have your bloodline. You think I'm some kind of stock that can hit rock bottom and then soar again. His words became more and more pressuring. If I were put on that clan registry of yours, that would be a lifetime of regret. Then he turned and walked away, leaving the man so angry he couldn't speak. You, Li Hao Bai. You'll regret this. Without turning back, he taunted. Talk to me when you're strong enough to make me regret it. The Lord Park spoke first. City Lord Sak Li, if we can't recruit him, we must kill him. Lord Sak Lai immediately replied, Yes, we must kill him. Kill. At the meeting, when Lin Zi Luo walked in, someone guided him. Esteemed guests, please take your seats according to your nameplates. The conference is about to begin, and it will be led by the three elders. Saul then came to a conclusion. Every single person sitting here has an attribute at 249, which means everyone in this room has the strength of a peak S rank. Old Brother 2 was right. This conference is extremely important. In the presiding seat was Elder Li. Next to him in a suit was the conservative faction's Elder Bai. And the last one was the neutral faction's Elder Fan. Elder Bai was the one who opened the meeting. Fellow city lords, the predicament humanity is currently facing is extremely dire. Far from as simple as it may appear to everyone. Hearing this, everyone began to whisper. So the news really was suppressed. What is going on? Elder Bai held up the file in his hand. Your guesses are correct. The document in my hand contains SSS rank confidential intelligence. Its content roughly details the strength of the irradiated creatures and zombies. He pulled out a sheet of paper from it. And the first piece of news is that we are facing 2 SSS rank enemies. Hearing this, City Lord Sunji was the first to ask. To defeat an SSS rank irradiated creature or zombie, don't we need at least 2 SSS rank warriors? Someone else added. How is that possible? How can there be 2 SSS rank enemies? Yet another person said, We're doomed. SSS rank. We humans have no chance to fight back. Someone else said, As I thought, joining the conservative faction is the right choice. Looking at the document, he continued, 1 SSS rank irradiated creature we already know of, the Demon Emperor, and the other is... He showed the paper to everyone. The Corpse Tyrant was originally one of our own elders, Pang Chang, who was infected and transformed years ago. He rubbed his chin and thought, Pang Chang, I remember him, and now he's evolved into an SSS rank zombie. Recalling the scene back then, he couldn't help but think. On one mission, the SS rank Pang Chang encountered a massive zombie wave. And after a grueling 10-hour battle, he couldn't hold on any longer. And finally, because his own radiation level became too high, he turned into an SS rank zombie back in the present. Elder Bai continued, "It is because of the corpse tyrant's existence that large numbers of zombies have begun to stir, and the demon emperor and the corpse tyrant have reached an agreement, preparing to break the summit pact we established before, to officially launch the final all-out assault on humanity." His mind flashed back to Elder Lei had previously told him that the summit pact was an agreement established between humanity's only SSS rank powerhouse, the Azure Emperor and the Demon Emperor. He then thought back to how Pang Chang was dealt with. To explain using the zombies as an example, human powerhouses of SS rank and above cannot attack SS rank zombies and radiation creatures unless those creatures attack the underground cities. Because humanity is weak, we were forced to sign this unequal treaty. He stroked his chin, thinking that unlike radiation creatures, high-level zombies could perfectly control their low-level counterparts, making them a much greater challenge. He made a decision. He had to kill this SSS rank corpse sovereign, otherwise humanity stood no chance. Elder Bai continued to read the data, noting that besides the SSS rank opponent, the other combat strengths were also compared. For SS rank forces, humans had 3, radiation creatures had 4, and zombies had 1. For peak S rank forces, humans had 33, radiation creatures had 34, and zombies had 14. Hearing this, someone sighed. "We can't win this at all. It's hopeless." Another person chimed in. "So what I'm saying is, why should we make a useless sacrifice?" Kisaini, it was clear that Elder Bai was trying to sway the crowd. So Elder Li sternly cut in. "That's enough. Elder Bai, before the assembly reaches a decision, please do not try to influence the attending city lords' thoughts. Before we proceed to the vote, I ask the attending city lords to present their strategies and proposals." Just then, Elder Li stood up to speak, and at the same moment, the main character's system activated. Ding Temporary City Lord mission received. During the City Lord Assembly, shatter the prestige of the conservative faction. Before the assembly ends, City Lord experience will be increased by 200. He reached out and tapped the system prompt to accept the mission. The panel updated. Ding Temporary City Lord mission accepted. Deadline: before the City Lord Assembly concludes, time remaining 4 hours. Elder Li announced, "Esteemed members, there are 2 options on the ballot. The first is to fight. All cities will prepare for total war. Awaiting the Alliance's order, we will launch a full-scale assault on the surface. The second is to defend. We will abandon the ordinary cities, concentrate our forces in the major ones, and use the terrain to our advantage for defense. Meanwhile, non-combat..." He looked at the assembly members and continued, "After the city lords have had their say, we will proceed to the final voting stage. For non-city lords, each vote is worth 1 point, a city lord's vote is worth 2 points, and an elder's vote is worth 3 points. First, I invite the city lords to speak." A man with green hair immediately asked, 20-some years ago, and ultimately signed a summit treaty with us. "So, can't we just make another treaty now?" Another person quickly agreed. "That's a good point. We can just keep making treaties." City Lord Su objected vehemently. Back then, the Heavenly Emperor was at his peak and was still forced into an unequal treaty now. Those radiation creatures already want to tear that very treaty to shreds.
And now we're facing an SSS rank corpse sovereign. Do you really think they will agree to sign a treaty with us? He paused for a breath, then continued in a rush. Today, we give up 1 city. Tomorrow, we give up 2 cities.
Eventually, we'll hand over every single one of our human cities to them. Making more treaties will only weaken humanity's strength.
Oh. How idiotic would you have to be to even suggest such a thing? Someone who took offense immediately shot back. How dare you insult us? The main character clapped enthusiastically, completely unfazed by the stares, and said, "Well said."
As he set his hands on the table, Sally praised him sarcastically. City Lord Li truly has the world's best interests at heart, fighting for all of humanity. He then lowered his voice. However, no matter how grand your title is, you still have to face reality.
Am I wrong, City Lord Li? Silly continued slowly. I've heard that the Lord of Skywalk City, Li Hao Bai, has mastered a secret elemental cultivation technique. At this moment,
his brow furrowed as he spoke in a stern voice. If you were to release this cultivation method publicly and for free, allowing everyone on planet Tanmao to practice it, we could rely on it to face the coming crisis. If you did that, humanity's chances of victory against the radiation creatures would surely increase. Upon hearing this, several people in the room quickly voiced their agreement. He's right. Exactly. Well said. If we're going to fight, then show us some action. At this, Silly lowered his head slightly, shot a glance at Yache, and added, City Lord Li, I won't hide it from you. Your elemental cultivation method is actually a secret art that our heavenly staff city spent over 1,000 years researching, but it was lost for various reasons. Therefore, even if you were to announce, my heavenly staff clan, along with all of humanity, would be eternally grateful. While his opponent sat with arms crossed, listening intently, Silly waved his hand and continued to ramble on with his eyes closed. I'm sure, City Lord Li, that you will announce this cultivation method right here at this assembly to benefit all of humanity, won't you? Everyone will remember your great contribution. But Yache simply held his pose and gave a slight smile. A red-black liquid suddenly appeared, making him gasp in surprise, while the others thought uncertainly, what's going on, City Lord Li? Before he could even process what was happening, it shot towards Li, who whispered in confusion, what's happening? On the other side, Elder Fan saw the scene and thought to himself, Li Hao Bai, is he an SS rank? In another corner, Elder Le had a similar thought. He can actually make me feel the terrifying aura of death. Could it be that City Lord Li is also an SSS rank? Just then, Yache suddenly stood up, slamming both hands down on the table. A black gauntlet materialized in mid-air as he raised his hand. Seeing it fit perfectly onto Yache's hand, Silly gritted his teeth in fear, wondering to himself, what's going on? Why does this Li Hao Bai feel even more terrifying than the three great elders? Meanwhile, Yazi was slowly walking towards him. Then, he adjusted the glove he had just put on, witnessed by the terrified Sarli. This is a monster. He raised his hand to shield himself, screaming at Li Hao Bai. What do you think you're doing? This is the City Lord's assembly. But Yazi didn't care, and just silently stared at his opponent. All of this was witnessed by Su Zhishang. He guessed Brother Li's intention. He wanted to kill someone. Looking at his own tightly clenched, ringed hand, he continued to think. Killing someone at the City Lord's assembly? Isn't that a bit reckless? Meanwhile, Sarli was still kneeling in front of Yazi, terrified, threatening Li Hao Bai. What do you want, you... You better not cause a scene. This is the City Lord's assembly. The three great elders can see everything. But the only response was Yazi's mocking smile as he asked, What do you think I want to do? Sarli immediately shot back. What are you trying to do?
The moment the words left his mouth, Yazi hit him with a stinging slap, causing him to spit out blood. A few drops of the crimson liquid splattered onto his mask, and he looked down at Sarli trembling on the ground,
and continued in a trembling voice, Wasn't my intention clear enough? I'm going to beat you. His gaze and tone were dead serious. At this, Su Zhishang slumped down, clutching his head and breathing a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. Brother Li is only beating him up. But before he could fully recover, he exclaimed in shock. Holy crap, Brother Li is actually hitting someone at the City Lord's assembly. On the other side, Sarli was still sprawled out on the ground, struggling and shouting, "You hit me! You dare to hit me again!" The moment the words were out, a black-gloved hand grabbed the front of his shirt. Yazi once again delivered a thunderous slap that sent blood flying. Hip Hamid. Sarli immediately crashed to the ground with a loud thud. He wore the most pathetic expression, trembling and stammering a few words. You. Meanwhile, Yazi dusted his hands off as two of the city lords seated behind him scoffed in disdain. But when Sarli looked over, he felt a pang of guilt. He then raised a fist, scrambled to his feet, and screamed, "I'm going to kill you." But before he could do anything, he was met with another slap that drew blood. Yazi smirked and asked quietly, "Kill me. You think you're worthy." This sent his opponent collapsing to the ground. Trembling in fear, a system notification suddenly appeared. Constitution 249. Strength 190. Just then, Sarli quickly pulled a knife from his waistband, raised it high, and charged forward, cursing. "Damn it, I'm definitely killing you today." But suddenly, he let out a startled scream, dropping the knife from his hand. Across from him, Yazi looked at his opponent and asked, "You're nothing but a worthless punching bag, and you want to kill me?" All Sarli could do was clutch his arm and cry out, "You! Quits." But before he could say another word, Yazi's knee slammed powerfully into his torso. He continued by grabbing his opponent's head, using both hands to repeatedly bash Sarli's skull while smirking. "If everything belongs to you of the Tianbong clan, then these slaps are yours to keep too." At this point, dizzy and exhausted, the man begged, "Please, stop hitting me." Nevertheless, another slap landed on his cheek, causing Sak Lai to spit out fresh blood. Then he spun around and collapsed directly to the ground, so he could only kowtow and stammer, I was wrong. I'm sorry." Suddenly, one of the 5 city lords worriedly tried to intervene. "City Lord Li, that's about enough. This is the City Lords' Assembly. You need to be mindful of your image." But Yazi's only response was a sarcastic threat. "You dare speak up for him, I'll beat the hell out of all of you," leaving everyone utterly terrified. Elder Bai couldn't take it anymore. He stood up and said in a stern voice, "That's enough, Li Hao Bai. This is the City Lords' Assembly. If you continue to cause such a ruckus, don't blame me for taking action." Yazi, who was still slapping Sarli, heard this and let out an "oh" before asking sarcastically, "You're looking for a death wish too?" And everyone was forced into a stunned silence. Su Zhishang watched Yazi calmly walk on, thinking to himself, "Holy smokes, Brother Li is really playing for keeps." Elder Bai furiously shouted, "How audacious! Li Hao Bai." He pointed towards Yazi, who was now punching Sarli in the chin, and continued, "Do you have any idea what the consequences are for provoking an elder's authority at the City Lords' Assembly?" With that, he let go of his opponent's collar and grabbed the handle of the whip at his side, asking quietly, "What consequences?" The tip of the whip then lashed out in front of 3 of the 5 city lords, causing them to worry. It's over. He's offended the 3 great elders. I'm afraid he'll have to face the consequences alone." At that moment, a flaming whip coiled around Yazi. Seeing this spectacle, Elder Bai's eyes widened in shock. A stream of blue energy appeared, forming a shield in front of him, while the onlookers all shared the same thought. That was just a casual swing. Is this the destructive power of an SS rank? Elder Bai's expression grew even more tense than before, while Yazi was smirking calmly and taunting. "Why don't you come and tell me yourself?" The elder gritted his teeth and roared, "You're courting death!" Then, a giant steel arm suddenly materialized and punched directly toward where Yazi was standing. But his expression remained perfectly calm as he swung his flaming whip forward, his tone sinister. "You're the one with the death wish." The 2 weapons collided, creating a massive explosion. In that instant, the flaming whip in Yazi's hand tore the steel fist in two, causing Elder Bai to cry out in disbelief. How can this be? Immediately, a massive fire erupted in front of him. Suddenly, a hand slapped someone's shoulder. The old man with long white hair and a beard, standing nearby, hurriedly spoke up. What are you just standing there for? Go help save him. Do you want to just watch something happen to Elder Bai? As soon as the words were spoken, two people on the right used their internal energy to put out the fire. And it was no different on the left. But no matter how much power they used, the flame wasn't easily controlled. It continued to shoot towards Elder Bai, terrifying him once again. How is this possible? He then quickly summoned his defensive shield to block the attack. However, the shield instantly cracked, and Elder Bai was hit by the unexpected blow, his body engulfed by the massive flame as he was slammed straight into a nearby wall. A moment later, the flame finally vanished, leaving Elder Bai lying there. He looked at Nai Se, exclaiming in horror, "Impossible! How can someone so young possess such immense power?" Meanwhile, the other onlookers couldn't help but exclaim internally, "Holy crap!" While Nai Se was still standing firm on the floor, the system notification finally appeared. Congratulations to the host for completing the temporary mission during the City Lord Assembly. Shatter the prestige of the conservative faction. Reward 200 City Lord experience points for the host. Meanwhile, City Lord Li, who was behind him, could only stroke his beard in silence. One of the 5 City Lords thought to himself, He severely injured an elder with just a single casual move. Is that even humanly possible? Could Li Hao Bai have become this strong overnight? Is he truly a genius? Or does this mean our SS rank strength can't even withstand a single blow like that? Meanwhile, Naisei said nothing, holding his attack stance and thinking, the stiffness after this move is ridiculous, but it's great for showing off. Sackley's ears twitched, and he let out a grunt as he tried to sit up with a sarcastic laugh. After a moment, he tremblingly pointed at the figure slammed against the wall and said, Good, Li Hao Bai, you dared to offend me. Sackley gritted his teeth, ignoring the blood flowing from his mouth as he yelled, You got slammed into the wall by Elder Bai, didn't you? If I were you, I'd be so ashamed I'd kill myself on the spot. But a familiar voice suddenly rang out.
What a pity. I'll have to disappoint you. With a powerful wave of his hand, Naisei sent Sackley stumbling back, spitting another mouthful of fresh blood everywhere. Naisei simply replied calmly, The one who got hit wasn't me, but your Elder Bai. As for Sackley, he fell to the ground again in a daze. He looked at the person smashed into the wall and screamed, What did you say, Elder Bai? He continued,
Elder Bai was the one you slammed into the wall. Hearing this, Elder Bai angrily pointed across the room and roared, Bak de Oksang, you dare mock me! He then quickly stalked off, muttering, Idiot! Leaving Sackley kneeling pathetically and saying, Elder Bai, this lowly one was blind. It was all Li Hao Bai. It was him. He beat me so badly I couldn't even open my eyes. Meanwhile, City Lord Li didn't interfere, silently observing. This kid, although he's brash and offends people, his strength is extraordinary. With him here, the plan will go off without a hitch. As for Naisei, he stood in the middle of the room and said in a cold voice, Does anyone else want to teach me the rules or remind me of the consequences? But no one dared to say a word in protest. So he was very satisfied and praised. Very good. Then he once again grabbed Sackley by the collar, lifting his opponent high into the air as he threatened, I don't have many virtues, but I am petty and always take revenge. For those who want to teach me how to be a person, who want to bind me with morality.
I'm sorry, but I will make them regret ever being born into this world. Sackley, seemingly exhausted, pleaded with Li Hao Bai in a small, trembling voice. I was wrong. We are all fellow clansmen of the Tianbong. Spare me. Instantly, Naise quickly let go. Fortunately, his opponent's feet touched the ground, allowing him to play the part of the magnanimous one. It's all right. I accept your apology.
After all, there are only two outcomes for those who anger me. As he spoke, he thrust forward a hand holding a golden orb. A powerful orange-gold aura completely engulfed Saklai's body. Only then did Naise add,
Or be killed by me. The onlookers who witnessed this could only think in disbelief. He really killed the Tianbong city lord. And Elder Bai happened to see everything.
gritting his teeth and growling. That brat's words were intentional. Now that he's killed Bak de Oksang, he's coming for me next. City Lord Li, who was beside him, glanced over and said, Elder Bai, you're overthinking things. As long as you fight for the cause of humanity, you are still our comrade. Hearing this, Elder Bai immediately asked, Are you threatening me? And received an immediate response.
He is reminding you. Naise then turned to leave, adding, My apologies for the slight delay. Let's continue with the City Lord Assembly.
While the person behind him only had time to say, Just as Naise sat down, a system notification appeared before him. Congratulations to player Naise for completing the hidden mission, Punish Bak, eliminate an evil character on Dan Mao Tin, obtain 3 S-rank enhancement potions. He then wondered if there were other hidden missions in the City Lord Assembly. Just then, a few lines of text appeared on the screen. The City Lord Assembly contains many hidden missions that the hosts must discover on their own. Well, since that's the case, I'll just have to look for them during the assembly. Back at the conference table, City Lord Li spoke up.
Everyone, whose turn was it to speak? Let's continue. A City Lord from the conservative faction objected. I have to admit that City Lord Li of the progressive faction
has extraordinary strength, but one person's power has its limits. His abilities can't change the combined strength of the radiated creatures and zombies now that they have allied. Bang Tong also had peak SS rank combat power back then, but wasn't he still affected by the radiation and turned into an SS rank zombie, becoming a massive threat to humanity? Lin Zi Luo was off to one side. Smirking, City Lord Li continued, The greater the power, the greater the danger. If the one sent out to fight also kills his own people, how can you ask us to fight with confidence? Lin Zi Luo shot to his feet. Greatly alarming City Lord Li, he raised a hand and spoke. He's not wrong. I killed Park Deok, which reduced humanity's combat power. So let's do this. Let's say that useless bum Park Deok could have held off 2 peak S-rank radiation creatures or zombies simultaneously. Looking triumphant, he continued. Then I will kill 4 S-rank radiation creatures or zombies. Doesn't that make up for the strategic loss of Park Deok City? Lord Li stammered. If you can do that, then fine. He dropped back into his seat, his face a mask of bewilderment. Lin Zi Luo glanced at City Lord Li and added smugly, No, that's not right. City Lord Li trembled, thinking to himself, He's not planning to kill me and then fight 6 peak S-rank enemies. Is he? Lin Zi Luo continued his train of thought. The 4 peak S-ranks are scattered in different locations. I'd have to run all over the place, which is too much of a hassle. So how about this? I'll go out and finish the fight in one go by taking down the SSS rank corpse ruler. Everyone was stunned into silence by Lin Zi Luo's decision. City Lord Su shouted, Young brother Li, are you insane? What do you mean killing 4 peak S ranks is too much of a hassle, and you'll take on the SSS rank 1 instead? The 2 elders were lost in thought as the old man continued to yell. Kid, do you have a death wish? Suddenly, Elder Li spoke up. City Lord Su is right. I'm afraid you don't yet realize how terrifying the power of an SSS rank being is. To be honest, even if Elder Bai and I joined forces, we wouldn't be a match for the corpse ruler. let alone with the radiation in the outside world that would infect us humans. Lin Zi Luo gave a smug smirk. Elderly, look at me now. Do I look like I'm afraid of the corpse ruler I've been operating on the surface for a long time? Have I been infected and turned into a zombie yet? He continued cheerfully. Elderly, you don't need to worry about anything else. Just tell me, does one SSS rank corpse ruler count as 4 or more peak S rank enemies? Elderly hesitated. Of course it counts. But Lin Zi Luo immediately cut him off. Then there's no problem, let's vote. In a helpless tone, Elderly had no choice but to agree. Alright then, I invite all the city lords to cast their votes. Moments later, the vote count appeared on the screen, showing a total of 41 votes for offense and 18 for defense. Elderly slammed his hand on the table. It's decided the council has reached a verdict. The majority has chosen to attack, he announced, jumping to his full feet. Elderly then shouted, then starting from now, all cities will go on full alert and await the Alliance's signal to launch the attack. He continued to call out, City Lord of Lianqing, and heard the reply. Present. A target mission bar appeared on the spatial screen. Lin Zi Luo thought excitedly to himself. It's here. The final battle mission has been triggered. Displayed on the target bar, the system opened the mission objective, facing the oppression of the radiation creatures and zombies. The goal is for the human faction to achieve the final victory, and for the player to earn rewards in the battle. Despite receiving a warning about the mission's difficulty, the rewards were great. So Lin Zi Luo didn't hesitate. The rewards are incredibly generous. I accept, Chief Lei spoke up. City Lord of Tianxing City. Lin Zi Luo stood at attention and shouted, Present. Chief Lei continued. Proposing, we need you to deal with this S-rank corpse ruler. Can you accept this mission? Lin Zi Luo replied with determination. No problem. I guarantee mission completion. Lin Zi Luo then received a system notification that the final battle had officially begun. Suddenly, a loud laugh boomed from the doorway, catching Lin Zi Luo's attention. The person outside called in. Excellent. If we're going to fight, let's fight. We'll fight the strongest foe. That's the spirit of our human race. One of the lords wondered aloud.
That voice, could it be? The 3 elders exclaimed with the joy at the same time. Lord Kang Huang, you're alive. Dropping whatever they were holding, the SSS rank powerhouse continued. That's right. I'm alright now.
I heard this kid killed Fuka, so I went to take care of him myself. But I arrived too late. Beside him, Elderly said with relief. It's wonderful that you're alright. You are our main force for dealing with the Demon Emperor. Kang Huang walked over and continued. I can handle the Demon Emperor, but with the corpse ruler added to the equation, it's really not easy to fend them both off. He looked at Lin Zi Luo beside him, pleased. Now that I hear someone has volunteered to slay the enemy and take out the corpse ruler, how could I not come and meet this impressive young hero? Lin Zi Luo greeted him respectfully. Mr. Kang Huang, shaking Kang Huang's hand, he said, I have long admired your great reputation. He silently sized up the senior, thinking that Kang Huang was truly not someone to be messed with. Humanity must unite to fight against the enemy. I've heard that elemental cultivation techniques are a great help to humans in the fight against radiation creatures, for the very survival of our race. He declared in a firm voice, Our alliance will take action and cover the fees for elemental cultivation for every city lord present here. Lin Zi Luo was thrilled. Holy cow, he's paying the fees for dozens of people. I'm going to make a killing. Completing the bonus city lord mission is no longer just a dream. Seeing this tangible benefit, he couldn't help but agree. I'm on board. Within 2 days, everyone here can master elemental powers. Si, Mr. Dal, Elderly said, relieved. With City Lord Li's promise, our chances of victory have widened significantly. He then declared with resolve. If we win this battle, our descendants will be able to return to their homes, and the human race will welcome a new era. In this fight, humanity must be victorious. Elsewhere, After the meeting concluded, Kang Huang calmly shared.
I didn't expect our first meeting to be here. City Lord Li, Lin Zi Luo, seeing through the Kang Emperor's thoughts, said, "You must be joking. Kang Emperor, we already met yesterday at Elder Li's place."
This is also why you agreed to pay the elemental cultivation tuition for the Alliance. Amused by his answer, the Kang Emperor continued, "Young friend, you've already seen through my move, my secret. With such strength, I can rest assured." Lin Zi Luo read him like an open book. Was it about him suppressing his internal injuries? With less than a month left to live. This stunned the Emperor. You could see through even that, young friend. You truly hide your skills well, he thought. Then said, "This is no place to talk. Follow me." The scene changes to the Qiyuan Emperor's palace. The Kang Emperor spoke up. "This is where I cultivate. No one comes here. I'll go get a cushion for you." Lin Zi Luo immediately refused. "No need." Then materialized 2 chairs in the middle of the room. "Please have a seat, Kang Emperor." Intrigued by his cultivation technique, the Kang Emperor asked excitedly, "Is this the elemental cultivation method you created?" As he sat down, Lin Zi Luo replied, "It's decent enough. This is an application of the space element." The Kang Emperor was delighted. "How profound. Now I'm completely convinced you can deal with the corpse ghoul." Then he added,
"As for my health, I hope you won't tell anyone. And furthermore, I want..." From above, someone was monitoring their conversation. "My health? The Demon Emperor?" Lin Zi Luo smiled, readily agreeing.
"I agree to your request, Kang Emperor. In return, I also have a favor to ask of you." The negotiation was a success. The Kang Emperor replied, "All right, I agree to your request, young friend." 2 days later, Zeal put on a mask and demonstrated a technique for them. He turned to everyone and explained, "All right, for now, these are the methods for combining elemental skills. As long as you can combine them, you can significantly increase your damage." After speaking, Zeal held out his hand to Elder Li. "Elder Li, I'm done teaching. Where's the other half of my payment?" Elder Li was furious but couldn't show it, only clenching his fists.
"You punk. You've cleaned out decades of the Alliance's assets." In the end, Elder Li still pointed him towards the medicine cabinet. Zi Luo laughed gleefully while Elder Li fumed. "Heh, thank you. Elder Li, 50 vials of S-rank enhancement fluid. 2 vials of SS rank enhancement fluid. I'll endure it." As Zi Luo gathered all the vials, Elder Li watched with a look of regret.
"I can only hope he can help hold back the corpse ghoul until we've wiped out all the zombies and can come to assist." Elder Li closed his eyes, crossed his arms, and reminded him, "City Lord Li, we will officially declare war in 7 days. I hope you will be well prepared." City Lord Li. Zi Luo readily agreed without a second thought. "All right, while there's still time, I'll go into seclusion to train first." But he didn't leave right away. Instead, he stayed and added, "Esteemed elders, regarding my identity, there are still some secrets I have not revealed. I have sent you all a letter, which you will understand after you return. We'll meet in 7 days." As Zi Luo turned to leave, Elder Li suddenly approached with his staff. He walked over, seemingly trying to stop him as he asked, "What secrets can't be spoken here? Also, you want to go into seclusion? Aren't you going to Tianxing City to manage it?" Zell didn't answer as the elder wished, speaking vaguely instead. "You'll understand us once you read the letter, Elder, with that big oaf in Tianxing City. There won't be any problems." In the bathtub, Zale looked at his status panel. Level 35. Strength 177 plus 37. Spirit 177 plus 40. Constitution 177 plus 34. Agility 172 plus 15. He thought to himself as he slicked his hair back, "I hope I can break through 250 this time and become an SS rank powerhouse." Zyle immediately reached out for the potions. Countless golden vials and many scrolls appeared. The next small goal is to bathe for 7 days, completely absorb the enhancement fluids, and learn 2 skills. He calculated in his mind as he raised his hand. All the golden vials immediately poured their contents into his bathtub. He even picked up a vial and drank it all. Zyle let out a satisfied sigh, his cheeks flushing with pleasure. After psyching himself up, he immediately opened the scrolls to learn the skills. While he was relaxing in the tub, Ghost Child beside him also drank a vial. Just then, the system immediately announced, "Player Yaizi detected using S rank then Mountain enhancement fluid. Physical attributes have increased. All stats +1." While Ghost Child was drinking a few more vials, a light flashed. Looking back, it saw Zyle enveloped in a brilliant aura. It turned out Zyle was in a state of super absorption. It wasn't until 7 days later that he woke up again. His body was gently lowered by the halo of light as he groggily turned and asked Ghost Child,
"Has it been 7 days?" "Mm-hmm." He immediately got dressed and put on his mask. "Very good, Ghost Child. We should get going now." He adjusted his mask and added, "They must have received the letter by now."
"And they know my true identity," Zale narrated as he walked forward. "In this instance, dungeon, I've been using the name Li Hao Bai. I myself almost forgot that I am Yaizi, ranked number 1 in the world. The one everyone looks up to. It's time to show them my true face." Lin Zyle walked on, proud and confident. "I'm showing my hand. From now on, I am Yaizi, Lin Zi Luo. Strength, 200, 7 plus 43. Spirit, 200, 7 plus 40. Constitution, 200 to 7 plus 37. Agility, 200, 2 plus 15. Lin Zyle arrived at the base and let the system scan his identity. Tianxing City, Lord's Mansion. Lin Zilei's identity was successfully confirmed, and the Iron Gate immediately opened for him and Ghost Child to enter. Not bad. It seems the elders have updated my real name. Otherwise, when it's time to kill the corpse ghoul,
If you become a hero, you will turn into Li Hao Bai. After entering, he opened another door. This time, he met several other elders. Elder Lei stared intently at Lin Zi Luo. "It really is you, City Lord Lin. I almost didn't recognize you. Of course it's me. So, have you found the Demon Emperor and the corpse ghoul yet?" He began to share the information he had gathered. Intelligence that 17 scouts had given their lives to deliver.
The Demon Emperor and the corpse ghoul are at the rear of the main zombie army, right at the surface location of Huangmu Village. Elder Lei pointed to a spot on the 3-dimensional map. Within the zombie army, there are also 2 SS rank entities, both positioned at the very front of the horde. He added more information for him. Once the zombie armies from Tao City and Golden Valley City converge with the army from Huangmu Village, they will invade Tianyang City. After speaking, Elder Lei looked up at Lin Zi Luo. "City Lord Lin, Elder Bai and I will go deal with those 2 SS rank zombies. C. Tianji City will also arrive soon to intercept the zombie army from Golden Valley City. We'll have to rely on you and Lord Emperor Kang for the corpse ghoul and the demon emperor. We have 5 hours left." Lin Zi Luo then turned to ask Emperor Kang, "I'm completely ready on my end, but I'm not sure how Lord Emperor Kang's preparations are coming along." Emperor Kang laughed and replied with absolute certainty, "I have no problem either. I will definitely survive to see the day humanity is victorious." So, the Emperor had used an unknown method to activate his full potential, leaving him with only 7 days to live. After hearing this, the other 2 immediately bowed respectfully with clasped hands. "We wish you both victory and a triumphant return. Emperor Kang, City Lord Lin, everything depends on you two." Emperor Kang immediately walked over and threw an arm around Lin Zi Luo's shoulders, then happily gave a thumbs up with a confident smile. Don't worry, the human race will prevail. Don't worry. Then, the two of them put on protective gear and headed out. Emperor Kong turned back to discuss with Lin Zi Luo. Young friend, we're too big of a target if we move together. We should split up and search. Alright, then let's split up for now and meet up deep within enemy territory. Emperor Kong agreed with his plan. Okay, by my calculations, we should meet again deep within enemy territory in about 4 hours. Today will definitely be the day you and I kill the Demon Emperor and the Corpse Ghoul. They immediately clasped hands. Of course it is. See you deep in enemy territory in 4 hours. Kasmin kumas. The two of them immediately split up to search. Lin Zi Luo picked up his pace and rushed forward. According to the map, he was approaching his target destination. The system's notification sound rang out. Ding detected that the host is about to engage in combat with the SSS rank zombie, the Corpse Ghoul, issuing a special corpse-slaying mission. As he ran, the system continued its announcement. Opening mission details, mission corpse slaying, description. In the face of the impending three-race decisive battle, you have chosen to face the Corpse Ghoul of the zombie race. The outcome of this battle will affect the entire course of the war, and you are the most crucial player. Mission requirement: kill the SSS rank zombie, the Corpse Ghoul. Mission rewards 1 random common golden finger, 1 piece of gold grade equipment. I accept. After a while, he finally came to us. He stood before Zhangchuan City's Huangmu Gate and heard the roars of zombies. Zombies were swarming everywhere inside. He entered and suddenly raised his hand. Then, he unexpectedly snapped his fingers, creating a sound. The zombies immediately noticed his position. They frantically lunged towards him at once. Some even leaped forward, trying to tear him apart. One of the zombies swung a large axe at him. Lin Zi Luo quickly dodged behind the zombie and broke its arm. He managed to deal with this one while simultaneously avoiding another zombie that was pouncing on him. After tossing the creature aside, he arrogantly declared, "Don't come at me one by one like that. You're not even a warm-up." Lin Zi Luo stomped the zombie's head flat. "Come on, all of you." The other zombies gathered, but seemed to freeze at the sight. Lin Zi Luo patiently repeated himself. "Didn't you understand what I said?" He immediately grabbed his flaming sword and charged at them. "Fine, I'll make the first move then." Meanwhile, over at the Corpse Ghoul's location, it was bringing humans to the zombie horde. The Corpse Ghoul tossed a person to the ground like a piece of trash. As the Corpse Ghoul piled human bodies into a mountain, it said to the zombies, "The 28th one, the humans are getting really impatient." The Corpse Ghoul turned to instruct the other zombies on its side. "They're in a hurry. They never expected that we would know their underground location." SS rank radiated creature, the Corpse Ghoul. Another sentient zombie nearby reminded it. "Don't let your guard down." The Demon Emperor chuckled as he warned the Corpse Ghoul. "Humans are a very cunning race." SSS rank radiated creature, the Demon Emperor. The Corpse Ghoul twisted off a human's head and offered it to the Demon Emperor. "Fresh brain? You want it?" "I don't like eating brains." The Demon Emperor grumbled while chewing on human flesh. This corpse isn't much of a delicacy either. It started complaining about the bodies it had just eaten. B rank enhancers are not very good. The Demon Emperor's face turned red as it thought about its favorite meal. The body of an S rank enhancer is what you can call a delicacy. The meat is fragrant, the organs are rich and tasty. Hearing this, the Corpse Ghoul tossed the human head aside. "Now that you mention it, this brain seems tasteless too." The Corpse Ghoul spoke to the Demon Emperor about the future. "If the plan succeeds, after we breach Tianyang City, we'll be able to eat S rank and SS rank enhancers. Perhaps we can even raise a group of humans to provide us with an endless supply of food." The Demon Emperor was so excited by the thought that it hugged itself. S rank would be good. SS rank would be fine, but the best would be SSS rank. Emperor Kang's body must be the most delicious. Suddenly, a loud noise erupted, making them turn to look. Corpse Fiend was the first to sense where the disturbance came from. Someone's here. Someone is killing my slaves outside Desolate Wood Village. And among them is a being with peak S rank strength, besides Shang Huang and the three great elders. Which human can kill an S rank? The Demon Emperor became excited as soon as he heard it was a peak S rank. Could the one who dares come here be Shang Huang Corpse Fiend? Led its horde of slaves and charged in pursuit. The Demon Emperor, watching from behind, scoffed at the sight. So reckless. Then, it pushed off with its legs, and also dashed after the zombie horde. The Demon Emperor and Corpse Fiend leaped high into the air, then landed where the battle had just taken place. But they only saw ruins, but no person. Damn it. Did he get away? Is this person really that strong? One was worried about the battle, while the other only cared about who did it. He's weakening our high-level combat forces, looking at the damage he caused. It must be Shang Huang, and a Shang Huang in his prime at that. Hearing this, Corpse Fiend said something that the Demon Emperor agreed with. This is the perfect time to kill that old geezer Shang Huang. That's right. They immediately followed the tracks left behind in pursuit. Corpse Fiend and the Demon Emperor arrived at a place where only zombie corpses remained. Corpse Fiend was furious, but the Demon Emperor was thrilled. He really is here. We'll surround him. Don't let him escape. Corpse Fiend roared in anger, causing smoke to billow from the holes in its body. It immediately shot off like a rocket, so fast the Demon Emperor couldn't stop it. Wait for this guy. What an idiot. As Corpse Fiend advanced, it was suddenly enveloped in white smoke. What the hell is this? The Demon Emperor also grew wary and readied its weapon. Then, it threw its Mangwukhu towards the white smoke. Corpse Fiend, wait for me to get you out. But who would have thought? After throwing it in, the smoke was completely unaffected. Corpse Fiend openly mocked the Demon Emperor for being too weak. Big brother, I feel like if I have to rely on you to save me, I might not even last 30 seconds. I've never seen this demonic thing before. A new human invention. Could it be disadvantageous for us? Corpse Fiend got so angry it punched the smoke away. You amateur. No invention is going to work. After breaking free from the binding white smoke, it fell from a great height. Corpse Fiend gnashed its teeth in anger and told the Demon Emperor, "Let's go. Let's find Shang Huang, kill that old man, and eat his brain." They continued to track the person who had just killed the zombies. So, just then, another zombie was finished off. Shang Huang, with his weapon, had taken out several zombies. Just as Corpse Fiend and the Demon Emperor flew in, long time no see. Lord Shang Huang looked at the two zombies before him and sighed inwardly. The Demon Emperor has recovered from his injuries, and Elder Pang has also turned into this thing. Thankfully, Lin Zi Luo has joined us. Otherwise, humanity would have no chance of winning. Shang Huang immediately targeted Corpse Fiend and questioned it.
Elder Pang, you used to be the one who hated zombies the most. How could you join the zombie faction now? Hearing this, the creature known as Corpse Fiend felt no shame and even mocked him back. Who is this?
Haha, I remember now. The one who will kill you later is me, Corpse Fiend. Both the Demon Emperor and Corpse Fiend split up to surround Shang Huang. Shang Huang, give up the struggle. Even if you ambushed our zombie army, you'll still die here. Surrender obediently, and I might grant you a quick death. You're daydreaming. It's not yet certain who will die today. Corpse Fiend angrily swung its fist and charged forward immediately. How dare you provoke us? You're looking for death. Corpse Fiend's punch shattered the ground where Shang Huang had just been standing. Luckily, he dodged in time. Go to hell. His body began to gradually disappear again. It's not that easy to kill me. You can talk about fighting and killing once you catch up to me. Seeing Shang Huang about to escape, Corpse Fiend roared in fury. You think you can run? But by the time Corpse Fiend flew over, Shang Huang had already vanished. Go die then. Don't go alone. Watch out for tricks. But Corpse Fiend refused to listen and left anyway, angering the Demon Emperor, who could only relent. It then chased after the opponent, along with Corpse Fiend. Fine, let's give chase for a bit. While pursuing, the Demon Emperor had no idea someone was watching it from above. Up above, Lin Zi Luo said smugly. Ha, they took the bait. They landed in a place quite far away. The Demon Emperor looked around nervously. Is this place safe? It's safe. 10 minutes ago, one of my squads scouted this area. There's nothing here. Hearing that, the Demon Emperor was relieved and released its zombies, giving an order. Alright then, we'll hunt him down here and kill Shang Huang here. Men, spare no forces in surrounding Shang Huang. Several zombies immediately surrounded Shang Huang. Faced with this situation, he couldn't help but feel worried. Little friend Lin, where are you? He anxiously looked left and right, searching for any sign of Lin Zi Luo. Don't tell me little friend Lin hasn't arrived yet. If Lin Zi Luo isn't here, I'm about to be cornered by the Demon Emperor and Corpse Fiend. On the other side, they laughed loudly and taunted him. Ha ha ha, Shang Huang. Where will you run this time? He looked at his watch and saw the number 59 displayed. Shang Huang steeled his resolve. Forget it. If he's not coming, he's not coming. Today, even if I have to risk my life, I must keep these two here. He immediately pointed his weapon at them. Who said I wanted to run today? I will settle the score with you. In the blink of an eye, Shang Huang had already dealt with all the zombies around him. Hearing this, the Demon Emperor gave a contemptuous smile. Settle the score. Do you really think I'll give you a chance to stall for time? Even Corpse Fiend found his words ridiculous.
That's right. It's the two of us against you alone. Ha 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 ha. The Demon Emperor couldn't wait any longer and quickly rushed towards Shang Huang. Today, you will definitely die. It unleashed its power, launched an attack at him, but unexpectedly, instead of dodging, Shang Huang stood still with his eyes closed, counting down. 2, 1. The moment he reached 1, Shang Huang's eyes snapped open. He used his weapon to force Demo into the air, and immediately unleashed an attack. Little friend Lin, you're late if you don't come out now. I really can't hold on any longer. Just then, a massive explosion suddenly erupted, wiping out the entire zombie horde. The aftershock from the explosion sent Shang Huang flying back. Demo was also affected, forcing it to retract its attack. It angrily turned to Shipo for support, shouting, "Let's attack together." Both Shipo and Demo lunged forward like hungry wolves. Although he raised his weapon to block their assault, Shang Huang couldn't dodge in time and was struck. White smoke appeared again, helping Shang Huang escape once more. He slipped behind Shipo. Seeing that Shang Huang was injured and trying to flee, Demo quickly gave chase. Shang Huang, don't even think about running. While in pursuit, Demo roared, "Stop!" At that moment, Shang Huang turned back and attacked Demo. He restrained both of Demo's arms, enraging it even further as it screamed louder. I'm going to kill you. Wait, something's not right. And suddenly hearing Shipo say this, Demo turned to look at it in confusion. A human is sneak attacking our zombie army. My troops are in chaos.
What? Just then, Lin Zi Luo finally decided to appear. So you pests finally noticed. He stood leisurely on a tree, looking down on them. Only realizing your army is in disarray now. Don't you think it's a little too late? Seeing Lin Zi Luo arrive, Shang Huang was overjoyed. Ha ha ha! Little friend Lin is here. The more he spoke, the more excited he became. Today is definitely the day you die. But Demo saw Lin Zi Luo as just another small fry and told Shu Po, "Go. He's just an SS rank human. You go back and stabilize the troops first. Command them in battle. Leave Kang Huang and him to me. Alright, I'll trust you." Demo was extremely confident of its victory. He just took a blow from Shipo. How much longer can he last? But Kang Huang wasn't afraid and even challenged back.
"You can try and see." He whipped his weapon at Demo's arm, injuring it. Demo looked at the wound, shocked and in disbelief. "What? How is this possible?"
Where did you learn this dirty trick? While Demo was still reeling in shock, Shipo was sent flying back towards it. Seeing this, it was even more stunned than before. "So painful. Who injured you? There's someone who can actually hurt you." Just then, Lin Zi Luo slowly walked over. Of course, it was me. After appearing, he didn't forget to throw in a few taunts. "The sensory abilities of you radiated creatures are ridiculously poor. A whole person like me, and you couldn't see me." Shupo backed away and immediately got into a fighting stance. This kid also has SSS rank abilities. We must focus our power and kill him first. Demo agreed with Shipo's decision. That's right. Kang Huang's strength is already hard to deal with. This kid looks like an expert who just advanced to SSS rank.
"So we better kill him first." "Yes. Let's kill him first." As soon as they agreed, they charged in. "Die, you damn bastard." Lin Zi Luo remained perfectly calm and summoned the cat zombie command horn.
He blew into the horn once, causing flames to envelop it, and the cat zombie instantly appeared behind him. It immediately roared as Demo pounced. It reached out to attack Demo, instantly shredding its face, sending it tumbling several times before it crashed into a tree. Demo was completely baffled. How is this possible? What is this thing? Meanwhile, Shippo was swinging its fist toward Lin Zi Luo. But who would have thought he could catch the fist with his bare hand, then slam it down, forcing Shippo to punch the ground. Shippo immediately jumped back to create distance. It was slightly irritated, threatening in a low growl. "I am an SSS rank combatant. Do you think you can kill me? Do you think that cat can restrain Demo forever?" He immediately summoned his sword and taunted Shippo back. Of course. He looked at Shippo as if looking at something already dead. 10 minutes is more than enough to kill you. Shippo still wasn't scared and just thought Lin Zi Luo was bluffing. "You'll pay the price for your big talk, kid." It immediately made its body sharper and tougher. "I wasn't even using my full power earlier." Shippo charged forward once again. "That's what made you so arrogant, right?" As his opponent swiped its claws at Lin Zi Luo, he blocked the attack with his sword. The force was so great that it made Shippo sink slightly into the ground. Unexpectedly, the sword was even tougher than Shippo's claws. He immediately changed his attack angle. "Me? Arrogant? I think you're the arrogant one." Then, he unleashed a powerful slash, and the resulting shockwave sent Shippo flying far away before it slammed hard onto the ground with a loud thud. Having dealt with Demo, the cat zombie gradually disappeared. "I have to admit, you've got some skills, kid." The cat zombie's disappearance left Demo resentful, "But I don't believe your magical artifact is infinite." Hearing this, Lin Zi Luo kindly replied, "Of course the artifact isn't infinite, but it's more than enough to kill you." Then he turned to Kang Huang. "Kang Huang, help me hold off Demo for 10 minutes. That shouldn't be a problem." Demo was quite shocked to hear that. 10 minutes. It stood up, pointed at him, and laughed contemptuously. "You want to defeat us in 10 minutes, ha ha ha. Shippo, what are you waiting for?" At this moment, Demo looked at Shippo from a distance. An immense power, reaching for the sky, enveloped it. "Are you waiting for this reckless fool to mock us further?" Shippo stood in the center of the power surge, which blazed like a wildfire. It gradually straightened up, then opened its mouth and roared to build up its aura. Shupo walked towards Lin Zi Luo. You reckless fool. Dream on! Furious, Limo swung its fist and charged forward. Your life and Thong Huang's both end today. As the creature attacked him, Thong Huang also made his move. He suddenly appeared in front of Dema, blocking its path and striking it with his power. He sternly warned Dema, I'll take him on, Dema, for the next 10 minutes. Your only opponent is me. The volcano-like craters on Thifak's body began spewing flames. Lam Tulak stared intently at his opponent. System, check Thifak's stats. The system immediately displayed the information. Radiant creature Thifak. Diamond rank boss. Radiation level. Basic attributes. Strength 340. Spirit 270. Constitution 320. Agility 270. Talent Radiant Zombie Body. In a high radiation environment, its basic stats will increase, and it can also use radiation to rapidly regenerate its body. Indomitable Spirit reduces damage from mental type attacks by 50%. Piercing Edge, an epic grade talent. The sharpness of its claws and fangs is greatly increased. Pain inflicted is increased by 200%. Magma Hardness, an epic grade talent. The durability of its claws and fangs is greatly increased. After taking damage, its regeneration speed increases by 100%. Seeing this, he became annoyed. Damn it! It's a hexagon warrior. Lam Tulak immediately assumed a combat stance. He gripped his sword tightly and channeled his power into it. Just then, the Fach completed its transformation. It lunged straight at Lam Tulak. So strong, and they call this just breaking through to SSS rank. He felt a sense of relief as he attacked his opponent. Fortunately, the Fox's weakness was obvious. He slashed directly at Thifach's abdomen. Even an SS rank can talk a big game. He said nothing more, focusing completely. Channeling a skill into his sword and immediately thrusting it at Thifach's head. But it didn't seem to have much effect. How naive. You think I'm afraid of your pathetic little sword. The wound on Thifach's body healed instantly. Is that all you've got? Lam Tulak replied grimly. That's right. Suddenly, flames erupted around Thifach, making it roar in pain.
This is all it takes. Thifach's head was engulfed in the most intense flames. It clutched its head, roaring in agony and rage. You damn brat. What is this fire? Why won't it go out? Haha.
He swung another fiery slash with his sword. Thifach was startled and terrified when it saw the attack. He was using his skill. Twin explosive slashes. The creature barely managed to block the blow with its bare hands. The craters on its body began to frantically vent smoke, propelling it high into the air to dodge the attack. Fast reflexes. My fire element attacks are only normally effective against it. Thinking this, Lam Tulak immediately landed on the ground. He recalled how Thifach had blocked his blade with its bare hands. But fortunately, he had a trump card. He stood calmly in the wind and began counting down from 3. Thifach was still burning but seemed unafraid. You are definitely going to die today. Down to 1. A sigil of lightning and fire began to glow on Thifach's hand. It released a blinding light, making the creature look down in surprise. It was instantly blown apart. But as the smoke and dust settled, it was clear that despite being grievously wounded, Thifach was still clinging to life. Lam Tulak looked at the creature's intact upper torso lying in the crater. So it managed to survive my dual elemental attack, just as I thought. Thifach raised its hand and plunged it into its own chest, and its body instantly began to recover. I don't care what other powers you have. Thifach's claws grew even sharper. It regenerated its lower body in an instant. But I guarantee you will die a horrible death today. It roared wildly, venting smoke from its body. Its feet dug into the ground from the sheer force. As it gathered power for a devastating charge, Lam Tulak mused. With such powerful defense and regenerative abilities, I wonder what kind of items it will drop when I kill it. Oh baby mata tickets. He immediately extended a hand toward it and cast Flowing Water Shield. A massive sphere of water instantly materialized. Elemental Shield, a spell-type skill that consumes a certain amount of spirit energy to create an elemental shield anywhere within a 6.5-foot radius of oneself. The shield's defensive power is equal to 150% of. Moreover, the shield produces different effects depending on the element used. He immediately casts more shields. Lightning Shield, Flame Shield. While keeping an eye on his spirit energy, he casts another spell. Bedrock Shield. A multi-elemental barrier formed in front of him. The fox saw this and sneered. It stood within the elemental sphere he created, completely unscathed. Pathetic. So pathetic. His elemental power had slowed the creature down, but it pushed forward fearlessly. Useless, so useless. Then it saw the next skill he was preparing and began to panic slightly. What this move again? It realized the danger but had no time to escape. The Fach was bound by blinding electricity. Damn it. It tried to block the attack with its hands. What? As the elemental sphere struck and detonated, the effect was blasted away. The SSS rank creature roared in agony. Lam Tulak made a perfect hand sign, saying with satisfaction, "The third bomb." Amid the chaos in the sky, he continued to control the projectiles, unleashing bedrock barrage. Dozens of massive boulders relentlessly bombarded Tifak, leaving it stunned and unable to retaliate. It panted in panic, using its arms to form a defensive line, shielding itself from the barrage. Suddenly, it slowly raised its head and snarled. Naive. As if unleashing all its suppressed rage, it erupted with power, shattering the boulders into countless pieces that scattered through the air. Witnessing this, Lam Tulak was surprised. He quickly gripped his power-infused weapon and charged forward. The monster taunted him. "You want to try that move again?" With a sinister smile, he added, "It's useless! I only need 1 second for this petrification." With that, he opened his mouth and forcefully sucked in all the golden energy radiating around Lin Zi Luo, thinking smugly to himself, "Let's see what you can do without your weapon." Lin Zi Luo immediately took out a zombie serum and cleverly tossed it into the SSS class monster's mouth. He panicked. What? The pill was now in his mouth, leaving him bewildered, thinking to himself, "Damn it. What is this? I absolutely cannot let it get inside my body." The serum was already being absorbed into his system without him realizing it. Yet he continued to taunt. This kind of cheat. Lin Zi Luo replied smugly and calmly. "Is that so?" By this point, the serum was fully absorbed. The corpse phantom immediately realized it and panicked, roaring furiously. "Ugh, what did you make me swallow?" The SSS class corpse phantom was almost unable to stand, asking in shock, "Why is my power weakening?" Lin Zi Luo calmly replied, "It's turning you back into a human." But in reality, he was thinking, "I'm just messing with you. This serum only works on zombies that haven't fully transformed." The monster seemed to go berserk. "No, Enoch, damn it. I don't want to become human." As he thought this, Lin Zi Luo charged forward, continuing his train of thought. "It can only weaken a zombie's power." The SSS class corpse phantom was in a frenzy, and his attribute stats began to appear. Strength 306. Jita Asumats, Spirit and Agility, both at 243, and Constitution at 288. At that very moment, seizing the opportunity, Lin Zi Luo charged straight at the monster. Using his skill, the energy radiating from the blade shot towards the monster. It screamed in fear and quickly reacted with its blood essence sharp claw skill, trying desperately to block the golden energy with its hands. But he struggled as the blade's energy was overwhelming. Lin Zi Luo unleashed a brilliant flash of an attack. Striking the corpse phantom couldn't dodge in time, and was sent flying by Lin Zi Luo, crashing heavily to the ground and taking immense damage. Kang Huang and Di Mo, who were battling nearby, were completely stunned by the sight. The resulting explosion was so massive they had to back away. After the smoke cleared, Lin Zi Luo appeared with a calm demeanor, his hands in his pockets. Kang Huang was utterly shocked and yelled, "Holy crap! Brother Lin! Are you really this strong, Di Mo?" Standing beside him, was also horrified and looked over at the corpse phantom. Seeing the corpse phantom lying unconscious, Di Mo shouted, "Hey, corpse phantom, wake up!" He looked back in alarm, thinking to himself, "This is not good. That guy's techniques are too weird. He almost killed the corpse phantom." He glanced at Kang Huang, who was wielding a whip and overflowing with power, noting that it was similar to the sealing skill Kang Huang used. But Kang Huang had not yet mastered it. "But this kid," Di Mo thought, clenching his fists angrily, "I have to kill him first." Then, Di Mo suddenly charged toward Lin Zi Luo, which made Kang Huang realize the danger and rush to his side. Kang Huang, using his light whip, shouted angrily, "Di Mo, get back here." Di Mo kept charging at Lin Zi Luo with a look of pure hatred, but Lin Zi Luo didn't evade, instead unleashing his own power. Perfect timing. Then, he launched an attack with his hands, sending two orbs hurtling toward a stunned Di Mo. The spell hit Di Mo squarely, giving him no chance to defend himself. At the same time, Kang Huang's whip also landed its blow. His right arm was caught in the crossfire and was now burning intensely. Di Mo looked down at himself in a panic, thinking in terror, "This elemental attack is too powerful. I have to join forces with the corpse phantom. We can't fight separately." Having decided, he rushed toward the motionless corpse phantom. Di Mo struck the corpse phantom hard and said urgently, "Wake up now, or we're both dead." Di Mo slapped the corpse phantom hard across the face. The corpse phantom suddenly stirred, its eyes flying wide open. It leaped to its feet and activated reversed blood frenzy, letting out a massive roar. Lin Zi Luo watched the corpse phantom, now raging like a mad bull, and thought, "So you're ready to risk it all, willing to die just to get rid of me." The corpse phantom moved so fast it left no afterimage, completely surrounding Lin Zi Luo, making him exclaim, "So fast." All of a sudden, the corpse phantom appeared behind him, ready to strike. "Die, you brat." He thrusted his explosive skull mace toward Lin Zi Luo, but he dodged and leaped away, giving the monster a contemptuous look. "Naive." Hearing that, the corpse phantom retorted angrily, "You're the one who's naive." Suddenly, a phantom-like blue aura appeared around Lin Zi Luo, startling the corpse phantom. What's going on?" The corpse phantom launched its attack, but Lin Zi Luo suddenly disappeared. After realizing it had charged into an elemental trap, the corpse phantom was slowed and became sluggish. It couldn't hold back its fury and screamed, "Damn it! This is a trap!" A taunting voice rang out. "Congratulations, you answered correctly." Lin Zi Luo leaped into the air and cast a spell aimed at it. The Demon King's eyes widened in alarm as it defensively used its blood essence claw. "You're not escaping." Lin Zi Luo used a lightning trap on the Demon King, as if he knew what would happen next. It bared its sharp fangs and absorbed Lin Zi Luo's ultimate attack. Then it evolved, leveling up its rhino fangs. A chaotic aura appeared in midair as lightning shot forth. Lin Zi Luo ended the fight by cutting its head clean off. He glanced at the corpse and remarked, "That takes care of one." Turning back to the pool of blood, he walked closer. Mission complete. The system began to broadcast announcements. Congratulations to the host for successfully killing the SSS class zombie, the corpse phantom. Congratulations to player Yazi for killing the diamond grade boss, the corpse phantom, and earning 10,000 experience points and 3,000 gold coins. Tuwata. Congratulations to player Yazi for becoming the first to kill a diamond grade boss in the Apocalypse game, earning the unique global achievement, Diamond Sorrow. A server-wide announcement is imminent. The face of a hairy demon. The white-haired man looked somewhat panicked. He furrowed his brow, silently assessing the situation. This kid had actually managed to kill the corpse fiend that had activated Reverse Blood Berserk. Something even he had to avoid. How could some unknown nobody kill a corpse fiend suddenly? He took a direct hit from behind, and a bolt of lightning instantly slammed him to the ground. If you want to fight young friend Lin, you'll have to get past me first. Lin Zi Luo was grateful. Thanks a lot. I'll just rest for a bit. The old man attacked with relentless excitement. Don't you worry, young friend. He sat down to rest as a system notification appeared. Spirit power 5 out of 257. Damn it. I've used too many skills. I need to slow down a bit. Suddenly, an unexpected explosion diverted Lin Zi Luo's attention, seeing the ghoul constantly trying to attack him. The old man shouted, "Young friend Lin, it's not safe here. You should find another place to rest." He immediately replied, Alright. Lin Zi Luo stood before the corpse of the Demon King, deep in thought. Looks like Kang Huang holding on for another hour won't be a problem. With that, he bent down to deal with the corpse. My spirit power is too low. I need to take this chance to get the gear the corpse fiend dropped. What luck, Lin Zi Luo was completely surprised. Holy cow, it dropped an item. Could this be a diamond grade piece of equipment? He was even more stunned. It's like winning has become a habit for me. For obtaining such a rare item, the system continuously displayed notifications. Armor of Curses, a diamond grade piece of equipment. Curses are carved all over its surface, and anyone who attacks the armor will suffer a terrifying curse. Constitution plus 13, Strength plus 8, 1. Curse of Strength after being attacked by an enemy. It reduces the enemy's strength attribute by 3%. This effect can stack up to 4 times. 2. Curse of Retribution. After being hit by an enemy, it reflects 10% of the damage taken from that hit. 3. Curse of Agility. After being hit by an enemy, it reduces the enemy's agility attribute by 5%. Lin Zi Luo cursed to himself.
Damn, this thing is a top tier item. It doesn't specify physical or elemental attacks, which means it can apply the curse to any type of attack. Realizing the item's incredible attributes, he grew excited.
Sorry, Shadow Meld Armor. Let's not see each other anymore. I'm afraid the Armor of Curses might get the wrong idea. He went down into the crater to continue dealing with the demon's corpse. Scene changed to the Blue Star World. Capital City Safe Zone. World Announcement. Congratulations to player Yazi for becoming the first person in the Apocalypse game to solo kill a diamond grade zombie. His immense strength has shocked the world, earning him the unique global achievement. We hope other players will follow his example. Other players present there couldn't help but exclaim a few things. Holy crap, a diamond grade boss? That's insane. I haven't even seen a silver grade boss yet. So that means the new diamond grade equipment on the ranking board was from a drop Yazi got. That boss was so unlucky. Lin Zi Luo's former teammate was also there. Looking at the announcement, she smiled with pride for Lin Zi Luo. What did I tell you? He's been in that Atta dungeon for almost a month without coming out. Turns out he was doing something this major. Well done. That's so Yazi. The system continuously popped up notifications. Congratulations to player Yazi for achieving the global announcement Diamond Slayer. 2,000 reputation points, 10,000 gold coins, 10 free attribute points. Storage space capacity increased by 5. Diamond Slayer, a unique title that can only be obtained by the first player to kill a diamond grade boss in the Apocalypse game. Effect, all attributes plus 10, against bosses or players of diamond grade or lower. It reduces their basic attributes by 5%. Lin Zi Luo just silently scrolled through the notifications, waiting for his energy to fully recover. The white-haired demon gritted his teeth tensely. This kid recovered that fast. He scowled in anger, his tone filled with disbelief. Impossible. I don't believe it. An unknown SS rank grunt killed a corpse fiend, and he can recover this quickly. Don't tell me you still have the strength to kill me. Lin Zi Luo glanced at him and reminded him with annoyance. Unknown grunt, remember my name. I am Lin Zi Luo, but you can also call me Yazi. Without hesitation, he used the remaining essence of the corpse fiend, splitting it in two and launching it at the demon. How he... Without a moment's pause, the old man Kang Huang coordinated with him, lashing out with lightning and attacking relentlessly. Demon Emperor, die. Knowing he was no match for the two of them, the demon focused on dodging their attacks and quickly tried to flee. Seeing this, the old man frowned and shouted, "This is bad. The Demon Emperor is trying to escape. If he gets away, the consequences for humanity will be unimaginable." The old man hurriedly gave chase. "Don't you dare run." The monster saw this and laughed gleefully, taunting the old man as he fled. "Kang Huang, we fought for so long. You should know that if I want to run, you can't catch me." He leaped out of sight, leaving the old man Kang Huang gritting his teeth in frustration, powerless as he watched the demon escape.
Damn it. The old man was worried. I don't have much time left. Just then, Lin Zi Luo rode the wind and landed beside him, quickly jumping down. Lin Zi Luo rubbed his chin and thought.
The old man was getting anxious. Go after him. You're so fast. Why are you just looking at me? He replied calmly. I was just thinking about something. You need to hold on tight. Before Kang Huang could understand what was going on, Xiao Luo unfurled a pair of wings, surprising the old man. You can fly? Lin Zi Luo lifted them both into the air with his wings, and in no time, they caught up to the demon. He darted his eyes around, searching for something. Unsurprisingly, he was so shocked his jaw dropped. The little demon just focused on running straight ahead. I just need to get to that place. Just a little further. Lin Zi Luo looked up, watching the demon's figure run, so adamantly denied it. Lin Zi Luo sensed something was off and quickly reminded him. Kang Huang, are you ready? The old man asked back, puzzled. Ready, for what? Seeing this, he informed the old man more clearly. To fight. Of course. The old man was still skeptical. Lin Zi Luo, don't mess around. Lin Zi Luo just tossed Kang Huang down below, causing him to scream in terror. Son of a bitch! But he was an experienced fighter after all, so he landed with extreme grace. The Demon Emperor stood behind them arrogantly. If that brainless corpse fiend hadn't died so quickly, you guys would have never had this chance. Kang Huang dusted off his clothes and calmly replied, No, you're wrong. You underestimated me and Lin Zi Luo.
You also underestimated the potential we humans can unleash when faced with a desperate situation. Being so fiercely refuted, the monster cursed in frustration. What good are these people in the face of absolute SSS rank?
Zi Luo pulled out his dagger, and without hesitation, he stabbed the Demon Emperor hard in the kidney. It groaned in agony. My kidney. The Demon Emperor angrily swung a fist behind him. You wretched human. Another sneak attack. Lin Zi Luo easily dodged the blow and reappeared right behind it. The Demon Emperor was still in the mood to criticize him. You humans are ganging up 2 against 1 and using sneak attacks. Fool. He replied with a joking tone. All's fair in war. Suddenly, the Demon Emperor used his lightning power, his eyes wide as he roared. Too naive! The monster charged towards Lin Zi Luo. Faced with a desperate attack from an SSS rank master, you're not guaranteed to survive. The monster's speed increased exponentially, but Zi Luo could still easily fight back. He moved behind it with blinding speed, and just like that, he landed another stab on the Demon Emperor. It quickly turned around, cursing in frustration. Damn it! Suddenly, Lin Zi Luo dropped to the ground, aiming to stab the monster's huge butt. But the demon emperor didn't give up and continued to fight. It growled, muttering, "I have to kill you." But no matter how hard it tried, its attacks were easily countered. The brutal demon emperor let out a choked groan from the pain of the stabs. It rolled its eyes back in humiliation. Time passed, and exactly 15 minutes later, Lin Zi Luo had killed the demon emperor. It sank to its knees, about to collapse. The monster's body then crashed to the ground. Zi Luo ended the fight with a single sentence. "Now you know I'm not just some nobody." He raised his dagger. A golden light appeared, and his blade sliced off the demon emperor's head, sending blood splattering everywhere. The head rolled on the ground. A pathetic sight. Behind them, Kang Huang laughed out loud with joy. Standing beside him, he confirmed, "The demon emperor is dead." He then froze, and plopped down on the ground, repeating a few times, "The demon emperor is dead." After the fight was over, the old man and the young man quickly ran off. Kang Huang turned to ask, "Young friend, the demon emperor and corpse fiend have been eliminated, but there are still small fry left. How do we finish this quickly?" His companion replied,
"All right." A surge of power shot from his hand. Zi Luo shouted, "By lightning, I shall shatter the darkness." Then, he launched his power towards the zombies. They screamed in agony, their jaws agape.
Kang Huang exclaimed in amazement, "Holy cow! Young friend Lin's elemental attack has such a powerful area of effect." He joyfully shouted, "The victory of humanity is at hand." A moment later, many people had successfully defeated the monsters. They were so happy they shed tears. A great victory for humanity. A great victory for the human race. Lin Zi Luo breathed a sigh of relief as the system notification appeared. Congratulations to the host for completing the Instance Dungeon quest. The Mother Star recorded a chapter about Lin Zi Luo in its book. In June of the 136th year of the Wasteland Era, the first SSS rank zombie, Corpse Fiend, appeared in the zombie clan. It had the ability to control all zombies. Corpse Fiend, and the leader of the radiation creatures, the SSS ranked Demon Emperor, secretly conspired, breeding many radiation creatures capable of finding underground cities, which led to the destruction of a total of 7 underground cities, with human casualties exceeding 1 million. In the same month, the group led by the City Lord of Skywalk City, Lin Zi Luo, killed the SS rank radiation creature, Duo Air, on the main road of the Eastern District. This was the first SS rank radiation creature killed by humans since the signing of the Peak Treaty. In July of the 136th year of the Wasteland Era, the Demon Emperor, intending to wage a final war of extermination against humanity alongside Corpse Fiend. Nearly 50,000 zombies and 10,000 radiation creatures began to gather at various locations on the continent. Humanity paid a devastating price to obtain crucial intelligence on the zombies and radiation creatures. 21 city lords were summoned to Sunlight City to participate in the City Lord Assembly. Through the assembly, the progressive faction of humanity established the decision to launch a proactive attack, targeting the zombies and radiation creatures. Under the slogan, "Humans will prevail," the final decision was made to launch the war in 7 days, risking it all in a final battle. After the goal was set, Lin Zi Luo was the first to grasp the elemental cultivation method and taught it to everyone. This was a completely new cultivation system. Specific details can be found in the tome, Compendium of Elements. Elemental cultivation effectively increased humanity's combat power before the final battle, Chimo Elemental. 7 days later, the human leaders, Kang Huang and Lin Zi Luo, infiltrated the zombie clan's territory. 6 minutes into the start of the epic battle, Lin Zi Luo led the charge by beheading the zombie clan leader, Corpse Fiend. 24 minutes after the war began, Kang Huang used his full power to kill the leader of the radiation creatures, the Demon Emperor. An unprecedented great war involving 4 SSS-rank powerhouses concluded completely within 24 minutes. This battle also laid the foundation for victory in the final war. After the legendary battle ended, the Azure Emperor Lin Zi Luo brought the severed heads of the Corpse Fiend and the Demon Emperor to the largest battlefield near Tianyang. In an instant, the high-ranking zombies and irradiated creatures suffered a severe blow, and humanity's morale soared. Finally, under the leadership of the Azure Emperor and Lin Zi Luo, they successfully drove back the enemy. After this battle, the leader of humanity, the Azure Emperor, personally erected a hero's memorial for these fallen heroes. Furthermore, he ordered the final battlefield to be turned into a national heroes cemetery, with a monument for each hero. After the war, the Azure Emperor quickly departed. The Alliance wanted to elect the Lord. The offer was refused. Zi Luo only accepted the money and couldn't care less about high-ranking titles. During the final battle, Lin Zi Luo created the elemental cultivation method. He killed the Corpse Fiend and the Demon Emperor. The two leaders led the Tianyang City battlefield and many other campaigns with great contributions that influenced humanity's development, and finally earned the title. To commemorate the beginning of a brand new era, a new popular cultivation method, and a new world belonging to humanity, the City Alliance declared the end of the Wasteland era. The elemental era, belonging to humanity, officially began. Zi Luo closed the book and said happily, "So this is my chapter, Trolling Planet Tanmu. This hard was apparently good enough to make the history books." The system appeared again. "The instance time is about to end. Please prepare to return to reality. Host." A moment later, in a large house, 3 figures appeared in the courtyard. Lin Zi Luo sighed tiredly. "I give up." He turned to question the 2 people sitting next to him. "You big oaf. Couldn't you wait a bit before eating the chicken feet? Your hands are all greasy. And you, is your family's venomous serpent ghost child. Something you can just take out to play with. You're an assassin. Do you understand what an assassin is?" The system welcomed its master's return. Player Yazi, welcome back. Sat. It announced new information. Seal released. All attributes increased. Zi Luo stretched and said, "Yeah, finally back." Suddenly, Lin Zi Luo thought of something. "That's right. I have to check on my enhancement serums." With a snap of his fingers, Lin Zi Luo commanded, "System, open storage space." At that moment, a series of glass vials containing enhancement serums appeared. Did I successfully exploit a game loophole? Lin Zi Luo reached out and took one of the glass vials from the pile. At the same time, the system screen displayed the item's information: a grade enhancement serum, a product of planet Tanmu, silver grade tool, can slightly increase the player's current physical attributes. Boom. It will also produce some non-lethal side effects depending on the user's constitution. After reading, Lin Zi Luo thought smugly to himself, "Awesome! This is the real deal. These enhancement serums have become legitimate items. I've hit the jackpot." Placing the vial back into his storage space, he continued to command, System, organize the reward settlement." The system screen immediately processed the request. Golden Finger reward. Charisma enhancement level 1. It can increase the effectiveness of the host's currently displayed charisma by 10%. Stroking his chin, Lin Zi Luo calculated in his head, "This Golden Finger makes my illusionary power ability even stronger. Not bad, not bad." After thinking, though, he said. Next, he pressed his thumb on the display screen. A system item appeared right in front of Lin Zi Luo. Elemental bracelet. Gold grade equipment. The bracelet can enhance elements and is part of the elemental set. Spirit attribute +5. Spirit power, recovery speed increased by 20%. When using elemental powers, their might is increased by 20%. Hearing this, He didn't hesitate to put the bracelet on his wrist, thinking happily. Sweet. 100 spirit power points. Won't that make me look so cool? While he was daydreaming, the system suddenly chimed in. Elemental set. 2-piece effect. All attributes plus 3 can store an extra 100 spirit power points via the elemental equipment. Then, the system screen turned from blue to red. Lin Zi Luo thought curiously. Bring it on. Let me see my rewards. On the screen was information about his world influence. Annihilating the Five Sons gang. Reward of 117 influence points. Killing Kaswopu. Reward of 360 influence points. Killing the Green Devourer King. Reward of 210 influence points. Killing Erduo. Reward of 1,127 influence points. Paying close. Lin Zi Luo continued to read the displayed information. Killing the Corpse Fiend and the Demon Emperor. Reward of 11,240 influence points. Teaching the Elemental Cultivation Method. Reward of 21,777 influence. Total World Influence. 52,788. Recalling his past life. Lin Zi Luo was a bit surprised. In my past life, I only got 1,000 points for assassinating a country's king. This time I got 50,000 points. Leaning a hand against the wall, he boasted smugly. I remember in my past life, after 10 years of the apocalypse, the best record was Zhang Yuan Zhong with just over 20,000 points. But to get some, I already have 50,000 points, so aren't my rewards about to be insane? Not lost in his dreams for too long, Lin Zi Luo returned to reality and analyzed seriously. That's right. I did 2 major things that affected planet Tan. They had a profound impact on the entirety of planet Tanmu. This makes perfect sense. Meanwhile, the system continued its calculations, distributing corresponding rewards based on player Yazi's influence. Hearing this, Lin Zi Luo clasped his hands together and prayed, Spirits of the 4 directions, here it comes. Here it comes. Jade Emperor, please bless me Tathagata Buddha. Please bless me God of Wealth. Please bless me. But the system's solution was unexpected because the player's world influence value this time was too high, exceeding the items in the previously available reward pool, and it is currently searching for a solution, angrily waving his hand repeatedly at Dangok. Lin Zi Luo growled, Damn it! At the same time, the system screen announced that a solution had been coordinated. Does player Yai Sei wish to claim the reward? Now Lin Zi Luo put on an aloof expression, crossed his arms, and coldly commanded to claim it. After receiving the player's request, the system immediately announced that player Yai Sei had obtained 250,000 experience points, 100,000 gold coins, 3,000 reputation points, 50 free attribute points, and 10 cubic meters of storage space. Hearing this, Lin Zi Luo's jaw dropped as he asked, Holy crap! How much? 250,000 experience points?
Then doesn't that mean I... Before he could finish his sentence, a mechanical voice interrupted. Congratulations. The player has leveled up to level 38, all stats plus 3, and gained 5 free attribute points.
Congratulations. The player has leveled up to level 39, all stats plus 3, and gained 5 free attribute points. Congratulations. The player has leveled up to level 43, all stats plus 3, and gained 5 free attribute points. Cool. Unable to wait, Lin Zi Luo quickly checked, opening the Dragon Country's level ranking board. On the screen was the list of the strongest people in the Dragon Country from highest to lowest rank. Number 1, Yai Sei, level 43, class Warlord. Number 2, Dangok, level 31, class Overlord. Number 3, Guitong, level 30, class Phantom. Number 4, Zhang Yuanzhong, level 26, class Military Soul. Number 5, Yipian Shuye, level 25, class Divine Archer. After checking, Lin Zi Luo thought to himself, "Great, I'm almost 20 levels higher than Zhang Yuan Zhong now. If I try a little harder, drink some more enhancement fluid." Before he finished the thought, he pinched his own cheek to snap out of it. Tsk, tsk, tsk. How can I be so malicious? Old Zhang is, after all, number 4 in the dragon country.
I have to show him some respect. Tapping the screen, Lin Zi Luo muttered to himself, I should allocate my attribute points first. In front of him were his own character stats. The base attributes
unequipped, strength 251, spirit 251, constitution 251, agility 251. After looking, he said smugly, "Nice. Very nice. This makes me an SSS rank powerhouse. Shafa and Demo are now just units of measurement." Suddenly, a system notification sound rang out. "Player Yaisei, excluding the rewards from this mission, you have obtained a total of 1,088 wish points. Witins. Please select the items or equipment you need based on your wish points." Friendly reminder. Wish points cannot be accumulated, and any unused points after this reward period will be completely erased. Countdown. 3. After hearing that, Lin Zi Luo was completely speechless. The system panel displayed the number 250. Lin Zi Luo was a bit curious. "System, how many wish points for a pair of epic grade pants?" Without waiting long, the system quickly responded. "A pair of epic grade pants requires 800 wish points." "Do you wish to exchange?" Lin Zi Luo thought. "Epic equipment is indeed valuable, but wish points are more precious. I must exchange them for something unobtainable otherwise." After a moment of thought, Lin Zi Luo realized, "That's right. What I'm missing is an origin orb." Lin Zi Luo asked the system,
How about exchanging for a Chen trigram origin? The system began searching, rapidly processing data. Exchanging for a Chen trigram origin requires 10,000 wish points.
"The player's wish points are insufficient. Exchange is not possible." Lin Zi Luo was a bit surprised. "It's that expensive." The system displayed a reminder. "The price of items is determined based on the time and difficulty required to obtain them in-game, plus the intrinsic value of the item itself." Lin Zi Luo quickly understood. So that means some items are very easy to get. Are there any that are easy to obtain? Lin Zi Luo quickly asked the system about another item. "System, what about the Kun trigram origin?" The system is searching for the Kun trigram origin. In a short time, the system displayed the information. Lin Zi Luo was excited. "Nice. There's hope." The system was filtering its search for origin orbs. Finally, the system's answer came. The origin orb that the player can exchange for is the Sun trigram origin, which requires 1,050 wish points. "Do you wish to exchange?" Lin Zi Luo replied immediately. "Exchange." The system is now processing it. Please wait a moment. In an instant, the origin of the wind spirit appeared with a brilliant green light, and suddenly cracks formed around it. Then boom, everything exploded. "Roar! Who is it?" The origin of the wind spirit appeared with glowing eyes. "Roar? Who in the world is it?" It raged, furious that its wind orb had been taken. "My wind orb." Lin Zi Luo sat to the side, smiling triumphantly. "Wow, the wind is so noisy today." Lin Zi Luo summoned an orb, and everything around him began to swirl, quickly rearranging the elements. Say, beautiful, I now have 4 elemental abilities: water,
Fire, wind, and lightning.
I'm truly invincible. Lin Zi Luo rubbed his chin. "System, exchange the rest for a spirit potion to restore my mental energy." The system is processing the request. The wish points on the system are at 0. Lin Zi Luo took the spirit potion, thinking to himself, before completing the mission, Big Dumb's group also helped out, so here's a reward. Big Dumb was excited. His hands trembling uncontrollably and his eyes wide open, he received the heavy Xuanjin Warhammer, a gold-tier piece of equipment, an extremely heavy great hammer that requires immense strength to wield, with attribute Constitution +4, Agility -6, Destructive power increased by 20%, durability increased by 20%, and an active ability of instant weight increase. After activation, its weight increases the maximum weight of a great hammer by 2 times, with a cooldown of 8 hours. Magic gauntlets, a gold grade item, a pair of gauntlets filled with miraculous effects, providing +4 to strength and +5 to agility. Movement speed is increased by 10%, attack speed by 10%, and its storage ability can perfectly conceal items of a certain volume. Items inside the gauntlets cannot be detected, and hidden items can be retrieved from either the left or right hand. Danguok was torn between the 2 items. Danguok chose the black gold heavy mace, and Lin Zi Luo praised him. Well now, look at you. After some teasing, Lin Zi Luo suggested, Alright, we should get going now. Danguok happily held the black gold heavy mace. Grinning brightly, Danguok was messily chomping on a delicious chicken leg. Lin Zi Luo, walking ahead, had no choice but to stop him. Danguok, you can eat all the chicken you want when we get home, but stop eating for now. A passerby heard him and turned his head to look at Danguok. The moment he saw him, the man fell to the ground in terror. Danguok, then you must be... Zillow raised a hand to greet the man. The person immediately shot to his feet, screaming as he ran. The evil star is back. Everyone run. Hearing this, the other pedestrians started shouting and fleeing as well. Run for your lives! The news of his return was immediately broadcast on the large public news screen. Lin Zi Luo looked regretful. After a month, they were still so afraid of him, but Ziluo's face darkened as he let out a loud sigh. So anemic. That big shot Killian is so stingy. With a grim expression, he had to accept the terms. He could only complain to his buddies. Although he gained a lot of experience this time, he didn't make any profit.
It's so frustrating. Don't even think about the Chen Pearl. My only hope is the Gen Statue Pearl from the Big Sea. Lin Zi Luo suddenly remembered something and let out a gasp.
He raised his hand to touch the ancient character on his chest. That's right. The Azure Dragon that the Keelan mentioned seems to be the protective spell of the demon capital. Looks like I'll have to make a trip home when I'm free. He called up the system panel with the list of spoils. Atomumd system. While the Keelan's good luck is still here, let me draw a super golden finger 40 times. He silently prayed in all directions. Heavens bless me. Jade Emperor. Buddha bless me. Big shot. Keelan bless me. Please give me something good. A system notification popped up. Congratulations to the host for drawing the super golden finger, the soul orb. For every zombie the player kills during the game, an extra soul orb will now drop, which surprised him a little. In his sight, a ferocious-looking beast appeared. Lin Zi Luo figured it must be a test subject. He let out a sneer, and a flash of fire shot past, slicing the beast in half in an instant. The system displayed information. Soul Orb. The uses of the Soul Orb are extremely wide-ranging. The host can discover them through use. He looked at the spiritual image and judged. So this is the Soul Orb. It doesn't look like much. Taking the Spirit Jade in his hand, he muttered doubtfully. It feels warm yet cool. A super golden finger shouldn't be a trap. System, can I eat this? The system continued to explain. The Soul Orb can be consumed, and its effects will only diminish with large quantities. Quote, there are no side effects. Consuming a Soul Orb restores a small amount of mental power for the host. The effect of the Soul Orb is determined by the strength of the slain zombie, just as he'd hoped. He exclaimed that it could replenish mental power. Not bad. Not bad. This is exactly what I need. Lin Zi Luo let out a few sinister laughs and turned to give orders to his two underlings. Bolt. Big dummy, ghost child, tonight you're working overtime until tomorrow. All they could think about was the chicken legs he promised. So many chicken legs. After the group's morale-boosting celebration, shocking explosions erupted in the city. Someone's voice rang out. Big dummy, don't let that zombie get away. Another explosion followed an urgent voice. Ghost child, cut off their legs. I'm coming to harvest. A few days later,
In the safe zone, Lin Zi Luo braved the cold and laughed heartily, making Big Dummy and Ghost Child nod repeatedly. That was so refreshing. The group quickly headed to the bustling streets. Luo strode forward and announced, "It's time. We're going to the super auction." He thought to himself, the super auction is really something else. It's packed with people before it has even started. A group of security guards stood at the gate.
Zi Luo stood in the crowd, stroking his chin thoughtfully. It could also be because some of my enhancement serum leaked out. The central system displayed a notification. It has been detected that within the Dragon Country region, the total number of players who have undergone a class change has reached a certain threshold. Over 80% of the districts have unlocked the corresponding regional instance dungeon. The participation method is to enter the dungeon, and the dungeon requires 300 gold coins. Damn, 300 gold coins? Do you take me for a fool? That's right. Where would normal people like us get that much? Zido listened to all the conditions in silence. At the same time, the safe zone of each district will broadcast a live feed of the auction. All players who haven't entered the dungeon can watch the live stream to follow the auction's progress. While watching the auction dungeon stream, lucky players will be randomly selected by the system to receive gifts like supplies, equipment, props, and so on. Specific details will be announced upon entering the dungeon. All players are welcome to participate. At this point, he confirmed to himself, the super auction only happens once every half a year. Only a fool wouldn't go. He let out a disgustingly smug laugh, drawing everyone's attention. They recognized him and gasped, one by one. Holy crap. It's the big shot. Jaw Emperor. If he's at the auction, he's definitely going to win big. It would be great if I could ride the coattails of the big shot Jaw Emperor. What are you? The big shot Jaw Emperor is super fierce. Lin Zi Luo was shocked and denied the wild claims. Damn, it's all just rumors. I'm obviously a total sweetheart. A line of guards swarmed towards him, putting him in an awkward spot.
Lin Zi Luo, the things you needed, we've prepared them. Lin Zi Luo took out a magic potion in exchange. Thanks. This is for you, the man replied.
I really don't get why you're looking for these books and changing the author's signature to Lin Luo. He laughed and gave a vague answer. Of course, it's for the one I love, while denying it in his heart. I can't exactly say I'm preparing to be a reformist savior in the next dungeon. The man frowned with a look of resignation. Fine. If you don't want to say, then don't. It was now 10 in the morning at the competition center. Zi Luo's group said goodbye to the man. Well then, I'll be on my way. The super system displayed a notification. Confirm if player Jaw Emperor will pay 300 gold coins to enter the super auction dungeon. Currently, the number of people admitted to the dungeon has not exceeded 100,000. Without hesitation, he answered immediately. Yes, enter the dungeon. As he finished speaking, Lin Zi Luo started walking, with Big Dummy and Ghost Child following close behind. A system panel appeared with a notification. Player Jaw Emperor. Congratulations on being the first player to enter the super auction. You have won this dungeon's reward. A premium storefront. Welcome to the super auction house instance. The list of rules is incredibly long, and this instance will last for 8 hours. After 8 hours, the instance will close, and everyone will be forcibly teleported out. Remember, this instance is in peaceful mode, so any actions deemed by the system to be non-peaceful, such as theft or robbery, or fighting, will be punished by heavenly lightning with a voltage of tens of millions of volts from within the instance. Lin Zi Luo bluntly skimmed through the lengthy rules, his finger landing on the confirm button, which he pressed in a hurry. The system panel announced again that this instance is divided into an outer shopping area and an inner auction area. The inner auction area will open in 7 hours. All players entering must pay an entrance fee of 5,000 gold. The auction will last for 1 hour, with a total of 12 high-grade items up for bid. We wish you a perfect experience in this instance. That wasn't all. The system added another condition. Player Yazi is requested to leave the teleportation room within 1 minute to allow the next player to enter. Exceeding the time limit will result in severe punishment. Lin Zi Luo felt a bit rushed. Let's go. Dangok. Guitong. They confidently approached the auction house. Passing through the door without delay, Yazi's item stall appeared right in front of them, and he exclaimed excitedly, "Let's get started." The upgrade materials were neatly arranged on the shelves. The item crates were also shiny and orderly. The cunning boss, Lin Zi Luo, had already kicked his feet up and fallen into a relaxed sleep. Ping Fan's group was gossiping nearby. Whoa, someone actually bought the fancy stall at the super auction house for 40,000 gold. Alright. Yazi's stall is quite a surprise, isn't it? Another person immediately replied, "Yeah, that's right. Yazi's stall makes perfect sense." They went inside and exclaimed in amazement, "Holy cow, it's the number 2 ranked Da Ngok and the number 3 ranked Gui Tong. The items here must be super high grade. Let's go look." They scanned the item display, their jaws dropping nonstop. One of them pointed and raised his voice. "Holy cow, look at this supply card. Kung Pao chicken rice for 220 gold, which surprised the other guy. That expensive. Can we even afford it?" He snatched it up to examine it, but look at the satiety level of this supply card. It's at least something that only a boss level zombie would drop. You know what I mean. The blue-haired guy patted his shoulder repeatedly, trying to persuade him. "That's right, when you put it that way. It's actually a pretty good deal. Buy it. Hurry up and buy it." The system screen appeared before their eyes, displaying dozens of items for the players to choose from. The man's voice was urgent. "Buy it. Buy it all. Use all our gold on this." While replying, he continuously spammed the add to cart button. "I'm buying it. I'm buying it now." A system notification popped up. 2 gold remaining. They looked satisfied as they casually walked away. Let's go. We've completed our mission for today. We can head home now. Let's go. That was so worth it. The shelves, initially packed with upgrade materials, were sold out and completely empty in an instant. Guitong quickly restocked the items, and the shelves were once again full and shiny. While his subordinate was busy working, Zi Luo calmly sat and watched his gold account continuously increase. Kibwa sumikasake masu. Congratulations to player Yazi for obtaining 220 gold. It's finally starting. Crowds of people swarmed the item stall. "Hurry over here. Hurry. This is the place. Yazi's stall," they exclaimed in a clamor. "Whoa, it's really much cheaper. What a deal. Hey, you in the front. Leave some for those of us in the back." Once again, the display shelves were wiped clean from top to bottom, leaving Dangok stunned with a dumbfounded look on his face. Guitong did his best to fill the empty spots on the shelves. Meanwhile, Dangok just stood there stiffly, not knowing what to do. Lin Zi Luo's account continuously received gold deposit notifications. Congratulations to player Yazi for obtaining 180 gold. After 3 hours, the system finalized the numbers. Player Yazi's balance was 7,200,000 gold. At that moment, Zi Luo, having slept his fill, sprang awake. Aha, so refreshing. He turned to call his 2 disciples, his voice cheerful. Dangok, Gitong.
Stop sleeping. Let's go out and spend some money. In an instant, he radiated a main character's aura. Whatever you like, just say the word. I'm paying for everything tonight. They giggled foolishly.
With only thoughts of toys and hot chicken legs in their minds. As the three of them reached the door, they ran into Old Man Zhang from the neighboring stall. Lin Zi Luo spoke in a provocative and sarcastic tone. Ahem, Old Man Zhang, don't be so angry. There are still 4 hours left, aren't there? Besides, 10,000 gold isn't that expensive. Is it? Old Man Zhang's face turned pale. I could have gotten this stall for free. You've had your fun. Now take your crew and get lost. Halt. I'm leaving. No need to see me out. In the main hall, they stopped in front of a crowded shop. Let's check this one first. He was already certain in his heart that this stall had something good. Lin Zi Luo nodded along to the system's enthusiastic introduction. Spatial ring, a silver-grade piece of equipment, a ring that contains a pocket storage dimension. Attribute contains a 5 cubic meter storage space. Price 10,000 gold. Restoration fluid, a silver-grade prop, can repair damaged equipment. Price 10,000 gold. Without hesitation, the spatial ring and the restoration fluid. He added both to his cart. This is so cheap. I'll just buy them. It's perfect for storing chicken legs for Dangok and the others, leading his 2 subordinates. Lin Zi Luo swiped the gold card in his hand, thinking smugly to himself. Buy it. Buy it. Buy everything. After all, I've already made a fortune, while Guitong and Dangok were diligently gnawing on chicken legs. Lin Zi Luo seemed to have a sudden realization. He looked at the system panel displaying a precious potion. Isn't this the truth serum? Lin Zi Luo turned to ask the shopkeeper, Sir, how much are you selling this truth serum for? The shopkeeper's eyes lit up as he held up 2 fingers. Lin Zi Luo. And immediately agreed. 200 for 23. We'll take them all. The shopkeeper yelled with a harsh voice, clenching his fist. Get out. Get out. Get out. What 200? These are bronze tier props. Are you trying to rob me? Lin Zi Luo's eyes gleamed as he spoke firmly, just as I thought. His face darkened as he stroked his chin, his words carrying a hint of a threat. I've looted plenty of unguarded places before. Maybe this time. Before he could finish, you. He slammed his hands on the floor in regret. All right, brother. 1,200 gold coins for 3 bottles for you. Lin Zi Luo patted the owner's shoulder with a reserved thank you, while the man was filled with endless regret.
Haha, no need for thanks. A group of guards appeared out of nowhere, shouting, How bold do you think this place is your capital's safe zone? What now? Does your young Yueli family want to start something?
Lin Zi Luo quietly watched the drama unfold from the crowd. Why is the young Yueli family arguing with Zhang Yuan Zhong's subordinates? He glanced at the group with green and red hair, silently assessing them. Doesn't the young Yueli family only have 1 surviving stronghold left in Huadu? Scanning the area, he noticed a one-eyed man. Wait, isn't that Li Yi? He fell into deep thought. Glory War historian Jing Shan, and also Li Qi. During the 10 years of the apocalypse, these 3 were the pillar-level powerhouses of the Li family, with one being the 2nd strongest war god in the country. Although in this life, because the Li family Li Qi could only occasionally break into the nation's top 10, but I still have to find a way to eliminate them completely. One of Li Qi's men taunted them. Go on, hit me, I dare you.
If you've got the guts, then hit me. Junfang's Hao Yang replied coldly with his arms crossed. Haha, why should I? Your family is already destroyed. Why would I waste my time on a sewer rat?
The other side retorted angrily. What good is a sharp tongue? This stall doesn't even belong to you. You're just causing trouble. Me causing trouble. You're clearly the ones. Lin Zi Luo's thoughts cut in. So that's what's going on. Junfang wants to rent this stall, but the Yang Yue Li family is blocking it, so they can't. And since fighting is forbidden in this instance, even cursing is considered a rule violation, punishable by heavenly thunder. So Junfang can't do anything about it. Suddenly, a powerful foot stomped forward, slamming hard onto the ground. Who dares to provoke Junfang? Junfang's Po Jun appeared, blocking Li Yi's view. Li Yi sneered. I was wondering who it was, so it's Po Jun. Lin Zi Luo watched the situation unfold. The future war god, Po Jun, but even his arrival is useless. You can't fight in this instance. Another soldier from the Junfang group spoke up. Po Jun, this instance. As he spoke, he watched Po Jun's expression, and receiving no response made him fearful. The man quietly left a signal and backed away. Having spotted him earlier, he approached and asked, Big Shot, what are you doing here? Lin Zi Luo replied with a grin. Never mind me, just tell me. Do you want to get even? The man frowned and answered immediately. Of course, the Li family has gone too far. Lin Zi Luo then leaned in and whispered in his ear.
I'm telling you, you should do this. After hearing the plan, the man's blood pressure spiked. Big Shot, will that really work? Hurry up, stop dawdling. Do you want revenge or not? The man was still a bit skeptical,
muttering, Well, I'll give it a try. But if it doesn't work, won't I just... Lin Zi Luo quickly reassured him. Relax. If you follow my plan, you can take out 3 or 4 of the Li family's people, and on top of that, Zhang Yuanzhong will definitely reward you. This convinced him, and he nodded. All right, I trust you. Big Shot! Lin Zi Luo gave a wicked smile, thinking to himself, I hope I can use this opportunity to kill Li Yi. The situation was tense, with Po Jun and Li Yi in a standoff. The Junfang crowd started shouting insults. Did your brain and your butt switch places? Your mother must have been divinely punished to give birth to you. Li Yi's side refused to back down, shouting back, Is that a tumor on your shoulders if you've got the balls? Then hit me. Are all the people from Junfang such cowards? After 10 minutes of shouting, a voice could be heard faintly cutting through the noise, irritating the crowd. Excuse me, please make way. An old man appeared, carrying a stinking basin of urine, a smug, mischievous grin on his face. The noisy crowd erupted into even greater chaos. Holy crap. That's disgusting. It really stinks of piss. Dude, your pee is so yellow. You win. He then carelessly tripped on a stone, sending the basin of urine flying into the air and splashing everywhere. He yelled, Son of a botch! The horrified Li family members cursed. Damn it, move. Li instantly vanished into the crowd. Splash. The urine drenched their hair and faces. The sounds of gagging and the overpowering stench of urine were relentless. Holy crap. Holy crap. Holy crap. Hao Yangdi, lying flat on the ground, exclaimed, This is way too disgusting. I'm definitely never doing this again.
Ah. Po Jun stared at him, speechless. Damn it! I hope Hao Yangdi doesn't get punished by heavenly thunder for this. The men looked at each other and urged, Oh, get it off. Hurry, this is disgusting. It stinks. They tore off their shirts. Ah, that's so much better. Yangdi glanced over and remarked, What are you all doing? Suddenly, a bolt of lightning from the sky struck the dome of the auction center. They froze in place, only able to stare at the spectacle.
One of them was struck by the light, terrifying the whole group. In the blink of an eye, the system processed him, and he vanished completely. Yangde broke out in a cold sweat as he realized. Was this also part of the Big Shot's calculation? Po Jun gave a thumbs up. Good job. The Junfang members were smugger than ever, roaring with laughter. Li Yi's group fell silent, humiliated by the insulting laughter and the surrounding chatter. Lin Zi Luo was gloating internally. Ho Yangde only meant to use the urine to scare the Li family away. He didn't even intend to actually splash them. Of course, before all this, couldn't Ghost Child have accidentally dropped a rock? When the Lai family's men were stripping down, wouldn't they have felt a hint of resentment Lin Zi Luo ordered his companions to leave early? Let's go. It's a shame Li Yi ran too fast, so nothing happened to him. Meanwhile, an enraged Li Yi threatened.
Marcus Yangde, you just wait, Yangde retorted without backing down. What are you gonna do?
I just accidentally slipped and fell. Who knew you guys were so eager for a snack that you'd all gather around like that? Surrounded by mocking laughter, the Li family members could only clench their jaws. Fine. He recalled Ziluo's words. Hold the Li family's men for a while until the auction starts. Then let them go. Immediately, Yang Di ordered his subordinates. Alright, comrades, the auction is about to begin. Let's rest here for a bit. They all complied in unison. Li Yi looked at the guards, feeling unwilling to accept the situation, and cursed under his breath. That damn Marcus Yang De is stopping me from attending the auction. Doesn't that mean I came all this way for nothing? Li Yi's group reeked to high heaven, and passers-by held their noses and pointed. Li Yi gritted his teeth. Junfang, Po Jun, Marquis Yang Tu, you all just wait. I will never forget today's humiliation. He ordered a subordinate to slap a civilian who was pointing, but a guard quickly stepped in to block him. The subordinate was immediately zapped with electricity. Li Yi knew he couldn't force his way through. He commanded his men. Ignore everyone's stares. Surround me so no one can see me. After a few hours, there were only 10 minutes left until the final auction of the dungeon instance. A soldier reported the current situation to Marcus Yang Di. The front and rear lines of soldiers have switched positions for their shift change, just as you ordered. Marcus Yang De pinched his nose because of the stench from the Li family's group. He then stepped back, entrusting everything to his subordinate. Li Yi peeked through a gap, secretly rejoicing at finding an opportunity. He immediately rushed forward, slipping through the defensive line. His subordinates also dashed after him for support. Marcus Yang De wanted to stop them, but the soldier beside him said, "If you go now, there's a high chance you'll be struck by lightning." Marcus Yang De slumped down dejectedly. Li Yi even looked back to taunt him. "The tables turn every 30 years. When I get out of here, you will definitely pay the price." He laughed smugly and bolted away. Only then did the soldier remind him, "They've gotten far away." While Marquis Yang De was nursing a major headache, the soldier helped him up, extremely excited. "So it was all an act just now. I thought you were really being careless." Marquis Yang De dusted himself off. He smiled sinisterly because now, all they had to do was wait for the grand finale. At the auction venue, people were bustling in and out, and the crowd was abuzz with discussion. The president of the Raging Python Association of Bincheng ranked 9th on the Hall of Fame. The Great Elder is the truly formidable one. In our Wu Ching, he's powerful enough to blot out the sky with one hand. Li Yi gnashed his teeth in hatred. If Yazi hadn't destroyed the Li family, we would be the ones receiving everyone's admiration right now. He swiped his card and entered, as a mechanical voice announced, "Player Li Yi has spent 5,000 gold coins to purchase a ticket to the auction." Yazi, Lin Zi Luo felt smug thinking about the prospect of luring in 2 of the top 3 ranked individuals. Big Dummy loves chicken legs, and Ghost Child needs to be taken care of. He was excited for the upcoming show. This trip was definitely worthwhile. Li Yi's fate was already sealed. Yazi also spent 5,000 gold coins to get inside. Big Dummy and Ghost Child didn't need tickets because they are zombies. The mechanical voice announced,
"Player Yazi, welcome to the auction. Your auction number is 13. Please proceed to your seat quickly. The auction will last for 1 hour. We wish you success in obtaining your desired item." He gave a cunning smile, thinking to himself,
"Li Yi, you better pray for yourself." The trio of Lin Zi Luo, Big Dummy, and Ghost Child brazenly walked in, seeing Li's figure up ahead. He thought to himself that he wouldn't let him escape from the palm of his hand. As he was walking with it up, he suddenly shivered inexplicably, feeling a sudden chill down his spine. The auction room doors swung open, and he shook off his timidness, striding in confidently. He was the first person to arrive in this auction room. Li sat down and picked up a water bottle from the table. As he drank, he recalled the elder's instructions. According to the information we bought from the black market, there is a certain item in this auction. This item can bring the head of the Li family back from the dead. The entire clan's gold coins have been gathered, so we must obtain this auction item. Li was suddenly startled when he saw a familiar figure walk in. Seeing Lin Zi Luo approach, he was so furious he crushed the water bottle, grinding his teeth and vowing to himself, "Yazi, if I don't get revenge for this, I'm no man." The trio of Lin Zi Luo, Big Dummy, and Ghost Child paid no attention to his rich display of emotion. Li stared intently at Lin Zi Luo, trying to calm himself down, thinking it's not that revenge won't be served. It's just that the time isn't right yet. Lin Zi Luo sat down right next to Big Dummy, who was frantically stuffing food into his mouth. He was at a loss for words. It wasn't a buffet. Yet Big Dummy and Ghost Child just kept eating. The auction robot stepped out and announced, "Welcome, 157 esteemed guests, to this auction. I am the auctioneer for this event." The crowd outside was buzzing with discussion about this superclass auction. They were eager to see the auction inside, but the live screen was still dark. They didn't know if it hadn't started yet or if there was some other reason. The outside was packed with people. And just then, the screen finally turned on. The modern display lit up, causing the crowd to murmur in admiration at the luxurious scene before them. A grand event is on a whole different level. Junfang's group and Marquise Yangde watched the screen, also hoping their great leader would get something good. Everyone was praising how cool Yazi was and felt incredibly excited. Someone exclaimed, "This energy is so powerful," but was immediately refuted by a companion. "What do you know, the combined presence of 157 big shots is even more powerful than this." Zhang Yuanzhong also watched the screen tensely. A comment popped up calling him handsome, making him a bit embarrassed. Lin Zi Luo appeared on screen and was endlessly praised by his fans. He said out loud that a global live stream wasn't necessary, but inside, he was clearly enjoying it, unable to stop smiling. Big Dummy was randomly selected by the auction house as a lucky audience member and was awarded 10,000 gold coins. Lin Zi Luo sighed and added, "It's true that fools have their own kind of luck." The resounding sound of a gong drew everyone's attention. The auction officially began with the mechanical voice of the auction robot. The robot host began to briefly introduce the rules and duration of the auction. This auction would last for 1 hour and feature 12 items. The bidding time for each item is 5 minutes. When the time is up, the highest bidder wins. If no one bids, the auction for the item will fail. As soon as the starting announcement ended, the first item was immediately brought out. The Pearl of Space. The robot began introducing its features, capturing everyone's attention. The Pearl of Space is a special item that can temporarily expand the user's storage space. Effective for 24 hours by a range of 15 to 20 cubic meters. The auction robot announced the starting price and bidding rules. The Pearl of Space starts at 50,000, with each bid increasing by at least 1,000. Bidding starts now. The guest immediately got excited and called out, "I bid 51,000. The person next to him couldn't help but rejoice inwardly. An ordinary person only has 1 to 2 cubic meters of storage, while a master might have 5 to 6. This item provides over 10 cubic meters in an instant. I must have it." Number 122 bids 51,000. He eagerly raised his bidding paddle, thinking to himself, You think you can get a treasure like this so easily. At the same time, the item's price was pushed up to 55,000. The people in the square watching the live stream were shocked. The first item is already so amazing, it takes me half a year just to earn the starting bid. No comparison, no pain. My poor brother, your imagination is too limited. These people are the cream of the crop. Immediately after, another person bid on the item. The robot quickly announced, number 13 bids 130,000 gold coins. Li Yi, sitting beside him, shot an angry glare. Then he began to hesitate, unsure if he should make a move. After a moment, he chose to give up, but his heart was still filled with pride. Forget it. The family's interests come first. Someone else will deal with you. Zhang Yuan Zhong, sitting behind them, chuckled softly as he looked up. I'll let you have it. My brother, surely no smart person would want to make an enemy of you. A moment of silence passed. Then the announcement suddenly rang out. Time is up. Congratulations to number 13. Lin Zi Luo finally got the item in his hands. He held it and couldn't help but feel delighted. To others, it's just over 10 cubic meters. But for me, it's more than 30. After 24 hours, our combined storage space can break through 200. The second item was brought out and introduced by the auction robot. A class change scroll for the hidden class Wealth Mage, starting at 60,000 gold coins, with a minimum bid increment of 3,000. Bidding begins now. Everyone. Lin Zi Luo evaluated the item for a moment, then shook his head, causing everyone to breathe a sigh of relief. This class is gold grade at best, similar to my own Thunderstorm Sorcerer class. I don't really need it. Immediately after, the crowd started bidding loudly. The item was finally sold for a price of 270,000, going to bidder number 59. Everyone was extremely interested in each auction item. A lightning burst skill book, a gold grade single word sword weapon. Lin Zi Luo sat there, constantly evaluating. These things are pretty useless. I won't compete with these nouveau riches. Even the National Auction House doesn't have anything good. How am I supposed to get by in the future? Next, the robot started to bring out the next item, the Book of Contracts, a pact of strength. Starting price of 100,000 gold coins, with a minimum bid increment of 5,000 gold coins. Bidding begins. Hearing this, he was slightly startled. A treasure like this appeared at this stage of the game. The robot began its overview of the item, the Book of Contracts. The Pact of Strength is a special item that can bind players together through a contractual link. He couldn't help but get interested upon hearing this. In other words, Lin Zi Luo was incredibly excited. This is the legendary party-forming scroll. Lin Zi Luo continued to assess the item. Forming a party on your own is fine, of course, but forming a party through the Book of Contracts will be officially recognized by the system and grant many special benefits. The people in the square below also seem to have realized the purpose of the Book of Contracts. From what I know, this is the first time this type of contract has appeared in the Apocalypse game. I'm afraid there's going to be a frantic bidding war for it. Everyone bid fiercely, with no one backing down. Lin Zi Luo started bidding. Number 13 bids 400,000. The people watching the live stream were in an uproar. The bullet comments scrolling across the screen were also going crazy. Immediately after, someone raised their paddle to compete. Number 66 bids 450,000. Seeing this, Lin Zi Luo couldn't help but find it interesting. It seems even my title as a big shot is useless in the face of such benefits. He calmly took a sip of tea, then immediately continued bidding. Number 13 bids 500,000. Zhang Yuanzhong's eyes widened in astonishment. Even our capital military's spare gold coins only amount to 500,000. I've still underestimated his financial power. Just as he was gleefully waiting for the item to be in the bag, the robot's voice rang out, making him turn his head in shock. Number 6 bids 505,000. Lin Zi Luo quickly raised his bidding paddle while thinking. Number 13, 550,000. Congratulations to number 13. He breathed a quiet sigh of relief. You almost managed to snipe it from me. You better hope I don't find out who you are. Holding the item, he couldn't stop marveling. Spending 550,000 to get this was a huge profit. The sounds of the auction continued. An introduction to the bloodline. Type scroll. This item made Lam-Tu-Lak pensive. This bloodline stuff not only has a ton of side effects, he secretly considered that it even changes one's body and appearance, and even one's own innate talents. An elite bloodline, like the Titan bloodline, probably doesn't even exist at this stage. After a moment of thought, he couldn't help but look behind him. Confused, Lai Nyat hasn't bid even once this entire time. What in the world is he waiting for? Lam-Tu-Lak was certain of his guess. Could it be that he has inside information? The sounds of successful bids rang out one after another. Congratulations to guest number 77 for successfully winning item number 10 with a bid of 400,000 gold coins. The auction robot continued its announcement. 10 items have now been sold. Because the bidding has gone so quickly, there are still 20 minutes left. Its eyes flashed cheerfully. That means the 2 remaining top-tier items will each have 10 minutes for bidding. Lam-Tu-Lak waited in excited anticipation. For the robot to call the next item top tier, it must be something extraordinary. A dazzling ring of light appeared following the robot's introduction. Lam-Tu-Lak was utterly astonished when he saw it. Suddenly, it was as if he realized something. Lam-Tu-Lak immediately turned to see a very tense Li Nat and smirked. It seems this is what the Lai family is after. In that case, I can't just let it slide. The voice introducing the item slowly began. The Golden Wish Orb, a special gold-grade tool, a unique item that makes wishes come true. Lam-Tu-Lak listened to the explanation with a thoughtful expression. The Spirit Orb will develop according to the player's wish, transforming into a tool after 30 days. Beside him, Truong Nguyen. Trung looked worried as he listened to the auction robot explain the precautions for using the Spirit Orb's power. This a tool that lets you wish for anything. The benefits for us would be immeasurable. In Lam-Tu-Lak's mind, a chorus of mini Lam-Tu-Laks screamed at him to buy this special tool, making him fall deep in thought. Lai Nyat clenched his fists, smirking triumphantly. If I can just wish for a tool that can resurrect someone, then in 30 days, won't I be able to? Lam-Tu-Lak sat there, seemingly understanding his desire, and sneered in contempt. You want to resurrect your family head. You don't actually believe an apocalyptic game would have an item that can bring the dead back to life. Do you? Lam-Tu-Lak was once again lost in memories from his past life. In the past, someone used a diamond-grade wishing spirit orb for the same purpose, but all they got was a potion that could only induce a state of suspended animation, and their enemy didn't even respect their remains. He couldn't help but sigh to himself. Even that golden figure could only do it by reversing time. Everyone in the auction hall was shouting excitedly. Lam-Tu-Lak was still lost in thought. But how could you people possibly know this kind of secret? The auction robot's voice rang out once more with an announcement. The Wishing Spirit Orb, a tool that makes dreams a reality. The starting price is 200,000 gold coins. Pieskapumain. The minimum bid increment is 10,000 gold coins. Tsatos. The auction begins now. The moment it announced the start, everyone scrambled to place their bids. Our entire family sold all its assets just for this moment. Beside him, Truong Nguyen. Trung refused to be outdone and placed a bid. For my fallen comrades, I can't let you. He frowned upon hearing Truong Nguyen Trung's bid, but then he chuckled softly and raised the price again. As long as the family head returns, everything will be alright. I must crush you scoundrels in one fell swoop. Instantly, the entire hall fell silent at his bid of 1 million gold coins. Chuang Wen Trung sadly assessed the situation. Spending all our gold on the Golden Wish Orb doesn't align with the best interests of our capital's safe zone. My comrades, I have failed you. Immediately after, he looked towards Lam Tulak and thought to himself, Nice, it's all up to you now. Li Nat looked thrilled to see Chuang Wen Trung sigh and give up. He gleefully reached for his wineglass on the table and looked toward the auctioneer robot. But strangely, it seemed to look away, then turned in a different direction, which confused him, and Chi Min waited until the very last second to raise his bidding paddle. Number 3 bids 1,050,000. He then shot a glare at Lai Nat, gritting his teeth in anger. I borrowed hundreds of thousands from Vanthi and Lo just to vent this frustration. Seeing this, Li Nat's jaw dropped in fury. He immediately raised his paddle again, grinding his teeth. Even if our entire Lai family starves to death, as long as we resurrect the family head, it will all be worth it. His action left Anchimin speechless. Everyone in the hall fell into a grim silence. A long, tense silence filled the room. Seeing this, Li Nat quickly broke into a triumphant smile. At that very moment, Lam Tulak, who was right beside him, let out a soft chuckle, shattering the silence. He immediately raised his bidding paddle. Number 13 bids 1,001,000 gold coins. His action sent Li Nat into a state of absolute shock. Seeing the bid, Li Nat's face went pale as a ghost, and he cried out in his mind in horror. The spatial orb and the contract. Scroll already cost you 650,000. How can you still have so much money? Over in the public square where people were watching the auction, everyone gasped in utter shock. Nice hasn't even established his own force yet. Could he possibly have over 2 million gold coins on him? The Lai family, with its tens of thousands of members, pooling together 1 million, I could believe that. But for Boss Nice to have several million all by himself, isn't that just ridiculous? Li Nat glared at Lam Tulak, his anger mixed with confusion. The Apocalypse game itself has confirmed he actually has that much gold. I can't accept this. He immediately gritted his teeth and roared Lam Tulak's name. Lam Tulak turned to face him and replied with an indifferent tone. You called, is there a problem? He looked at Li Nat and couldn't help but find the situation amusing. Selling off your entire family's assets didn't even net you 1.5 million, even if you add in your own little private stash. At most you'd have not even 1,800,000. And you want to compete with me, Lin Zi Luo? Sneered, looking at Li Yi. You bastard. The countdown gradually ticked down, terrifying him as he raised a hand to his brow. He was in deep, agonizing thought. A moment later, Li Yi gritted his teeth and tremblingly raised the bid again. It's for the family head's recovery. I must do it. Number 12 bids 1 million N. Lin Zi Luo watched him with great amusement. Li Yi glanced at him, fuming and silently threatening. I've memorized this grudge for you raising the price. It's not that vengeance won't come, it's just not time yet. And Jimming sat there, completely bewildered. What's going on? Did Yaxi give up? There's no way he's out of money. Zhang Yuanzhong was also stunned. We scraped together 3 to 4 million gold coins just from our side. What on earth is happening? Time's up! The robot's announcement rang out. Congratulations to guest number 12 for successfully bidding on the Wishing Spirit Pearl. Hearing this, Li Yi's eyes shot open in shock. And then, he suddenly dropped to his knees. Li Yi laughed maniacally. Family head, you're saved. Lin Zi Luo stood up in front, catching his attention, and immediately drew the longsword from his back. A mysterious expression on his face that frightened the man. On the live feed monitor outside, Li Yi's face was filled with excitement. Our sacrifices were all worth it. Family head, for our deep-seated blood feud. It's not that revenge won't come. The time just hasn't arrived. His voice grew more urgent as he saw the spirit pearl being brought before him. When suddenly, a streak of light slashed across. Before Li Yi could react, the sword had already slashed through his neck. In an instant, his head was severed. Lin Zi Luo had swiftly cut down Li Yi before he could even touch the spirit pearl. Everyone watching the live feed was horrified by this image. They were all agape, at a loss for words, and Jiming's eyes widened in disbelief at the scene. Over here, Zhang Yuanzhong was just as shocked as everyone else. The entire area erupted into chaos. Li's head quickly tumbled to the ground, a smile still frozen on his face as it landed. Lin Zi Luo turned his back to him, unconcerned, and spoke calmly. It's not that there is no retribution. Outside. His face was displayed clearly on the big screen, his words crisp and clear for all to hear. The time has come. The citizens of Tianlian City all looked up in unison. Some couldn't even believe their own eyes. They chattered amongst themselves while staring intently at the monitor, a mix of surprise and happiness washing over them. Words of praise for Lin Zi Luo quickly began appearing on the screen. Zhang Yuanzhong, with a look of utter dread, cursed under his breath. Yaxi, are you insane? Attacking inside the dungeon, in parallel with his thoughts, and Jiming was seen scrambling to find an escape route, thinking frantically, especially in a dungeon where even cursing someone gets you struck by lightning. Blinding bolts of lightning viciously struck the ground repeatedly. Hao Yangde frantically ordered everyone to flee the scene immediately. The lightning grew more and more intense, as if wanting to swallow everything whole. The game's notification sound chimed, but all the while, Lin Zi Luo remained perfectly calm. Player, Yaike committed murder in public view. He stood proudly, sword still in hand, as the reprimand continued to be announced. This is a serious violation of the peaceful mode rules of the superclass auction dungeon, and he is about to face the highest level of heavenly lightning punishment. By now, everyone had run to the door. The situation was now far more critical, as the door wouldn't open, trapping the crowd inside. The sky turned pitch black as thunder and lightning from all directions converged on one spot. Now, the lightning began to strike inside the building, and everyone retreated in fear. All they could do was watch in terror, hoping for a chance to survive. From a distance, Zhang Yuanzhong saw that Lin Zi Luo still hadn't made a move and was utterly confused. Lin Zi Luo raised a hand, casually covering his mouth as he yawned. From above, a bolt of lightning with immense destructive power came crashing down. Everyone knew that the beautiful blue light could kill a person in just a few seconds. Lin Zi Luo stood at the center of the lightning storm, showing no signs of pain, but instead wearing a mysterious smile. Suddenly, he raised his hand as if to do something. With a snap of his fingers, the lightning bolts converged and swirled around him. A heaven-shaking explosion made everyone recoil in terror. Turning away from the blinding light, the lightning punishment quickly ended, leaving a deep, massive crater in the middle of the room. Everyone sat motionless on the ground. Zhang Yuanzhong's trembling voice called out his name, tears welling up in his eyes from behind, and Jiming moved to comfort him. Suddenly, Zhang Yuanzhong's eyes flew open, for before him was a miraculous sight. Lin Zi Luo, with a pair of phoenix wings, was hovering in the air before turning back to face them. From beginning to end, that enigmatic smile never left his face. Suddenly, everyone unconsciously fell to their knees. Reverent words echoed continuously. Yikesy, you are my god. A long, neat line of kneeling people repeated the phrase. You are my god. Lin Zi Luo slowly descended to the ground, a look of satisfaction on his face. He stood there, observing everything that was happening. He paid special attention to seat number 13, staring at it intently. It seemed he was plotting something in his mind as he let out a soft chuckle. Lin Zi Luo casually sat down, a deeply satisfied smile on his face as he watched the system notification appear on the screen. Peerless. The special skill of the title, unrivaled in the world. Upon activation, grants 1 second of immunity to all damage, cooldown of 24 hours, currently on cooldown. Looking at the crowd trying to escape the auction dungeon, he couldn't help but feel contempt. I gave you a chance, and you didn't take it. From start to finish, Lin Zi Luo maintained a leisurely posture. The heavenly lightning was a sure thing. The damage wouldn't last for more than a second, and the game screen flashed a notification that he was automatically recovering. He let out a brazen laugh, because no matter how you looked at it, he had come out on top, trading an invincibility skill for the last. Now, Lin Zi Luo just had to sit back and watch the rest of the play he had orchestrated from the beginning. The people around him began to cheer for him. Suddenly, everyone's attention shifted towards the robot. As it began to make an announcement, all participants of the auction, please return to your seats immediately. It continued to lay out the rules of the game. Next, we will proceed with the auction for the final item. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately objected, reacting harshly and wanting to back out after what had just happened. Just then, the robot emitted a threatening, murderous aura. Please do not deviate from the instance dungeon's system procedures, or you will face the consequences yourselves. The previously rowdy crowd instantly fell silent. It slammed the gavel, signaling the start. A beautiful blue orb floated into the air, and it was the final item of the auction. The robot quickly began its presentation. This diamond-grade pet egg is the only diamond-grade item in this auction. When the time is right, it will hatch a pet with diamond-grade potential. The pet will assist its owner in combat and various other activities. The robot announced its price. The starting bid is 500,000 gold coins, and each subsequent bid must increase by at least 50,000 gold coins.
The auction now officially begins.
Another notification appeared on the screen. An unidentified diamond-grade pet egg that will hatch into an unknown type of pet with diamond-grade potential. After a certain period of time, the pet's loyalty to its owner will be increased by 10 points. Lin Zi Luo watched the screen in silence with a satisfied expression. He focused, piecing together the events. In other words, it could only be officially hatched after the pet system was launched. And a diamond-grade item like this was likely something none of these people had ever seen before. Even the vast majority of God of War level players were only at the diamond tier, and he suddenly remembered his own pet had died. Taking Rongjan's pet with it, without hesitation, Lin Zi Luo raised his paddle to start the bidding. Number 13 bids 500,000. Everyone broke into a cold sweat, terrified. No one dared to bid against him. They all backed out of the auction, not wanting to risk their lives. Standing there, uncontested, Lin Zi Luo suddenly felt a bit awkward. The robot, wanting to finalize the sale, asked one more time, "Are there no other bids?" In response, the room was eerily silent. Finally, having found the item's new owner, it decisively brought down the gavel, signaling the auction's end. The end of the auction brought a collective sigh of relief from everyone. Lin Zi Luo, holding his new treasures, thought happily to himself, "I got it for the starting price. What a steal." This time, not only did his power level up, seeing him sitting there calmly, Zhang Yuanzhong slowly approached. "Thank goodness you're all right. I was genuinely worried about you." Lin Zi Luo rubbed his head and replied, "It was just a stroke of luck, General Zhang," he said in a concerned tone. "I'll go out and handle those rabid fans first, so you won't be bothered." Lin Zi Luo didn't refuse and agreed. He then looked over at Gui Tong, who was being teleported, being carried on Dangok's back, and started to tease her. "Did you drink all that, hoping to get taller? You know you can't grow anymore, right?" The three of them headed out together, and a thought naturally crossed his mind. Don't tell me even the janitor is one of my rabid fans. Just as he stepped outside, a polite system notification addressed player Yazi. "Thank you for participating in the Super Auction House Instance Dungeon. We look forward to your next visit." The late afternoon sun cast its glow, and his mind was already on the next phase of his plan, which was sure to come. But for now, it was time to collect the legitimate spoils of his victory. Later that quiet night, back at Lin Zi Luo's home, he was engrossed in reading all the praise and adoration in the online comments. Lin Zi Luo lamented to himself, "If you can spam comments this fast, why can't you just gift me some gold coins?" He quickly closed the window. He was in high spirits and decided not to take out his new items just yet. "I just need to wait for them to become effective. Having so much storage space feels amazing." He silently observed the beautiful blue orb in his hand. A look of satisfaction crossed Lin Zi Luo's face as he read its description. He held a sheet of paper tightly in both hands, his eyes gleaming with determination. "I never used this in my past life, so this time, I have to take full advantage of it too." He signed the paper with neat handwriting. The system had a requirement if he wanted to reach the maximum limit later. He could simply add more members via a supplementary contract. He stood aside, watching Dangok and Guitong as they diligently signed their names, and he felt a pang of guilt. "I kind of manipulated them into signing this willingly. That doesn't break any rules, does it?" Suddenly, a blazing red flame appeared along with the system window. It displayed a continuous stream of notifications. "Player Yazi, congratulations. As the contract master, you, along with players Dangok and Guitong, have successfully formed a power contract." The three of Lin Zi Luo vowed to himself that he would become a god of war much faster than in his past life. Leaving a chicken leg for Dangok and some milk for Guitong. Golden streams of light swirled around them, announcing the final contract's skill. Borrow power. The system also made special note of its duration and cooldown. He rested his chin in his hand, thinking, even though it only lasts for 10 minutes, it's like a trump card to be used at the most critical moment. A hidden power. He smiled fondly at the sparkling gem in his hand. Lin Zi Luo closed his eyes, focusing his thoughts on needing an item that could teleport him to the magic capital. The dragon suddenly sensed that something was wrong. It tried to flee in a panic, but he was hot on its tail. The orb then floated up to the ceiling. Lin Zi Luo watched intently as its faint glow grew dimmer and dimmer before extinguishing completely. He wore a radiant expression, thinking about the wonderful result he'd have in 30 days. Lin Zi Luo cradled the blue orb in his hands, marveling at it. Using the energy of this pearl to create a one-time teleportation item to the magic capital was the absolute limit of its power. Unfortunately, some people are still cluelessly offering up their lives. He stood up wearily, thinking about the pet certificate. It probably wouldn't be useful until the pet system was unlocked. He was surprised the cooldown for the world-type instance dungeon had 1 day left. Lam Tulak's eyes showed clear signs of fatigue, so completing a dungeon in 30 days shouldn't be a problem. In that case, what I should do now is... He quickly jumped onto his comfortable bed and had a good, long sleep. A day later, the weather was clear and incredibly refreshing. Numerous messages discussing him started popping up, as had become everyone's habit. Lam Tulak sat and scrolled through them all, feeling annoyed. They call me a god, but it turns out they see me as a god of plagues. They say they like me, but they don't really mean it. Do they? He opened the door and awkwardly explained to Big Fool that he got a stomach ache from eating too much king crab earlier. The three of them quickly entered the space. He walked into the room with a confident and majestic stride. Lam Tulak was selecting the world type mode. The screen displayed a warning about him entering a world instance dungeon. Without hesitation, he quickly hit confirm. The system continued to sort the information into categories for processing, and then displayed the fee. He exclaimed in surprise. 200,000 credits. Lam Tulak thought it over carefully. Unfortunately, the name of this dungeon didn't reveal its specific nature like the second crisis of the Wasteland dungeon did. Last time, all I knew was that my role would probably be a slave. After a while, with no response, the screen started flashing to get his attention. Finally, he reluctantly raised his hand and pressed the agree button. It then began to notify him that the payment was successful and he was ready to start the game. Lam Tulak's face suddenly paled as something terrifying appeared before his eyes. He couldn't help but shout in alarm. Why is it this type of scenario? A meteor was falling from the sky towards the city, capturing everyone's attention. The system announced the game was starting. Dungeon name: The Slave's Final Struggle. Jiwang Star was once a planet with highly advanced technology. Everyone listened intently to the backstory. But in the year 1999 of the star calendar, the leader decisively pushed the button to start the war. A flying object the size of a city flew in and collided with it. Giant missiles launched into the sky as all the nations of Jiwang Star united to launch a military assault. That meteor carried an extremely high destructive energy that radiated throughout the city. The system left 4 words: try to stop it. Suddenly, the meteor exploded into pieces, turning the entire sky crimson red. Fragments rained down, accompanied by the system's indifferent message, but it was useless. At the same time, there was a problem in outer space. After the collision, the storage room on the ship malfunctioned. An unknown toxic gas spread through the air. What was worse was that humans were no longer human. Infected people turned into flesh-eating zombies. The story continued. They felt no pain and retained their intelligence from when they were alive. They were willing to slaughter each other. Under such a massacre, humans, who were now food, were on the brink of extinction. Even though humans were terrified, they still had to die. The high-level leadership immediately reacted by issuing a series of laws to protect their food supply. Thousands of zombies marched forward in a line, searching for humans. They lay motionless in a soulless, unconscious state. The sight of humans crawling on the ground was common in shops and stalls. 200 years passed, and gradually, most humans grew accustomed to living as livestock and slaves. A few people survived in the city. They wore armor and hovered in the air as if observing something. A group of humans, unwilling to accept this fate, chose to make their final stand in the ruins. The 3 of them, Lam Tulak included, listened intently from beginning to end. They called themselves the Resistance Army. The main questline would unlock after officially joining the Resistance Army. Finally, a notification screen appeared. It detailed everything they needed to know and set the time limit for completing the mission at 60 days. Lam Tulak recalled his past and fell into deep thought. In his previous life, most people assigned to this type of scenario quit immediately. This was mainly because, on Blue Star, no one used firearms to fight anymore due to the rules, which was a huge disadvantage. He analyzed further. Secondly, in a science and technology type dungeon, you can borrow its technology to become abnormally strong. But once you leave the dungeon, you're left with nothing. Lam Tulak glanced at Big Fool. He couldn't teach the elemental cultivation method in a sci-fi dungeon to earn rewards either. Suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind. His face lit up, having found a solution. But in this life, I have extra-dimensional storage space that can be opened inside the dungeon. What if I bring out things like the exoskeleton mecha armor without waiting any longer? The screen announced, "Please enter quickly, player." Lam Tulak cheerfully stepped in with Ghost Child and Big Fool, thinking excitedly. Plus, the enemies are zombies, so I can get the absolute kill rate effect. I'm about to get some pocket money. A multi-dimensional space appeared with a dazzling blue light. As always, the game notification sounded. Congratulations to player successful Yazi for entering the dungeon. The slave's final struggle. It also informed them of all the changes happening to their bodies. Lam Tulak felt a bit reluctant. Last time, it was a metal room. This time, it's a prison cell. My life is so hard. As he was moving towards the door, an alarm suddenly went off. Detection of number 523 approaching the barrier. Move away immediately. or level 3 punishment will be enforced. He looked at it with annoyance. You have your plans, and I have my countermeasures. A mysterious smile appeared on Lam Tulak's face, and right after, his eye turned orange. You think I don't have a way? Using his blood-red X-ray vision, he stared without blinking, unable to believe what he was seeing. An endless row of tiny cells was packed tightly together, stretching as far as the eye could see. Just how many people were in here? Lin Zi Luo was lying casually on the bed, his eyes shut tight as he thought about this dungeon mission. Forcibly escaping and finding the resistance to trigger the main questline seemed impossible now. It was like being a new player thrown directly into the boss's room. He was concentrating hard when suddenly, Lin Zi Luo's eyes shot open as if he'd remembered something. If he encountered something too tough to handle, he would be completely done for. A gruff announcement boomed over the speakers. Damn it! Why aren't you pigs awake yet? Within 10 minutes. If you fail to gather in your respective floor's hall, all the pigs on that floor will be turned into sausages. Pillas. Hearing this, everyone scrambled to obey the order. Lin Zi Luo felt uneasy in his current body. His physical condition was passable, but compared to a zombie, he was pathetically weak. As people from all over gathered in one place, it was convenient for him to make a quick calculation. This group had to be at least 3,000 strong. A girl stood on a balcony above, watching the crowd as they drew near. She shouted down, arrogantly from above, "The moment you hear the master's voice, you're supposed to jump out of bed and assemble immediately. Be even a second late, and you won't live to see tomorrow's sunrise." "You bunch of pigs," she added with a displeased look. "Even if the master decides to spare you, I'll personally turn you all into sausages." Standing off to the side, Lin Zi Luo didn't even bother to look at her smug face, thinking 2 words to himself.
Vile traitor. Suddenly, her demeanor shifted. But today is a very joyous occasion, so let's not talk about such unpleasant things anymore.
The massive Shidunu appeared before them as the girl announced. "Now, let's welcome the great patrol officer of the zombie clan, Lord Shidunu, to make the announcement." The first sight of him made Lin Zi Luo think of Vonderm. He took a closer look. His stats appeared on the system screen. Shidunu, level 49, race zombie, talent keen, sense of smell, significantly boosting his olfactory abilities. Basic stats: strength 180, spirit 120, constitution 190, agility 195, weakness. Because he's in charge of the zombies' food reserves, his combat power is relatively low. A look of complete disappointment washed over. This guy probably wouldn't even drop a gold grade item. Shidunu's solemn voice broke the silence. "You pigs are incredibly lucky. In 1 week, it will be the 200th anniversary of the great zombie clan's founding on Planet King." The zombie henchman glanced over at the people in the front, making them flinch. He walked down the stairs with his hulking frame, saying, "To ensure this ceremony pleases the great masters above," Shidunu interrupted, walking up to one person and touching them as he spoke. "The Department of Human Resources has ordered us to select the pigs with the finest and most exceptional meat." The chosen person broke out in a cold sweat with fear, letting him inspect their body as he gloated. They will be sent to the final processing factory. This is one of the few contributions you pigs can make to the zombie clan. The female guard from earlier brought him a glass filled with a bright red liquid. "My lord, it's freshly drawn and exceptionally tasty." As he drank, Shidunu asked for her opinion. "Do you have anyone to recommend?" She cursed silently. "How the hell would I know?" But she kept a smile on her face and eagerly pointed out a few people. Shidunu's eyes gleamed with a calculating look. He pointed to a bald guy and asked, "So this is the pig you consider the best?" Hearing that, she felt a sense of foreboding as Shidunu spoke with disgust. "Ay tatat, you dare to play me?" Instantly, she dropped to her knees in front of him, a murderous aura radiating from him as she pleaded desperately. "My lord, please spare my life." She panicked and blurted out an excuse. I remembered incorrectly. She quickly recalled what the bald guy had said. The truth is, those three are the prison tyrants that nobody dares to mess with. My lord, I can still be very useful to you, desperate to save her life. She pointed toward Lin Zi Luo and quickly said, Actually, it's number 409, number 523, and number 573. Each one of them is a top-grade delicacy. Even I'm tempted to try a bite. By now, he had figured out the gimmick of this game, and a decisive look flashed in his eyes. The surrounding people, wanting no part in this trouble, backed away. Lin Zi Luo's expression, however, remained completely unfazed. He wasn't scared at all, and was curious to see their next move. Then, he cracked a mysterious smile. Someone ought to be more careful, and I don't mean me. Shudunu's pupils dilated wildly. He was inwardly amazed. He patted the big oaf and smiled in satisfaction. Just one look tells you this meat is top grade. Then, he glanced over at the demon child standing by his feet. The moment Shudunu saw the child, he couldn't stop himself from drooling on his clothes. So exquisitely refined. A pure essence that the masters would adore. Finally, his judging gaze fell upon Lin Zi Luo. This person looks so ordinary. What could possibly be special about him? Shudunu moved in for a closer look, and his eyes nearly bulged out of his head with excitement. A ravenous hunger welling up inside him. This aroma. I've never smelled anything so exquisite in my entire life. Fantasies began to fill Shudunu's mind. Once I present this person to them, I'll surely be handsomely rewarded. I might even get a promotion out of it. I have to hold back. His stomach growled fiercely, making it impossible for him to focus. He started running while yelling loudly. All of you! Get away from me! Now go wait over there! Shidunu's expression was grim as his thoughts raced, all focused on Lin Zi Luo. If he got any closer, he wouldn't be able to suppress his own bloodlust. Struggled. A smile appeared on his face. Get any closer, and I won't be able to resist helping you with an attack. From a distance, he watched him hand something to the female guard, and at the same time, he whispered mysteriously in her ear, making one worry. Her expression was completely different from before, as she smiled and said to Lam Tulak, Respected Lord number 523, this is a gift prepared for you by Lord Tidok. No. He didn't hesitate to open it and look at the thick books, thinking to himself that they wanted to raise him like a 5-star Wagyu cow. The female guard reluctantly relayed the message she had just been given. Lord Tidokno says, As long as you maintain a good mood, the quality of your meat will become even more delicious. From afar, he also shot a heart-eyed gaze in his direction. Lamtulak seemed to have thought of a great plan, his expression becoming incredibly cunning. It seemed his mood was very important. He immediately threw the books on the ground without a second thought, crossing his arms with an arrogant look that flustered her. Is that all? The guard humbled herself completely to ask about his condition. What's wrong? Lord number 23, is there something you're not satisfied with? Lamtulak calmly stated his demand. Staying in one place is too boring. I want to take a walk. From start to finish, she was always afraid of displeasing Tidokno and quickly replied, Not a problem. It will probably take Lord Tidokno some time to select the ingredients. I will take you for a walk. So, she diligently guided them under his watchful gaze. Tidokno misunderstood his intentions and thought with satisfaction that he was quite sensible. Walking more would make him healthier. The guard introduced the amenities and furnishing. Lamtulak sized up the place. As expected of zombies from the King Realm Star, you guys really know how to live. She also introduced another special place. This place had a projector showing images of beautiful landscapes, all for the use of special humans or the lords of the Corpse Clan. After hearing this, he began to use his ability to verify it. Lamtulak started observing his surroundings. He couldn't help but rejoice internally. He could finally use his blood-colored pupils to see the area outside the prison cell. Lam Tulak connected the details and figured out how this place operated. It seemed this place was the first floor of a primary cultivation workshop. After the selection was complete, they would all be sent to the processing plant Thai Doc No had mentioned. Suddenly, something caught Lam Tulak's eye, making him stop. His handsome face lit up with excitement as he thought, I searched high and low for this, and it just fell right into my lap. Somehow, Lam Tulak saw zombies of the Corpse Clan standing in neat rows, holding guns and waiting in a room. The female guard noticed something unusual about Lam Tulak when she saw him constantly looking towards the corner. She ran to block his path. My lord, you can't get any closer, or it will trigger an alarm and anger the master. Hearing this, Lam Tulak pretended not to understand what was making her so scared, thinking to himself that it wouldn't be good to expose them now. Seeing Lam Tulak's dissatisfied expression, she quickly changed the subject to distract him. My lord, please use this treasure that normally only the lords are allowed to use. I hope it can soothe your anger. Hearing this, he got excited, thinking it was something good. 20 minutes later, Lam Tulak stood up, stretching his arms high, looking very refreshed. He did a few warm-up stretches, his face visibly brighter. It really was a treasure, but the effect was minor. He was blissfully unaware that his stats were so high he was resistant to the massage chair. Seeing that Lam Tulak was quite satisfied, the Docno asked, Number 523, the entertainment device here isn't bad, is it? He just gave him a cold reply. He laughed savagely. It's really nothing special. The Docno announced to everyone in a solemn voice. Once we get to the final processing plant, female humans will be distributed to you for reproduction. Your ancestors greatly enjoyed this process. Upon hearing this, they became eager, their eyes lighting up. Of course, the Docno's main target was Lam Tulak, so he continued. Especially you, all the high-quality female humans. He widened his eyes in feigned anticipation, but inwardly he was sneering. You guys control all the best stock and the best breeding methods. Since you're so terrifying, I'll play along a little. He immediately ordered the female guard. I finished my selection. Go back and give the number tag to the manager yourself. She didn't dare to delay, replying, This lowly one understands. I wish you a smooth journey, my lord, and may you achieve great success and fortune. After that, everyone followed behind the Docno. The elevator suddenly announced as he approached. Welcome, Level 6 Zombie Thai Docno. The inside of the elevator was incredibly spacious, with plenty of room to spare. The Docno turned in surprise to the person next to him. How did you finish screening so quickly? That guy replied in a gruff voice. There was basically nothing worth looking at on the 19th floor. What else could I do? That guy's face was full of excitement as he continued. My corpse emperor is a supreme grade specimen. I can't even imagine how tender he is. The Docno snorted lightly after hearing him say, This is my prize. Don't even think about it. The guy's expression immediately changed, a murderous aura radiating around him. The look of craving on that guy's face was truly terrifying. And with a scent like that, are you hiding a treasure from your brothers? The Doc. No immediately denied it, thinking to himself, How could I let you know about such a top-tier specimen? He glanced at Lam Tulak, continuing to taunt the other guy. This big prize is standing right here, and you're acting like you can't see him. Finally, they arrived at their floor, and the elevator doors opened automatically. The Dono led the way out. Lam Tulak could already sense that something was off. You're a cautious zombie. It's just a shame you ran into me. He used his blood-colored pupil's ability to observe. In front of the elevator doors were more zombies. Standing guard, tightly gripping their weapons, Lin Zi Luo observed from start to finish, thinking to himself, These must be the most basic zombie soldiers. Suddenly, something caught his attention, making him look up. Above, zombies were hastily running forward, which puzzled Lin Zi Luo. It seemed like they were up to something. Shiduno commanded. Get on the vehicles voluntarily. The consequences of escaping. I probably don't need to spell it out for you, you pigs. Upon hearing this, a calculating glint appeared in Lin Zi Luo's eyes. As he was walking, he was suddenly stopped. He had clearly caught their eye. As Shiduno quickly said, Number 523, you come with me to meet the transport general. He'll give you a better situation. His tone became respectful as he spoke to the person in the vehicle. Lord Shiguang, I've discovered a top-tier material and am reporting it to you. A notification appeared on the screen. Rapid retreat mechanical exoskeleton armor, capable of traversing various terrains as if on flat ground, and possessing extremely high movement speed. Lin Zi Luo couldn't help but be surprised. Is this the exoskeleton armor from the Jiwang Star? The materials transport officer, Shiguang of the Corpse Clan, slowly stepped out of the vehicle. Shiguang. He sniffed the air with all his might and detected something. Shiguang lunged right into Lin Zi Luo's face, declaring with a firm tone, You're mine. Shiguang stuck out his long drool-covered tongue and exclaimed manically, So fragrant, a prime human specimen. Lin Zi Luo quickly backed away, a sense of rage building within him. Are you serious with that tongue thing? Shiguang turned and warned his subordinates. Don't you dare speak of this, or I'll kill you without mercy. It was a fact that in the zombie world, the law of the jungle, and he then whispered to Shiduno, I'll reward you after this, but for now, put him in the vehicle behind us. Follow me. We're leaving immediately.
Shiduno looked worried, hesitating to speak. Finally, he gathered his courage and said, But the team is still selecting food. As if provoked, Shiguang delivered a powerful slap across his face.
Shiduno's head hit the ground repeatedly as he kowtowed and begged for forgiveness. He turned to the others standing nearby and irritably ordered, All special mission squads, get in the vehicles and depart immediately. Don't ask any other questions. Through gritted teeth, he told Lin Zi Luo, Number 523, get in the front vehicle immediately. A bright smile appeared on Lin Zi Luo's face as he mocked him. You looked pathetic just now, but you're actually quite handsome at the moment. Shiduno was so furious he was left speechless. Suddenly, something strange caught Lin Zi Luo's eye. He stared intently at the driver next to him, thinking, Have the people of Jiwang Star been turned into this from the back? Shiguang commanded. Depart at once. The vehicles quickly formed a line and drove off. Someone watching from a distance said, Captain, something's not right. They've begun a large-scale withdrawal. The captain was also puzzled and asked, They're leaving now. It's clear that many of the vehicles aren't even full yet. After observing for a moment longer and seeing that the situation seemed off, the captain immediately ordered someone to contact the peripheral squads and report the situation. He also noticed a suspicious sign one vehicle was under extremely tight security, suggesting it was carrying something of great importance. It seemed they had found a genius with extremely high aptitude. The two of them discussed this excitedly. Doesn't that mean his mech's adaptability is incredibly high? Exactly. It looks like our mission this time might not be for nothing. The person on the other end of the line suddenly asked. We're moving ahead of schedule, the captain confirmed. The time is moved up, but the location remains the same. The vehicles had already traveled a considerable distance. The lead vehicle, carrying Lin Zi Luo, finally reached the gate. He sat in the vehicle, unable to shake his growing anxiety. If the resistance doesn't make a move soon, I'm going to be taken away to give birth. Suddenly, he heard a loud explosion. A fierce fire erupted ahead, blocking their vehicles. Thick smoke billowed out, and the heat spread everywhere. Shiguang quickly kicked open the car door and rushed out. He roared in anger. Damn it! What's going on? Then, he began to gather his power, and streams of blue light radiated around him. Shiguang took action, directing his power toward the blaze. A mysterious and powerful blue energy shot forth. The light was so dazzling that it suppressed the fiercely burning flames. Lin Zi Luo sat in the vehicle, unfazed. He thought to himself, puzzled. Who taught you people to rescue a hostage this way? It was time to act. Lin Zi Luo drew his powerful sword. Shiguang detected something that made his face twist in alarm. He poured all his strength into focusing his firepower, lamenting to himself. This is bad. Shiguang then unleashed a powerful blast of energy from his palm. That power radiated a blue light. As he unleashed his ability, he muttered, I made it. Good thing I have the rapid retreat mech. He laughed triumphantly and said aloud,
So the target was me all along. Too bad for you. You're no match for me at all. Suddenly, he froze, a look of bewilderment crossing his face. Shiguang shouted, his voice filled with disbelief.
You humans have no martial honor. A massive explosion erupted, kicking up a cloud of dust and debris that obscured the entire area as something was sent flying backward. Lin Zi Luo remarked with a deadpan expression, but there was a slight ripple in his tone. You gave me a scare. For a moment there, I thought you were trying to blow me up, too. The driver beside him shouted angrily, You damn pig man. You were hiding a weapon. I have to report you to the Lord and have him kill you. The moment the words left his mouth, a cold blade flashed across his neck. It was Lin Zi Luo's doing. He wiped his sword and said with light contempt, It's not worth living as a bootlicker. You're the one who should be ashamed for being a traitor. Just then, a horde of zombies appeared from the basement. The guard was stunned, facing a group of soldiers. The sky filled with screams, ending with bodies scattered everywhere. A horde of the living dead. They rushed forward in a massive wave. The sound of gunfire mixed with roars, creating an incredibly chaotic scene. A zombie popped out from nowhere, holding a large hammer in its hands. It turned out to be Big Dummy. He aimed and charged straight at the zombie in front of him. Guidong appeared with a few quick slashes, and the zombie was instantly diced into multiple pieces. Shiguang Hokan thought angrily, Why are there humans here? Someone's voice furiously cursed. What the hell are the useless guards on the wall even doing? Even the signal is blocked, he sneered. You missed those guys that much. Don't worry, you'll be seeing them soon.
As he spoke, he began to transform. Hua Tianchen, with a bounty of 5 million, appeared amidst the thick smoke.
Shiguang exclaimed in shock. The Phoenix Mecha! Lin Zi Luo opened the car door, silently assessing it. Isn't this thing even better than the old sci-fi movies from Blue Star? He calmly stepped out of the car, watching the two of them fight. Next up, it's the tempestuous youth's turn to take the stage. He glanced at the horde of zombies in front of him, thinking, Since you left the rear to me, then I won't be polite. A flash of light shot past, and the horde of zombies was annihilated. Hua Tianchen was completely astonished, his eyes wide with amazement as he marveled. As expected, every top-tier genius has a special ability. Just then, a voice cut through his thoughts. Shiguang shouted at Hua Tianchen to fight him seriously, but he was punched in the face before he could finish his sentence. He tumbled to the ground, looking utterly pathetic. A young man was using his own power to defeat the horde of zombies. A massive explosion erupted in the middle of the zombie horde, sending them into chaos. It was Lin Zi Luo's doing. He raised his sword to the sky, a triumphant and cunning look on his face. A full circle slash combined with elemental power is the most perfect area of effect skill. So satisfying Lin Zi Luo's eyes were cold. With the fingers, he cast a spell, and the zombies were wiped out. Shiguang was horrified, his fearsome face covered in beads of sweat. He shouted at the person in front of him. Shiguang commanded, Ignore those small fries. Go kill number 523. Shi Hongli was the vice officer in charge of transport. His combat power second only to Shi Guang's. Hearing the order, he immediately complied. A stream of purple energy enveloped his mechanical arm. Shi Hongli was filled with excitement. I'll finally get a chance to taste this top-grade human. Lin Zi Luo had already noticed him. He shot him a glance, his face showing clear disdain as he thought, I just finished my warm-up, and you're here to serve yourself up on a platter. At that moment, a system panel appeared in mid-air, providing a brief introduction to Shi Hongli. Lin Zi Luo looked at the man before him, his mind filled with questions. This control panel already has an SSS rank probability, and this is just a squad leader. A blue light shone from his eyes as he analyzed the man from head to toe. Lin Zi Luo tightened his grip on his sword, a mechanical body with countless transformations. Can it compare to the Ring of Julie? You could say you've met the genuine article. Shi Hongli roared with a contemptuous tone. Rebel, I'll grant you a clean death, so at least your end will be meaningful. Lin Zi Luo scoffed, asking if they craved his body that much. At the same time, the two sides clashed fiercely, but Shi Hongli was clearly no match for him. His weapon was immediately damaged by Lin Zi Luo's sword. He trembled, unwilling to accept that he was about to lose. This is impossible. How can he have power equal to mine? Lin Zi Luo continued to attack Shi Hongli. Ignoring whatever the man was thinking, he gritted his teeth in fear. Just then, a warning sound snapped Shi Hongli back to reality. Opponent detected preparing to draw their sword. Please retract power immediately. Lin Zi Luo smirked contemptuously. You can retract your power, but it's a pity you won't be able to pull it back completely. The explosive dual slash was unleashed as he cut through the man. Shi Hongli was startled and looked at the blade in his hand. The same sound continued its warning, making him realize something as he yelled, This is bad. Shi Hongli couldn't react in time and could only scream helplessly. Lin Zi Luo's handsome face took on a somewhat terrifying expression. He created a large shield to protect himself from the explosion. The people standing around stared, wide-eyed in astonishment. Shi Hongli wasn't dead, but he was severely injured. He gritted his teeth, panting in anger. At that moment, the shield was cracked by a powerful force as Lin Zi Luo created an orb in the palm of his hand. Shi Hongli stammered in shock. What kind of high-tech is this? The object flew swiftly towards him, followed by Lin Zi Luo's words. That's a secret I can't tell. A blinding light enveloped the entire area. Shi Hongli was beaten to a pulp. With no strength left to resist, Lin Zi Luo leaped up, his eyes unwavering. Now then, let's see if you can still predict my actions. He swung his blade towards him, creating a beautiful sword arc that shot straight at Shi Hongli. He couldn't react in time and could only scream. The slash rushed towards him, glowing a fiery reddish-orange. The Julie slashing strike carried a terrifying power, stunning him and forcing him back several steps. After blocking the attack with his shield, he scoffed contemptuously. My turn. Shi Hongli suddenly froze as if he realized something. Why have I gotten slower? Lin Zi Luo raised something in his two hands, replying in a calm tone. You can't even take one full-powered hit from me. With that, he launched the two items forward. They flew in front of Shi Hongli, surprising him a little. Suddenly, the two stone-like objects began to glow, expanding and creating a magical field that immobilized him, leaving him to only scream in anger. Lin Zi Luo's eyes were cold as he raised his sword high, using his old move again, the Ninely Heavy Strike. The sword in Lin Zi Luo's hand emitted a brilliant light, a white glow that illuminated the entire area, and smoke and mist spread out from it. The dust and smoke made everyone cough uncontrollably. Shi Hongli looked utterly pathetic at this moment. Creating a shield to protect himself from the energy, he trembled, but still asked in a loud voice, Analyzed the probability of blocking this. A blow struck him right in the head, making him scream as the monocle on his eye turned to ash. Shi Hongli gritted his teeth in pain while the sword was raised high into the sky. His face unreadable. Lin Zi Luo's expression darkened, revealing a hint of danger. This move is my strongest single target skill. You should stop dreaming. He immediately swung several slashes toward him. Shi Hongli could only stand helplessly behind his shield, but the immense power caused it to crack. When the shield shattered, the wave of power flew straight at him. Shi Hongli let out a helpless, piercing scream. The people around were both astonished and terrified. Lin Zi Luo didn't care what they thought, and glanced at his control panel to check the items he had received. He was thrilled inside. It was a good omen. The first monster above level 50 had dropped a gold tier item. Without hesitation, Lin Zi Luo popped the items into his mouth. He looked at the wreckage in front of him and thought to himself, if they had actually rescued the hostages directly, this group wouldn't have ended up in such a disadvantageous position. Lin Zi Luo quickly rushed forward. His current state wasn't great and his skills were on cooldown, so he had to deal with these minions first. Seeing the person in front of him, a question popped into his head. Isn't this Shudunu? Lin Zi Luo's handsome face broke into a slight smile, his tone gentle.
It's been a while. I should probably say hello. Huh? Snapping out of his thoughts, Lin Zi Luo executed a beautiful sword stroke, ending Shidunu's life. His head fell to the ground, a look of surprise still in his eyes.
Lin Zi Luo greeted him. Hello there, long time no see. Shidunu's soul furiously cursed him out. Meanwhile, Hua Jingshen was still fighting Shi Guang, who shouted with clear anger. Damn you, humans! Aren't you all just a bunch of pigs? Shi Guang threw a flurry of punches at Hua Jingshen, but he dodged every single one, enraging Shi Guang, who started cursing wildly. Hua Jingshen spoke up. There's no need to go head-to-head with you right now. Better to save some energy. Shi Guang sneered, his tone laced with mockery. You think you can escape? This is the corpse city, not your pathetic little base. He continued to ramble on. Get ready to run, you wanted criminal. Suddenly, a flash of light caught his attention. In front of him was a military vehicle accompanied by soldiers. Shi Guang's heart pounded as he screamed. This is impossible. This is the corpse city. These useless fools. With a click, the door opened, and a figure gracefully stepped out, saying apologetically, Jingshen, I'm so sorry. A beautiful woman appeared. It was Wu Nanqing. We ran into a horde of zombies on the way, which made us late. Hua Jingshen replied softly, indicating no apology was needed. No worries. We still have the upper hand here. Wu Nanqing glided in front of Shi Guang, and wisps of white smoke appeared around her, covering her from head to toe. Next, Wu Nanqing's body was enveloped in a suit of jet black armor. Shi Guang shouted in disgust. Another human with a full mecha suit. What the hell do you people want? Wu Nanqing ignored his words and ordered her subordinates to provide support. They all quickly followed her command, her eyes turning sharp and cold, revealing a hint of hatred. A magic circle enveloped Wu Nanqing's hand, materializing a large, long weapon. Only then did she deign to look at him. Wu Nanqing replied, Obviously, I'm here to take your life. Wu Nanqing cracked the whip in her hand towards Shi Guang, its sharp tip flying at him and catching him off guard. With a loud smack, Shi Guang's face was distorted by the blow, and he roared in anger at them. You've got some nerve, you pig, daring to strike me with a whip. Hua Jingshen paid him no mind, rushing in with a punch. But Shi Guang blocked it with a shield. He thought to himself, this isn't good. Wu Nanqing and Hua Jingshen stood before Shi Guang, both nodding as if they understood each other's intentions. Jingshen struck from the right, then Nanqing punched from the left, leaving him no time to react. She then noticed the soldiers nearby, and seeing them, she was filled with surprise. What's going on? Didn't I tell you to provide support? Why are you back? The four of them looked dejected because all the zombies had already been eliminated, and there was nothing left for them to do, so they returned. Hearing this, Shiguang's face was a mask of disbelief, his jaw dropping. My assets, accumulated over so many years, are just gone like that. Hua Jingshen and Wu Nanqing glanced at each other, instantly understanding what the other was thinking. She channeled power into her whip, surrounding it with the blue aura of energy. Hua Jingshen also quickly unleashed his power. The whip in her hand shot towards him like a flash, with considerable force. Hua Jingshen followed up, firing a blast of energy from his palm, punched and kicked. Shiguang shrieked in sharp pain. Both powerful energy attacks hit him at the same time, leaving him unable to resist as he fell. Wu Nanqing seemed to realize something, and she looked up in horror. Above, Shiguang had been brutally slashed multiple times by Lin Zi Luo. Seeing him, a few soldiers began to complain. "Captain, it was him. By the time we arrived, he had already wiped out all the zombies over there." The two of them paused for a moment upon hearing this. Hua Xingchen emerged from his flag-adorned armor. He clasped his hands and thanked Lin Zi Luo. "You must be the one who was imprisoned by Shiguang in the vehicle behind us, right?" He turned to introduce him to Wu Nanqing with an admiring tone. "This is the high-level genius I mentioned in the intel. He single-handedly killed Shi Hongli."
Okay. She was a bit skeptical, hesitantly asking, "By yourself?" Hearing this, Lin Zi Luo replied nonchalantly, "Killing a mere Shuhongli is nothing worth mentioning." That's what he said on the outside.
But his thoughts revealed everything. This was a time to put on a bit of an act. Otherwise, how could they respect him? Hearing him speak as if it were a matter of course, a sense of admiration bloomed in Wu Nanqing's heart. Even for me, killing Shi Hongli would take some effort. Yet to him, it's not even worth mentioning. She turned to Hua Xingchen and said, "He was truly worth us taking action sooner. Otherwise, so many people would have died." Hua Xingchen wanted to discuss things further with Lin Zi Luo. "Brother, there are many things for us to talk about once we get out. This is not a good place for a conversation. We still have many missions to carry out." Lin Zi Luo nodded in agreement, letting the man continue to ramble on behind him. Hua Xingchen asked if he wanted to join them. Upon hearing the request, Lin Zi Luo paused. He glanced at them, smiled lightly, and replied, "We are all human, and humans should be on the same side." Behind him at that moment were Guitong and Dangok. Lin Zi Luo put his hands in his pockets and calmly stated his condition. "Of course I'll join you, but I have two brothers with me." Hua Xingchen immediately replied, "There's strength in numbers. We'd be happy to have you all join." A glowing red system panel appeared before him, congratulating him on joining the resistance army. Lin Zi Luo remarked to himself, "This main quest was quite simple. It came knocking right on my door." The panel displayed a series of notifications and quests. Lin Zi Luo wondered when the first mission would begin. Hua Xingchen spoke up, breaking the silence. "Brother, heck, in a moment. Let's go and destroy their energy base." He clenched his fist, which turned to ash. Seeing this, Lin Zi Luo just smiled faintly without a word. Hua Xingchen formally gave orders to his subordinates. "Squad 3, take the elevator to the central control room on the 3rd floor. Xiao Bei, you're in charge of opening all the prison cells and broadcasting the situation to all. Squads 1 and 2 are responsible for cleaning up the battlefield, finding more vehicles, and securing a power source. Squad 4, head to the energy storage room on the 20th floor and handle the emergency." After speaking, Hua Xingchen glanced at Lin Zi Luo's group. He looked at them with a compassionate gaze, thinking to himself, from birth until now, they have either been toiling away or serving as slaves to zombies. Perhaps they should rest first. Hua Xingchen became emotional, tears streaming down his face as he lamented. 200 years have passed, and humans have grown accustomed to being, but there will always be heroes who rise up to resist fate. For example, the three of you. Hearing this, Lin Zi Luo thought to himself, But among the three of us, I'm the only human. In the dark corridor, a group of people gathered and moved forward. Hua Xingchen stood before them, explaining the harsh reality to the crowd. His face lowered in sorrow as he said, "They enslave humans, committing crimes so numerous they cannot all be recorded." Hua Xingchen clenched his trembling hands as if to suppress his rage. Standing on a high platform, Hua Xingchen declared loudly, "Today, all of our units have joined forces to exterminate the zombies in this zombie city number 9 and to save everyone." Lin Zi Luo stood opposite Hua Xingchen, who then formally introduced himself. "My name is Hua Xingchen, and this is Wu Nanqing. We are both captains in the resistance army." He asked gently, "And you, sir, how should we address you?" Lin Zi Luo shook his hand and introduced himself in a calm tone. "I only had a serial number, but for the sake of conversation, I've temporarily given myself the name Lin Zi Luo."
Hearing his name, Wu Nanqing smiled and praised it as a good one. Hua Xingchen cheerfully placed a hand on his shoulder, saying enthusiastically, "Then I'll call you Brother Lin, since you've just been liberated. Do you have any questions about the current situation?"
"We will answer them for you." Lin Zi Luo didn't stand on ceremony and immediately asked, "Our position is city number 9, but what about the zombie territories? How many zombies control this place? And what is the current strength of our human forces?" Hearing the question, both Hua Xingchen and Wu Nanqing exchanged a worried glance, unsure how to answer. He dejectedly told him, "I won't hide it from you. Right now our entire city is zombie territory." He began to recount the old story. That year, a spaceship crashed on our King Star, and the impact from the crash directly destroyed 2/3 of the continent. Hua Xingchen laid out what the zombies had done. The remaining 1/3 of the area was completely dominated by them. The zombies built the Zombie Emperor City at the center, and at the same time, constructed 10 surrounding zombie cities, numbered sequentially. He continued to explain the function of these structures to Lin Zi Luo. Hua Xingchen expressed the hardships he and his comrades had faced. After hearing the entire story, Lin Zi Luo stroked his chin in deep thought. The humans on Tanmu Star at least had underground cities, for better or worse. As a result, under the Zombie King, humans don't even have a single city. Hua Tinten continued to explain. Because Zombie Emperor City is about to hold a celebration for the 200th anniversary of the zombie race's birth. This has caused their high-level combat forces to be scattered across 10 cities to collect tributes. Lin Zi Luo's brows furrowed. Even if humans united, they could only manage to sneak into 2 cities at this opportunity. The power gap was obvious at a glance. Seeing his expression, Wu Nanqing said with a forced smile, "But there's no need to rush. Haven't we already launched an operation this time?" Lin Zi Luo gave a slight smile and offered his own perspective. "I have a feeling the tables are about to turn. Captain Wu." Just then, a soldier came over to report to Hua Tintan. "Captain, the security measures on all floors have been disabled, but most of the humans have no will to resist. They're just hiding in their cells and refuse to come out." Hearing this, Hua Tintan ordered his team to pull out with a heavy expression. The military vehicles began to move one by one, his calm voice speaking steadily. "This time, after we've openly declared war on the zombies, these brave warriors who voluntarily joined us will be our best reserves." Wu Nanqing's face was filled with worry as she asked, "So we're just going to ignore the people who didn't agree to come with us?" Lin Zi Luo didn't look at them, instead resting his chin on his hand and gazing out the window as he cut in. "We should just focus on blowing up the energy source base." He then thought with annoyance, "This is the apocalypse. Stop trying to be a saint." Zombies lay scattered on the ground amidst a pile of rubble. Inside the vehicle, Wu Nanqing was driving with Hua Tintan in the passenger seat. Suddenly, she slammed on the gas, sending the car speeding forward. Just then, 2 patrol soldiers approached the vehicle, and he briefly explained to Lin Zi Luo, "Our assignments for this attack are crystal clear. Each team has its own job." Lin Zi Luo wondered, So what's the deal with the energy source base we're in charge of? Hoa Tin Tan quickly explained. Whether it's for electricity, laser weapons, or exoskeleton mechas, they all require the energy blocks they produce to function. Lin Zi Luo speculated that if they saved some, they could be used as a hidden reserve power source. According to Hoa Tin Than, 1 and number 10 are destroyed by them. The zombies' energy block production will fall by 30 to 40%. That's why this is the biggest prize of Hoa Tin Tan's operation. Lin Zi Luo thought to himself, so it seems these energy blocks are comparable to oil on Blue Star, a strategic resource. Just then, the system interface suddenly appeared before Lin Zi Luo. Detecting that the host is about to participate in the destruction of the energy source base, a special mission is being issued. Then, as the system began to explain the mission, he thought in surprise, last time I mentioned it would be better if it was changed from a random reward to an equipment set, and this time it really happened. Though that's not surprising anymore. As long as there's a reward, Lin Zi Luo is willing to do it. And any single piece of the elemental equipment set is definitely more valuable than the crappy gold grade gear that dropped from Shi Hong Li. While Lin Zi Luo was thinking, Hoa Tin Tan spoke up. Brother Lin, get ready. We're almost there. He wondered if he needed a standard laser weapon. Lin Zi Luo glanced at the blade by his side and smiled. No need. This is all I need. Hoa Tin Tan was stunned that someone would refuse a laser weapon for a mere blade. He trembled inwardly as he recalled, this long blade must be part of a legendary soul-bound exoskeleton mecha. Something one can only dream of finding. Finally, they arrived, and Wu Nanking slammed on the brakes. They stood before a large wall, thinking to themselves that they couldn't see what was happening inside. Just then, a team member approached from behind. Captain Wu, the commander told me to wait here and report the situation to you all. Wu Nanking was suspicious, not understanding what kind of unexpected situation this was. The team member explained. They underestimated the zombies' firepower and ran out of power. Wu Nanking yelled angrily. The city wall's defenses are still active. Are they waiting for reinforcements from Zombie Emperor City to wipe us all out in one go? I thought so. Hoa Tin Tan seriously asked about Captain Chin's situation. The team member replied, Captain Chin was out of options, so he told me to wait here for you. Wu Nanking frowned. Feeling like they were truly out of options. From the back, Lin Zi Luo coughed a few times, signaling that he wanted to say something. He offered to let his person handle it, but thought to himself, don't waste my time and delay my mission. Hearing that, Wu Nanking berated Lin Zi Luo. Can you just ignore the warnings and sneak in? Don't you know your limits? He simply affirmed his own capabilities. Yes. Which made Wu Nanking's face darken. She pointed upwards and stammered, Control! The central control room. As for Hoa Tin Tan, he still had some doubts about Lin Zi Luo's abilities. He seriously asked for the location. Wu Nanking was skeptical. Can your person even get in? Lin Zi Luo smiled smugly. My person is already in. To their surprise, they then realized Guitong had already gotten inside without them noticing. Lin Zi Luo crossed his arms and turned to the team member. So, can you tell me the location of the central control room now? The team member said that they knew everything very well. Seeing this, Hoa Tin Tan gestured for the man to go get the item immediately. Lin Zi Luo then started to head back to the car. Wu Nanking asked worriedly, how did that kid disappear so mysteriously? Hoa Tin Tan placed a comforting hand on her shoulder. She shook her head and composed herself. I was out of line, but we should prepare to head to the front lines first. A team member walked over and handed Lin Zi Luo a blueprint. He took it and examined it. It's best not to let any of the staff come here. I need absolute quiet. Then Lin Zi Luo stared intently at the blueprint for a moment, closed his eyes, and thought. Watch this closely. A mysterious dark figure was hiding in Lin Zi Luo's shadow. It turned out to be the ghost child, holding the blink flower, After equipping the skill, he leaped through the wall as smoothly as passing through water. He moved as fast as the wind, remaining undetected by the guards. The ghost child quickly ducked into a hidden corner. His eyes suddenly lit up. It turned out Lin Zi Luo was trying to link up with the ghost child's body. It was Lin Zi Luo's first time, so he wasn't used to this new body yet. Without a second thought, he controlled the ghost child to run to another spot. When a guard approached, he made the ghost child hide in the wall. He dashed to the door like a gust of wind. There were many guards here, but the ghost child's small body made it convenient to avoid detection. The ghost child quickly hid in a guard's shadow. Luckily, with so many guards around, the ghost child was able to jump from shadow to shadow several times. Then he suddenly noticed something. He put his hands on his hips, looked at the cityscape, and chuckled to himself. After just 1 month away, the capital's safe zone was already close to becoming a level 3 safe zone. Lin Zi Luo mentally pulled out his abacus, a wicked smile appearing on his face. So, when the safe zone reaches level 5, won't I be able to earn more merits then? Lin Zi Luo's group of 3 returned to his house to rest. Guitong stared covetously at the potion he was drinking. He smiled and said softly, Alright. The rest is all for you. Zilo took the last few sips and then handed the bottle to Guitong. Here, it's yours. Guitong took the bottle and began to drink. While he sat cross-legged on the bed to cultivate his energy, he thought to himself, I hope Demo and Shipo don't disappoint me. This is the only SSS rank enhancement potion I managed to squeeze out of those two. Suddenly, he collapsed onto the bed, to the astonishment of Guitong and Danyok. A satisfied expression appeared on Lin Zi Luo's face. A delayed effect is fine too. On the second day, Lin Zi Luo woke up with a throbbing headache. He looked down at his body and smiled. Not bad at all. Daimo and Shipo are worthy of some praise after all. He opened the system panel to check his basic attributes. All my stats increased by 10 points. He stood up, put on his cloak, and said in a deep voice,
Let's go. We're going to find Zhang Yuanzhong. He led Dangok and Guitong, thinking as he walked. I remember that around this time in my past life, the auction was about to start, just in time to make a huge profit.
In a spacious tea room, Lin Zi Luo sat leisurely with his legs crossed. Zhang Yuanzhong, sitting opposite him, hesitated before speaking. Lin Zi Luo raised an eyebrow. What is it? Are you asking about how I leveled up? Yuanzhong immediately nodded. Yes, I'm really curious. He simply replied with a cryptic question. You want to know? Zhang Yuanzhong eagerly leaned forward.
Are you willing to tell me? Zi Luo decisively held up 2 fingers. A fixed price of 200,000 gold coins. Hearing this, Zhang Yuanzhong choked and coughed several times. You can't be serious. After a month, you're still such a scammer.
He sighed and leaned his head back. Forget it. I don't have 200,000. What did you come to see me for? A glint appeared in Zi Luo's eyes. I came to you because I have something good for you. Of course. I immediately thought of you. Yuanzhong gave a wry smile. You said the same thing last time when you sold me the Earth Palace Kui Serpent for 500,000. Suddenly, Lin Zi Luo tossed a potion over to him. Take a look at this. Yuanzhong slowly examined it. An A-rank enhancement potion that can increase basic attributes. But then he immediately shouted in surprise. Are you giving me something this good? Just as Zhang Yuan... Lin Zi Luo smirked and thought to himself. Give you something good. You're overthinking it. I've drunk so much of this stuff, I'm sick of it. I'm just selling it for cash. Looking at the clueless Zhang Yuan, Zhuang fumbling around.
Aren't we friends when I get something good? I immediately think of you. Zhang Yuanzhong nervously fiddled with the vial in his hand. That's true. Equipment becomes obsolete, but basic attributes are permanent. With that, he slammed his hand on the table decisively. Alright, you must have a few more of these enhancement potions, right? I'll take them all. Turning to the side. The sight of countless boxes filled with enhancement potions stacked in piles left Zhang Yuanzhong stunned. His jaw dropped in shock at the enormous quantity.
The 3,000 bottles, in contrast to Zhang Yuan Zhong's shocked reaction, Lin Zi Luo calmly reminded him, "General Zhang, mind your image, swallow your drool." Zhang Yuanzhong's face darkened as he made a decision. "This is too much. I'll have to ask for instructions from the Prime Ministers." By the way, are all these enhancement potions the same, or are there different types?
They're different. The one I gave you is an A rank enhancement potion. I also have lower grade B rank and C rank potions. He pointed upwards, thought for a moment, and continued. Of course, there are even rarer ones.
I have a few S rank and gold rank enhancement potions as well. Zhang Yuanzhong was rendered speechless looking at Lin Zi Luo. Tisk. An idea came to him. Zhang Yuanzhong became a bit flustered. There are even higher grade ones, so you're planning to sell them, remaining perfectly calm? Lin Zi Luo said slowly. I really do have them, and of course I'll sell, as long as you can make an opening bid. Like a fish taking the bait. Zhang Yuanzhong immediately agreed. Convenient. Alright, wait for me a moment. I'll go find the chief right away. As he turned to leave, Zhang Yuanzhong thought to himself, worried that the treasury only had 500,000 gold coins? I wonder what price Lin Zi Luo wants. He pondered further. Please don't ask for an arm and a leg, making it impossible for us to buy. The scene changes to the chief's office, where the chief was laughing heartily, holding the enhancement serum in his hand. My attributes have increased. The effect is real. The old man beside him also praised it endlessly. It's really not bad. Buying this only has benefits and no drawbacks. The soldier in the helmet also chimed in. What are you still hesitating for? We should just buy it. As soon as he finished, Zhang Yuanzhong spoke in a serious tone. Chief, the main problem is that the kid hasn't named a price. I'm worried our treasury's reserves aren't enough. Listening to Zhang Yuanzhong's every word, the chief replied, Haggle with him, seeing the bewildered look on that fool Zhang's face. The chief continued as he turned and walked out the door, leaving Zhang Yuanzhong with a troubled expression. If we don't have enough money, can't we just collect more from the soldiers? As long as it increases our strength, money isn't an issue. In Zhang Yuanzhong's office, Lin Zi Luo was already waiting, and the chief called out loudly. Young friend Lin Zi Luo calmly greeted him. Hello, Chief? The chief sat down beside him, laughing as he probed. Ha! I wonder how many gold coins young friend Lin is planning to sell it for. He received a cheerful reply. One price, 3 million gold coins. As he answered, he thought to himself, I have to quote a bit higher, or they'll bargain me down to a fool's price. After hearing the price, the chief was a bit flustered. About that, young friend Lin, our current treasury doesn't have that many gold coins. Do you think you could give us a cheaper bulk price? Lin Zi Luo looked straight at him, insisting there is no other price. If you don't need it, I can only sell it to someone else. Playing on the chief's psychology, Lin Zi Luo pointed and continued to remind him, this is an exclusive treasure. The chief was in a difficult position due to his firm attitude. How about this? Lin Zi Luo immediately cut him off. Of course, I can sell you other things for a cheaper price. Lin Zi Luo led the chief to an item display area. Here, selling these for a bit cheaper, over 2 million shouldn't be too outrageous, right? The chief and his men had looks of surprise on their faces, holding the treasures in their hands,
and blurted out, This. We need to discuss it further. Lin Zi Luo replied triumphantly. Of course, I'll be waiting. At that moment, in the chief's office, Zhang Yuanzhong anxiously broke the awkward silence.
What's wrong, Chief? Not enough money. The chief grumbled. That damn profiteer. He quoted 3 million in one go. Why doesn't he just go rob a bank? Zhang chuckled nervously. So, do we still need it? The chief angrily shouted. What a stupid question. Of course we need it. He slammed his hand on the table and continued. Same old rules. Tell every soldier in the safe zone to turn in their gold coins. The contributed coins can be exchanged for contribution points, and then they can use those points to get this enhancement serum, boosting our combat power. Zhang Yuanzhong shot to his feet and saluted. Yes, sir. A moment later, in Zhang Yuanzhong's room, Lin Zi Luo excitedly looked at the large pile of gold coins displayed before him, picking one up with delight. Not bad. Not bad. Seeing gold coins always makes me happy. Beside him, the chief tried to negotiate. Young friend Lin, we also want to buy some equipment. A total of 5 million is really too much. Lin Zi Luo provocatively challenged him.
Chief, surely you don't want me to sell these items to someone else? Do you? Flustered, he quickly tried to justify himself. Shaking his head, no. I just mean, since we're old friends.
Could you give us a little discount? Hearing the chief's words, Lin Zi Luo considered it with a smile. What price does the chief think is appropriate? After a long consideration, the chief said loudly, including the supply scroll, 4 million. Is that okay? Lin Zi Luo smirked at his attitude and suddenly replied, Deal! This made the chief suspicious, thinking to himself, why do I feel like I just got played? Lin Zi Luo couldn't help but feel overjoyed looking at the gold coins in front of him, checking the transaction amount received in his account. Lin Zi Luo confirmed with peace of mind. All right. Turning his head, he waved goodbye to the chief, while that fool Zhang next to him remained unusually silent. As if to lighten the mood of the worried Zhang, Lin Zi Luo advised, Old Zhang, don't look so down. Isn't getting the enhancement fluid a good thing? Oh, right. Has the apocalypse game mentioned when the national auction will be held? As if a weight had been lifted from his chest, Zhang Yuanzhong continued.
That's right. In 5 days, the national auction dungeon will appear. At that time, people from every region in the country can enter.
We're preparing to check in with the local military district to see how they're doing. Having read Yuanzhong's mind, Lin Zi Luo thought to himself that this was just like in his memories. The next dungeon would start right after the auction. Waving goodbye, Lin Zi Luo said casually, Go strengthen your forces. You definitely won't lose out on this 4 million. We'll meet at the auction in 5 days. A few days later, a series of transactions took place. Starting with the Yun family, his account showed a deposit of 400,000 gold coins, then another 400,000 from the Yan family. Finally, at Yan's gathering point, the system recorded an additional 200,000. In the blink of an eye, Lin Zi Luo's account balance had soared to 5 million gold coins. Walking outside the safe zone, Lin Zi Luo shared his mood. Big dummy, ghost child, I feel amazing. I've never been this rich before. Meanwhile, Ghost Child and Big Dummy were just busy stuffing their faces. Turning his head, Lin Zi Luo asked smugly, You guys don't get it. Do you know how many chicken feet you can buy with 5 million gold coins? The question was met with only silence. Lin Zi Luo shouted, an uncountable amount, but was still met with dead silence. Suddenly, the figures of bloodthirsty zombies appeared behind him, but Lin Zi Luo was completely unaware. What's going on at 12 o'clock at the zombie assembly point? Lin Zi Luo was thrilled. Looking left and then right, he observed the chaotic scene of a massive horde of zombies advancing and exclaimed that the scale of the horde was not small. Lin Zi Luo laughed excitedly, and wondered if there were more than 5,000 of them. At the same time, the zombies swarmed forward. One was easily taken down by a kick from Big Dumbass. Ghost Child unleashed a special move, felling another zombie. It seemed they were getting tired of attacking individually. Lin Zi Luo lamented that killing them one by one was too much of a hassle. So first, he had to gather the zombies, using his power. Lin Zi Luo created a large speaker and said that after gathering the zombies, he would call the Killin to deal with them, and then leave 1 minute to collect the Killin scales. No sooner said than done. Lin Zi Luo flipped a switch, and the large speaker on his shoulder blared out the song. How lonely it is to be invincible. The music continued to echo through the dark, hazy night. How empty it is to be invincible, alone at the top. The zombies gradually started to notice the music. The cold wind blew relentlessly as the music continued to play. The music kept ringing out, Lin Zi Luo said with satisfaction. That should do it for now. He slammed his weapon, the Julie Suili, into the ground, causing the earth to crack. It created a fierce vortex right before the zombies' eyes. The ground broke into chunks, making the zombies stagger before they fell one by one into a deep pit, with a few climbing out. They surrounded him from behind, but Lin Zi Luo didn't flinch in the slightest. Holding his head high, Lin Zi Luo shouted, "Guardian Beast." In the quiet space, as he spoke, Lin Zi Luo placed a hand on his chest, and purple lightning flashed and erupted around him. "Come out, Killin." A powerful pillar of golden light struck down, and from the golden light emerged a massive creature with the head of a dragon and the body of a horse, growling with glowing eyes and sharp, menacing fangs. Calls. The chaotic scene was filled with golden lightning that shook the heavens and the earth. The world trembled amidst Lin Zi Luo's echoing voice. "Big brother Killin, it's me." The Killin looked down as if searching for someone and replied, "Who is it?" "Who calls me at this hour?" Lin Zi Luo frantically shouted. "Big brother Killin, help me. It's me. I'm surrounded by zombies." The Killin replied in surprise. "Oh, it's you, kid." The chaotic scene was interspersed with the joy and happiness of Lin Zi Luo's group. The Killin calmly continued, "That's not right. With just a few zombies like this. Last time you didn't even panic when facing over 10,000 of them," he'll say. The Killin looked up and let out a few growls, and a massive lightning storm struck down everywhere, with bolts of lightning piercing the ground where the zombies were swarming. Lin Zi Luo looked up at the Killin with delight and smiled. In response to Lin Zi Luo's anticipation, the Killin replied gently, All right. I have quite a bit of energy this time, so taking action will be much smoother." Suddenly, the Killin paused and wondered, "Wait, that's not right. Its tone a bit suspicious. This time you have supplied me with so much energy, yet you still need to call me." Lin Zi Luo chuckled, and before him appeared the status window of the golden purple thunder Saint Killin Phantom. He thought to himself in shock. "This is absurd. My level 43 self can see a level 58 status window, but I can't see the Killin's level." He was a bit confused. Just how strong is it? Lin Zi Luo seemed smug behind his mask. The Saint Killin silently assessed him. In just 2 months, his strength had multiplied several times. Truly a monster. No wonder this kid was chosen by both Chao and Fuxi.
It's just absurd. As if he's a young Keelan, the Saint Keelan, glowing high above, raised its voice. "Kid, if you dare call me just to be your muscle." Lin Zi Luo's eyes sparkled as he let out a coquettish, "Huh."
2 ghostly figures immediately appeared behind him, making the Saint Killin hesitate, thinking it couldn't afford to mess with him. Truly couldn't mess with him. The Saint Killin then spoke with a smug and showy tone. "From now on, don't come to me for every little thing, disturbing my sweet dreams, or I'll get mad." Lin Zi Luo used a flattering tone to steer the conversation. "Big brother Killin, I actually have a few questions for you." The Killin, pleased after a few words of flattery, said to ask away. He immediately spoke up. Didn't you give me a source of thunder? Big brother, I wanted to ask where you got it from. I snatched it. Of course. He rapidly fired another question after the St. Killian's answer. Where are the other source orbs? An image of the source orbs appeared as the Chilean spoke nonchalantly. I don't know. Ever since Fuxi disappeared, these orbs have become ownerless items. Ownership naturally goes to the one with the strength. After I snatched the Thunder Orb and achieved great mastery in my cultivation, I no longer needed it. I gave it to you because I saw you had Fuxi's inheritance. Lin Zi Luo lowered his voice suspiciously. Then where is the Wind Orb? Don't tell me it was also snatched by someone else. As he predicted, the St. Killian confirmed. That's right. It seems to have been taken by the Queen Yu. Ziluo was my source of thunder wasn't snatched from some doomsday game, was it? I'm not going to be targeted for revenge. Am I? He asked further. Then where are the Heaven Orb and the Earth Orb? The St. Killian changed the subject in its reply. I don't know. It seems even Fuxi couldn't control those two orbs. You should stop thinking about them. Lin Zi Luo didn't give up and patiently continued to question. What about the Mountain Orb and the Lake Orb? The Killian rolled its eyes and answered. The Mountain Orb was taken by the Bixi. As for the Lake Orb, I'm not sure. Many covet the Lake Orb. Lin Zi Luo sounded regretful and changed his tone to a wheedling one. Come on, big brother Killian. It's so rare for us to give me a little meeting gift. The St. Killian gathered its energy and interjected. Kid, don't think I don't know you're after my scales. I'm telling you, not a chance. The spirit phantom beast gradually faded away, vanished into thin air, leaving a final message. Oh right, Fu Hui gave the Azure Dragon a lot of good stuff. Said it was for the successor. You should go find the Azure Dragon and ask for it. Finally, the ghost child made it to the cave entrance. But fortunately, the soldiers were distracted by the battle at the main gate and didn't notice the ghost child's infiltration. Lin Zi Luo continued to control the ghost child's body to open a ventilation duct. He crawled through the vent with his small body. And finally, the ghost child reached a vent leading to another cavern. He put his hands together and used an ability to turn himself invisible. The ghost child closed his eyes, his mind seeing a clear map leading to the control room. But then he came to a room filled with a laser grid designed to detect humans. Fortunately, since the ghost child was a zombie, it wasn't detected. Lin Zi Luo felt that even in his past life, he couldn't have done what the ghost child was doing. At last, he had arrived. Through the ghost child, Lin Zi Luo saw a zombie sitting in front of a computer screen in the middle of the room. The computer screen displayed the words, "All systems operating normally." One zombie naively thought that nothing would go wrong. The other turned and replied, "This place has been running perfectly for over 10 years without a single error. How could something happen today?" A zombie sitting at the computer grumbled, "Times are different now." The pigmen dared to attack the energy base. "We have to stay on our toes." While that zombie was rambling on, "General Shuhai stationed us here because he values us. Why aren't you guys paying attention to me?" But this time, the zombie's words received no reply. Suddenly, the ghost child appeared from behind and held a knife to the zombie's throat, causing the terrified zombie to try and press the alarm button. But before he could, one slash from the ghost child sent his head flying off his neck. Then, the ghost child quickly put on a pair of gloves and decisively kicked the zombie off the chair. Next, the ghost child sat down and began typing skillfully. Back with Lin Zi Luo. His eyes suddenly widened in confusion. Then he wrote something on the blueprint in his hand. Lin Zi Luo got out of the car, handed the blueprint to a team member, and told him to find someone who knew how to operate. Then he also announced he was preparing for a breakthrough. Long sighed to himself, I'm completely clueless when it comes to this high-tech equipment. The other member spoke up.
It's only been 10 minutes since you gave me the design blueprint. Lin Zi Luo cut him off and said, "Go now." Very quickly, another person arrived along with Hua Jingshen and Wu Nanking.
Lin Zi Luo immediately handed the blueprint to that person. Take a look. Is this what the control panel looks like? The person took the blueprint and exclaimed happily, "This is definitely the control panel." That person quickly marked the different control buttons on the panel. At this point, Hua Jingshen suspected Lin Zi Luo had been infected by the zombie virus. Otherwise, how could he have such telepathic abilities? He felt a bit.
"You're finally here, old brother. Did you notice something was off?" He waved his hand and explained, "What telepathy? It's just an internal dialogue with them."
Hua Jingshen came up with his own explanation for Lin Zi Luo's abilities, concluding it was because he was a chosen one. He smiled faintly. "How on earth did you rationalize my abilities like that? Now let me find a way out." Hua Jingshen began to explain. After the virus containment unit was breached, everyone was infected, with the majority turning into zombies and a small portion becoming new humans. Every person's body underwent changes, gaining some special and unbelievable abilities, especially the chosen ones, who could even gain the recognition of an ultimate exoskeleton armor. Hua Jingshen pointed at Lin Zi Luo's blade as an example. He picked up the blade to examine it, thinking to himself, "It's so logical that even I believe the Julie ring is also a suitable part of an exoskeleton armor." Just then, the team member finished with the blueprint and handed it to Lin Zi Luo. He took it and quickly used his telepathy to inform his friends. Hua Jingshen and Wu Nanking said in unison, "Wait for us to finish transferring the mecha." Lin Zi Luo was intrigued by the mecha suit. If he had the chance, he definitely wanted to get it. After they finished transferring the mecha, Lin Zi Luo also closed his eyes. When he opened them, Lin Zi Luo had taken control of the ghost child's consciousness. Once all the sensor detection systems and high-voltage electrical systems were shut down, Hua Jingshen and Wu Nanking immediately took action. In the blink of an eye, the two of them scaled the towering wall, while the ghost child was still being skillfully controlled by Lin Zi Luo. All camera systems, the energy storage warehouse, the weapons depot, and the staff dormitories were all locked down under Lin Zi Luo's control. He closed the car door. Lin Zi Luo cleared the wall in 2 leaps and thought to himself, "It's finally time to lock the gates and slaughter the dogs." The Hai sat pensively before the model, then laughed loudly and ordered his subordinate, "Go get the energy core from my warehouse." The Hai then turned to the subordinate on his left and commanded, "Release them and attack. Don't worry about the losses, and don't bother asking me." He thought to himself, "With no witnesses left, the humans can take the blame." The subordinate seemed to notice something and quickly reported, "General Hai, it looks like the humans have retreated." He was startled to hear this. The Hai pondered, "So how am I supposed to settle this score now?" The system was now constantly issuing danger warnings, and he stared at the warning panel as the energy cage ominously closed. The Hai observed everything and wondered if the state of this wall meant their protective measures were down. The subordinate beside him exclaimed in a panic, "General, this is bad. The defense system has been shut down." He looked over and yelled, "The Van Hai, what's going on?" The Hai stood up and roared, "Shutting down the defense system at a time like this? You useless fools." Meanwhile, Guitong sat in the machine room, surrounded by scattered flesh and blood. The subordinate standing nearby trembled as he reported to Ti Hai, "General, the energy core warehouse has been sealed off. Many of our men are trapped inside, and now the energy core can't be moved." He looked worriedly at the situation, which was quickly becoming a dead end, and muttered, "The central control room must have fallen." But Ti Hai wouldn't allow everything to fall apart, so he quickly gave a clear order. "Ti Bak, you hold the line here. I'm going back to help protect the power source facility. I posted so many guards. How the hell did they sneak in?" He couldn't stop wondering. Elsewhere, a zombie spotted Lam Tulak sneaking in, and yelled, "Intruder! There's an intruder up ahead." He inwardly scoffed. Seeing that the man was alone and had no mecha, Tulak easily dodged and parried the shot. He quickly dashed forward, and with a few slashes of his sword, the zombie fell. "Ngu," Nam Tin spoke nervously. "Look, the energy generation device is right in front of us." Lam Tulak glanced at it and replied calmly. Their group quickly advanced some distance before a horde of zombies blocked their path. They all shouted one word in unison, "Kill," and immediately unleashed a barrage of bullets. Aiming at them, a moment later, black blood was everywhere, and zombie corpses lay like fallen wheat at her feet. Lam Tulak stood before a massive system and asked, "Is this the energy generation device?" Hua Tin Tun frowned, slowly taking out the blue cube. The man looked at it, a bit puzzled. "Elder Hoa, what kind of fuel does this energy generation device use? Why can't I see any?" He turned and slowly explained, "You just need to insert anything that can produce energy into this thing, and after extraction, you'll get the purest form of energy core." Lam Tulak looked at the system and thought to himself, "My storage space can probably hold it. Wouldn't that be like carrying a nuclear power plant around with him?" After a moment of thought, he turned and asked the man, "Wait, Elder Hoa, if that's the case, why don't we just move this device for human use?" Hua Tin Tan replied with a bitter smile. "But the zombies would have thought of that too. So each device is made to be immovable. We can only destroy it." Lam Tulak looked at the system with regret. The man regained his composure and reassured him. "However, the Huangtan has a factory that manufactures these things, so they can probably be moved before they're fully assembled." Hearing this, he rejoiced inwardly at the prospect of an infinite power source. A subordinate came in to report, "Captain, all the bombs have been planted. They will detonate at 15:30, the man announced tensely. "We have 30 minutes. Let's retreat." As everyone was leaving, Lam Tulak placed something inside those cubes, not wanting his trip here to be in vain. In the hallway, zombie corpses were strewn everywhere, and black blood pooled on the floor. Suddenly, they stopped in their tracks. "Maika!" He glanced around intently and confirmed to himself that there was an ambush. Ngunam Tin turned to Hua Tin Tun, confused, and asked, "How did you know?" He slowly explained to her, "3 of the laser guns held by these zombies are missing." Nam Tin grew worried upon hearing this. Lam Tulak glanced at Tin Tun, silently impressed. His observation and memory skills weren't bad, but he missed something. The face was slightly tilted to the right. The angle of the elbow was wider. This could only mean humans had dealt with this area and tried to restore the scene. He observed his surroundings and slowly analyzed the situation. A voice echoed from not far away. "I never expected this. Just taking a few extra weapons gave you away." As expected of the man acknowledged by the mecha, Li Hai arrived, accompanied by a group of zombies. A subordinate standing nearby whispered an explanation to Zilak. "Brother Lin, Shi Hai is one of the 12 great generals of the zombie army, and he's also the administrator of city number 9 and this base." He was a bit puzzled when he heard the words, "Great General." The man explained more concisely. Simply put, he's a zombie with a complete mecha, and one of the strongest fighters protecting the 11 cities. Lam Tulak quickly found Tihai interesting. He listened nonchalantly as Hua Tin Tan provided some background info, explaining that the physical makeup of humans and zombies last time, it took 3 mecha-equipped captains to fight a single zombie great general to a standstill. So be careful. The zombies suddenly charged forward, firing beams of green light. The group quickly scattered to dodge the laser beam. Wu Nanking landed lightly on a hallway, scanned her surroundings, and cursed under her breath. This path only has just over 10 minutes left. How are we supposed to get out of here? Damn it. The other zombies aimed their guns at the group and fired relentlessly, but they didn't last long before collapsing. A soldier, who had just been fighting a zombie, lost his footing while trying to dodge Shihai's continuous attacks. Hua Xingtian shouted in alarm, "Xiao Feng! Xiao Yang!" Shihai laughed with satisfaction and mocked him. "You're this angry just because I killed 2 of your subordinates. You all attacked my energy source facility, so you should face my wrath." He quickly spotted Lin Zi Luo, who was fighting nearby. He didn't hesitate to leap forward for a direct confrontation. Lin Zi Luo asked Shihai in annoyance, "You're not fighting him. You want to fight me." Just then, Wu Nanking managed to wrap her whip around Shihai's leg, and she yanked it hard, causing him to fall flat on his face. Hua Xingtian commanded loudly, "If we can't leave, then so be it. Hold Shihai back. Our lives will be a worthy sacrifice." Lin Zi Luo approached from behind. Hearing this, he didn't bother to speak, only thinking to himself, "Big brother, you might not want to live, but I still do." He frowned and advised the others, "If we get a chance, we can still get out if we deal with Shihai quickly." Hua Xingtian immediately gave Lin Zi Luo a judgmental look, thinking he must be hallucinating to suggest taking out a general-level zombie in just over 10 minutes. A subordinate rushed over and urgently reported, "This is bad. Zombies have appeared at the other end of the passage too." Lin Zi Luo didn't hesitate for a second and immediately dashed off, but not without giving instructions. Yeah.
Listen to me. Don't be afraid. Fight while retreating. The others were a bit stunned to see Zyle leave after giving such advice. At that moment, a zombie's claws lunged forward,
and Shihai frantically tore a living young man in 2. Immediately, Hua Xingtian and Wu Nanking attacked, providing cover for Zyle to escape easily. He wasn't just running, he was also fighting off the fire projectiles shot by the zombies. After a while, the scene was desolate, with zombie and human corpses scattered everywhere. Only 3 people remained, and Lin Zi Luo stood there. Over where Guitong was, his consciousness was being controlled by Lin Zi Luo, who was ordering him to open the main gate. He walked over, tossed the box to Wu Nanking, and said, "Sister Wu, you must use your vines to bind him." "It's our only chance." Wu Nanking immediately noticed something off. She raised her thorny whip and swung it powerfully at Shihai, creating an impact so forceful it sparked. Shihai's arm was instantly entangled by her thorny whip. Kit-kit-kit. Wu Nanking then leaped high into the air, swinging the whip so hard that his blood splattered everywhere. At this moment, Lin Zi Luo also raised his sword, looked towards Wu Nanking, and shouted, "Sister Wu, hold on a little longer." Restraining the zombie was making her extremely exhausted. Both Wu Nanking and Lin Zi Luo were still doing their best to take down this zombie. Suddenly, someone with quick footsteps approached, leaped high, and punched him hard in the stomach. Shihai looked down to see Hua Xingtian had landed a punch on him and gritted his teeth in fury. Hua Xingtian wasn't scared either. He simply gave him a sharp glare and followed up with another powerful kick. But something seemed to confuse him as he looked at Shihai. Meanwhile, Lin Zi Luo, watching the whole thing, struggled to hold back his laughter until his face turned red. It turned out that Hua Xingtian's punch and kick hadn't done any damage to Shihai at all. Immediately after, Lin Zi Luo's expression turned serious as he said, "That's enough." He silently ordered Guitong to close the door. Wu Nanking also glanced in that direction. Shihai turned his head halfway and smirked, trying to run. As soon as he spoke, 2 horns from his back flew out, blocking the doorway and preventing the door from closing. The 2 sharp, thorny horns stabbed into the ground in a cross shape, then began to continuously shoot glowing spikes towards Wu Nanking and Lin Zi Luo. She looked on tensely, raising a hand to shield her face, while he smoothly spun his sword in a circle, creating a vortex to block the spikes. Watching this, Hua Xingtian concluded that now was the time. As he got into an attack stance, the door behind him suddenly slammed shut with a loud bang, causing him to stop and turn around. Lin Zi looked at the closed door and said grimly, "The only way out now is to kill him." Hearing this, both Wu Nanking and Hua Xingtian tensed up, silently steeling their resolve. Shihai, surrounded by the three of them, heard this and scoffed. "Relying on just the two of you, and this little brat who doesn't even have a mecha." After a brief pause, he turned towards Lin Zi and continued, "You smell so delicious. It's a pity you won't be served on His Majesty's dining table." At that moment, the system panel for Shihai's skeletal mecha appeared in front of him. After reading it, he thought anxiously, "This talent attribute, if I didn't have my golden finger, I wouldn't even be able to see it. I have to end this fight quickly." Lin Zi analyzed, "I'm only level 43 right now, and in this dungeon, a single great general is already level 57. The gap is too wide." He concluded that a swift victory was necessary. Then, Zyle began to direct the other two. "Old brother Hua, you're on long-range attacks. Sister Wu, you're on support." He immediately gripped his weapon and charged towards Shihai, saying, "I'll tie him up with close combat." Shihai instantly raised his blade to block. He held his arms defensively in front of his chest, his gloomy eyes staring fiercely as he said, "You're overestimating yourself." He looked at the ghoul's blade and thought, "That sword is too long. If I face it head-on, I'll definitely be the first one to get hit." Before Zi Luo could even get his bearings, the ghoul's blade was already at his neck. But before it could strike, a green aura enveloped and controlled the weapon. Unable to control his own sword, Shuhai was thrown into a state of confusion and terror. "This is bad. I need to pull back my power first." Lin Zi Luo seized the opportunity and immediately swung his blade, slashing down hard on the ghoul. The sword sparked with brilliant golden lightning. The bolts continuously struck the ghoul, causing him to scream in agony in midair. Hua Jingshen seized this chance and immediately launched an attack towards Shihai. Having just endured a powerful blow from Lin Zi Luo, he hadn't even recovered when he saw another attack flying towards him. The three of them paused to observe the ghoul. After taking a series of hits, he finally realized they were humans who could use elements, and it was lucky he hadn't been careless. Yes. Lin Zi Luo looked at the scratches he had left on the ghoul's body and thought deeply. His defensive power is incredible, but he doesn't just rely on brute force to fight. He then looked straight into the ghoul's eyes and concluded, "It seems his fighting's..." Just then, something flashed by, catching Zi Luo's attention. It was the ghoul, screaming wildly as he charged forward with ferocious intent. He suddenly stopped, observing Wu Nanting, who was blocking his path. Immediately, the ghoul summoned something like a giant fly swatter and slammed it down on the ground. Lin Zi Luo instantly rushed towards Shihai, shouting, "Wind element, accelerate." Then, he raised his own massive sword and slashed powerfully at the ghoul's body. A glint in his eye, Lin Zi Luo raised his blade and charged straight at the creature. Then, he gathered all his strength behind the ghoul, preparing for a strike. Instantly, Zi Luo swung his blade with immense force, slashing into the ghoul's back and sending several parts flying off. At that moment, a sharp bone spike was also flying towards him. He simply grabbed it with a smirk. "You fell for it. Now die." The remaining bone spike on Shihai's body shot rapidly towards Zi Luo. His eyes cold, he used his shield to block the attack, causing the ghoul to think in a panic. "Why can't I break this defensive shield?" all of a sudden. At that moment, he also gripped his sword tightly, focusing on his opponent. Then, 9-Li slash, and severed the bone spike heading towards him. Shahai roared in anger, while he thought gleefully, "If you have a hard turtle shell, then I'll just rip off all your bone spikes until you're a legless turtle." Just then, Shahai was startled, realizing something was wrong. Lin Zi Luo suddenly released his grip on the bone spike, and then he leaped back to his teammate's position. Lin Zi Luo looked at the ghoul and said to Hua Jingshen and Wu Nanting, "With only one bone spike left, he's no longer a threat. Now we'll start attacking Shuhai's carapace, Hua Jingshin added. As long as you can hold Shuhai down, I'll burn him to a crisp. Hearing this, Wu Nanting immediately agreed. The ghoul spoke with arrogance.
You're the ones in a hurry. I just have to wake you out. Wait until your mecha armor runs out of energy. Zi Luo raised his sword into an attack stance, thinking,
Trying to cut your losses in front of me is impossible. Wu Nanting looked towards Shuhai and noticed something that surprised him. A small cube-shaped object was protruding from the ghoul's body. He held the cube in his hand, and it immediately caught Lin Zi Luo's attention as the system explained its function. Instantly, he created a dimensional space. A barrage of attacking spikes appeared. Just as Shuhai launched his bone fragment at him, the attacking spikes flew forward. The collision created a massive explosion in the air, surprising him. How does this guy know how to counter the explosion of my skeletal bombardment? Suddenly, the area around them was enveloped in a thick fog. Seeing this, the ghoul thought, a smoke generator? Shuhai's expression turned fierce, disdainful of this cheap trick. He smirked smugly and activated his infrared scanning function. Soon after, the clouds of smoke began to be blown away from him. Zi Luo watched the scene intently, glancing at the smoke drifting towards him with a faint smile. Immediately, he flew high into the air. At that moment, a yellow and green vortex appeared at the ghoul's feet, and at the same time, Wu Nanting's thorny vines whipped a powerful blow towards him. Seeing this, Shuhai immediately tried to dodge, but was held in place by the lightning at his feet. He trembled as he looked at them. This is bad. They must have a weapon that specializes in crowd control. But the pulling force of these vortexes isn't that strong. I found a way out. After a moment of thought, he finally found a means of escape. But before he could rejoice, the ghoul's entire body suddenly fell backward, tumbling into a pit billowing with smoke and blue lightning, making him tense up. How can this not be solid ground, Ace? Lin Zi Luo looked down at him with a smug expression. I used the smoke's vision obstructing effect to set up 2 traps behind you. One with water currents and one with lightning. Shuhai looked towards Hua Jingshin and thought. As expected, they came prepared. Immediately after, a huge stream of fire was shot out from Hua's phoenix flame. The energy blast slammed directly into Shuhai, sending him flying in agony. He quickly used his hands to shield his chest, thinking angrily, Impossible! I can't lose to you, pigs. Right after that, he raised his arm, shooting a small sharp spike towards Hua Tinthan. The spike immediately blocked the fire-spewing phoenix flame, much to his utter surprise. With its output blocked, the phoenix flame's power built up, swelling larger and larger while whining incessantly. Unable to take it, the phoenix flame officially broke down, causing his face to darken with worry. Immediately, streams of red energy slowly surrounded him, making Hua Tinthan stare nervously towards Tihai. He was using the flower bone's resentment. Seeing this look in his eyes sent Hua Tinthan into a state of fear, causing him to collapse. But just then, Lam Tulak appeared from behind, charging forward with his sword. Lam Tulak channeled his magic and swung his sword, slamming it powerfully into the ground. It created an immense wave of power. Meanwhile, he thought angrily, You dare approach me, you're asking to die. Tihai couldn't help but feel terrified watching him channel his magic. Afterwards, the power from Tulak's sword radiated a blue magical aura that grew larger and larger. Seeing this, he was terrified and shouted, What in the world is going on? He just looked at him coldly, using the 9-Li shattering strike. Lam Tulak glanced at him, thinking, So your turtle shell armor is just a piece of equipment. The power from his technique caused Tihai's body to transform, slowly cracking into pieces. He immediately rushed towards him, gritting his teeth and shouting, I can't die! Realizing he couldn't win, the corpse shrieked and begged, I can't die! I'll give you however many corpse coins you want. Just spare me. Tulak paid him no mind and immediately consumed a minor soul to increase his combat power. Li Hai watched his series of actions, but when he heard no reply, he fearfully continued to beg pathetically. I've been greedy for so many years. I can definitely satisfy you. Right after consuming the minor soul, Lam Tulak spoke with satisfaction. So this is what you look like without your turtle shell armor. As soon as he finished speaking, he swung his blade fiercely, creating terrifying pressure. Tulak's eyes were ice cold as he looked at the corpse. Then he flew forward and delivered a powerful slash, severing its head. Its body now slowly dissolved into a misty haze. Congratulations to player Nai Sei for killing the diamond level bossing, along with a series of items. In one hand, he was still gripping Tihai's head, thinking to himself, I finally killed that damn turtle. Amidst the misty smoke, he raised his trophy high and announced, Li Hai is dead. This place is about to explode. Let's go. Upon hearing this and seeing the scene before them, the two of them were completely astonished by Lam Tulak. This was the first Grand General of the Corpse Clan to die in battle against humans since its very beginning. Before he could even compose himself, Hua Tintan was handed the corpse's head. Suddenly, Lam Tulak hoisted both of them up and quickly ordered Guitong to open the door, then ran to get out of there. But just as he reached the door, he suddenly stopped. It turned out that outside, countless red laser beams were being aimed at them by a group of people. Tulak calmly channeled his magic and looked at the crowd before him. He smirked and thought, I can't let you guys stall for time. Seeing this, Hua Tintan thought, another exoskeleton, a top-tier piece of armor, immediately after before they could react. He quickly hoisted the other two and leaped up towards the opening. Guitong used a skill to pass through the barrier, looking at the empty space ahead. At that moment, from high above, Lam Tulak's group was leaping over the barrier to escape. After landing, he let go, causing the other two to tumble to the ground as he panted. We're finally out! Just as they escaped, the place suddenly erupted in a massive explosion. He looked at the scene of smoke and fire, thinking to himself, as expected of a laser bomb that requires a large amount of stored energy. If I get the chance, I should make some. Hua Tintan and Gu Nam Tin watched the explosion, so overjoyed that tears streamed down their faces. Hua Tintan rejoiced. The corpse is dead. The legend we've heard since we were born is finally over. Tulak, feeling joyful, he thought to himself, a legendary level treasure goblin. It's a good thing you guys didn't see the loot, or the server might have crashed. Meanwhile, in Corpse Emperor City, the Corpse Emperor gritted his teeth and said angrily, those sewer rats actually succeeded. What use are you all to me, a bunch of useless trash? As he was angrily berating them, one of them suddenly said in a panic, My king, this is not good. He ran quickly towards him to report. The sensor pearl for Grand General Tihai's skeletal mech armor has shattered. The Corpse Emperor screamed in disbelief. What is the meaning of this?
Why? He gritted his teeth, thinking to himself, my most loyal Grand General, overcome with rage. He clenched his fist, shattering the skull goblet in his hand into pieces. Afterwards,
the zombie emperor stood up and roared, I'll make these human pigs pay a blood debt with their own blood. Hunt them down to the last man. Hearing this, his subordinates below roared in unison to accept the order. The convoy of vehicles turned back. In a distinctive black vehicle was Lam Tulak. Uncle Bang, beside him, clasped his hands in thanks. Thanks to you, little brother Lam, we were not only able to complete the mission, but also kill Tihai. Lam Tulak only regretted that time was too tight. Otherwise, they could have had an easier time. Uncle Bang had to agree and said, Rest assured, when we return, You will definitely be handsomely rewarded for your great contribution. Meanwhile, Hua Tin Tun was endlessly praising Lam Tu Lak. Little brother Lam not only has all sorts of special abilities, a personal exoskeleton mech armor, and top-tier weapons, but he's also incredibly insightful. Wings that could fly. His words made Lin Zi Luo a bit embarrassed. Uncle Pang reminded Hua Tin Chen to be mindful of his image. While reaching out to take the wrapped head of the undead, Uncle Pang planned to keep the undead's head. He wanted to use it to boost the morale of the people in the camp. Lin Zi Luo indicated that he didn't mind, since the mecha's frame and the remaining Yang treasure were the real prizes. Looking over at Wunan King, he suddenly realized he couldn't keep fighting mechas with just his bare hands. So he wondered where people like Hua Tin Chen and Wunan King got their complete mecha suits. Uncle Pang began to reminisce. He recalled that time and said, "Actually, all the exoskeleton armors and complete mechas were retrieved from the Doomsday spaceship." Lin Zi Luo asked if he meant the one that had crashed. Uncle Pang confirmed that was the one, but explained that in reality, only the cargo bay containing the virus had been breached. The other sections were perfectly intact. Inside, there was still a lot of extremely advanced technology. Back then, everyone had salvaged what they could, and that technology was still being used to this day. Hearing this, Lin Zi Luo immediately asked, "Does that mean there's nothing good left inside?" Uncle Pang immediately shot back with an excited expression. "How could that be? There are at least 50 mechas still inside without a host." Upon hearing this, Lin Zi Luo let out a sly grin. If he could take all of them, wouldn't that be a massive score? Uncle Pang explained that the mechas are stored inside special chambers. The door to each chamber is a protective energy barrier, and to open it, one must pass a trial given by the mecha itself. Each mecha is surrounded by a unique aura. If a potential host is deemed worthy, that energy will envelop the chosen person. It's like a trial of worthiness. And once a mecha bonds with the host, it will never change. The trial is extremely personal, so Lin Zi Luo would have to face it alone. Wunan King also shared her own experience. "Initially, my trial was to kill a wild beast inside a cage. She recalled how she dealt with it, explaining that she kicked it right in its family jewels and passed the trial instantly." Uncle Pang added that the trial is always closely related to the mecha's abilities. He then recalled the image of Hua Tin Chen engulfed in a sea of flames, saying, "Tin Chen's Phoenix mecha required him to endure the simulated sensation of being burned alive for an entire day and night. Only by persevering through that did he gain its recognition." Lin Zi Luo remembered how he too had to fight and bleed to succeed in his thinking. Could any trial be harder than the 3 gates of the inheritance? He then asked Uncle Pang to take him to the Doomsday spaceship so he could get a mecha of his own. But Uncle Pang replied helplessly. "The Doomsday spaceship is surrounded by a protective energy shield that's impossible to break through." Lin Zi Luo immediately asked, "Then how did you all get inside?" "The energy shield around the ship only comes down when it completely depletes its power source," Uncle Pang said. "It takes a month to recharge, and that's the best window of opportunity to enter." Lin Zi Luo fell into deep thought, mulling over what he had just learned. However, he knew that players like him were always brought into a world's instance, right when major events were about to unfold. So he waited confidently, just as Lin Zi Luo predicted. After 3 seconds, Hua Tin Chen suddenly announced with great joy,
"Brother Lin, you're in luck. The energy shield will deactivate in 2 weeks." Lin Zi Luo grinned smugly, knowing that everything would go his way. 3 hours later, the convoy finally arrived at the camp.
As they walked, Uncle Pang explained, "To avoid any pursuers, we'll head to the main headquarters of the Rising Sun camp in a few days." Hearing this, Lin Zi Luo asked, "So the resistance is split into multiple camps?" Uncle Pang added that the other branch of the resistance, the Wild People camp, was responsible for attacking Zombie City number 10. Lin Zi Luo felt a bit wistful, wondering if humanity was truly so united internally. After they arrived, he began to look around and survey the area. Lin Zi Luo then told Uncle Pang he was going to take a little walk. The older man agreed, just reminding him not to stray too far. Lin Zi Luo then slipped away into a dark corner. Once he was sure no one was around, he took out the undead's mecha shell and used his fire element to incinerate it. After a moment, the young treasure appeared. Lin Zi Luo was extremely curious to see what he would get this time. Lin Zi Luo stared at the damaged mecha and couldn't help but fall into thought. A mecha. Huh. If I can't use it, then I'll just feed it to my 9-leaf pearl for energy. Can't let it go to waste. He took out a great sword to begin the conversion process, and the spirit pearl appeared in his hand. Immediately after, the pearl shot out a beam of light, absorbing the damaged mecha. Lin Zi Luo couldn't help but feel excited. One mecha suit is 1% of its progress. If I get all of them, I can max out the 9-leaf pearl. Wouldn't that make it a legendary grade weapon? I never even had a legendary grade weapon in my past life. A cunning smile spread across his face.
Even if I can't wear you, I'll absorb every last one of you. Zi Luo sat down and prepared to open his treasure chests. First, let's see what this young treasure holds. It's been a while, so let's hope for something good.
The sound of a system notification rang out. Lin Zi Luo opened several chests in a row, but he didn't seem to be getting the item he truly needed. Then, he quickly spotted a book in one of the chests. Lin Zi Luo clasped his hands together and couldn't help but pray, hoping it was a warrior skill book, which he was desperately lacking. He picked it up without looking inside, thinking this didn't look like a skill book. But right after that, the system notification chimed in again. Skill modification book, a diamond grade item. He couldn't help but feel a sense of relief. It was something even more valuable than a regular skill book. Lin Zi Luo began to weigh his options. Both of these moves were epic grade skills, so upgrading either one to diamond grade would be a huge benefit. He quickly pressed the modify button on the system panel. His cyclone slash was good for clearing out mobs, but his explosive dual slash had been overshadowed by the 9-li heavy slash. Turning it into more of a support skill, a long notification panel detailing the skill's features appeared in front of him. Lin Zi Luo let out a silent, satisfied smirk. Slashing the ground twice can now grant 2 stacks of the mark. Isn't that equivalent to an infinite attack buff? He had a dazed smile as he held a pair of pants. The loot wasn't too bad. This is the last item. Soon after, its stats were displayed, making Lin Zi Luo sigh in admiration at the 30% damage reduction. With a smile still on his face, he tossed the pants in his hand away. Even though it was trash gear, it was still decent, since the other parts of his body were already fully equipped with elemental gear. Lin Zi Luo's expression grew serious as he held the elemental necklace, followed by the elemental gauntlets. A smug smile spread across Lin Zi Luo's face as he saw the system notification. It certainly didn't disappoint. Immediately, he began to wonder, should I use my final golden hand draw or not? Let's do it. My luck is so good right now. The moment he used the golden hand, he drew an auto-loot card. Zi Luo jumped up in a fit of rage. Unbelievable. I can't believe I got auto-loot again. This won't do. Next time I have to save up for 2 draws at once. Otherwise I won't get a new common golden hand. Lin Zi Luo looked at his stat panel pensively. I still need to prioritize strength. He angrily turned and stormed out. Lin Zi Luo opened the door and entered the room. The people inside were happily enjoying their food and looked at him. Thank you. Brother Lin, it's only because of you that we get to eat such delicacies. Hearing this, Lin Zi Luo couldn't help but turn away. They were this happy over this kind of food. The people around him were incredibly excited and joyful. But Lin Zi Luo's face darkened in confusion as he stood there thinking. 200 years of civilization on the King Realm Star had been severed. My grandma would scoff at these simple smiles. He held a small book in his hand and made a decision thus. How can this be acceptable? Instantly, a large stack of books appeared in Lin Zi Luo's hands as he chuckled softly. I must give them some food for thought and increase my world influence. Once. Lin Zi Luo gave everyone the book, a treatise on freedom. They eagerly passed it around, but as they read, they seemed to grow restrained. Suddenly, one person initiated a shout, and everyone else joined in. We will bravely sacrifice our lives without regret to bring a new dawn to the king. Realm Lin. Zi Luo smiled faintly, his back turned to the passionate crowd. For a brighter tomorrow. We fight for a world of freedom. Everyone passed the book to one another. That evening, someone appeared outside his tent. Mr. Lin, there's a point in this book that I don't understand. Could you please enlighten me? Lin Zi Luo chuckled softly. It's all right. This is just a matter of defining freedom. But inwardly he thought, when I get back to the encampment, my world influence can't be allowed to increase too quickly. 4 days later, everyone woke up full of vitality. They walked and sang together, extremely happy. They patrolled the surroundings with great enthusiasm, but the scene before them instantly horrified them. A scene of total carnage lay before their eyes. Lin Zi Luo, watching from the vehicle, couldn't help but sigh. It seems the zombie army vented its fury here. As dusk fell, Uncle Pang began to explain to everyone. This place was once the World Federation headquarters. But unfortunately, the apocalypse came. He then pressed a switch. This air raid shelter was built before the apocalypse was. It's the only place the zombies haven't discovered yet. The cave door slowly opened, and Uncle Pang gestured, welcoming him. Welcome to the Rising Sun encampment, Mr. Lin. Watching Uncle Pang descend, Lin Zi Luo couldn't help but think. Compared to this, the people of Blue Star are much happier. At least they don't have to live underground. The man led the way, introducing the place as they went. He couldn't help but assess the situation. Mr. Lin, don't be discouraged. Although we lack many things, we have no less than 20 sets of mecha armor. He pouted, thinking. But one of their people could probably take on all three of us. As the group stepped inside, an anxious voice suddenly rang out from within. Thank heavens. Uncle Pang, we were worried sick about you. It's good that you're safe. Hearing this, he couldn't help but feel sad. But Xiaoxia's team didn't make it back. The other person quickly offered words of comfort as the two of them stepped forward to shake hands following Uncle Pang's introduction. This is the primary hero of this operation, Lin Zi Luo, and this is the leader of our Rising Sun encampment. Uncle Zhao spoke up from inside, trying to calm everyone. What's there to be sad about? Our operation this time was a success. The sacrifice of Xiaoxia's team was worth it. Hearing this, Lin Zi Luo also chimed in. That's right. A hero can be buried on any green hill. In this world, there's always hope. Zhou Yutian sighed with a smile and then gave an order. Uncle Zhao is right. A success like this is cause for celebration, not sorrow. Uncle Pang, make the announcement. Hearing this, Uncle Pang excitedly held up the wrapped zombie head. The zombie general Shihai has been killed by Mr. Lin. When everyone heard this, their spirits immediately lifted and they began to cheer. Lin Zi Luo, surrounded by everyone, gave a helpless chuckle. It was a small matter, not worth mentioning. Zhou Yitian stepped in to stop the crowd and lead him away. Our hero must be exhausted after such a long journey. Let me take you to your quarters first. He walked and gave Lin Zi Luo an overview of the place. Our place here is quite decent. We have beds, food to eat, and a large activity area. Lin Zi Luo looked around, assessing the place as he listened to the introduction. Of course, the main thing is freedom. No one forces you to work, and there's no strenuous labor. Zhou Yutian hesitated for a moment before speaking. The previous groups of newcomers were all extremely happy. Lin Zi Luo looked towards them and couldn't help but think. After all, they are people who deserve a good future and a happy life. After walking a short distance, he handed him over to Uncle Peng and instructed, "Uncle Peng, take Hero Lin to get some rest. We'll hold a meeting tonight." He turned to the group of people with bewildered expressions. "New brothers, follow me. I will distribute lodging and supplies to everyone." Right after that, Chu Yitian added a sentence that got everyone excited. "Brothers with good aptitude will also be assigned a partner." Lin Zi Luo watched them from a distance with a puzzled look. Is this really that exciting? Both Uncle Pang and Lin Zi Luo were speechless. He told Uncle Pang they should go directly to the meeting, thinking to himself, if not now, when would be a better time to boost my world influence? Uncle Pang asked curiously. "Mr. Lin, aren't you going to get a wife?" He replied that he hoped to respect the other person's free will, then thought to himself why everyone wanted to breed with him. This kind of distribution felt a bit coercive. On this point, Uncle Pang still respected everyone's free will. However, the children of outstanding parents would surely be outstanding. Lin Zi Luo gave a mysterious smile. "Practice what you preach, right?" Lin Zi Luo seemed to have realized something, thinking to himself,
"I'm willing to call you guys the #1 believers under Lin Zi Luo's banner." When he entered the conference room,
everyone greeted him warmly. 6 hours had passed, and Hua Xingchen was still sitting there, waiting for everyone to arrive. Xiao Ziqiang was one of the 10 people who owned a mecha at the Sunrise encampment, with a Trident-class mecha that could control water currents. Uncle Pang spoke up. It might just be a delay due to the sandstorm. Hua Xingchen hoped so too. Halfway through the meeting, Chu Yichen suddenly stood up to update everyone on the situation with their comrades. He pointed at the board and said, "This operation not only killed the corpse you see, but also brought back a large amount of resources." He continued to talk about battlefield tactics. Suddenly, Lin Zi Luo clapped once, drawing everyone's attention. He stood up and asked,
"I want to ask,
is the Corpse Clan's 200-year celebration held only in the Corpse Emperor City? After that, the two of them discussed which Corpse city was the weakest. Lin Zi Luo was afraid that if they attacked, reinforcements from the Corpse Emperor City would arrive quickly and wipe them all out. Chu Yitian sighed. "I'm afraid they can get here in under an hour." Lin Zi Luo slammed the table and shot up.
"Then today, I will teach everyone a military stratagem called Feint in the East, Attack in the West." After hearing this, everyone still didn't understand Lin Zi Luo's meaning. Someone in the meeting asked.
Lin Zi Luo explained that they needed to wear down the enemy. He continued to elaborate. "Corpse City number 8 is heavily defended, but what if we attack the distant Corpse City number 5? Chu Yichen was worried because the red-eyed slaughter reinforcements were also heading to attack Corpse City number 5. Lin Zi Luo wanted to use 40,000 new recruits as a diversion. He only needed them to know how to run. Then his main force would attack Corpse Cities number 8 and 6. As a contingency for failure, Lin Zi Luo proposed a decapitation plan, and Hua Xingchen was the first to agree. Lin Zi Luo was fired up. Furthermore, we must also grasp the intricate details of the battle. For example, how should the diversionary force stall for time? And how should the main force attack? This is the art of war summarized by Lin Zi Luo's Dragon Kingdom. Lin Zi Luo then brought up another military stratagem called Deceive the Heavens to cross the sea. After speaking, he clapped his hands together and wanted everyone to understand 16 words. Lin Zi Luo said loudly, "That is, the enemy
camps, we harass. The enemy tires, we attack. The enemy retreats, we pursue." After hearing this, someone in the meeting tremblingly raised their hand to ask why Lin Zi Luo hadn't detailed the decapitation operation. Lin Zi Luo smiled.
"Because I plan to lead the team myself." Hearing his answer, everyone felt relieved, and no one spoke up again. Lin Zi Luo said seriously, "I have finished presenting my plan. Who approves, and who objects?" In the end, Lin Zi Luo received everyone's approval. Chu Yitian began preparations. He would send someone to inform the Nightfall encampment. Starting with company number 1, they would be in charge. Zi Luo marveled to himself. Truly worthy of being the chosen of Tianquan, the highest peak is far beyond them. Just as Lin Zi Luo was feeling smug, thinking this mysterious Eastern wisdom would surely blow their minds, he received a counterattack horn mission from the system. After that, the system began to explain the mission. The system detected that he was about to enter the corpse Emperor City to cause trouble, so it specially sent a fish in troubled waters mission. The system continued to introduce this mission, making Lin Zi Luo want to accept all of them. Chu Yitian felt worried for him because the corpse Emperor City had facilities like CCTV and thermal imaging systems, making it very difficult to sneak in. Lin Zi Luo promised he would find a way to infiltrate. Chu Yitian quickly clarified. You misunderstood me. We have a few invisibility suits from a prehistoric civilization. They might be useful for you during the operation. Hearing Chu Yitian's words, Lin Zi Luo felt intrigued. He knew right away it was good stuff and immediately agreed, but it required the encampment commander's approval. Chu Yitian asked. You want to be a squad leader? Lin Zi Luo replied nonchalantly. My 2 brothers and I can form a team. We don't need any other personnel. Chu Yitian continued. You've misunderstood. The squad leader met with a mishap, so I intend to have you take over as the company commander of Company 5. Originally, so he reluctantly accepted the position of company commander. He figured this would probably fulfill the mission requirements. But elsewhere, Washington was silently fuming. A company commander was second only to the encampment commander. Chu Yitian immediately took out a card and handed it to Lin Zi Luo. Then he hurried away. Lin Zi Luo smiled. Commander Chu, hold on, if you have other good stuff. I'm not a picky eater. The system appeared again and gave Lam Tulak the mission to become the squadron leader, which made him smirk. This mission is just like the City Lord mission on Than Mao's star. I can use my old tricks. A moment later, at the 5th Squadron's assembly point, Lam Tulak declared, I believe that only by following the advanced ideas of Mr. D and Mr. Sai can we take the next step forward. While everyone was praising Lam Tulak, he thought to himself, when it comes to ideology, I've pretty much gathered the best of the best. Elsewhere, another group was hatching a plan to eliminate Lam Tulak. He suddenly turned to look behind him, seeing a few weapons aimed at him. One of the group members spoke up. A guy with no mecha is worthy of being the squadron leader. Lam Tulak was too disdainful to even respond. From behind, Ghost Eye and Big Dummy wiped them all out. Witnessing the scene before them left everyone astonished. Lam Tulak stated firmly, if anyone else tries to sabotage the united front against the zombies, they will be killed without mercy. The whole squad shouted in unison. The captain is mighty. Well said, fighting zombies is the top priority. Those selfish fools deserved a fate worse than death. Afterward, Lam Tulak urged everyone to hurry up and train to fight off the zombies. Watching them train, he thought, just another dozen or so cubic meters, and my experience bar will be full. A squad member came over to relay an order for Lam Tulak to go to the conference room. He wondered to himself, are they preparing to make a move? Chu Yitian arrived with an invisibility cloak and told him to take good care of it. Lam Tulak quickly went back to prepare. Chu Yitian informed him that he had found the guide Lam Tulak needed. He then told the person to wait for him at the door in half an hour. Chu Yitian sighed. If something happens to you, what will I do? Here's the accompanying invisibility cloak, a scent masking device, and an architectural map of Shihuang City. Lam Tulak promised himself he would take very good care of these items. Okay. Then he tossed 2 invisibility cloaks to Ghost Eye and Big Dummy. Finally, the 3 of them put on the cloaks and headed to Shihuang City together. Lam Tulak pushed open the door in front of him, about to leave. Suddenly, A voice called out from behind. He was a bit surprised to see the person who arrived, because that kid actually had an epic grade talent for reducing his presence. The boy walked closer and introduced himself. I'm Dai Cheng. Lam Tulak smiled and told him he just needed to be guided near the guard post. Dai Cheng happily agreed. Lam Tulak grew thoughtful, thinking about killing the great general.
Of the corpse tribe would be helpful, but the kid had no stealth abilities whatsoever. After presenting their identification to the formation array, a very long staircase leading outside appeared.
Lam Tulak had the highest power level, so he volunteered to lead the way, signaling the others once he confirmed it was safe. He summoned a small exquisite purple square box. Pulled. The metal basin flew out, and
Very short time, it transformed into a large vehicle. Seeing this, Lam Tulak thought,
Little Five holds this core technology. No wonder he can act so brazenly. They quickly got into the vehicle, and the ride started up. It tore down the main road. A stray member of the corpse tribe was walking and singing aimlessly, completely unaware of the vehicle hurtling toward it at an unbelievable speed. It skipped and sang on the road as casually as ever. By the time it realized something was wrong, a huge gust of wind blew past, and the corpse tribe member spat out a mouthful of blood and died. They retracted the vehicle when they reached a large meadow, and Dai Zhengqing told everyone to follow him, because the vehicle could go no further. After just a short while, Lam Tulak was left speechless by Dai Zhengqing's snail's pace, and suggested that Big Dummy carry him, as he expected. Even while carrying a person on his back, Big Dummy's travel speed wasn't much slower than a car. By nightfall, the group had reached the designated location. Dai Zhengqing whispered that they couldn't go any further, or they would be discovered. Lam Tulak also asked in a low voice, Do you know their shift change times? Upon hearing the question, Dai Zhengqing diligently told him everything he knew, but he couldn't guarantee its accuracy. Because the information was from 6 months ago, Lam Tulak said he understood and told him to head back, silently praising the kid for his excellent work. Dai Zhengqing didn't linger and turned to leave, only leaving behind a reminder that the operation was for tomorrow at 2 p.m. After he left, Lam Tulak took out a disguise mask, aiming it towards the corpse tribe member in the distance for the item to lock onto its target. Next, Lam Tulak pressed it onto his face. A layer of deep blue light immediately appeared, swirling continuously over his face. Lam Tulak took out a mirror and saw that he had turned into Vonderm, so he knew it had succeeded, because the image in the mirror would be how he appeared to the zombies. Looking over at Ghost Eye and Big Dummy, he had to adjust their appearances as well. Their looks were now fine, but there was another problem. Lam Tulak wondered how to solve the issue of their identities. Just then, a car horn blared, sparking an idea in his mind. Lam Tulak thought happily. Talk about perfect timing. Inside the city gate, 2 corpse tribe members were talking about a cargo issue. After confirming there were no living things in the vehicle, it was allowed to pass. The corpse tribe driver didn't show it. The gatekeeper was no different. He was inwardly annoyed and swore he'd make that driver pay next time. As the corpse tribe member's figure grew smaller in the rearview mirror, a knife emerged from the shadows. It was pressed against the driving corpse tribe member's throat. His blood-red eyes widened in disbelief. Lam Tulak tightened his grip on the dagger and looked at the creature before him, smirking inwardly because he now had an identity. Lam Tulak looked at the barrier before him with some contempt. For a high-tech planet, their defensive measures were so simple. Suddenly, several steel pipes appeared on both sides of the city wall. They all aimed at the city gate and fired beams of light pulsing with a dangerous aura, making Lin Zi Luo silently take back his earlier thoughts. A member of the zombie clan spoke up to confirm the cargo, pulling Lin Zi Luo back to reality. For the sake of the mission, he played his part perfectly, introducing the products. Thanks to Lin Zi Luo's flattery and promises of benefits, the zombies didn't give him a hard time. And now, Lin Zi Luo and the Ghost Child's group passed through with ease. As he slowly drove along the road, a system notification for unlocking a super difficult dungeon sounded in his head. Lin Zi Luo looked at the bonus points and was overjoyed. The vehicle slowly rolled up to a place called the Human Flesh Market, seeing naked humans locked in cages like animals. Lin Zi Luo's heart sank. To witness an entire race reduced to food. Is this what it comes to? He stroked his chin, thinking idly that perhaps only by witnessing the horrific deaths of their own people could their fear and courage be ignited. As Lin Zi Luo took out a pen and paper to jot down the market's location, he also began formulating a plan in his mind. Then he drove off again, with the assembly hall as his next target. After a long drive, Lin Zi Luo stopped the car. He stared at the bizarre statue in the plaza, slightly surprised to see that the strange object was a statue of the zombie emperor. He didn't have long to be dazed before a zombie instructed him to follow its directions during the cargo check. The zombie urged him to hurry and asked for his name so he could recommend him for an official position. Lin Zi Luo gave his name as Shilei, which startled the zombie, who wondered why he was a mere cargo driver. Lin Zi Luo cursed under his breath, because he'd forgotten that in the zombie clan, only high-level zombies had 2 character names. Fortunately, the zombie rationalized it on its own, assuming Lin Zi Luo had some sensitive matter to discuss with the zombie emperor. Lin Zi Luo quickly played along. He knew he got through so easily due to the zombie clan's inherent worship of the zombie emperor, a trait carried in their blood. The zombie then pointed towards Big Dummy and Ghost Child, asking if they were also with him. Lin Zi Luo smiled obsequiously and said they were both his friends. They had come to Zombie City this time to experience life. The zombie's tone suddenly shifted. In that case, there's no transport assistance payment. Deposit it into your sub-branch account. Lin Zi Luo started to sweat as he looked at the now suspicious zombie, sighing internally because he had no intel on this procedure. Fortunately, the zombie wasn't planning to make things difficult. I forgot you come from a small town. This is new tech from the zombie emperor's city, so I'll just give you zombie coins. Lin Zi Luo felt like he'd just dodged a bullet and thanked it profusely. After leaving the warehouse, Lin Zi Luo and the Ghost Child's group decided to split up because time was short. Lin Zi Luo stopped by a stall, letting on that it was his first time in the Imperial City and he was a bit lost. The zombie vendor was quite friendly and said to just ask if he had any questions. This was the opening Lin Zi Luo was waiting for, so he asked if there were any fun places in the city. The zombie suggested a restaurant, but Lin Zi Luo waved it off, saying he was. The vendor hesitated, claiming it couldn't think of anything right away, which made Lin Zi Luo curse its cautiousness internally, though he remained perfectly polite on the outside. Perhaps swayed by Lin Zi Luo's earnest demeanor, it pondered for a moment before saying, "Well, it's not that there's nothing, but you might not like it." Lin Zi Luo acted nonchalant, saying he would enjoy anything as long as it was fun. The vendor stuck a few skewers of human eyeballs on the counter. Ever heard of the black market? It's where you find certain goods that aren't convenient to trade openly. They even have human death matches, it explained to Lin Zi Luo. Trying to contain his excitement, he had finally obtained the key information, but he still had to feign indifference, offering only a grunt in response. Lin Zi Luo stood in a massive hall to purchase an entry pass to the black market. The seller left the counter, told Lin Zi Luo to follow, and walked off without looking back. Arriving at a door, the man spoke again, telling him to put on a mask. Lin Zi Luo complied without a word, following the person ahead of him into the black market. He handed the gatekeeper a large bag of corpse currency. He thought to himself that it was a good thing it was corpse currency. Otherwise, he couldn't have parted with it. Watching the horde of zombies surround the fighting ring, to see humans kill each other, while eating food made from human flesh, made Lin Zi Luo sigh. The Corpse Clan really knows how to live it up. His train of thought was cut short by someone's arrival, seeing a young man full of hostile energy step out. Lin Zi Luo knew he had found the final piece of the puzzle. A group of zombies was gathered in front of a stall, eating human flesh. The owner, with a terrible attitude, shooed them away, telling them to scram. They didn't show any respect and argued back. The Corpse Emperor said human flesh is free all day. The zombies said the grand ceremony was about to start and ran off. Hearing this, the rest of them forgot all about eating and followed suit. At 2 in the afternoon in the central stadium of the Imperial City, all the seats were filled. The clamor was silenced when a welcoming voice echoed. A projection of the Corpse Emperor appeared in the sky, slowly delivering a formal welcome speech under his guidance. The Corpse Clan gradually became ecstatic, roaring in response. He looked down upon his people from above and announced, "This time, all qualified subjects may follow me to the central mothership." His words quickly caused a stir among the crowd. They couldn't believe their good fortune. But just then, a zombie stepped forward to report that city number 5 was being attacked by humans, which enraged the Corpse Emperor, Corpse Sheng. The Lord of City number 5 shot up from his seat in fury, then knelt to request permission to lead reinforcements. Lin Zi Luo sat quietly in a corner of the stadium and smirked, because he knew the show was just getting started. His hand in his pocket pressed a switch, and the statue of the Corpse Emperor above the stands lit up in response. Following a loud explosion, the statue was torn to shreds, looking absolutely pathetic. A nearby zombie activated its defensive skill to block the super flash projectiles from the explosion. From the broken pieces, a liquid flowed out, carrying the foul stench of human waste. The zombie clan was so furious they could barely breathe. Then another anomaly occurred as a series of curses aimed at the zombie emperor boomed at maximum volume, followed by an explosion that formed a mocking shape and insulting words in the sky of the grand ceremony. Inside the palace, the zombie emperor, his face red with rage, sat on his throne and yelled at his underlings to find the culprit, somewhere in the Imperial City. Lin Zi Luo laughed awkwardly and pushed the blame onto Shi Luo. Over in the black market, the young man Lin Zi Luo met in the fighting ring last night also sensed the disturbance. He gritted his teeth as if making a firm decision. "Brothers, although this mission is almost certain death, we must charge forward with all our might to seize this chance for freedom." As he spoke, he pushed open the arena door, leading a group of people towards the light. They looted weapons from the unconscious zombies, and the whole group made a run for it. Only then was the young man sure he hadn't been tricked. Soon, they reached the exit, only to see a single zombie standing guard there. It reacted extremely fast, pointing its gun at them and pulling the trigger. But unfortunately for it, Lin Zi Luo had already swiped the power pack, so it posed no threat at all. The escapees seized the opportunity and opened fire. In just a second, the zombie guard was riddled with bullets. The young man in the lead took out the map, explaining that a mysterious person had given it to him. He ordered everyone to split into teams and head to the human flesh market to rescue their compatriots. They arrived quickly. The people locked in cages were overjoyed to see them, their eyes welling up with tears. He looked at the fully armed zombies on the other side of the warehouse, feeling a bit tense. But even so, he still swung his fist and shattered the lock on the iron cage. "Hurry and rescue them. This is our only chance." Although the young man had a stern expression, it was actually the first time in many years that he had felt a glimmer of hope. The prisoners from the human flesh market poured out of the warehouse. Lin Zi Luo, mixed in with the crowd, sneered inwardly, thinking it would take a long time to gun down 100,000 slaves. "So what will you do?" Lin Zi Luo sent out a strand of his consciousness to control the ghost eye. He pressed the switch, and a deafening explosion erupted. Inside the palace, The zombie emperor shrieked with rage, his eyes wide as he called out Zombie Ghost's name and yelled, "Why is the power facility also having problems?" Zombie Ghost's head was covered in sweat, saying he and Zombie Devil would go check on it immediately. The zombie emperor then called on the 4 zombie generals, ordering them to suppress the rioting humans. They, of course, respectfully obeyed. The rest were ordered back to the city under his command. Finally, the zombie emperor's anger subsided a bit and he calmed down. He frowned and gritted his teeth, thinking, "There's no end to this, is there?" One of them, displeased, volunteered to go on patrol. The emperor agreed, ordering him to find the mastermind. He wanted the person responsible to suffer the most terrifying torture. Meanwhile, Lin Zi Luo sneered as everything went according to his plan. It wasn't clear who was the hunter and who was the prey. As long as he killed them all, no one would ever know he had snuck in. Zombie Leopard heard a subordinate report. He knew this human could not be underestimated and activated his mecha. He jumped into the control room, kicking away a subordinate who was intently monitoring the panoramic view and thoughtfully stared at the screen. Then, Zombie Leopard pressed a switch, causing the system to play a welcome sound. A secret door slowly rolled up, revealing a figure already waiting on the other side. From the aura and the weapon, Zombie Leopard quickly determined it was a human. Lin Zi Luo was also assessing Zombie Leopard's stats. After confirming his opponent was an agility-type warrior, his confidence grew. Outside, Zombie Leopard nonchalantly asked if Lin Zi Luo was the one causing all the chaos. Inwardly, however, he was extremely cautious, seeing that the man hadn't summoned a mecha. Lin Zi Luo thought to himself, "The zombies in this instant's dungeon are so annoying," then leaped up and swung his sword, deciding to strike first to gain the upper hand. Perhaps it was Zombie Leopard's first time meeting someone so unreasonable, because he failed to react in time and raised his hand to block. The mecha's hand cracked instantly, but it wasn't a major issue, as it recovered to its original state in the blink of an eye. By now, he had regained his composure and launched a counterattack with his ultimate skill, Agony Claw Strike. Unfortunately, his skill hit nothing but air, as Lin Zi Luo had anticipated his attempt to grab him as he retracted his sword. Zombie Leopard continuously used several skills, but all were repelled by Lin Zi Luo's flames. Hot. He looked at his smoking mecha in confusion. He can manipulate elements without relying on a mecha. "You're the chosen one of the human race. In that case, I must kill you at all costs." Zombie Leopard crouched down, preparing for a full power attack. A streak of light appeared as Zombie Leopard reached an unparalleled speed, but as he got within inches of Lin Zi Luo, the man didn't even flinch, making Zombie Leopard's heart pound as he wondered, could it be an ambush? In reality, he was just overthinking it, because Lin Zi Luo only needed to use 2 skills. Lin Zi Luo sneered disdainfully and offered an evaluation. "You're too slow." His longsword, blazing with brilliant flames, slashed into the mecha on Zombie Leopard's chest. The inertia sent him stumbling back a long way. Lin Zi Luo withdrew his sword, preparing for a new attack. "Remember the 2 surprise slashes I landed when you opened the door?" As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately unleashed his skill, Explosive Twin Slash, landing a perfect, direct hit on Zombie Leopard this time. Numerous signs of damage appeared on his mecha. He gritted his teeth, vowing to kill Lin Zi Luo once he got close. But Lin Zi Luo paid him no mind and casually, "Wait for me to cleanse the earth with bombs." Hey, ADP. A few blue orbs gathered into a massive ball of energy, gradually approaching Tibao. He knew it was bad just by looking at the aura of the attack. Unexpectedly, the orb dissipated before it could touch him, but it left a strange series of energies clinging to Tibao. At that moment, Lam Tulak flipped his hand to activate his elemental enhancement equipment. An explosion erupted from Tibao's body, drowning out his unwilling, tragic scream. The dust and smoke gradually cleared, revealing Tibao lying motionless on the ground. Lam Tulak jumped down from above.
He's finally dead. Let's see what kind of treasures he has. But Tibao, who seemed to be dead, suddenly opened his eyes. His face filled with a smug expression as if to say he was too naive.
He swung his arm, intending to assassinate the nearby Lam Tulak with a sharp iron blade. But would he let him succeed? He was one step faster, slashing down with his sword and causing Tibao to cough up blood instantly. He fell to the tile, his mouth still muttering in resentment. Lam Tulak gently pushed up his mask, the eyes hidden beneath revealing a look of contempt. Inside the palace, Tei Huang was listening to a subordinate's report that half of the rebelling humans had been suppressed, with an assurance that the rest could not escape. Hearing this, he coldly uttered a few contemptuous words. Just then, another zombie rushed in to announce that Tibao was outside. The moon was high in the sky, but a resounding shout, ordering people to Energy Facility Number 3, signaled that this would be a sleepless night. Returning to Lam Tulak, he was staring intently at the information for the Rockfall Collapse scroll, thinking that perhaps he didn't need to waste a diamond-grade scroll. After another moment of internal debate, Lam Tulak took out 10 soul beads and a mana potion from his storage space. He sat in the corner and consumed the entire pile of functional items within 2 minutes. After leveling up, a status interface appeared. This time, Lam Tulak decided to increase his spirit stat. And then came the most anticipated part. System, hurry up and draw the diamond-grade equipment. The screen in front of him displayed information for the Swift Flight boots. Lam Tulak realized this was speed-type equipment. He chuckled and commented, "If I use this, Newton would be angry enough to come back from the dead." Just then, a group of Corpse Clan warriors appeared outside. They were clamoring and arguing about what had happened to Tibao. While they were chattering away, a somewhat familiar suit of armor was suddenly thrown at them. When they got a clear look, they became even more horrified because it was none other than the great General Tibao. Not letting them stay surprised for long, a series of skills were unleashed at a speed they couldn't perceive. Lam Tulak clenched his fist, and a coincidental explosion erupted, blowing them to smithereens. Lam Tulak found Kui Dong and Dai Ngok enthusiastically killing zombies and said excitedly, "The objective is complete. Let's bounce." A few minutes later, among the group of people fleeing Corpse's city, Lam Tulak, Kui Dong, and Dai Ngok quietly disguised themselves and blended in. He looked at the young man he had chosen to lead the group. Feeling a bit smug about his good judgment, coincidentally, the young man turned his head back at that moment, his face full of hope as he pointed towards the city gate. "Brothers, we're almost there." As Lam Tulak was walking among the crowd, the system issued an escape supply. Lam Tulak looked at the mission panel with its attractive rewards and silently discarded his initial intention to ignore it. The group followed the map to a rather large hole and stopped. Someone recognized it as the drainage system and clutched their head in regret, because to escape from here, they had to pass through a factory full of zombie soldiers. Lam Tulak took this opportunity to walk over and say, "That's only half right. Actually, I can get everyone out as long as we fight through a short section of the path." The leading man saw him and joyfully called out, "Benefactor." Lam Tulak didn't respond but simply stretched out his hand towards the sewer and used the skill. A staircase leading down gradually appeared. "You and my 2 teammates take a group of people with good shooting skills to the front to support the team behind. The rest of you, follow me."
Lam Tulak led the way down into the sewer. The people above saw the scene below and hesitated. It was all filthy water, impossible to step into. How could such a trivial matter trouble Lam Tulak?
He gently raised his hand and the dirty water below quickly parted to reveal a small path. Seeing this, the group rejoiced and hailed him as a god. He continued to lead the group forward. Lam Tulak pointed at a wall and ordered everyone to shoot at it. He felt a bit frustrated because he didn't have earth manipulation abilities, which made things time-consuming. Lam Tulak stood outside watching, his group mind-numbingly shooting at the zombies. As he observed, he guessed their location had probably been exposed, so they needed to speed up. He timed his moment to act perfectly, not forgetting to remind everyone to get ready and to run a little faster once they were out. He glanced behind him and said coldly, "It's your own lives on the line." Water came rushing in, but he quickly manipulated his energy to make it split in two directions. Shamyepots. Lam Tulak was stunned by the terrifying consumption of his spiritual power and yelled at them to run faster. As the group ran with all their might, on the quiet river outside Corpse City, waves suddenly stirred as a large number of people emerged from under the water's surface. Meanwhile, Lam Tulak looked at the continuous notifications popping up from the system and felt as if his very soul was ascending. He felt stronger than ever before, all his fatigue turning to dust. But he still didn't hurry up and get out. Don't dawdle. On top of the city wall, the zombies were boredly staring at the sky when one of them suddenly noticed a large group of people running out from the river below and shouted in alarm. Warning, the defensive weapons activated immediately as energy guns on the city walls fired down, quickly and significantly reducing their numbers. The zombies weren't having an easy time either. Seeing such a large number of humans, they rushed to report to the zombie emperor in the palace. The zombie emperor ignored the suggestion to hunt them down and directly ordered the activation of the laser cannon, a super weapon from the central mothership. With no regard for energy consumption, an order given personally by the zombie emperor could not be changed. So a giant cannon barrel quickly appeared on the city wall. As it charged, the cannon's muzzle emitted a light as blinding as the midday sun. All anyone heard was an explosion. No one saw the projectile being fired. They only saw that a large section of the distant crowd had been obliterated into dust. Lin Zi Luo watched the death notifications pile up on his system screen. He thought irritably, "I'm saving you all, but who's going to make up for my lost experience points?" Lin Zi Luo resorted to his old trick, controlling the consciousness of Guitong near the city wall. He then moved its body forward to investigate what was happening. As it crawled to the base of the cannon, he overheard the zombies saying the energy was depleted. Another voice replied that the zombie emperor had personally ordered the mobilization of the entire city's power source. Guitong's body then erupted in flames. Lin Zi Luo smirked deviously to himself. "You guys are really going through a lot of trouble." The zombie emperor sat in his palace, observing the whole scene on a monitor. He cackled smugly, his face etched with satisfaction. "Those who dare to humiliate me must pay a painful price." A zombie came in to report that 5 battalions had been sent to the sewers to capture the humans. The zombie emperor didn't hesitate to praise him. Then, he bowed and reported, "The laser cannon has finished recharging and is ready to fire the 4th shot." Back on the battlefield, the zombie clansman pointed in a direction and gave the order to fire. But the immensely powerful laser cannon, which had been working perfectly, suddenly failed to fire. The zombies gathered around, whispering in confusion. The cannon, personally modified by their clan, had always been extremely stable. What was going on? One of them began to tremble as he mashed the keyboard frantically. "The great zombie. Emperor is watching. Try restarting it." In the midst of their panic, the screen suddenly went black. The cannon barrel started glowing again, throwing them into a panic. "Why is it charging? Didn't it just misfire?" Unfortunately, their desperate cries changed nothing. The cannon fired straight into their own city walls. Its immense power caused the towering wall to begin cracking. Falling debris crushed the zombies nearby. Guitong, still under Lin Zi Luo's control, remained unharmed in its position. Lin Zi Luo was completely bewildered, unaware that the system's operations had been altered. Leading to the stroke of dumb luck, the massive explosion sent the zombies on the wall flying. Guitong seized the opportunity to get close to the laser cannon and insert a different chip into its system, with enemy reinforcements yet to arrive. Lin Zi Luo shouted, "The firepower from above has weakened, so run now." The number of people escaping the zombie city was directly proportional to the system's reward notifications, causing his level to rise quickly. Lin Zi Luo had already foreseen this, so he wasn't surprised and immediately selected the physique attribute. Though he wasn't surprised, he still smugly praised himself as a genius for gaining 2 levels in a few hours. As Lin Zi Luo was concentrating on controlling the water flow, a person ran up to report. They can't hold on outside much longer. He thought to himself that this should be enough. There was no need to risk his life for more experience points. So he announced, "Everyone retreat within 10 minutes. Anyone left behind will have to fend for themselves." The man told Lin Zi Luo to be careful and then left with the crowd. Just then, Guitong also returned. With a horde of zombies hot on its tail, annoyed, Guitong turned around and casually used a skill, blowing its pursuers to bits. The big oaf on the other side was quick to shut the door. Lin Zi Luo waved at the two of them, telling them to go on ahead. He had one last surprise for their enemies. As Lin Zi Luo was focusing on compressing a mass of water, he heard a flurry of urgent footsteps behind him. Shi rushed in and, seeing the deserted area, grew enraged. "Damn it! They all got away again." Just then, Lin Zi Luo spoke up to remind him of his presence. "Aren't I still here?" Shi wasn't pleased to have caught someone. Instead, he became extremely cautious. "This is bad. It's probably a trap." Lin Zi Luo let out a mocking laugh. "Have some confidence. Drop that probably." With that, he released his hands. The compressed sphere of water was finally unleashed, surging out like a massive flood. Shi reflexively took to the air, but his underlings weren't so fortunate. They struggled beneath the torrent, crying out hoarsely for help. Lin Zi Luo emerged from the water, a pair of brilliant wings sprouting from his back. His expression was slightly displeased as he thought to himself. There were no less than 300,000 rebels, but now only 3,000 are left. If they had just survived a bit longer, I would have gotten more experience points. Far outside the zombie city, a confused Hua Xingchen spoke to Lin Zi Luo via their neural interface. "Why did the 3 of you need a whole army as reinforcements?" Lin Zi Luo silently corrected him. "Not 3 people, 3,000. The man's eyes widened in astonishment, and Lin Zi Luo smirked smugly. "Do you believe me now?" Hua Xingchen ignored his question and instead focused on giving instructions over the comms. "Battalion commander, you'll need to prepare several large vehicles." "Tots." He then gestured to the massive crowd behind them and asked, "What are you going to do with all these people?" He answered offhandedly, "Oh, just a few minor things. Nothing worth mentioning." Picturing the zombie leopards, he smiled and listed off a few leisure activities, like taking a stroll and doing some sightseeing. The scene of him dealing with a zombie leopard. He asked in alarm, "You're saying that zombie leopard is one of the 12 great generals?" Zi Luo replied softly. "I think so." The answer made Hua Xingchen's eyes widen and his jaw drop. Speechless, at Zombie City number 8, a lookout on a high tower peered through binoculars and shouted in alarm, "Enemies!" Hua Xingchen waved and announced, "Our hero Lin has returned." Zhou Yitian and the others surrounded him, expressing their admiration. Zhou Yitian whispered a reminder. "The zombie emperor will definitely send his main army to wipe us out. We need to retreat quickly." He calmly replied, "Then let's train hard on the way back." Inwardly, he saw this as a good opportunity to farm world influence points. The vehicle sped down the road. The people in the vehicle discussed their plan. Zi Luo confidently volunteered to get everyone inside, already calculating. The zombies guarding those mechas are all mine. The vehicle stopped at the edge of the ruins. Zhou Yitian began his analysis. This time, the zombie army is fierce. We'll definitely need someone to cover our rear. Are there any squad captains willing to volunteer? The man didn't answer, silently protesting in his mind. What was the difference between covering the rear this time and just committing suicide? Zhou Yitian directly assigned the mission to Uncle Pang, ordering him to take Squad 5 to handle the defense, and that he would supply him with heavy weapons. He asked why they weren't splitting into small groups like before, and the young man explained, "We can't this time. If the enemy goes all out, it will reveal the location of our camp." Lin Zi Luo crossed his arms, inwardly sizing up the EXP fodder he had worked so hard to train. He asked aloud, "Why does it have to be Squad 5? The young man looked at him and explained the reason. They were the elite who could sacrifice fewer people. This is war. Lin Zi Luo turned away, calculating to himself. Whatever, the mid-apocalypse spaceship is the main goal. The 3,000 people we just rescued can also be used as EXP fodder. Uncle Pang opened the door and he looked around and wondered to himself. Is the camp splitting up again? A gust of wind swept through the air. As Zi Luo stood on the ground, staring at the phone in his hand, he had just sent a message to Uncle Pang, urging everyone to retreat quickly. The other man's phone lay on the ground, its screen splattered with blood. Uncle Pang was now in the grasp of a zombie, his head completely mangled. The zombie emperor's order rang out. Kill all of them! Charge! Lin Zi Luo remained completely unaware, still staring thoughtfully at his phone screen. Zhou Yitian turned back to inform the two of them. The metal door's security measure is now completely locked down. No one, including me, has the authority to open it. He thought to himself. Once I finish the main quest of this instance, I can return to Blue Star, but there's no way I'm leaving without the mechas. He whispered to Huaxingchen. What was that method you mentioned before for getting into the mid-apocalypse spaceship? The man answered in a low voice. We have a secret passage that can bypass the main zombie army and go straight to the spaceship. But we might get spotted by the zombies inside. Hearing this, Lin Zi Luo felt a thrill of excitement. It's time for my favorite kind of mission. Stealth. He pushed open the door to find a massive crowd of fans cheering wildly for him. But he thought to himself, this is nothing. The scenes back on Blue Star were way bigger than this. Lin Zi Luo said to Zhou Yitian. Boss, find a place for these 3,000 people to stay. They'll be with me from now on. The young man immediately agreed, fulfilling his duty as camp leader. At the training grounds, Lin Zi Luo sat on a chair and watched everyone train. He contemplated things while sipping a hot drink. It was time to cash in the experience from the squad leader mission and the contract mission. Suddenly, a large red system window popped up in front of him, congratulating him on leveling up and displaying his rewards. Zi Luo looked at the notification panel. A wave of shock washing over him, leveled up again. It's only been 4 months since my rebirth. That's way too fast. He grinned from ear to ear and shouted out an order. Increase the training load. Prepare for war and hoard resources. His heart was blooming with joy. How could I pass up an opportunity like this? Suddenly, the system panel displayed a notification. Danger sense activated. A few seconds later, the system displayed another message. Danger sense deactivated. This made Zi Luo wonder. Who keeps probing me like this? Are they trying to court death? In the conference room, Lin Zi Luo was giving a speech. A 10-day lockdown is too short. Let's start in 1 month. Safety is our top priority. He slammed his hand on the table excitedly. At this critical moment for humanity's survival, I must go out and seize our chance to live.
Zi Luo stressed. After this operation, I'm leaving. You will all become camp leader Zhou's new recruits. Zhou Yitian grinned. Why are you being so formal? Lin Zi Luo thought to himself.
I farmed enough experience, so don't worry about me trying to take your power. A long procession marched outside the battlefield, where the zombie emperor was determined to exact his revenge. The members of the zombie clan were thrilled. When would a commoner like them ever get a chance to enter the mid-apocalypse spaceship and make such a leap in power? A member of the zombie clan came to report. Your Majesty, the zombie emperor. There's nothing unusual about the mid-apocalypse. The zombie emperor was adamant. Keep going. This time, our clan must claim the 2 complete mecha sets inside that spaceship. Suddenly, a periscope popped up from the ground and scanned the area. After a moment, it stopped, and an underground hatch was revealed. Yiqian instructed Hua Xingchen, "You go back to the camp and bring our people to the spaceship. Captain Lin and I will scout ahead." Shou Yitian was overjoyed. In truth, this passage was an old camp that had been completely wiped out by zombies, which is why they usually paid it no mind. The group arrived at a large crater. Lin Zi Luo was surprised. He really wanted to use the Julie Pearl to absorb everything. The group went inside, where many people were already dead. Zhou Yitian knocked on the wall. These are all people from the Night Curtain camp, yet. What are you upset about? Come over here and knock on this hollow part of the wall. Zhou Yitian continued knocking. The wall opened, and he explained. This is a secret passage built by a prehistoric civilization, leading directly to Jieshan City. Follow me. Jieshan City is the original location where the spaceship's core crashed, and it's also damaged. Lin Zi Luo watched as the door gradually disappeared, and Zhou Yitian placed his hand on it. We're here. Don't make any noise for now, he asked suspiciously, checking one more time if everyone was ready. You have to follow me inside. After everyone confirmed they were ready, the door opened, and a gust of wind blew past, making him frown. Lin Zi Luo was shocked to see that enormous thing right above his head. Zhou Yitian stepped in first, and everyone followed. The moment Lin Zi Luo entered, the system announced the successful activation of the final journey. Asking if he would accept the quest, he smirked and accepted, just as he expected. There was a new quest besides the main storyline. As Lin Zi Luo walked, the system announced the background, objective, and rewards for the final journey. After hearing it, he had to accept. Isn't this just forcing me to be a robber? There's no other way. Meanwhile, Zhou Yitian was still rambling on. If it weren't for it, Jia Wangstar would still be ruled by us humans. If it weren't for it, why would I have come to this dungeon? Lin Zi Luo looked at the pair of reagent vials right in front of him, and he let out a sinister smile. Zhou Yitian led the way. The mecha bay requires passing a special check. Because the spaceship is so large, we've roughly divided it into 3 levels based on its structure. He opened the door in front of them, revealing a pile of wreckage as he explained. The lower level is the containment area for abominations, the food production room, and the sterile storage room, which has been mostly cleared out. The middle level's tech zone is our destination for this trip. The upper level is much like a prehistoric civilized city, mainly used for living. Someone is here. Someone raised their hand and asked, "So where did the aliens who originally lived there go?" Zhou Yitian replied, "Nobody knows. According to the records, there were no life forms on board when it crashed." Lin Zi Luo was stunned. How could they just vanish into thin air? He feared it was a hidden quest. Zhou Yitian directed everyone to this area. All communication devices will stop working. Be careful of zombies while you search. Hua Xingchen suggested, "How about we go straight to the tech zone?" Lin Zi Luo nodded in agreement, observing his surroundings. A hazy space appeared, and he frowned in discomfort. There were some spots he couldn't see clearly. Was there some kind of invisible force obstructing him? Here? Lin Zi Luo popped a few soul pearls into his mouth. When suddenly a noise caught everyone's attention, everyone quickly hid. Lin Zi Luo peeked out and saw a horde of zombies breaking down a door. They were startled as they looked inside the room. One of them was attacked by Lin Zi Luo's group. and the whole horde scattered in panic. Guitong stabbed a zombie to death first. Dangok smashed his hammer on the head of one in front, while a sword blade cut down 2 more. Guitong acted decisively. Dangok crushed another one, splattering blood, and 2 more were decapitated. Seeing such a scene, Hua Xingchen asked in wonder, "How are you all so skilled?" Lin Zi Luo chuckled to himself. "How am I supposed to explain this to you?" Hua Xingchen spoke up. "The zombies aren't on the first level right now. Let's hurry to the tech zone." But in his heart, he thought differently. As soon as I get a mecha, I can wipe them all out. They reached the interlevel elevator in the spaceship's core, and they stepped inside to go up. Hua Xingchen discussed. The rooms containing complete mechas are scattered randomly. They're hard to find, and there are many zombies. Lin Zi Luo was calm. If they're hard to find, we just have to look. As for the zombies... Before he could finish, the elevator doors opened, revealing a whole mob of zombies. Without a word, Guitong rushed forward and slit their throats. Lin Zi Luo's fighting spirit flared. "I'll kill as many as they send." One zombie peeked out and asked, "Hey, why haven't you guys come over yet?" A zombie in the room shouted, "The humans are here." "Everyone be careful," Hua Xingchen told the group. "A shout like that will alert the other zombies. Let's retreat for now." On the 3rd level of the spaceship's core, a subordinate came to report to the Shi Huang. General Shi Yan sent someone with an important message. He went out to hear the report. "The fish are in the tank. When do we pull up the net?" The Shi Huang gave a... Seeing Lin Zi Luo's mischievous smile, he realized they'd been discovered and thought to himself, "If you don't stop me, I'll kill them all." Hua Xingchen remarked, "It's good that you're used to it, because this place is crawling with zombies." He was frustrated. "Why are there so many empty rooms?" the man said. "I remember a mecha zone. Follow me quickly. There should be many failed trial takers there." Next, the group followed Hua Xingchen as he began to provide relevant information. "The metal door will conduct the most basic test on you. After passing, you can proceed to the next test inside the room. At this point," he smiled and added, "this one is highly difficult. 95% of people fail." Lin Zi Luo gathered his power, and seeing him channel a huge amount of energy for the test, Hua Xingchen was astonished. "Just how many more surprises do you have that I don't know about?" Suddenly, Lin Zi Luo turned and gave an order. "Take my 2 brothers in search while I'm doing the tests." He agreed, and Hua Xingchen looked at his back, filled with hope. "We humans are about to have our 2nd grade general." Meanwhile, Lin Zi Luo muttered to himself, "I wonder if he'll cry when he learns the truth." Those streams of power enveloped Zi Luo, and the system immediately announced that it had detected the hero undergoing the Holy Light Mech armor trial. The trial simulation will now be adjusted based on the compatibility between the 2. Lin Zi Luo was secretly pleased. Just the name Holy Light told him it was good stuff. Then a thought crossed his mind. This feels too real. It can't be as simple as it looks. The system issued a mission. The trial's maximum duration is 30 days. The hero must approach the table and answer the question on the paper. Lin Zi Luo gripped his sword tightly, raising it high with a determined look. He feared he wouldn't be able to solve a problem. "Screw it. I'll just smash it to pieces." But then his eyes nearly popped out of his head in surprise at how easy it was. After writing the answer, Lin Zi Luo began to doubt it. The trial must have a trick. 1 + 1 can't possibly equal 2. But miraculously, the moment he finished writing the number 2, the system declared the trial complete. "Please inherit the Holy Light Mech armor." Seeing this, Lin Zi Luo felt a bit sheepish. It really was 2. I guess I shouldn't have doubted my math teacher. Staring at the armor in front of him, he was completely bewildered. This is the difficult trial the camp people were talking about. Next, Lin Zi Luo placed his hand on the mech armor's shoulder, and the system immediately announced that it was a temporary diamond tier item for this dungeon, and wouldn't conflict with other equipment sets. Then, it displayed an analysis panel, including its remaining energy source before losing its attributes and the suit's skills. He couldn't believe it. This was just a support battle armor for a top-tier professional like himself. Suddenly looking at the sparkling rays of light from the mech armor, he retracted it into his hand and thought, well, better than nothing. I'll go check out the other mechs. With a less than satisfied expression, he started walking and said, I'm out. Seeing this, Hua Xinchen comforted him. You were so fast, but it's okay. There's no shame in failing. He placed a hand on Dangok and suggested, maybe it just wasn't a good fit for you. Let's have Dangok give it a try. When Lin Zi Luo stopped him, saying the two of them didn't need to go anymore, Hua Xinchen disagreed, as the trial's difficulty changes for each person. Don't be so selfish, he thought to himself. So much for brotherly spirit. He's just serving himself up on a platter for me. And then Lin Zi Luo put on the armor, much to the man's astonishment. Not only that, but he also commented that the Holy Light mech armor's ability. Hua Xinchen couldn't believe it. 100 years ago, a senior had to be burned by the Holy Light for a month, yet it only took you 5 minutes, Lin Zi Luo commented in his head. I'm not some preschooler who can't do basic math. However, he maintained a cool expression on the outside, reminding him, you said it yourself. It depends on the person, which reinforced Hua Xinchen's hope. Captain Lin's strength is truly terrifying. After that, under Hua Xinchen's admiring gaze, Lin Zi Luo declared, let's go to the next place. A trial of this level isn't even worth my time. At the same time, a sarcastic thought appeared. I bet you'd do great. Though, a battle between humans and zombies was raging. Wu Nanking hid to the side, filled with rage as she watched her people get killed. She asked, Commander, what should we do in this situation? Immediately, Zhou Yitian commanded, quickly take the remaining people to the second floor, find a suitable place to hide, or find Hua Xinchen and Lin Zi Luo's group. Hearing this, Wu Nanking was hesitant.
What about you? Commander, aren't you coming with us? He refused and explained. Uncle Pang's second team is about to arrive. I have to go outside and stop them from entering. She replied firmly. I'll go find Captain Lin. He'll definitely have a solution. Meanwhile, on the second floor, Lin Zi Luo asked, This isn't working. Brother Hua, don't you have any information on the general locations of the other mech armors? He replied,
Because it was already extremely difficult for us humans to even reach the second floor. Seeing Hua Xinchen searching tirelessly, an idea sparked in his mind you humans might not know, but the zombies do. With that thought, Lin Zi Luo began to conjure magic in his hand, while asking for more information. Do you understand the zombies' way of walking and their physical movements? Hua Xinchen replied that he did, because that's part of the relevant training to improve our combat capabilities against zombies. Hearing that, Lin Zi Luo pushed the power in his hand towards them and shouted, Good, everyone transformed into zombies. And he began to lay out his detailed plan. Alright, here's the deal. My name is Shi Luo, he's Shi Delong, he's Shi Dongqiang, and you are Shi Xinchen. Got it. Witnessing this, Hua Xinchen was amazed. Brother Shi Luo, so this is how you got into Zombie Emperor City. Lin Zi Luo told him to cut the chatter. Next, he approached a zombie's corpse, picked up its tag, and ordered, Now, go find a lucky squad. Hua Xinchen immediately obeyed. After walking a short distance, the group spotted a team of zombies. Lin Zi Luo called out, Brother Shi.
How's the harvest for you guys? The zombie across from him replied. Who are you? I don't recall seeing you before. Lin Zi Luo immediately walked up behind him and slung an arm over his shoulder, acting friendly. You don't remember back at the elite assembly. I was standing right next to you, and we even toasted together. That festival was actually held to select elites for the spaceship. Hearing this, the zombie nodded. I think I do have a vague memory of that. Instantly,
Lin Zi Luo happily continued, "See, we're good brothers. You finally remember me." Then, he steered the conversation to the main topic. "So, how's your haul?" thinking he was an acquaintance. The bald zombie answered candidly. "We opened the ship cabin earlier and found a couple dozen laser guns. We've already turned them all in for points." Hearing this, Lin Zi Luo praised him. "That's amazing. Unlike us, we've only found one gun." The zombie was surprised and added, "You've only found one gun in 3 days." And Lin Zi Luo pointed at Hua Xin Chen. "Well, it's all his fault for insisting on trying out a mech armor, wasting 2 whole days old. He immediately played along. Wasn't it because you were just standing outside doing nothing?" Hearing this, the man became suspicious. "Which mecha chamber are you guys trying?" He rejoiced internally. "My man, you're on the right track." While replying that it was the most powerful mecha, the Bald Corpse clan member guessed. "Is it the one that even Lord Corpse Emperor had to shake his head at because of its difficulty?" Lin Zi Luo was certain it was that one, but I really don't get what's so great about it that this guy insists on challenging it. Hearing this, the man suggested, "Bro, why don't you go try the Wind Mecha? That one's as simple." He scratched his head as if he'd forgotten. "Where was that armor again?" The Bald Corpse clan member answered right away. "Area B03, when Lord Corpse Emperor announced the news. Weren't you paying attention?" At the same time, he thought to himself, "With a fool like you around, we'll be able to find more." Then he wondered, "Why haven't you gone yet?" Ziluo replied, "'Cause I feel like we can't just wait on the sidelines this time. If we're going to inherit it, let's do it together." Hua Xingtian, standing beside him, added, "But we don't know which one is suitable." The Bald Corpse clan member laughed heartily. "Isn't this simple? First," he pointed at Big Oaf, "this burly brother is suited for the Raging Demon Mecha in Area L27. Next was Gui Tong. This smaller brother should go for the Shadowless Mecha in Area P36. And finally, turning to Hua Xingtian, as for you, just be persistent and challenge the one in Area A13. You might just succeed." After he pointed each person to their destination, he put his hands in his pockets and said, "Alright, we'll be going then, but we need to borrow something." The Bald Corpse clan member asked, "Borrow what?" Following that was a slash aimed right at his head. Lin Zi Luo firmly held the blood-covered sword and smirked. "I'm borrowing your head." He explained his actions and gave an order. "As long as we kill them all, no one will know we snuck in. Let's go." Hua Xingtian pointed at the door and said, "Brother Big Oaf, hurry up and give it a try." Lin Zi Luo raised his hand. "Let me try first." He intended to stop him. "Captain Lin, just by its name, you can tell this mecha is suited for Big Oaf. And if you try it, I'm afraid the difficulty will increase." Then the door opened, and Lin Zi Luo walked in, reassuring them. "I'll be quick. Everyone just, it's not going to be what I think it is. Right?" The system announced, just like last time, that he had 30 days to answer the question on the paper on the desk. Lin Zi Luo complained, "The layout is still the same. They're really cutting corners." Then his eyes fell on the question paper. It was a multiplication problem, 2 times 2. Lin Zi Luo exclaimed, "They even upgraded to multiplication. Maybe I should have let Big Oaf do it." Seeing him hold up the answer 3, the system warned, "Challenger, if you are not satisfied with the wrong answer and have thought of the correct one, you may rewrite it." But Lin Zi Luo insisted, "This is the answer I want." The system immediately announced, "Because the challenger's performance was subpar this time, the difficulty of the next test will be reduced. Please continue to work hard." He laughed, predicting, "It's probably been reduced to 1 + 1. Big Oaf placed his hand on the door's screen. Outside, Lin Zi Luo commanded, "You guys go to Area P36 first. There's a Shadowless Mecha waiting there." The two of them left immediately, while he just smiled faintly. At this moment, Lin Zi Luo focused his gaze and could see through to the scene inside. Big Oaf's trial scene and system announcements were completely different. The test would last for 1 day, and the challenger had to kill all the rage demons that appeared in the simulated location. Suddenly, a lion charged, and he immediately smashed it with his hammer. Seeing this, Lin Zi Luo silently assessed. This raging demon's strength is below Big Oaf's. Dealing with it should be easy. He then reasoned that the test that made the Corpse Emperor shake his head. Suddenly, Lin Zi Luo was drawn by a loud noise coming from the passage ahead. It turned out to be Wu Nanting fighting with a zombie. Suddenly, a system notification popped up. Player has noticed a brawl between a human and a zombie, activating the Starship battle mission. At that moment, the zombie was knocked far away. Lin Zi Luo caught him just in time, and the man thanked him. "I will report your contribution to the higher-ups." Then the zombie charged forward to attack. "Take this." He was immediately struck by a lash from Lin Zi Luo's whip. He angrily turned his head and cursed.
This guy, he, wearing a mecha suit, blocked the zombie's attack, while the other screamed, "Damn you! Are you trying to rebel? Why are you helping a human?" The zombie's head rang out.
Lin Zi Luo commanded, "Combat simulation, activate." Along with the painful screams and threats of the zombies, "Lord Corpse Emperor will definitely kill you all," was the sound of the system adding experience points and gold coins for completing. After finishing, he changed back into his original clothes and asked, "You guys already made it to the second floor this early," Wu Nanting reported. "We fell into the Corpse Emperor's trap. Zishang is severely injured, the battalion commander is holding them off alone, and Uncle Pang came in here to die," Lin Zi Luo ordered. "Quickly tell them to find a cabin to hide in. And as for you and Xu Hong, come to me after you've settled them in." Wu Nanting obeyed. Then he raised his sword high with a determined gaze. "Then I'll have to get serious and play with you guys too." Lin Zi Luo watched helplessly as Wu Nanting and the other person wandered around. Right after, he handed them a piece of paper and instructed, "You guys go to the first floor to check for news about Uncle Pang. I'll go ahead and scout." Lin Zi Luo turned away and couldn't help but chuckle softly.
"It's better if I go alone to sneak around." He walked, slowly and steadily moving forward. Up ahead, a crowd of zombies had gathered, surprising him. This Hades mecha is that attractive to everyone.
"I don't even have to waste effort looking for them." Immediately after, Lin Zi Luo jumped to the back of the line. What's the difference between lining up and being a zombie? The undead turned away dejectedly, unable to hide their disappointment. "It's no use. We failed again." The one at the front was startled to see him approach. He couldn't help but sneer. "Even someone like you can get in now." Right after that, he laughed in utter surprise. Exclaimed in embarrassment, "What's your name? You've really brought honor to our Shi clan." He smiled and said the name Shi Luo. After Lin Zi Luo stepped inside, their anxious voices cried out. Quickly, a system notification sound rang out, leaving him a bit confused. Detecting a challenger accepting the Nether King Mecha's trial, it's not going to be a linear equation with two variables this time. Is it? The system's voice continued its announcement. Simulating the trial based on the challenger's physical coordination progress, Lin Zi Luo stepped into a vast, empty space. It seemed like this time, he would have to fight. The system's voice continued, announcing it was scanning the body data of the challenger participating in this trial. After hearing the system announce the results, he couldn't help but be surprised. The scan finished, and it began simulating a mimic. A figure was slowly being formed in front of him. Soon after, the mimicked figure appeared more clearly before Lin Zi Luo. He couldn't help but stare at his clone and praise himself endlessly. "I am so ridiculously handsome." The system's sound chimed again. Extrinsic spaceship, bracelet of annihilation, elemental ring, Everything appeared simultaneously on the clone, leaving him astonished. Gold grade equipment is one thing, but to just simulate diamond grade equipment like it's nothing, this ability is truly heaven defying. A hint of unease appeared on Lin Zi Luo's face as he thought, this is bad. It can even simulate epic grade items. He slashed his sword hard against the protective barrier, but it seemed to have no effect. Lin Zi Luo looked at his clone and couldn't help but cry out in worry. This is really bad. A tremor echoed throughout the entire base. The Shi Emperor, standing amidst the vibrations, immediately threw Meng Li to the ground. Shattering him, he issued an order to his subordinates while laughing inwardly, telling the main army on the first floor to evacuate the spaceship entirely, and for the elite scouts on the second floor to halt their exploration. The Nether King, Mech's trial always caused such a huge commotion. Inside a room, a strange object appeared. A zombie loudly warned. Hey, Mao, don't go over there. He waved his hand. Warning. If you get any closer,
You'll melt! The entire spaceship in the sky was experiencing the tremor. A strange liquid was pouring out from within. The zombie on guard was also surprised to see it.
The stream of liquid spread to the door of the Nether King Mech's trial room. It even climbed up the door itself. Inside, Lin Zi Luo and his clone both had solemn expressions. He pointed his sword at it and smiled faintly. Well then, let's begin. Lin Zi Luo looked towards his clone, and a long string of his information appeared in a system notification. He clapped his hands lightly and smiled. So this is what I look like in other people's eyes. The two stared intently at each other. Preparing to fight, Lin Zi Luo quickly dashed forward to attack him. Suddenly, a notification panel popped up, leaving him utterly shocked. Where did my haki go? The two of them leaped up at the same time, clashing fiercely in mid-air. They both used identical attacks, making it impossible to determine a winner in that exchange. Lin Zi Luo became very pensive seeing this. Even the defensive methods were exactly what he was thinking. The mimic quickly slashed, pushing him far back. It swiftly raised its sword for a downward strike. Lin Zi Luo quickly used a skill to block it. A powerful flame attack shot from the clone towards him, but was blocked. Lin Zi Luo immediately counterattacked, striking hard at the clone. It quickly used an identical skill to his to stop the blow. As Lin Zi Luo fought, he couldn't help but lament. This is so vicious. There's not even a chance to rest. Their clashes had a massive impact, and his attacks were blocked again. Lin Zi Luo and the clone kept using identical skills, making him anxious. This can't go on. Immediately, he had an idea. Let's try randomly switching weapons. The clone nimbly dodged Lin Zi Luo's broadsword. As a small dagger stabbed fiercely towards him, the two fought with extreme intensity. All of his attacks were blocked by the clone, and in a turn, he managed to block all of its attacks. Lin Zi Luo quickly dodged backward, and couldn't help but marvel. This reaction speed is terrifying. There isn't even a 0.01 second opening. He immediately used a newer skill. The more a person calculates, the more they are bound by these things. But his clone still managed to unleash the same skill. Seeing this, Lin Zi Luo became furious. Why are you secretly using enchantments too? You even learned such a despicable move. The two charged at each other again. When it attacked, he blocked. When he attacked, it blocked. Soon after, Lin Zi Luo did a backflip into the air. From above, he unleashed an attack down on the clone, but the shield appeared once more, protecting it. Lin Zi Luo looked at the clone's scornful expression and couldn't help but get angry. It even copied my way of taunting. He angrily tried to calm himself down. No, I have to calm down. Immediately, Zi Luo calmed down and began to analyze. It can copy my fighting style. The clone continuously mirrored his movements, and the two of them fought with incredible power. Lin Zi Luo punched the clone's face while thinking, How about this then? He continuously threw hundreds of powerful, frenzied punches. Finally, Lin Zi Luo managed to land a hit on his own clone. Just as it was trying to recover, another punch landed. It was beaten until its face was covered in injuries. Lin Zi Luo was ecstatic. This is the most rustic human boxing style, the scoundrel's fist, which is basically just closing your eyes and swinging wildly. The clone's face darkened as it quickly caught his punch. Then, it chuckled softly. Your boxing style is quite ridiculous, sir. Now, it's my turn. Lin Zi Luo was completely stunned. The scoundrel's fist was countered that quickly. Lin Zi Luo retreated a few millimeters, murmuring, "What is going on?" With that, he closed his eyelids and then opened his eyes, activating his observation ability. In front of Lin Zimo was the image of the mimic shooting a laser beam from its eyes, making him understand everything instantly. The analysis eye skill could predict moves, and it was also heavily boosted by the medium M spaceship. Ultimately, after grasping his opponent's superpower, this became mere child's play for him. Predicting the brawler's fist. I know your weakness now, you little brat. With that, Lin Zimo burst out laughing and activated a smoke machine, because he was already certain of his victory. If my prediction ability can't surpass yours, then let's both get rid of it. The mimic looked around, unsure of what was happening, but only Lin Zimo's mocking voice echoed in the room. You better be careful with those damn eyes of yours. Immediately, the mimic fired a laser toward the sound of Lin Zimo's voice. Who knew? It almost hit a vital spot, seeing that Lin Zimo was still safe, albeit a little dirty. The mimic had no choice but to activate its infrared sensors. And that was the moment the mimic fell right into the trap he had set. Lin Zimo noticed immediately, ignited the sword in his hand, and swiftly slashed at the mimic's neck. The strike landed right on its throat, causing a murky black fluid to gush out. As the mimic took a slash to the neck, he calmly leaped backward. But it seemed Lin Zimo's attack was useless. As the wound healed with surprising speed, he wasn't too surprised by this. Just as I said, you damn imposter. Now it was the mimic's turn to act, and it didn't forget to retort. I'm just like you. I'll use every advantage I have. You can't escape now. Lin Zimo witnessed this, his resolve unshaken.
You're courting death. Meanwhile, the mimic was focusing its gaze, seeing Lin Zimo envelop himself in golden light and charge forward. It also coated its weapon in golden light.
The mimic easily caught the weapon, but suddenly the light began to fade. It turned out to be a feint from Lin Zimo, who had already used the opportunity to grab the mimic's neck. Even I didn't expect myself to do that. He pinned the mimic down, maintaining his dominant position. We have identical bodies. How do you expect to break free? In fact, everything had been within Lin Zimo's calculations from the start. As his hand fully ignited into flame mode, he flashed a smile and asked the mimic one last question. Now, can you predict how many times I can punch your face in 1 minute? 14 days had passed. He had not only been beating the mimic relentlessly, but his trash talk had grown even more vicious. I've beaten you so bad your own mother wouldn't recognize you. That should have depleted your infinite health bar, right? Lin Zimo stepped back, summoned his sword, activated its flame mode, and with a single swing, sent the mimic back to dust. After completing the mission, a series of system notifications popped up like a round of applause, making Lin Zimo wonder, why is the Golden Finger system being so generous now? A moment later, the system panel displayed more notifications. It seemed Lin Zimo realized he'd hit the jackpot, so he gave a wry smile. Myth-grade plunder. You search high and low for something and find it when you least expect it. Next was a panel updating Lin Zimo with important instructions on neural combat. He felt completely different from a normal person, as if he had become a living combat machine. Another surprising reward appeared before him, the Hades mech. Before he could even process what was happening, A portal suddenly opened. Lin Zi Luo saw a strange object in front of him, looking like a flower made of golden iron. He was stunned and blurted out in disbelief. Liquid metal. Lin Zi Luo's hand gently touched the armor, and his hand suddenly trembled. In no time, the armor and he merged into one, and it looked incredibly awesome. By changing the refractive index of light, the mech could become invisible. Interesting. He took the opportunity to test it out. It could even simulate weapons like tentacles. The system then displayed the user manual for the Hades mech. He read it while contemplating the armor's composition. Doesn't that mean it can always be cloaked in an enhanced stealth mode? Just then, the system announced that Lin Zi Luo was drawing a common golden finger. The system then displayed more information about the item, which made him rub his chin after reading. Not bad, but why were you so unresponsive earlier? Is there something strange about this test room? Then, Zemo started grumbling. It still hasn't given me the gear from the golden equipment set. Speak of the devil. He equipped the gear and read the info. It was slightly better than the 4 elemental equipment set, but he didn't pay much attention to it. He randomly changed the subject. This is still more suitable for a simple-minded, brawny type like that big oaf. Let's see how they're doing. Lin Zi Luo teleported and saw a humanoid bug creature munching on some flesh. The system showed more information about this character, making Lin Zi Luo think with exasperation. Idiot! What a true idiot! Next to it was the ghost child, cowering in a corner, making him sigh. Well, Tip, it's better than nothing. There are probably tons of zombies outside the door by now. The scene shifts to Xu Huang, who is listening to a report from his subordinate. My lord, due to the earlier tremor, the spaceship has sunk several hundred meters. Right now, only the 3rd floor is accessible. He waved his hand, dismissing it. Lin Zi Luo walked out confidently, but Xu Huang's gaze caught his attention, and he quickly adopted a respectful demeanor. This humble one greets Lord Xu Huang. He seemed a bit irritated and ordered, Lift your head and look at me. Xu Huang didn't seem to care much, asking Zemo about the test for the Hades mech How did it go, seeing this? He replied, I was just lucky enough to pass the test. Hearing this, the man led him to a place where they could be alone. Once they were by themselves, the zombie emperor asked Lin Zi Luo, Can you tell me now what you experienced during the test? He obediently feigned a reply. The test pitted me against a clone with the exact same power level as myself. He considered whether he should just eliminate the man right then and there, but just as he was about to make his move, the zombie emperor added, That test method is exactly the same as mine. Realizing the man still had some use, he decided not to tip his hand and held back for the time being. He still hadn't acquired all the remaining mechs yet. Meanwhile, the zombie emperor asked, So how did you manage to pass the test? Zylak explained. At first, I was at a loss. Then, I relied on our inherent zombie bloodlust, letting go of everything to just barely scrape by. The zombie emperor was taken aback. Upon hearing this, the zombie emperor's demeanor shifted, and he sighed in disappointment, thinking this wasn't the successor he was looking for after all. He asked solicitously, Then what did you do in there for the rest of the time? He answered straightforwardly. To be honest, there was a chip on the Hades mech's console, and I was studying it. Hearing this, the zombie emperor's eyes bulged as he demanded, What's on that chip? Lin Zi Luo replied coolly. It contains top-secret information about this very spaceship. Hearing that, his expression hardened as he immediately commanded, Give it to me now, he thought to himself. Could it be that what I've been waiting for isn't a person? But this chip... A piece of metal glowed in his hand. He held it up, his eyes burning red, and said, It's this metal plate. It holds a massive amount of classified data. The zombie emperor took it and inserted it into a slot on his arm. The shimmering card fit perfectly into the small slot. A few seconds passed, but nothing happened. He couldn't help but wonder in surprise. Could it be that only the Hades mech can read this data? He placed the card back in his hand. Now, you try to read it for me. Zilak's lips curled into a smirk as he thought to himself, just watch how I'm going to play you. The zombie emperor asked cautiously, what kind of top secret information is it? Generally, after being told it was related to the Mechanical God clan, he pressed on. And what else? Zilak's smirk widened as he replied, the ship also said it granted me some sort of special authority. Now, I can quickly pass any test to inherit a mech. Outwardly, the Emperor said, I'll go with you to inherit the mechs now. But inwardly he was suspicious. Why does this feel so off? Afterwards, the zombie Emperor led him to the testing area. Along the way, other zombies who saw them stared with wide eyes. So shocked, they kept rubbing their eyes, telling themselves they must still be dreaming. After leading Zilak to a large gate, a member of the zombie clan explained, the test for this shockwave mech is to withstand a shockwave. You must endure the shockwave's assault for a set amount of time. He decided to give it a shot. Zilak stepped forward, placed his hand on a red button, and the door swung open. Don't they say the more mechs you have, the harder the tests get? Is this it? The zombie emperor, watching from behind, was skeptical, wondering to himself, could it really be true? He stepped into the room and was momentarily speechless when he saw the paper on the desk. As he stared at a first-grade math problem, he sarcastically thought to himself, wow, the difficulty really has ramped up. After writing down the answer, Zilak walked over and touched the mech suit, feeling the whole situation was just bizarre. I'm this powerful, so why does this test feel so ridiculous? He reported cheerfully. My lord, it seems it's true. The Emperor looked at him doubtfully. You succeeded just like that. Then, he announced in a solemn tone, Zilak, now that you possess such special privileges in the Hades mech, your former status is no longer fitting. Therefore, I have decided to bestow upon you the rank of Grand General of the Zombie Clan. He immediately knelt and held out his hands. I never dared to dream this day would come. Thank you, my lord. Not forgetting to add, first, go with Timok and inherit all the remaining mechs. Then, find me to conduct the ceremony for your promotion to Grand General. He quickly complied. When Timok saw him and invited him to go get the mechs, he responded with a wide grin. Timok walked in front, thinking with grudging admiration, damn it, he's just some guy without a shred of a powerful zombie's aura. He retorted silently, that's because I'm human, you complete moron. After walking for a bit, they saw a group of zombies. Zilak went over and volunteered. Please wait for me a moment. He sighed internally. This is so difficult. As he quickly filled in the correct answer, Zilak clutched the box to his chest, looked at Timok's utterly dumbfounded expression, and said with a bright smile that it was just good luck. He walked away cheerfully, inwardly pleased that his plan was working perfectly. Timok watched him enter the next doorway, and then emerge with a large sack slung over his shoulder. Seeing his companion's reaction, Zilak's lips curled upwards as he gloated internally. Breaking a sweat there, little bro Timok. Lin Zilak stood before another mech suit, raising his hand and reminding himself, it's about time. I need to get out of here before the magic wears off. The mech suit retracted into a box in his hand. Lin Zilak turned his back to the doorway and scratched his head, suggesting to Timok with feigned awkwardness, we've been at this for a full day and night. I'm honestly about to collapse. How about we rest here for a bit? The other zombies stared at him with glowing red eyes, his expression insincere, while inwardly scoffing. Do you even hear yourself getting tired from inheriting? Ultimately, his request was granted, and he stepped into a room where 3 others, including Timok, were already present. Lin Zilak entered, sat down, and closed his eyes as if to rest. A faint smirk played on his lips as he silently answered Timok's unspoken question. Tired, of course not. I'm just playing you. With that, he opened his eyes and said clearly, his face full of energy, "The grace His Majesty, the Corpse Emperor, has shown me is something I will never forget. How could I let a small setback like this crush my spirit? My headache is already feeling better. Let's depart now." Corpse Moo and two other zombies gritted their teeth in annoyance, baffled by his sudden change in mood. At that moment, his hand moved stealthily. After imbuing his weapon with a soul, he held the sword, feeling satisfied, thinking how convenient it was to conceal its power at will. Two brilliant flashes of light decapitated the two zombies accompanying Corpse Moo. The blade was enveloped by an intensely destructive light as it thrust toward Corpse Moo from behind. The giant wood mecha armor activated defensively, but the powerful blade pierced straight through his body. Gripping the hilt, Lin Zi Luo smirked victoriously and wondered, "My 9 Li slash, enhanced with a crushing attribute, combat divinity, and 3 elemental layers. Can you possibly withstand it?" A moment later, a red system window popped up, congratulating him on successfully defeating the boss, much to his regret. "Did you really fall before I even went all out?" Next, he wrapped up the head. Seeing this, Corpse Ruin called out in astonishment. Lin Zi Luo cheerfully told Corpse Ruin to run on ahead while he covered the rear. He used a golden log to smash the wrapped head, while his other hand conjured fireballs. They quickly ignited, setting it ablaze. He suddenly remembered he had forgotten something. He turned back with a smile and said, "I was so focused on smashing him that I forgot all about you." Lin Zi Luo walked over, opened the sack, and inside was the head of Corpse Jin. He asked with concern, "Corpse Jin, are you alright?" Corpse Jin sputtered, only able to utter one complete word. Full two large heads in the corner spoke up. "Corpse Le, take Corpse Jin and go first. I'll stay here to block them. These pigmen are truly arrogant and audacious." The other head excitedly cursed without stopping. "Corpse Moo, my fu is here today, and we came specifically to kill you." "Damn you, Corpse Moo. You killed my fellow humans, and I will avenge them. There are 2 zombies trying to run. We can't let them escape. After them." After they spoke, he yelled loudly, "Let's go report this quickly. The enemy is too powerful." While shouting, he dragged Corpse Jin away. The 2 large, floating heads swooped down together, landing safely in the arms of Gui Tong, who was kneeling on the ground. Meanwhile, Lin Zi Luo was still acting panicked. "They stole all the mecha armor I had packed in those sacks. What are we supposed to do now?" Corpse Jin, being dragged along by him, also yelled, "That much mecha armor we have to report to the Corpse Emperor right away." At that moment, the Corpse Emperor was carefully giving orders. "Remember to eliminate their entire squad and inform all other units that they are not to get close during this period." He was cut off by the arrival of Corpse Le. The Corpse Emperor reassured him. "Don't panic. Speak slowly. What happened?" Lin Zi Luo rushed over, gasping for breath, to report. "All of my mecha armor has been stolen by the humans. The pupils in the corpse." Emperor's blazing red eyes widened, and his face darkened in disbelief. With eyes spitting fire, the Corpse Emperor clenched his hand
into a fist. He drove that fist straight into Corpse Jin's gut and questioned him. "Where is Corpse Moo? With him on guard. How did the humans manage a successful sneak attack, Lin Zi Luo?"
Standing to the side, observed and thought to himself, "You've just signed your own death warrant. Good thing you hit him instead of me." While Corpse Jin trembled and cried, clutching his stomach, he carefully recounted the story. "I had just inherited a number of dormant mecha armors. Then, a group of humans suddenly ambushed us. Great General Corpse Moo was killed. The 2 of us were lucky to escape." The Corpse Emperor, standing before him, felt asking incredulously, "Given the strength of you 2, what kind of human could possess such power?" He replied, "I only remember someone in a black cloak and a mask." This answer caused the corpse emperor's expression. Growing even angrier, he gritted his teeth, as if he already knew the answer. So you're here too, as expected. With that thought, he roared an order. Immediately mobilize all available high-ranking generals to this location. A moment later, Shu Huang grabbed the lead man, confirming as he walked, "That's right, it's this punk, the human who was controlling the water flow in the sewers, Ibatis Tropus." Just as he glanced over, the man gritted his teeth. "Looks like we're about to find the source of all our troubles. We must capture him alive." Arriving at a large door, Shu Huang raised his hand and touched it, partially transforming it into mecha armor. A loud explosion erupted, and the thick smoke slowly cleared. He saw Shumu lying inside with his eyes open, and on his stomach were glaring red words. It wasn't hard to guess. They were a challenge filled with vile insults. After reading them, Shu Huang's face turned as black as the bottom of a pot, and he clenched his fists to suppress his rage. A second later, he roared an order. "Summon all the zombies
and seal off all exits. We must capture him. As for Lin Zi Luo, Xu Huang assigned him the mission of leading 100 elites to search for and capture the mecha user. He confidently
accepted the order. Your subordinate will definitely capture all of these pig-like humans." With that, he led a large number of zombies and set off, shouting their objective. "Don't spare any of the pig humans." Wearing the black cloak and mask, Lin Zi Luo carefully reviewed the background information and rewards on the system panel, silently setting a goal to figure out how to claim all the rewards. Suddenly, Shijin appeared and reported, "Hi General, this ship's compartment won't open." He sternly reminded him, "I need to sense the mecha's location. Don't disturb me." Ziluo used a mind-linking technique, and it seemed to succeed. A man nearby suddenly turned his head and said to the group around him, "Everyone, listen to me. Follow me in a bit, and you'll be able to evade the search. Zombies." A clap echoed as he raised his arm and pointed authoritatively. "Engine room. I've sensed the presence of a mech. Follow me quickly." In the first room, Lam Tulak and the horde of zombies stood before a large door. He analyzed based on his own experience. "It seems humans have some kind of stealth technology. I was forced to surrender because of it before." As soon as it opened, all of them packed into the room. Titan, holding a black device, suggested, "Why don't we just scan it with this?" The next second, he was met with a thunderous slap from Tulak, who didn't forget to lecture him. "You're a disgrace to all zombies. No matter how vast our resources, you'd waste them all away. Do you understand the meaning of conservation?" His eyes gazed into the distance as the zombies cheered in agreement. The great general is so far-sighted.
pleased, he reminded them in a stern voice. "Remember, as my subordinates, you must adhere to the principles of conserving energy and being responsible." They repeated in unison.
"Conserve energy, be responsible." Tulak led the way into the room with the zombies. He turned back to praise them. "Not bad, just like that. Do the same for all the following compartments." In the seventh compartment, he observed their formation and commented, "It's still not enough," Lam Tulak ordered. "Form a square matrix, march in step."
That should be enough to find the hidden humans. They immediately complied, getting into formation and starting to count. 1, 2, march. Although Titan was confused, he reluctantly followed along. He watched with a serious expression, then a satisfied smile spread.
Inwardly rejoicing. "Success, I'm going to get a huge reward this time," Lam Tulak carefully asked Titan. "Humans are truly cunning. You've recorded all the rooms we've searched so far, right?" Titan handed him a stack of documents, brimming with confidence. "This is my duty as your subordinate. Please take a look, Great General." He didn't take them, only reminding him cautiously. Keep good records. Don't let the brothers waste time searching again. Then, as if bored, he ordered, I've sensed the dustfall mech. Follow me. But Titan blocked his path with an outstretched arm, explaining awkwardly, Great General, we're only in charge of Sector B. We can't overstep our authority. As soon as he finished speaking, he was met with a hard slap. Tulak yelled, Why are you so stupid? Finding the mech is the greatest display of loyalty to the zombie emperor.
Titan lowered his head and replied, Understood. He led the zombies to Sector Q. There, they met Tihuai, who asked quizzically, Tilak, why have you come to Sector Q, the area I'm in charge of?
Lam Tulak replied hastily, I've sensed the mech. There's no time to delay. Follow me. He opened the door, constantly reminding them, Everyone be careful. Humans are very cunning. Seeing the room was empty, Tihuai asked Tilak, annoyed, Was your sense wrong? He immediately replied, Impossible. Tulak held up a box. This is the case for my dustfall mech.
This must be a human ploy to lure the tiger out of the mountains. Everyone, be on your guard, Tihuai asked from behind him. Brother, can you still sense the human's location? Lam Tulak turned around,
pointing and speaking quickly. They're over there, and over here too. Let's split up. After hearing this, Tihuai quickly closed the door, turned, and walked away, thinking smugly, This time, I have a high chance of winning. He had only taken a few steps before being stopped by orbs in the air that unleashed dense currents of electricity, which quickly pierced through his body. Then, Tulak ran over, shouting loudly, My brother! Tulak held the lifeless body of Tihuai in his arms, crying hysterically, How could you die like this? You were supposed to follow me and kill the enemy. He raised his hand and released 3 orbs into the air. Their name was Mist Orb Munitions, a silver-grade item that could rapidly generate mist, specifically reducing the vision of all living creatures and slowing their movement speed. Tulak held his weapon in a panic, announcing as he ran, This is bad! They're trying to escape, brothers! Follow me! In an instant, everything was enveloped in a thick fog. He smirked and said, As long as we break through this mist, we will have achieved a great victory. Lam Tulak held a sharp, gleaming blade in his hand, his words contradicted by the joyful expression on his face. Oh no, there are humans blocking our rear. Everyone must be careful. The zombies in the mist expressed their gratitude one by one. In our next life, we still want to be your subordinates. The great general is so thoughtful, charging ahead for us. He emerged from the mist, looking battered, his body seeming to have lost all strength as he collapsed to the ground. Leitan ran over anxiously from a distance. Great General, it's good that you're okay. Tulak suddenly turned, crawling on the ground with hatred, his voice filled with self-blame for his incompetence, not forgetting to mention that damned masked man in the black cloak. He struggled to give another order. I must consider if this is our only chance. Continue the pursuit with me. Hearing this, a frightened Titan looked for a way out by making an excuse to report to the zombie emperor. The zombies behind him, however, shouted in unison, We swear to follow the great general to the death. He glanced at their loyal and determined faces, then turned his back, a sinister smile on his face. Elsewhere, Guitong and a man were setting up a formation on the ground. Lam Tulak's lips curled into a satisfied smile as he mused to himself. Farming experience is so much faster when you have no conscience. In Sector S, Lam Tulak suddenly saw Titrong. He said with a tear-streaked face, Brother Titrong, Tihuai. He was killed by the humans. Titrong immediately asked, Those despicable humans.
They're not heading my way, are they? He replied, sobbing. Exactly. And that terrifying masked man in the black cloak is with them. He turned and walked away, saying to him on the surface, I'm not as foolish as Tihuai.
Let's go to Area L and find old brother Shiju first. We'll move together. But he was actually thinking he needed to find some cannon fodder first. Then he would launch a sneak attack. A loud explosion rang out, accompanied by a blazing red flame. It was burning fiercely. Zile lay struggling on the ground, shouting, "Shujong, Shuju, I failed you." "Somewhere else," Zhu Yichen was gloating. "You measly zombies are chasing after us. Killing you is as simple as crushing an ant." Lin Zi Luo struggled to sit up from the ground, his voice trembling slightly. "Brothers, don't worry about me. I have to go avenge them." The zombies were instantly fired up. "The great general is so courageous. We can't let him down. Charge!" Another loud explosion erupted, and they were all thrown in different directions. He lay on the ground, trying to rally them. "For the Shi clan, for the Shi Huang, don't spare them. Continue the chase." Shujin, panicked, hastily ordered the two zombies near him. "Quickly summon the teams from areas U, B, and W." "I have to go report this?" Zile frowned with silent disgust. "You really are a coward who's afraid of death." He slammed his fist into the wall in anger. "A few dozen humans have you running in circles." The Shi Huang angrily retorted, "Our elites are all dead. The entire future of our Shi clan is gone. Just how powerful is that human? In the end, only Sheila managed to escape with his life." Two zombies approached him and carefully reported, "We clearly set up an inescapable trap, but it's like those humans could predict our every move." "It's like they even knew what color our underwear was." The Shi Huang glanced at him, lying on the ground, and praised inwardly. "Luckily, Sheila brought back so many mech suits." He thought for a moment. "It seems we have to resort to this, yeah." The Shi Huang raised his hand and commanded, "Completely abandon the second floor. Protect the exit to the third floor." Lin Zi Luo was carried inside and received special care. Shujin stood looking at him and said reassuringly, "Lord Shi Huang can definitely save you." "Great General," he asked Sheila, "are you all right?" He nodded slightly, and the Emperor observed inwardly, "He can't move anymore." The Shi Huang held a mech suit in his hand and asked, "First, I can heal you, but it will consume a lot of energy. I'll have to use up one mech suit. You don't mind, do you?" He weakly nodded, curious inside. "I really want to see what you're actually planning." He walked towards the door, then opened the mech suit. Next, he transferred energy to him, and Zile winced in pain. The Shi Huang reminded him, "Breathe deeply. The headache is normal." Suddenly, Zile shot up, a glowing golden orb in his hand. He smiled and repeated, "Breathe deeply. I'll be quick." Lin Zi Luo swung his sword at him, but it hit the mech suitcase he used as a shield. The Emperor's mind still couldn't process what was happening. What's wrong with this kid? He leaped up, and with a wave of his hand, the pieces from the mech suit case shot towards his opponent. The Shi Huang waved his hand and quickly dispelled them. Zile continued to launch streams of energy as weapons. He continued to dispel them, only now realizing, "I've really underestimated you." He had already recovered to his healthy state. At that moment, the system panel displayed a notification activating the quest, The Shi Huang's Might. It included a background story about the Shi Huang's terrifying power and danger, with the objective of surviving his pursuit and rewards based on escape time and actions during the escape. As he pressed the accept button on the screen, he asked, "Aren't you surprised that I'm the man in the black cloak?" The Shi Huang immediately retorted, "I should have known that the one causing the biggest stir would be humanity's child of destiny." Zile glanced at him and continued, "You just wanted to use me to absorb the most mech suits." He then threw a mech suit at him. "So what if I give you one?" As the Shi Huang absorbed it, he threatened, "You will pay the price for your foolishness." Zila felt indignant. "You talk tough, but aren't you still obediently absorbing it?" Lin Zi Luo checked the Shi Huang's information on the system and silently concluded, an infinitely evolving monster. But your growth stops here. Looks like I need to win this fast, he said with confidence. Prepare to die, then all the mech suits will be mine. He held a flame-covered sword in his hand and replied with a short sentence. Oh, tools, like a mantis, trying to stop a cart with that. Zile charged forward to attack. He quickly blocked the sword in front of his chest, after which he was knocked backward. He stumbled back a few steps, and the Shihuang taunted him. In a situation like this, you choose such an extremely dangerous approach, Zile answered in his mind. Strike while you're down and take your life, Geeks, while simultaneously pinning him to the ground and using metal bands to bind his body. After wrapping him into a giant cocoon, he finally stopped. At this moment, the system panel displayed the notification Heavenly Corpse Shield, utilizing the fallen metal bands around the body. Forming a large cocoon of bands to defend against attacks and increase damage reduction, Zile gritted his teeth. Unconvinced. Damn it. His stats on the analysis panel are clearly not as high as mine. This is ridiculous. He raised the sword in his hand. Luckily, I just unlocked a god-tier talent that allows me to focus my entire body's strength into a single point. Zile swung the blade straight down, using a single point to break the surface. A single slash to cut through everything. He pulled the sword out of the cocoon, a stream of blood dripping from its tip. Zile swallowed the spirit stones and raised the blood-stained sword high. The skill demonstration is over. Next, it's time for firepower suppression. Lin Zi Luo gathered his power, creating a fiery energy orb, getting ready to give his opponent a thorough beating. He used his power to summon multiple bombs into his hands. These were all items he had gathered from the spaceship. Without giving his opponent a chance to react, he hurled them relentlessly at the radiation creature. Now it's payback time. In Lam Tulak's hand was the orb he had just created. Combined with the power of the Ring of Destruction, the destructive effect increased all damage dealt by 20%. With a confident look on his face, he calmly looked at the orb and said, "Just how long can you hold out?" Over on the other side, the radiation creature, Ekdani, was furious at being tricked and taking a beating, so it launched a counter. It's getting arrogant. Lam Tulak wasn't one for empty threats. He went straight for the beatdown, unleashing the destructive power of his massive energy orb. The orb shot rapidly toward the radiation creature, Ekdani. Just as it was about to retaliate, Lam Tulak was always one step ahead, with an attack so powerful it could obliterate anything in its path. The creature had just managed to form a tiny orb and threw it at his larger one. The two attacks collided, and the power from the orb erupted, nearly annihilating its lair. The surrounding space was filled with white smoke, and a thunderous explosion roared as if the very sky was being torn apart. The radiation creature, Ekdani, suddenly appeared in front of Lam Tulak, aiming for a surprise attack. It used corpse cheese spread, intending to release a massive amount of miasma to curse its opponent, reducing their stats, slowing their movement speed, causing mood instability, and carrying a chance of inflicting corpse toxin. Then it brazenly taunted him with a few challenging words. "You even helped me save the energy needed to activate this, Atikaso." Tulak found the creature before him utterly naive. Although the move contained corpse toxin, it was ridiculously audacious to try such an old trick on him. With a face that was 30% coldness and 70% mockery, he cleaned out his ear and replied, "It seems none of your effects work on me." Seizing the opportunity, he swiftly summoned a sword made of fire energy,
intending to slash his opponent. Unexpectedly, the creature was a step faster and blocked the surprise attack.
Leaving him looking pretty foolish, Ekdani managed to block the attack, but found it strange that he seemed completely unaffected, letting it get lost in its own thoughts. He moved in multiple chaotic directions at once, making it impossible for the creature to process the information and leaving it completely stunned. While it was dazed, staring blankly at Tulak's fleeting figure, he launched another attack, striking its arm and then its leg. Is that all the skill you have? Not only did it fail to defend, but it chose to attack him head-on. Lam Tulak thought it was stupid beyond belief. Hearing its title, he thought it would have some dignity. Who knew this monster was such a chump? His eyes showed no hint of mockery. His 200 years of combat experience must have gone to the dogs, seeing him acting clueless, wherever he prepared to strike. He exposed an opening there. He used a binding technique to stop its movements. Lam Tulak gathered his energy, drawing back slightly to build momentum. Ektani broke out in a cold sweat, its face turning pale as it realized the situation was not looking good. This time I'm really done for. It's over. Lam Tulak unleashed a massive attack, sending horrific shockwaves through the surroundings as white smoke and debris flew everywhere. The purple-hued technique flew outward, devastating everything in its path, including the life of the radiation creature. Ektani. Lam Tulak kept his fire sword at the ready, assessing the situation on the other side. Did that last attack completely wipe it out? Suddenly, it launched a surprise attack, thrusting a large spike directly at Lam Tulak, which startled him. Then, Tulak used a shield to block the unexpected blow. He observed that even though it had been blown to smithereens and seemed trapped by the destructive force of his last attack, it could still casually launch a sneak attack on him. Figuring out its trick, he gave a disdainful laugh and said nonchalantly, "Couldn't you have brought this out a little sooner?" The king of crap, it had brazenly survived and even upgraded itself to a new level. Not only was its armor intact, but it now had 2 large tentacles on its back. Looking at its arm, he saw a disgusting swarm of small, writhing creatures emerging from the armor. He felt like puking on the spot. Biological mechs can grow metal worms. Ektani, feeling emboldened, spoke with an arrogance as if it wanted to eat him alive.
My biggest regret right now is that I spared your worthless life just to absorb that mecha. Mukta, if one side was issuing a challenge, the other was more than ready to accept. He pointed his sword at the creature. He had planned to end this quickly, but now it was forcing Tulak to drag the fight out.
He was starting to get interested, wanting to end this dull match even sooner now that Ektani had finally gotten a little stronger. The you from before wasn't fun enough to play with. The battle raged on. Ektani gathered its strength for another attack on Lam Tulak, surrounded by a purple aura, and shouted, "You disgusting bug!" Although the last attack was fast, it meant nothing to Lam Tulak. He easily dodged it just like that. After evading for a moment, he stabilized his stance. He began to unleash his own power. A golden torrent of light enveloped Lam Tulak. Although it felt threatened, the monster still put on a brave face. "Is that all you've got, Avatar?" That was afterwards. It fired a beam of energy toward Lam Tulak, who was drawing a bow and aiming an arrow. It used its 2 tentacles to shield its front, surrounding them with a mass of energy. After a long moment, nothing seemed to happen between the two. Ektani was a bit panicked, not understanding what was going on. In that moment of carelessness, an arrow had already embedded itself deep in its left shoulder and instantly detonated, blowing up the purple monster. But it was completely unharmed, even saying arrogantly, "You dare pull these cheap tricks on me?" When the smoke from the explosion cleared, a large shield could be seen protecting it, which had blocked the explosion. Without a word, Lin Zi Luo raised his bow again, and the arrowhead began to gather energy, forming a sphere that enveloped its tip. This was a lightning element skill. Thunderstorm Arrow. When fired, this arrow activates a thunder rush state, increasing its speed by 100% and its power by 20%. Upon impact, it deals area of effect lightning damage. The power was unleashed, shooting straight towards the creature hovering above. Anticipating the next attack, it quickly coiled its tentacles to form a shield in front of itself. It used one to protect itself and another to catch the arrow. But something seemed wrong. It was caught off guard. How did it suddenly get faster? Already injured, it now couldn't even catch it. The arrow even managed to swerve and dodge. This made the radiation creature, Edur's eyes widen in utter shock. This is impossible. Even Shidun's coffin can't contain this. So it was forced to use its iron shield to defend against the attack. But unexpectedly, even the shield proved useless. It froze completely, screaming, "How is this possible?" The arrow pierced straight through the barrier, heading directly for Eduo's head. Completely helpless, it could only stare wide-eyed as the object came closer. The skill was activated, Shattering Arrow. Upon impact, the arrow releases a powerful shockwave at its target location. From high above, Eduo came crashing down to the ground. Now, it could only lie there, trembling as it struggled to speak. Before I obtained my god-tier talent, this was truly impossible. Zyle walked towards it and sliced off one of its tentacles with a single stroke. Thinking to himself, "Is this any different from a beheading by the 9-li shattering slash?" He replied coldly as ever, "It's a shame you ran into me." Just when he thought it was all over, while summoning a green orb in his hand, he sensed something was off. Why hasn't the system announced the kill yet? Should I just throw this Gale Elemental orb? As if sensing danger, the creature suddenly stood up and retreated, catching him off guard. With one side of its face injured, Edu also enveloped itself in energy. It sat on the ground, and though he couldn't tell what it was doing, a strange aura of power surrounded it, putting him on guard. It also gave off a terrifying feeling. As if recognizing it, Lin Zi Luo deduced, "Is this the Devour and Assimilate skill?" Using another skill, he materialized a different item, thinking happily, "Perfect time to clear out some old inventory." Suddenly, a boulder materialized above the creature's head as another item was activated, the diamond-grade extrinsic rockfall scroll. Meanwhile, in another location, two soldiers stood guard in front of a door. One of them sensed the disturbance and asked worriedly, "There's such a huge ruckus. Shouldn't we go inside and check?" The other replied calmly, "It's always like this. Mind your own business and stay out of Lord Corp's Emperor's affairs." Back at the battle, Lin Zi Luo looked surprised as if he had discovered something, and a red analysis panel appeared. Epic grade mech armor. Abilities Devour, Demonize. After reading the information, he grew even more interested in the purple monster. "Now you're finally worthy of a proper fight with me." The fight began again, and Eduor started lashing out at him with its tentacles. To its surprise, a pair of dazzling golden wings suddenly sprouted from his back, and he started dodging the attacks. "Odametans!" Dr. Octopus started its monologue while attacking. "Since you've discovered my secret, you won't be leaving here alive." It attacked continuously, forcing him to jump into the air to evade, but he couldn't dodge forever. Lin Zi Luo advanced, his bow drawn, and taunted. "The last guy as arrogant as you." He ran into me. His bow was now fully drawn, aimed directly at the radiation creature. Eduo. He stared at it with the eyes of a conqueror, like a king looking down on a lesser being, and sneered. "But do you have my kind of power?" A massive boulder crashed violently into the ground. When Lin Zi Luo lifted the boulder, the surrounding zombies started to disintegrate. He looked toward the spot and suddenly noticed something. Confused, Zi Luo picked up a chip. Right after that, a sound. Hum! From the system suddenly rang out. "Congratulations to player Yazi for defeating the epic boss." Huang. "Congratulations to player Yazi for being the first to defeat an epic grade boss." The system announcements kept on coming. "Congratulations to player Yazi for reaching level 50. As the second job advancement quest has not been completed, you cannot level up any further." Lin Zi Luo put the chip away as the system's voice continued to ring out. "Quest rewards cannot be calculated at the moment. and will be determined based on your world influence. The system continued. The host has slain the corpse emperor, completing the Chu Huang mission. Receiving the reward, Lin Zi Luo was extremely confused. What in the world is going on with this corpse emperor? Then, he stretched and chuckled. First, let's draw the 2 regular golden hands for me. The system rang out with consecutive congratulatory announcements. Hearing them, he couldn't help but think excitedly. With this shop membership and my peerless physique, couldn't I become a merchant? Right after, Lin Zi Luo smiled and commanded, "Give me the part from the destruction set now. Its stats are just like the destruction gauntlets." He clenched his fist, unable to hold back his awe. Just 2 pieces are already this strong. I can't even begin to imagine the full set. Lin Zi Luo suddenly said, "All right, the previous draws are done. Now it's your turn, Super Golden Hand." After hearing the system's announcement, he was incredibly excited. This was just too unreal. Lam Tulak grinned gleefully, thinking to himself, if there were no quantity restrictions, I could turn all my weapons into money-making treasures, huh? The system immediately gave him a sword, which made him overjoyed. Isn't this just what the doctor ordered? Lam Tulak was ecstatic when the system announced the item upgrade. The system surprised him by giving him a stone as a reward for killing an epic-level boss. The system's reminder felt redundant, and he retorted, "Isn't that stating the obvious?" The sound of the successful stone inlay rang out, intriguing Tulak greatly, adding the 10% from the 9-li ring itself. Aren't I basically a perpetual motion machine now? He removed the gem from the sword and looked towards the suit of armor. Lam Tulak quickly pushed the stone towards it, wanting it to absorb the mech. "Here's a great treasure for you." The stone immediately flew towards the center of the mech, and a strong suction pulled it inside. Lam Tulak smiled and retrieved the stone. He smiled looking at the stone's energy bar, then chuckled softly. "It's still far from enough." In his zombie emperor form, Lam Tulak slowly walked inside. The zombies inside were chattering excitedly. "Why is it taking so long this time?" "Don't worry, with so many mechs this time." "It's normal for it to take a little longer. Who wants me to transfer energy to enhance their mech's attributes?" Laktu Pham stepped out and announced to them, "There's a lot of energy this time, which is good for you guys." He pointed at Ti-ung and instructed softly, "Don't rush. Every corpse will get a share. Your performance has been good lately. You go first." He gleefully stepped inside, to the admiration of the others. Tulak walked ahead, whispering softly, "Don't worry, your turn will come." Walking in front, Lam Tulak couldn't help but instruct, "Now, go arrange the evacuation of the soldiers on the 3rd floor, and figure out a way to let those humans leave." The zombie was very confused upon hearing this. "My lord, if we just block them, those humans will surely die." He angrily turned to question him. "Are you teaching me how to do my job?" Then Lam Tulak turned and walked away, adding, "Just do as I say. This is part of the plan." The zombie following behind couldn't help but wonder, how much can the Lord's power increase this time? It should increase by at least 2 levels. The door in front of them slowly opened, and he exclaimed in shock, "How is Tilak?" Before he could finish his sentence, his head was chopped off. His head fell to the ground, filled with confusion. "My lord, why did you kill me?" Lam Tulak sat down opposite him. The stone was released, absorbing his body, which made him wonder why it felt like a pig slaughtering production line. Tulak continued outside. "Tiang, it's your turn." The next zombie was confused. "Tiang, He immediately cut him off to explain. He absorbed too much energy and is digesting it on the spot. "I have bled for my lord. I have served the zombie clan. I am loyal and cautious." Lam Tulak immediately glanced at him. "The energy from Tilak this time has satisfied me. Don't be afraid. A moment later, he stood before the gate, muttering to himself, "What bad luck. Only one supply card dropped." Lam Tulak came out to ask about the results.
Is the evacuation complete? It is complete. My lord, I'm the only one left. Is there enough energy? Hearing this, he couldn't help but laugh loudly. Then he clapped the zombie on the shoulder and whispered, "Don't worry, there's enough. After a busy day..."
All the great generals had been reunited with the zombie emperor. Tulak slowly walked out from inside, his mood buoyant. He had finally dealt with all of them. He turned and said to his comrades, "Hurry and retreat. The two of us have to go reinforce Captain Lam. Don't worry about us. Now, the entire spaceship is mine alone." He immediately laughed heartily. "I want it all from now on. This place is now renamed the Lam Tulak spaceship." Tulak finally breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at the piece of paper under the table and couldn't help but sigh. Have we finally reached systems of linear equations with two variables? He started working on the problem when suddenly a robot appeared and announced that his mission was complete. Lam Tulak walked down the corridor, constantly calculating. What kind of ship is this, that even the big idiot's Fury Demon mech has no authority on it? Suddenly, the system's voice rang out with a notification. "Warning, cannot be scanned." Lam Tulak looked at the gate and pondered.
Cannot be scanned. Immediately after, he smiled faintly. Then I'll just see what happens after I remove it by force. A powerful blow struck the door, blasting it open. After the door was opened,
he was incredibly excited, as expected. There wasn't just one. Lam Tulak looked at what was in front of him. Indeed, there was more than one laboratory. He stood silently looking at it for a long time. It was the zombie virus leaking from the thermoceramic box that led to the birth of the zombie clan. Suddenly, Tulak sensed something and quickly jumped back, away from it. He noticed a cat next to it that had turned into a zombie, and thought to himself, better safe than sorry. The system announced linking consciousness with the zombie cat. Lam Tulak then transferred his consciousness to the zombie cat and jumped up to observe. He couldn't find any activation mechanism at all. Does this mean I have to use brute force to break it? The zombie cat used its front paw to scratch the giant container. Seeing that nothing happened except for the scratch mark, Lam Tulak thought angrily, "If one time doesn't work, I'll try a few more." Then he scratched vigorously at the same spot. Just as the cat's paw started to bleed, a hole opened up on the giant container. The zombie cat looked inside, and Tulak also received the image the cat was seeing. Inside were two small vials, one blue and one reddish pink. Just as expected, there was good stuff. The system panel appeared again with an explanation a failed drug developed by the Mechanical God clan. Originally intended to evolve the human body, but in many cases, it caused the human body to generate a special zombie virus. Eventually, the infected were outlawed and became a different, special zombie race. Looking at the explanation, Lin Zi Luo wondered why they would even want to research a zombie virus. This Mechanical God clan, the situation is so severe, yet they created a drug to directly eliminate the infected. They're really something else. But now, doesn't this mean he can completely change the fate of the planet? Thinking of this, Lin Zi Luo took the two small vials into his hand, recalling the zombie horde on the other side. He raised his hand and calculated that eliminating the zombies, who far outnumbered the humans, was the only way to treat the root cause. One bottle might not be enough. The remaining secrets of this central desert spaceship no longer mattered. He had to focus all his efforts on finding the laboratory. After that, Lin Zi Luo left the lab he was just in. In a large palace-like room, whispers could be heard. "You said the zombie emperor told us to return first. So why hasn't the spaceship closed its doors yet? Could it be related to the spaceship's unusual activity? But where did all the great generals go?" But the whispers immediately died down, and they began to make way. Lin Zi Luo, now in disguise, approached. He didn't hesitate to sit on the Emperor's throne in front of the zombies. Then, Zi Luo announced loudly, "I know the explosion of the great general's metal spheres has caused you all fear and panic.
But in truth, it was merely caused by their mechs suddenly leveling up." Hearing this, the zombies below breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Zi Luo continued his majestic speech. "The great generals are still inside the spaceship, absorbing the energy."
Even I have to maintain my mech form. All of this is because the rewards we've gained from this operation are beyond imagination. Everyone, take a look at what this is." As he spoke, Zi Luo held up the small red vial. The crowd below looked on with astonishment and endless joy. They shouted, "Holy water! That's the holy water! Holy water!" Lin Zi Luo looked at the small vial in his hand. An image of the zombie king using the holy water flashed in his mind, placing a single drop on a kneeling zombie as a reward. In 200 years, only newly appointed great generals had the chance to receive a single drop, but then Lin Zi Luo thought to himself, "It's a pity that Big Dummy and the Ghost Child are of a different race. Otherwise, their levels could have skyrocketed." He pictured the scene after receiving that drop of holy water. The zombie had evolved wings and looked much stronger. Snapping out of his thoughts, Lin Zi Luo stood up and continued his speech. "This time, on the Central Desert spaceship, I'm sure none of you understood why I wanted to let the humans go. Seeing them give birth to so many new powers, I realized that my strength alone will never be enough. I want to make the zombie clan great again." Lin Zi Luo acted as if he was thinking about the great future of the zombie clan. But after hearing this, a zombie from below suddenly asked him, "Your Majesty is wise and farsighted, but what does this mean?" Lin Zi Luo didn't mince words and spoke directly. "They are the prey for our future generations." Following that was a grand declaration from Lin Zi Luo's position. "Starting today, I will create a new world. Every zombie will have holy water to drink. Abu po papanotatind. Every zombie will be a great general." Below, they all roared in approval of his declaration. "Oh my god, I'm about to faint." These zombies were so moved they cried out, "Does anyone even understand? Our zombie emperor is just too amazing." Lin Zi Luo stood silently above, observing the actions of the zombies below, seeing the time was right. Lin Zi Luo raised his hand, signaling the number 3, and said, "3 days from now, I will hold the great zombie clan ascension ceremony. Anyone within the zombie emperor city can receive the baptism of the holy water." He said this out loud, but inwardly he was excited. Time to party! Time to party! 3 days later, long lines of zombies entered in an orderly fashion. Everyone was chatting lively, creating a bustling atmosphere. A dazed zombie looked around and asked, "Is all this the baptismal equipment in the secret chamber?" Lin Zi Luo was cultivating. Golden streams of aura surrounded him, gathering into a small orb in front of him. As he cultivated, he thought, "With the addition of the mech I haven't absorbed yet, the Julie Pearl can already be upgraded to a legendary grade weapon." A knock sounded at the door, and someone came to report. "My lord, the auspicious hour has arrived. Everything has been arranged according to your instructions." Lin Zi Luo replied calmly, "I know. Wait outside." Holding the small red vial and examining it, Lin Zi Luo thought, "If you had also discovered this pair of drugs back then, the zombie clan would be truly blessed now." Heading outside, where the hordes of zombies were gathered, Lin Zi Luo stepped out and announced, "My beloved subjects for the future of the zombie clan, all of you, raise your hands with all your heart and feel the baptism of the holy water." Lin Zi Luo's voice echoed everywhere. Loud enough for all the zombies to hear, they all cheered with joy and fervent will. Large pipes began to activate. Water flowed through them, and the sprinklers got into position. Below, all the zombies were raising their hands, waiting to be baptized by the holy water. Lin Zi Luo standing above, was not in a hurry and acted as if he were bestowing a great gift. "You have followed me for so long. Follow me to one more place, and each of you can receive a single drop." Igi Penisitema. The zombies enthusiastically praised Lin Zi Luo. Long live the zombie emperor. But then, a foolish zombie spoke up. "Why don't we receive the baptism first and use the holy water right here?" However, the zombie next to him reacted quickly, punching the fool and shouting, "You dare question His Majesty."
Death to traitors. After taking care of business, the zombie clasped his hands, bowed, and said sycophantically, "My lord, the traitor is dead. Can his share be given to me?" Lin Zi Luo generously replied, "What a good dog." Hearing this, he was overjoyed and even barked a few more times to curry favor. Then, Lin Zi Luo turned and went inside, the sound of the door closing in front of the zombies there.
Lin Zi Luo said casually, "The baptism will begin in 10 seconds. Tell them to come and pray together." The zombies began to count down the remaining 10 seconds in unison. When they reached 1, Lin Zi Luo inside also started pressing the red button on the wall. Lin Zi Luo extended his hand, releasing his power, and a shield-like object appeared before him. It was the Pluto Aegis. He focused his power to create shields surrounding himself, backed by the elements of wind, lightning, water, and fire. The low-level zombies watched this scene, bewildered, and then they sensed something was wrong. The ground beneath their feet was cracking. A massive explosion sent the horde of zombies flying. One zombie was blown in the opposite direction, past Lin Zi Luo, who had now reverted to his human form. He noticed something beside him and shouted in astonishment, "Why is there a human here?" But when he saw Lin Zi Luo raising a hand towards him, the zombie hurriedly begged, "My lord, just give me the holy water, and even if you're a human in disguise, I'll keep my mouth shut." A loud bang echoed in the room. Clearly, that guy had been eliminated. Looking at the zombies sprawled all around, Lin Zi Luo said nonchalantly, "It's time for the item drop." The sprinklers began to spray water. This water was pink and rained down on the zombies, who were holding out their hands in anticipation. One of them suddenly asked suspiciously, "I heard the holy water is supposed to taste like sweet strawberries." The one next to him scoffed.
"Have you tasted it before or something, you country bumpkin from another corpse city?" This one answered honestly, "I used to be General Shihai's personal guard. I heard him mention it."
But the one next to him sneered, holding a funnel. "You go ahead and enjoy it first." Then he put the funnel in his mouth, hoping to collect more holy water. The others saw this and started cursing and punching him. "That's cheating, you scumbag." But his body suddenly started trembling, and he couldn't move. Then he collapsed, and the ones next to him, not understanding what was happening, asked, "Can't even take a few punches. I heard your body trembles uncontrollably after drinking it. So it must be the real holy water." But upon closer inspection, the guy with the funnel had gone completely stiff and lay motionless on the ground. The others realized it and screamed, "Something's wrong. He's not leveling up. He's dead." The foolish guard from before looked up and around, seeing the zombies chaotically scrambling to escape. Some were running frantically.
"This is bad. His body seems to be rejecting the holy water. He's about to be burned to a crisp. Run. There's something wrong with the holy water." The guard quickly took off his shirt and swiftly stuffed it into the funnel from earlier.
Then he put it on his head, holding the funnel in place with one hand as he ran. While scrambling away, he yelled, "The corpse clan is done for. Run." At the same time, the resistance squads simultaneously attacked the other corpse cities, which had no defensive capabilities left. They stormed the cities with armor and weapons. Lin Zi Luo walked out calmly, thinking to himself that there were probably a few lucky survivors.
"You big dummy ghost children, I'm counting on you." Closing the door to the room Lin Zi Luo used for cultivation, Shenxi was relieved. "Finally, I can absorb this in peace." Suddenly, he noticed something.
And holding it in his hand, He saw it was a diary belonging to Chu Yunshuan. Lin Zi Luo wondered, Shi Huang's treasury. Why is there a human's diary here? Lin Zi Luo opened it, read through the pages, and was astonished. There's another player here. He quickly shouted, System, what the hell is going on? Immediately after, Lin Zi Luo said angrily, I want to end this instance dungeon. But the system only announced, apologies, report error. Still haven't found 0523 Blue Star SG 968. Lamtulak sighed, closed his eyes, then opened them, and continued reading the diary. The words began, From this day forward, I am the Corpse Emperor, and this place is my throne. Which left him bewildered. What on earth happened? The more he read the diary, the more speechless Lamtulak became. He closed the diary and left the room, thinking he definitely had to check out the throne in the Corpse Emperor's hall. Along the way, Lamtulak casually dispatched some zombies, his expression unchanging, wondering why on earth he couldn't leave. But everything else seemed to be normal. Lamtulak stood there staring at the throne for a long time, until a zombie wearing a small funnel on its head ran over. Seeing him, Lamtulak instantly appeared behind him. He held a blade to the newly arrived zombie's neck and demanded, Who are you? Why are you here at this time? To prevent him from escaping, Lamtulak kicked him in the stomach, sending him flying backwards.
His body slammed into a pillar, causing him to spit up blood. Even so, he still managed to cry out and beg, Spare me. Hero, I don't usually eat people. I'm a vegetarian. Lamtulak stared at him and ordered,
Keep talking, he hurriedly explained. I was originally a guard for the great General Corpse C, and I once heard him mention a secret about the throne. Now that the Corpse Emperor's city is in chaos, with this, I wanted to take this chance to see if it was true, Lamtulak asked. What secret? The zombie recalled the previous scene and described it to Lamtulak. Great General Corpse C had barged into the Corpse Emperor's hall. The Corpse Emperor was sitting on the throne, and tentacles were extending from it, wrapping around his head. At that time, due to a Code 9 emergency report from a subordinate, the Great General rushed into the Corpse Emperor's hall. He never expected to see such a scene. Lamtulak was intrigued and continued to order the zombie. What was his state back then? Show me. But the cowardly zombie tried to refuse. This is the Corpse Emperor's throne. I dare not overstep my bounds. But Lamtulak wasn't having it. He yelled, I told you to sit. So sit. The zombie conveniently fell onto the throne and sat there. Suddenly, his hand brushed against a small red button, startling him. When the button was fully activated, an electric current enveloped the zombie, making it scream in agony. Lin Zi Luo watched this scene with a serious expression. He sat back on his throne as the other guy departed in a charged state. Yes, a notification panel appeared, and along with it, a figure materialized in front of Lin Zi Luo. Test passed successfully, preparing to open the zombie emperor's virtual domain. Lin Zi Luo was astonished. What, that person is the former zombie emperor? The man spoke up. I know you're just as clueless now as I was in the beginning, so please listen to what I have to say. Outside the Doomsday spaceship, in its laboratory, someone asked, Has the zombie virus for this planet been fully distributed? We should get ready to leave. Two people in white coats replied. Almost. Just a moment. In the War Council room on Boundary King Planet, a general stated clearly, There is a colossal threat hiding within our atmosphere. The president, sitting beside him, responded angrily. How dare they act so insolently in our territory? We must show them what we're made of. Fleets of spaceships appeared, attacking a green energy shield, and explosions of all sizes from their cannons erupted. The assault was relentless, eventually striking a spaceship concealed within that shield. The mysterious person from before grew angry. Well then, how about we add an interesting new mechanism? The spaceship crashed, shaking the laboratory, and ended in a massive explosion. Meanwhile, Lin Zi Luo was questioning the zombie emperor. Who exactly are the Mecha God tribe? His remnant soul replied. I also just recently learned that I'm not the only one with a golden finger system. You must have one too. Hearing this, Lin Zi Luo shouted in astonishment. What? You mean there are others? The zombie emperor then began to explain to Lin Zi Luo. But to leave this world, you must drink the evolution potion. You can only find the answer at the Doomsday spaceship. The longer you wait, the more your memories will fade. Drink it quickly. Hearing this, Lin Zi Luo gazed pensively at the small red vial in his hand. He sighed, knowing there was no other way. No longer resisting, he opened the test tube's cap. A wisp of smoke drifted out. After waiting a moment and seeing no zombie attributes erupt, Lin Zi Luo was overjoyed. Knowing he had succeeded, he poured the medicine into Shi Yun's mouth. The dragon zombie thinking smugly to himself how he could possibly be tricked by a dead zombie emperor. Just then, a projection of the zombie emperor appeared in the air again. He moved his stiff lips, telling him to go to the control room of the Doomsday spaceship to find the message left by the previous zombie emperor. Lin Zi Luo thoughtfully looked at Shi Yun, whose mouth was emitting smoke, and realized he had no choice but to go to the Doomsday spaceship. Suddenly, a strange scene unfolded. Shi Yun's body, lying on the ground, began to... Lin Zi Luo watched the person before him slowly shrink into a young boy, completely unsurprised. He even secretly speculated that this evolution potion was more potent than Jinkella's. Shi Yun awoke from his coma. He looked at Lin Zi Luo, wondering why he had holy water. Lin Zi Luo didn't answer, instead maintaining a distance of about 10 feet and asking how he felt now. Shi Yun leaned back on the tiled floor. I feel my brain is exceptionally sharp. Lin Zi Luo drew his sword from its sheath, his expression unchanging. Drinking so much holy water before dying. It makes sense. Seeing the gleam of the sword, Shi Yun shot up immediately, clasping his hands together in a sycophantic gesture. But if you kill me, will you be able to leave this world? Hearing this, Lin Zi Luo paused to think for a moment. Realizing he had a point, he decided to spare Shi Yun for the time being, since he had to make a trip to the Doomsday spaceship anyway. Spared from death, Shi Yun delightedly claimed he knew a way. Lin Zi Luo turned and started walking away. Follow me to the Doomsday spaceship. As he walked slowly, he silently plotted to kill Shi Yun after he was no longer useful. But after just a few steps, he felt something was wrong and turned back around. A figure as fast as the wind swept past, carrying away Shi Yun, who was crawling on the ground behind him. Lin Zi Luo glanced at the two of them, long felt a bit guilty, as if he had just colluded in some evil deed. But he only gave it a moment's thought before dismissing it and asking the newly arrived Hua Xing Chen if they had taken down the entire zombie city yet. Hua Xing Chen reported that thanks to the potion's effect, they had conquered. Lin Zi Luo stroked his chin thoughtfully. But to completely solve the zombie problem, this wasn't enough. He needed to get the manufacturing formula from the Doomsday spaceship. Lin Zi Luo ignored the bewildered Hua Xing Chen beside him and muttered, "What if we had the weapons left behind by the zombie clan, plus a few more people?" A brilliant smile spread across Lin Zi Luo's face, as if he had thought of a unique plan. The sunlight glinted off the barrel of a gun, reflecting a silver light. Lin Zi Luo asked, feeling a bit uneasy, "Are you sure attacking from this spot will give us a chance to break through?" Shi Yun, draped bonelessly over Big Dummy's back, confidently replied that he had been observing for several days. "Holds. This is definitely the spot," he explained while maintaining his lazy, slovenly posture. "It's like a TV losing its signal. The electrical signal line transmits at an extremely high speed, forming a static signal." Shi Yun looked up at the city's sky. "We just need to tear open a hole before the next energy wave is transmitted." Lin Zi Luo understood immediately upon hearing this and continued the thought. "Then we can use that opportunity to break through Earth-shattering rumbles accompanied by waves of scorching energy rose one after another. Lin Zi Luo seized the opportunity right after a volley of shots and charged in. A powerful 9 Li overlapping slash struck the sky barrier, creating a dazzling streak of light. As expected, the light screen faded where it was attacked, but in the blink of an eye, a rippling water effect appeared. The damaged area quickly recovered to its original state. Lin Zi Luo saw all of this, but wasn't discouraged. If one slash wasn't enough, he'd just use a few more. Acting on this thought, he swiftly unleashed several more ultimate skills. The terrifying power of the impact created an explosion, sending sparks flying everywhere. Seeing the energy wave completely undamaged, Lin Zi Luo looked at Shuyun, suspecting it was lying just to survive. His powerful survival instinct made Shuyun immediately kneel. "I understand, my lord. The Sky Curtain must have some kind of defensive firewall mechanism. We shouldn't attack it, but instead, try to disguise our identities to gain its recognition." While explaining, Shuyun forced a sycophantic smile, finding its cowardice unsightly. Dangok tossed it back onto his shoulders. Lin Zi Luo was smarter this time. He gave Shuyun a sly smile. "Then you go ahead and try to get its recognition?" Despite saying that, Lin Zi Luo still wanted to test it himself. He bent down and picked up a rock at his feet, then threw it with all his might at the azure sky curtain. Seeing the rock melt the instant it touched the dome of light, he began to wonder if Shuyun was plotting to get rid of him. Meanwhile, Dangok carried Shuyun to the edge of the sky curtain. Shuyun recklessly stuck its hand into the curtain of light. And of course, the outcome was the same as the rock. Half of its finger instantly melted upon contact. Lin Zi Luo sneered in contempt when he saw this. Unfazed, Shuyun asked him for the holy water. Lin Zi Luo pulled a flask out of thin air. "What do you need this for?" Shuyun didn't explain, only asking him to pour the holy water onto a piece of cloth. Lin Zi Luo wasn't stingy and complied. It then asked him to throw the holy water-soaked cloth at the sky curtain. Although Lin Zi Luo was very displeased, he had to endure it for the sake of returning to Blue Star. He casually tossed the cloth into the energy curtain. Before everyone's eyes, it passed through with ease. Lin Zi Luo was still skeptical. "So that's how you get recognized," Shuyun, in contrast, was eager to volunteer as a test subject. Looking at Shuyun stuffed inside the cloth, Lin Zi Luo silently thought that if it evolved to be just a bit smarter, he wouldn't have to worry about being tricked to his doom. Dangok threw the cloth containing Shuyun, and it didn't disappoint, passing through the sky curtain with ease. This finally convinced Lin Zi Luo completely. Containers of holy water appeared in droves and were quickly distributed among everyone. They then passed through the sky curtain safely, one after another. Lin Zi Luo was still a bit puzzled. What's the principle behind this? Anyway, Shuyun poked its head out from behind Dangok. Because the holy water is a product of this spaceship, it naturally gets recognized. Lin Zi Luo, full of 1,000 questions, wouldn't stop. Couldn't we just go in wearing the mecha suits? Shuyun didn't seem annoyed. After the mecha suits were corrupted by the zombies, they were no longer considered part of the spaceship. When these weapons attacked the sky curtain, they were naturally judged as foreign entities. It explained this with an expression that screamed, "I'm the smartest being alive." The group slowly walked through a large door, revisiting the old place to look for clues. As they were wandering aimlessly, Shuyun suddenly pointed at something. This must be the location and method used to spread the zombie virus. A dangerous glint appeared in Lin Zi Luo's eyes. Could the zombies on Blue Star have also been released by this very spaceship? The four of them continued to walk through the ship. As he walked, Lin Zi Luo spared a part of his consciousness to wonder. Is the King Realm Star a real place, or just an instance dungeon? They entered a rather strange room. Lin Zi Luo noticed faint outlines of objects on a table, feeling as if someone had just been there. He was so focused on his surroundings that he carelessly tripped, and when he looked up, a door had appeared right in front of him. He pushed it open without a second thought. Lin Zi Luo cautiously stepped inside. Seeing an array of equipment and machinery, he was surprised, never expecting the control room to be hidden here. Lin Zi Luo looked around the small room and stopped at a desk where he spotted a slip of paper. He picked it up and saw 7 principles written on it. Lin Zi Luo read it again and again, finally losing his composure and slumping to the floor. He thought to himself, could it be that I don't actually exist? Only then did he notice how eerily quiet it was. Lin Zi Luo quickly turned and shouted for the other 3. Unexpectedly, they were still there, but strangely, all 3 of them were frozen at the doorway, completely motionless. Lin Zi Luo was not one to break down easily. He quickly composed himself, his hands flying across the keyboard. After a moment of effort, the screen displayed all of his information and stats. Seeing his last login was 1 year ago, Lin Zi Luo thought with uncertainty. Does this mean I'm not considered a player-controlled game character? After processing the new information, Lin Zi Luo left the room. The 3 ghost children were waiting, curiously asking him what was inside. Lin Zi Luo had already regained his usual indifferent attitude, saying it was just a surveillance room, and even opened the door for them to see. But of course, it was pointless. The moment the door opened, they froze like statues again, having no other choice. Lin Zi Luo closed the door. It's a long story. Just follow me. 15 minutes later, the group was settled. Lin Zi Luo guessed that they wouldn't be paused as long as they were outside that room. Shiyun, perched on Dang Ngok's back, was now intently reading the 7 principles before drawing a conclusion. You are the protagonist, and we are just NPCs. But you act according to your own will now. So how is that any different from being truly alive? Shiyun looked from the slip of paper to Lin Zi Luo, its face showing confusion. It pointed to the 5th principle on the paper. If you can just do this, maybe you can return to your blue star. Lin Zi Luo summoned the holy flask. Feeling a headache coming on, he thought, the corpse emperor is already dead, so how can it be returned to its original state? Do I really have to drink this and become the new corpse emperor? Shiyun then added that the corpse tribe. Hearing this, Lin Zi Luo let out a cold laugh. So, you not only want me to become the corpse emperor, but you also want me to kill people and help you revive the corpse tribe. An idea flashed through his mind. Lin Zi Luo tossed aside the snack he was eating and picked up the. He looked at rule number 3 on it. The zombie emperor doesn't just have one mecha. This information is fundamentally wrong. A confused Tivan asked him what he meant. Lam Tu Lak pointed to a distant monitor screen. From here, we can observe the entire spaceship, which means when we came in, there was someone on the 3rd floor, and this piece of paper might not be reliable. The van followed his hand with her gaze, but this is the only way for that person to get out of here. Lam Tu Lak didn't look worried at all, and even smiled. That's just a second possibility. Use your brain a little. Research the teleportation device they used when the spaceship crashed. Lam Tu Lak gave Tivan an enigmatic, faint smile. Lam Tu Lak smiled coldly, chasing after her and asking, isn't becoming smart a good thing?
While running, the van slammed right into the person in front of her. Lam Tu Lak forced her mouth open and poured a potion inside. Then, the van's eyes shot wide open. Very quickly, her body began to mutate, and long whiskers grew out from under her chin.
Tivan underwent a transformation. Lam Tu Lak glanced into the distance, thinking to himself that this foolish method was the only way to try and crack the teleportation device. Kulta paas adiyo. He put down his pen to calculate. First, I'll draw out the scene inside. A moment later, when Lam Tu Lak opened the door, he was surprised to find someone in front. He couldn't help but be suspicious when he didn't see Tivan anywhere. Then, Lam Tu Lak peeked his head inside, somewhat curious that Tivan was still able to move. He directly grabbed her, warned her to go inside, and demanded she try to disable the restriction system here. Tivan broke out in a cold sweat. Flustered, she replied that she didn't know how, But then a sharp blade was pressed against her neck as a threatening voice told her to learn now, terrifying Thivan. Strings of numbers appeared in Thivan's bloodshot eyes. Ahos. Thivan awkwardly performed a series of operations, saying it felt like ants were crawling on her. She then pointed at the system screen and determined that the only possibility was that this system had an anti-cheat. Just then, a system sound rang out. Lam Tulak thought to himself, could it be that the Golden Finger system is actually a hack, and it's being countered by the anti-cheat system here? With that thought, he directly ordered Thivan, shut it down for me, now. The red button was pressed just like that. On the system screen, a notification for completing the instance quest appeared. Lam Tulak thought to himself, it's just as I expected. He checked the van's information on the system panel and thought, it seems this analysis panel generated a bug because she drank the potion, which is why she could get in. He calmly asked the van,
now that we have this, I feel that restoring Kingstar to its original state isn't impossible. Hearing this, the van suspiciously asked what Lam Tulak meant. At that moment, Lam Tulak raised one finger and said with a grim expression, if the van can master computers in 1 hour, then my request probably isn't too difficult. The door then opened, and Lam Tulak looked into the space ahead.
An exact copy of Lam Tulak stepped out of the space. At this moment, the van leaped into Lam Tulak's arms in a princess carry, and the atmosphere between the three of them froze. The opponent rushed forward, swinging a fist to attack, but it was easily blocked by Lam Tulak. He grabbed his opponent by the throat, restraining him. When it comes to killing myself, how could you be better at it than Lam Tulak? He then tightened his grip on the opponent's. Lam Tulak dragged the stiff Thivan along, bringing 2 zombies outside with him. He planned to first focus on researching the teleportation device of the mechanical god tribe.
The van helped me with this first. A glowing barrier surrounded the area, and very quickly it was dispelled. The people there couldn't help but celebrate and praise Lam Tulak. In his hand now was a vial of potion.
One must always have a backup plan. He poured it into a glass, steeling his resolve, determined to return to Blue Star no matter the cost. Lam Tulak cheerfully told them that he had made an important discovery. Hearing this, Hua Tin Tun praised him. Lam Tulak then urged him to follow. Now, in the central control room, Hua Tin Tun felt that this place looked like a food stall. Lam Tulak then explained, hidden in plain sight, the real secret is in the back. He then glanced at the figure peeking from behind the door. Everything froze in place. At Lam Tulak's feet was his clone. He regretted that the big dummy couldn't move in this situation. He directly hoisted his clone up. Lam Tulak threw it straight to the ground. He took a bottle of ketchup and poured it out, lamenting his own death a little, thinking to himself that this would definitely scare them. Time resumed, and they were all astonished, staring at the person in front of them. Hua Tin Tun backed away in fear. Zombie Emperor, aren't you already dead? Lam Tulak, in his Zombie Emperor guise, pointed towards his clone and asked them if they had heard that from him. He's nothing more than a traitor. Hua Tin Tun was stunned. A traitor. He immediately took a defensive stance. No wonder he had long felt that Lam Tulak was up to no good. Lam Tulak, as the Zombie Emperor, mocked them. Humans aren't just for eating, they're also for entertainment. While inwardly wondering, is that how you see me? The outcome won't be good for you. Hua Tin Tun shouted and prepared to attack Lam Tulak. He thought to himself, if Hua Tin Tun already thinks of me that way, then I no longer have any psychological burden. Hua Tin Tun led the group to confront Lam Tulak. The glass was then set down. Lam Tulak planned to directly give Hua Tin Tun a large dose of the potion. Time rewound, and their group was stunned. A shocked Hua Tin Tun asked Lam Tulak, can you really control time? Lam Tulak, as the Zombie Emperor, calmly spoke about the evolution potion he had given them, and also bid them farewell. Hua Tin immediately urged the crowd. The other person yelled to run away. Seeing this, Lam Tulak narrowed his eyes and sneered, wondering if they really thought they could escape. After some time, Lam Tulak looked at the incredible group before him and grumbled in frustration.
You're driving me crazy, Lam Tulak panted, telling them there was no escape. Hua Tin grabbed the knife, declaring that he and the zombies were sworn enemies who couldn't exist under the same sky. With that, Hua Tin ended his own life right in front of Lam Tulak.
And the remaining people followed suit. Lam Tulak sighed at their naivety. Was the evolution potion just for show in the blink of an eye? They all began to mutate. Lam Tulak pointed at Hua Tin
and said, "From now on, he will be my first great general. Go and seize the zombie emperor's city." Now a zombie, Hua Tin obediently followed his command. Lam Tulak reminded him,
inwardly rejoicing at the hope of successfully restoring the instance's state. As Lam Tulak walked in, a voice came from behind the van. Is it about to become a reality? The Van Ten reported that he had found a way to open the passage. He turned around and informed him, "My lord, I figured out why you were imprisoned here." Lam Tulak replied nonchalantly, "Let's hear it," he explained with a grave frown. Because in the original setting, the zombie empress was never supposed to die. But it was possible because you used a hack. My lord, hearing this, he began to ponder. No wonder the database had to temporarily cooperate after I killed the zombie emperor. The van finally concluded that this had created a bug, and the system couldn't reset the instance, which is why we're stuck here. Lam Tulak was a bit puzzled and turned to ask, "So, has more than one zombie emperor had an experience like mine?" He quickly agreed. With this confirmation, he speculated, "So is he dead then? He didn't even leave a body back then." The van thought for a moment and replied, "He likely took the opportunity to force his way through your return passage. Ew. I only learned this from reading the system's explanation." Lam Tulak slammed his hand down in anger, gritting his teeth as he asked, "Are you saying that even if I get out, I'll be taking over someone else's world?" Breaking into a cold sweat, he quietly replied, "This bug would indeed lead to..." He mused curiously. "So, can I still return if I go through this passage?" The van frowned and replied, "It's possible, but the price is extremely high." Hearing this, Lam Tulak glanced over inquisitively. "What is the price?" He slowly projected an image and said, "We have located your world, my lord." Seeing it, he grew impatient. "Doesn't that mean I can go back now?" The van struggled to explain. "But my lord, you are a hack and I am a bug. If we take this special route, we will easily be purged." Lam Tulak's brow furrowed deeply as he wondered. "If we're turned into data, we'll have no way to fight back. So what should we do?" Suddenly, an idea struck him. Lam Tulak looked at Tivan cheerfully and asked, "What if we shove everyone from the World King planet directly into the passage?" He looked at him and replied, "In that case, we wouldn't be purged so easily. However, because the zombies carry this planet's special virus, they would also be considered targets for elimination." Tulak quickly grabbed both of Tivan's hands in excitement. "Why didn't you say so sooner? We'll take all the zombies from this planet back to Blue Star." He worriedly stated that the spaceship center might not have enough computing power to digitalize everyone. He smiled softly, patting his head warmly, and said, "But we still have you, don't we?" At the zombie emperor's palace, zombies were lined up in dense rows. One by one, they lay on a conveyor belt to be digitalized, while Tivan worked at 100% efficiency with both hands. He was working so hard he felt like he was about to evaporate. The zombie emperor stood beside them and declared loudly, "My subjects, I know of a wonderful paradise, so follow me." Hua Tin stood to one side, encouraging everyone, The zombie emperor pondered thoughtfully. When he gave him that extra evolution potion, did it really grant him a bloodline capable of suppressing other zombies one by one? The zombies lay on the conveyor belt and were carried inside. Every single one of them wore a bright smile, ready to be digitalized. In front of Blue Star's instance selection room, a group of people came running out, screaming. Something big has happened. Everyone run for it. The people outside were utterly confused. Not understanding what was happening, Chu Van Dat stood in the middle of the chaotic, fleeing crowd, wondering what in the world was going on. Someone had snuck into the World King Planet instance. Suddenly, he was horrified by the scene unfolding before him. With a loud sound, a figure swiftly jumped out of the smoke. Landing in front of Van Dat, Lam Tulak shouted happily, "I'm back." He slowly planted his feet on the ground. Lam Tulak was ecstatic inside. He was finally back. He turned to observe the situation behind him, looking at the chaotic mess. Tulak was secretly thankful that he had countless meat shields like them. He stood up and faced Chu Van Dat, asking, "I bet you never expected me to come back. Did you?" The question startled him. Looking somber and a bit guilty, Van Dat spoke. "How in the world did you manage to return? I was imprisoned for 200 years in that place." Lam Tulak gripped his blade, his eyes icy, and said in a low voice, "Now get the hell out of my world." Hearing that, he smirked. Chu Van Dat fell silent, then said with mock regret, "I'm afraid you no longer have the chance to leave. Or perhaps you can kill all of us." He was overestimating himself with this challenge. Trong Win Trong chuckled. "Brother Nai say, an intruder from another world has appeared, just as you predicted." Hearing the term Brother Nai say made him furious. If that guy was his so-called brother, then what did that make him? Tulak gritted his teeth in fury, shouting, "You damn imposter!" He tried to charge forward and finish him, but the soldiers blocked his path. Chu Van Dat turned and ordered, "I'll leave this little monster for you guys to take care of." Hearing this, Tulak was incredibly surprised. His brows furrowed in inexplicable frustration. Had this guy really replaced him completely? Trung Win Trung stepped forward and commanded, "Stand down, alien!" Lam Tulak fell silent upon hearing his words, his expression grim. Immediately after, he began to cast his magic, an indescribable power radiating from his body. He declared loudly, "If you won't consider me one of your own, then I have no reason to hold back." Lam Tulak unleashed a powerful slash with his sword, in a single, sweeping move. He seemed to wipe out their entire group. Immediately after, Tulak closed the distance and began a relentless slaughter. When he approached Trong Win Trong with formidable speed, it left the man stunned. At that moment, deep down, Lam Tulak still felt a bit of reluctance. As they had once been friends, he quickly retracted his blade, and the other man shut his eyes. Trying to dodge, Chu Van Dat was terrified by his ferocity. How could this person kill without batting an eye? He quickly activated his tail-severing survival technique. Van Dat's hands turned purple, his veins bulged, and his fingernails grew into sharp claws. His entire body transformed. Chu Van Dat snapped his own left arm, all while laughing maniacally. These actions left Lam Tulak completely bewildered. A massive surge of power crashed down on his position. Tulak quickly activated his Crimson Eye technique, and his surroundings turned a deep red. He remained on high alert, but after searching for a while and finding nothing, Lam Tulak had to silently praise him. "He's a damn good runner." A thick killing intent emanated from his body as he seethed with hatred. "You dare replace me? I will definitely eliminate you." In the dungeon selection room, Tulak's gaze fell upon the restriction board. He read every word with contempt. "Are you trying to trap me in here to die? I have to find someone and ask what the hell happened during this time," Tulak thought with a cynical look. The person he chose was the unconscious Trong Win Trong. Daingok gently hoisted him up and left with Tulak. Through the haze, his eyes slowly opened to see a figure materializing. Waking up to see him, Trong Win Trung was startled and screamed. He looked at Lam Tulak in fear and shouted, "Just kill me already. I won't say anything." Tulak chuckled lightly and asked Nguyen Trung, "Do you remember how I killed Li Nut in the beginning?" The man was suddenly taken aback and quickly retorted, "How would an alien like you know about that?" Lam Tulak gave him a wicked smile. "What if I'm the real deal?" Trung Win Trung frowned and asked, "So you're saying he's a super powerful alien with a charm skill?" Lam Tulak calmly sipped his tea and agreed. He felt inwardly frustrated at this moment. "I can't just tell him I was forcibly modified by the system. Can I?" The man was now deep in thought, gradually piecing things together. At that time, after the global live stream of the Corpse Emperor's death, he always stood guard there to prevent others from choosing the king's star. "He is the Corpse Emperor that was killed." Trung Wien Trung immediately spoke in a rush. He also had a complete personality change, and after returning, he began to win over people's hearts. And established the human emperor cult to contend with the government. Lam Tulak listened with exasperation. Is this because he was the corpse emperor for so long that he can't bear to give up power? He then turned to ask about the situation with this cult. "General Truong, do you understand? Or do you know of any way in?" The man calmly confessed. "Actually, I was sent by the government to monitor his actions. That's why I was there at that time." Tulak's brow furrowed and his lips curled into a smirk. "So where is this human emperor cult now?" He felt a little lucky that he had spared Truong Nguyen Trung's life. The man decided to take him to see it. Nguyen Trung led Tulak to a magnificent and splendid palace. He looked at it and explained, "This is the place." After he returned, he seized it for himself.
"And it is no longer open to the public." Hearing this, Lam Tulak sneered inwardly. Does he really think he's an emperor now? The two of them started to head inside. A subordinate rushed to the vehicle,
his face a mask of fear as he chided, "Old Trong, you're a real mess. Hurry up and get inside to face the music." The man chuckled softly and replied, "I failed my mission, ma, so I'll accept the punishment." With that, while repeatedly asking, "Are we just going in like this?" Trong slowly replied, "I really don't have any money right now." Lam Tulak was a bit puzzled and asked quietly, "Why are there no guards here? Is he all by himself?" The man frowned and explained, "He is now the number 3 ranked master, the turbulent river dragon to Tam, so he doesn't need anyone else to stand guard." He found those words utterly ridiculous. Lam Tulak immediately launched an attack on him. His mouth twisted in contempt. "Is that all you've got?" Trong Wen Trong couldn't help but be astonished. Turning to exclaim inwardly, "He's already this strong." Lam Tulak then quickly assigned tasks. "General Trong, you go in first. I'll stay outside and act as the situation demands." The man said nothing more, simply nodding in agreement. The two of them quickly split up to act. As Lam Tulak walked, he thought, "The same trick. I won't let you use it a second time." Seeing him return safely, Chu Van Dat was puzzled. "You just came back like that." Trong Win Trung replied respectfully, "I don't know why that evil alien spared my life." He looked at the man and thought to himself, "It seems the original owner and this man were old acquaintances. I can use this." Chu Van Dat smiled brightly, presenting a shimmering orb as he suggested, "It seems he wants to win people over. You can continue the ambush and take the chance to throw this into his mouth." Zhang Yuanzhong took it, wondering what it was. Yuni replied with a cheerful smile, "It's a special item for dealing with aliens. Just go use it." Suddenly, from behind, Lin Zi Luo leaped straight in. He quickly snatched the sphere from Yuanzhong's hand. As soon as he touched it, Ziluo felt a jolt of pain and was puzzled. Ignoring the issue, he charged straight towards where Zhu Yunyi was sitting. The guy turned his head in fear to look behind him. Dangok and Guitong quickly rushed forward and held him down. Yunyi shouted in panic. "How dare you? Who are you people?" He opened his mouth wide, deciding to bite his tongue and end it all. Just then, Lin Zi Luo was only a few inches away from Yunyi, holding the sphere ready for revenge, and he brutally shoved it into the guy's mouth. Zi Luo gave him a cold, threatening look. "You better give me an explanation." Zhu Yunyi collapsed, coughing and choking. With the sphere in his mouth, he nodded his head frantically in fear. Zhu Yunyi pointed at the sphere, signaling for him to take it out. Lin Zi Luo crossed his arms and asked, "Ready to talk now." He grabbed his chin and poured a strange liquid into his mouth. Zi Luo took the sphere and handed it to Dangok. Silently surprised that it could directly inflict damage on him, Zhu Yunyi asked uncomfortably, "What did you pour down my throat?" He replied with a soft smile, "You won't die as long as you answer my questions." He lowered his head and replied helplessly, "Just ask whatever you want to ask." For his very first question, Zi Luo wanted to know the origin and function of the sphere. Zhu Yunyi calmly explained, "You and I both have a cheat system, right? To put it simply, this thing is a type of anti-hack weapon. You can call it an inspection sphere. Normal people are completely unharmed by it." Lin Zi Luo asked again, "So you're the same as me?" He looked down, slowly replying, "Yes, but my cheat system has very limited functions." He wondered if there were other differences and asked. Lin Zi Luo slowly analyzed. "These things are all about leveling up step by step. After my controller was kicked out of the Apocalypse game, I became an outdated version that was left behind, unable to level up." "Then what's the point of this sphere's existence?" he couldn't help but ask curiously. Zhu Yunyi replied grimly, "Have you ever wondered why the Doomsday Arc exists?" He looked up and asked hesitantly. Zhu Yunyi recalled and then posed the question of how a snap of the fingers could alter data. "So why did we have to go through so much trouble, Lin Zi Luo?" Guessing it was for the sake of the apocalypse's realism, looked up with a slight smile and replied, "In my judgment, this world is a simulation. The Doomsday Arc is the administrator of this apocalypse game." He turned his head to the side, gradually figuring it out, meaning those spheres were created to deal with people like us. Zhu Yunyi lowered his head to face the ground and continued to explain. "Self-aware characters like us, because of our cheat systems, disrupt the normal game progression for everyone else." Lin Zi Luo looked at him, puzzled. "So we're supposed to just eliminate each other?" Yunyi replied with a bitter smile. "Back then, after you killed me, did a chip appear that quickly vanished." "That was the system," Zi Luo replied unhurriedly. "I only ever noticed it on your corpse." He stood up, not forgetting to explain. "It's impossible to monitor tens of billions of beings on every single planet in real time. That's why only characters like us have it. You're probably going to ask if they can monitor us in real time. Why doesn't the Doomsday Arc just lock onto us and kill us, right?" He was a bit surprised, but quickly agreed, as he had indeed been wondering that. The guy took out a golden seashell, handed it to him, and explained, "Because the cheat system itself can evade the main system's detection." Hearing this, Lin Zi Luo understood everything. He placed it in his hand and pleaded, "Help me keep this safe." Zi Luo was quite curious and spoke up. "But why do you have an inspection sphere?" Yunyi waved his hand and replied with a faint smile. "It's really hard for two cheat systems to determine a winner, but if you borrow the power of the Doomsday Arc, then you can easily achieve victory. I once promised the owner of the seashell that I would live a good life, but I'm afraid that's not possible anymore. Please preserve it for me," he pleaded as he turned to leave. Lin Zi Luo turned back and said to Zhu Yunyi, "I won't kill you anymore. Having a comrade is ultimately a good thing." His voice echoed from a distance. "The one who kills me won't be you." The statement left him extremely puzzled. At a highly advanced center, a flying saucer slowly landed. From inside, figures in armor gradually appeared. Zhu Yunyi quickly returned to announce, "We've all been exposed to the inspection sphere now. The cheat system's shield is no longer effective." "Run," Lin Zi Luo yelled in panic. "Damn it! Why didn't you say so sooner?" The armored figure quickly fired at the two of them. He nimbly dodged, but the other guy didn't. Zhu Yunyi's entire body was engulfed in blazing fire as he screamed in agony. The real apocalypse game has now begun. The mecha that just jumped down from the flying saucer immediately reported the situation. 2 anomalous targets were detected this time. One has been eliminated, requesting base to follow the synchronized tracking signal. Identity of the eliminated target has been confirmed as Zhu Yunyi, of the human race. Error: rogue DLC character. Encrypted character data has been deleted. The robotic unit just announced the system has been activated. Anti-cheat system with a 100-meter range. Lin Zi Luo worried internally. Damn it. Why does my body suddenly feel so heavy? He was lucky to have just dodged the bullet. That was way too close. So dangerous. He might not even be able to escape. He and the mecha were now standing face to face, and the moment it made a hand gesture, Lin Zi Luo was surprised to feel the gravity affecting his body grow even stronger. Seeing him forced to his knees, the mecha sneered, "And I thought you were supposed to be some powerful hacker. This life is truly nothing compared to your last one." A beam of light flashed from its weapon as it muttered about the elimination being complete. Suddenly, a zombie appeared on the ceiling. Lin Zi Luo seized the opportunity to move behind the mecha. Dawu coordinated with him and sent the mecha flying with a punch. It turned back indignantly and asked, "Aren't these 2 NPCs? What?"
Why are they helping you? Lin Zi Luo watched it fall to the ground, thinking to himself, so this thing was behind the dirty tricks. He contemptuously stomped on its head. Lin Zi Luo then proudly crossed his arms.
With pathetic skills like these, I doubt you can eliminate me, the mecha wondered. The retaliatory light beam is ineffective against NPCs who aren't cheating. I must have miscalculated. But do you really think you can escape? He decisively drew his sword threateningly. You should worry about staying alive before spouting such words. But it brazenly challenged him back. You think you can kill me? Lin Zi Luo didn't waste any more words. He plunged his sword straight down, and the mecha immediately fell silent, gradually disappearing. He picked up a shard of light from the ground, wondering, could it be that it can transmit its consciousness before dying? Meanwhile, at a meeting, the chairman spoke up. I have decided that I must use the ultimate weapon of destruction to carry out this elimination plan. Someone else spoke up to ask a question. Must we place such a heavy burden on the system? In the room, besides them, there was also an important specimen. A man adjusted his glasses and said, From now on, I no longer have unlimited time. Let's head to the facility for eliminating mission hijackers. About that moment, the eyes of the specimen in the glass case slowly opened. He complained with annoyance. This version at this time, Lin Zi Luo was slowly walking out of the palace. As he stepped down the stairs, he saw the sky filled with a web of lightning. Lin Zi Luo clasped his hands behind his back, thinking, have they already come to kill me this quickly? Immediately, a bolt of lightning struck down right in front of him. Seeing the sheer power of the bolt, he knew this was bad. The person who had arrived was no ordinary being. His 2 guards were extremely sharp. They appeared in an instant. Just then, Zhou Yun appeared in the form of a clown, stepping out with an arrogant laugh. You weren't this cautious when you killed me earlier, were you? He then began to control the lightning. The 2 guards were hit by the attack and relentlessly beaten, which greatly pleased him. The authority this new body possesses is infuriatingly high. Lin Zi Luo realized with concern that the current situation was not good at all. Lin Zi Luo's legs once again felt as heavy as lead. He questioned, "How is your anti-cheat any different from using a cheat yourself?" The clown rubbed his chin thoughtfully, then asked curiously, "But what can you possibly do to me?" Lin Zi Luo felt very displeased but couldn't refute it at all. "The energy you're consuming must be astronomical, right?" The clown laughed loudly. "But it's more than enough to eliminate you." "Where do you think you are?" Lin Zi Luo smirked. "What if this is a global live stream?" As soon as he finished speaking, countless broadcast screens appeared around him. Then, the images of the two of them were broadcast live. It was on the jumbotrons of skyscrapers, appearing in various cities, and even across different countries in the region. The clown nervously wiped sweat from his forehead. "How did you do that?" Looking concerned. The worry was clear on his face, and Lin Zi Luo gave a sinister smile. "The NPCs in this place will pause time just to watch a world-controlling spectacle, let alone see you using this kind of power." The clown was dumbfounded. He pointed to the two on the ground. "Then what about them?" Lin Zi Luo said nonchalantly. "I have complete control over both of our consciousnesses. It's as simple as that." Hearing this, the clown felt utterly infuriated. At that very moment, on a spaceship in orbit, something was happening. Its system repeatedly announced, "Insufficient power source. Please adjust." It continuously sent out signals. It sent a specific notification to him. "We can't simultaneously maintain the time freeze and support your energy consumption," he asked worriedly. "Can I just kill him directly?" But the notification he received said it was not possible, because the spaceship would run out of power and crash. Lin Zi Luo felt the weight on his legs lighten, and seizing the opportunity, he teleported right in front of the clown to challenge him. "So you're not my match now, are you?" But the clown hastily fled, lamenting, "You can run today, but you can't run forever." Lin Zi Luo replied, "At least for now. You can't touch me." The clown's voice echoed back. "Sooner or later, you won't be live streaming, Zhang Yuan." Chong asked, "What just happened?" Lin Zi Luo quickly replied, "Just a clown. That's all. From now on." Cut the cameras. The clown stood on a rooftop looking down at him, surprised. "Are you trying to become an internet celebrity?" Lin Zi Luo shook his head vigorously. Then he suddenly stopped, thought of something, and turned back around. He made a finger heart gesture. "I want to give everyone a little fan service." Later, in an underground room, Lin Zi Luo was deep in thought. "He won't be able to find me now." Right that. Then he gave another signal. To stop the live stream, Lin Zi Luo then sat down to focus his power. He thought to himself, "If I can just evolve into a mythic-grade weapon, I might have a fighting chance." A loud rumbling came from outside the door. It annoyed him. "Why are you so persistent, like a lingering ghost?" The clown had just kicked the door in. "I really want to see just how long you can hide." Of course, his image was still being broadcast. A high-definition live stream. He suggested they negotiate terms. The man turned away scornfully. "Negotiate terms. When the other starships arrive at Blue Star, do you think you'll still have a chance to play these pathetic tricks on me?" Then he left again, leaving Lam Tu Lak wondering about the other starships. Lam Tu Lak returned to his bedroom. On the live stream screen, he was sleeping. People were still buzzing in the comments. He shifted slightly, turning his back to the camera. Lam Tu Lak thought to himself, "Under this 24-hour live stream, I can't do anything. After they disappear, they all leave behind a data chip. Will I be the same?"
He shot up, thinking, could this be the reason? Then pulled out his phone and immediately called Zhuang Wentrong. As soon as he picked up, he asked,
"Do you guys have a bunker thousands of meters underground?" The man was curious about what he was planning. Shortly after, their group moved out. Big Dummy followed behind, in charge of filming the live stream. Everyone was commenting excitedly, "This is awesome, even more thrilling than a game." Lam Tulak approached and whispered to Trong Wen Trong. He was a bit confused. Will this really work? The elevator doors finally opened, and someone outside was already there to guide him forward. Just as Truong Win Trung lay down on the experiment bed, Lam Tulak popped his head into the frame and said, "Have you all ever seen a live stream trick like this before? Hurry up and hit that follow button." A staff member in the room asked him, "Are you sure we don't need to prepare any anesthesia?" "What kind of trick would that be?" Big Dummy put on an apron to prepare, selecting the sharpest scalpel. After he gave the signal, the boy began the procedure. Sometime later, the live stream in front of them had ended. Trong Wen Trong sat up and asked, "Are you really sure about this, Chats?" He didn't answer, quickly lying down himself, hoping this would buy them more time before they arrived. Big Dummy then continued his work, the faint clinking of stainless steel echoing in the lab. Meanwhile, on a starship floating in space, the clown was shaking with rage in front of the just-ended livestream screen. He frowned. "Don't think I can't find you." In a deserted area of the starship, the clown suddenly pushed open a door and entered. He spoke ruthlessly. "If we can't pinpoint his location, we'll just kill everyone." The person on the other end of the communication reminded the clown to kill directly to avoid wasting energy. He turned his head and asked, "Is that even a question?" He then walked out of the room. He raised his hand and lightly touched his mask. The clown decided to start the purge from here. He punched the iron door hard, creating a large dent in the wall, which then broke into a huge hole. He slowly stepped inside. Once inside, he instantly shot forward. With just a single glance, a whole row of soldiers was dealt with by the clown. He didn't think Lam Tulak could sit still any longer. At the same time, Lam Tulak was sitting and thinking. Big Dummy handed him a small chip, and he realized it was the device tracking him. Suddenly, a loud rumbling sound echoed. He jumped up, asking Ghost Eye to buy him some time. Ghost Eye immediately took Lam Tulak's place, with Big Dummy standing beside him holding a sharp knife, while he quickly ran off, shouting a warning to General Truong's group to run because danger was coming. An operator informed the clown that the signal had appeared on the bottom floor. Thinking Lam Tulak's surgery had failed, the clown cursed at him. Useless? Then, the clown smashed the floor without hesitation. The floor shattered, creating a huge hole through several levels. The clown dove straight down. Seeing Ghost Eye and Big Dummy running, he thought things were ending a little too easily. The clown moved forward to use his power. Zhang Yuan put a gun to his own head, and the people around him also committed suicide in unison. Ghost Eye and Big Oaf stood facing him when a bullet came from nowhere and struck Big Oaf in the forehead, causing him to collapse. The clown was confused by the switch and couldn't find the signal chip. Lin Zi Luo walked on alone. "If you can't sacrifice anything, so you can't fight back." He stood before a door, then suddenly raised a hand to his neck, readying the surprise he had left for the clown. Lin Zi Luo linked his consciousness with Ghost Eye, who immediately launched a powerful slash at the clown's neck, shocking him since he was just an NPC. The contact reported that Lin Zi Luo had made it inside. The clown took down Ghost Eye with one hand, shouting in alarm. "What?" He gripped his longsword and roared furiously. "All of you can just die!" The panicked clown immediately ordered a retreat, determined to keep Lin Zi Luo from getting inside. Outside, the spaceship powered up, preparing for takeoff. But Lin Zi Luo was confident they wouldn't escape, and quickly dashed toward it. He landed on the spaceship and plunged his sword into its roof. The ship slowly ascended, amidst a cloud of smoke and dust. He had only one thought. "You're all dead meat." He used his sword to slash a large hole, and he quickly jumped inside. Lin Zi Luo began to move, determined to give them a taste of what it's like to turn into a zombie. He then slashed open some kind of box, Inside the box were vials of a terrifying multi-flavored substance, and he thought, "This is your lucky day." The contacts panicked because the ship was damaged and wanted to flee immediately, but the clown refused. He was out of options. So he shot himself in the head, determined to make Lin Zi Luo pay the price. Blood splattered as the clown collapsed. His other body was in a glass chamber. At that moment, he slowly opened his eyes, just as Lin Zi Luo was planning to go settle the score with him. The man who had just contacted the clown stood beside him, repeatedly talking about leaving. But the clown wouldn't let anyone run. That man ignored the clown and started to leave as he spoke. So the clown immediately took him out, criticizing them as a bunch of useless fools. The ship's system blared a warning about an illegal intruder. The monitor showed the clown mocking Lin Zi Luo for not knowing his own limits and for trying to defy fate. But he was completely unafraid, provoking him to a life or death battle. The clown wanted him to come to the Hades mech room, but Lin Zi Luo suspected he planned to use the spaceship's power to kill him. The clown offered him a chance, saying he was the most formidable user of a golden finger he'd ever encountered. He magnanimously declared he would let Lin Zi Luo live if he won, but he didn't care. He only wanted the clown to go inside first. Seeing the clown enter, Lin Zi Luo decided against a direct confrontation. He used the controls, determined to kill the clown in the most underhanded way possible. On the spaceship, Lin Zi Luo was sitting at the control panel. He saw no movement and didn't think it would be over so quickly. The door opened, and the clown, covered in blood, slowly emerged, saying that he couldn't be tricked. Lin Zi Luo still wanted to use the computer system for destruction, but the clown said he was a classless punk for coming to someone else's home to wreak havoc. As he spoke in anger, he charged forward and smashed through a wall. The spaceship instantly blew to smithereens. The two traded taunts. One cornered, the other asking how it felt to fight an android. The clown took it as Lin Zi Luo's final words, so he charged forward to take control of the fight. But the clown was enraged that he couldn't even take a small lesson, refusing to let him be so insolent, and immediately sent Lin Zi Luo flying. Although he was furious and wanted to kill the clown, he was already injured and coughing up blood. He was helpless. The clown casually mocked, "Relying on you alone," with a mere flick of his finger. He lifted Lin Zi Luo into the air. He was hurled into the distance, slamming into a tall building and coughing up more blood. In a flash, the clown appeared at the building, grabbing him by the neck and hoisting him up. With another throw, his body was sent flying, crashing through several buildings in a row. When he finally hit the ground, Lin Zi Luo couldn't even manage to stand. The clown gripped his chin tightly, sneering. "After all that earth-shattering talk, is this all the power you have?" The spaceship was falling from the sky as Lin Zi Luo forced his eyes open. He suddenly spat right in the clown's face, making him furious. He flew into a rage. "I'm done playing games. Now you can die." The clown stomped hard on Lin Zi Luo's leg, causing him immense pain while cursing him for being a worthless piece of trash. His agonizing screams echoed through the air. The world suddenly fell silent as he punched and kicked Lin Zi Luo, all while cursing the losers in the control room, whose accounts he had already banned himself. At that moment, Lin Zi Luo began radiating an intense killing intent. The clown realized he should have killed him much earlier. Lin Zi Luo had now entered a serious combat state, vowing to pay him back 100 times over. Lin Zi Luo exclaimed, "You've lost the power from the ship's authority." Then he sneered, calling him nothing more than an ant. Seeing this, Zhu Wenyu taunted him. "Do you really believe you can kill me right here?" Zi Luo furiously roared, "Just die!" He struck so hard it caused a massive explosion, leaving the building heavily damaged. The man lay motionless on the ground. Wenyu managed to say, "I will be back." Lin Zi Luo delivered the finishing blow. "Try again in your next life." He coughed up blood, and a strange wisp of smoke suddenly escaped from Zhu Wenyu's mouth, making Lin Zi Luo feel that something wasn't right. Zi Luo turned to walk away, realizing that Punk had transferred his consciousness again. In another location, test tube shattered. A human body emerged from inside it. He rushed over, determined to destroy his consciousness at its very source. Sword in hand, Lin Zi Luo walked forward, opening the door to the central control rooms. At that same moment, an announcement blared, warning of an impending crash and ordering all members to immediately evacuate to spaceship number 4865. Zi Luo frantically typed on the keyboard, cursing to himself.
Is he trying to take me down with him? Damn it. He's going to drag the entire Blue Star down, with him as collateral. Lin Zi Luo wiped the sweat from his brow. He resolved. I have to finish you. Completely and utterly.
Just as Zi Luo opened the door, he ran into Wen Yu again. He watched him for a moment before complimenting. You really are quick on your feet. Zhu Wenyu then retrieved the chip from the body on the floor and installed it into his own. But even so, Wenyu smiled. And I will most definitely destroy you. Zhu Wenyu's eyes suddenly lit up, and a beam of light shot from them straight toward Lin Zi Luo's arm. He himself realized something was off. Damn it. He's targeting my right arm. Zi Luo shoved the glowing gems into his mouth. Do you really think you can defeat me before this ship self-destructs? Wenyu pressed his advantage. With the support from the ship's overloading energy core, crushing you will be child's play. He then punched him right in the face. Going against me without knowing your place was always a death sentence. Zhu Wenyu slammed Lin Zi Luo's head into the floor. He stood up, thinking all he had to do was escape to another ship and then return. Suddenly, a flurry of warning notifications popped up in front of him. Please evacuate immediately. Self-destruct sequence has been activated. This caught Wenyu completely off guard. Crap. Don't tell me he transferred his consciousness too. He looked at Lin Zi Luo's face, only to find it had disappeared at some point. The decoy body suddenly began to swell up. Zhu Wenyu cried out helplessly, "No! Stop!" and was blown away. A system notification announced that with energy being diverted to the self-destruct sequence, the teleportation function was temporarily disabled. He screamed in desperation. I can't die. He then clenched his glowing eyes fixed forward. Zhu Wenyu said, a good thing I kept an extra body. I have to laugh at how stupid you are. The panel began to transfer his consciousness into the body inside the containment unit. He continued speaking, the lifeboats won't make it in time, so I still have a way out. However, Zhu Wenyu was startled, letting out a huh, as he heard a system warning controlling a body that possesses its own consciousness is a violation of ship regulations. Lin Zi Luo's eyes snapped open as he shattered the container and stepped out. Next, he cracked his neck and sighed. As expected, this body feels the most familiar. I don't know where you are, but...
Thanks for leaving it behind. Immediately, Zhu Vanjat knelt and begged. Give this body back to me. I'll revive you in another consciousness chamber. He turned away, completely unfazed. If I hadn't adjusted it to look like me, you wouldn't even have the chance to see your own face. Hearing this, the other guy retorted, You think you can escape the teleportation portal is already closed.
Lam Tulak winked and replied with a smile. I've known this spaceship had an escape pod since I was on the royal planet. In a desperate, last-ditch effort, Chu Vanjat lunged forward, intending to take him down with him as the warship exploded. The people nearby saw it and began to gossip. The military must be up to their shady tricks again. Exactly. They're even conducting experiments in there. So arrogant. Just then, a spherical escape pod crashed into a nearby empty lot. Lam Tulak opened the hatch, looked up at the blue sky and white clouds, and happily thought to himself, Blue Star, I'm back. Looking at his reflection while holding a knife, he analyzed, Thanks to deconstructing that spaceship, I know this body like the back of my hand. With a single slash, Lam Tulak scarred his own face. This should keep me off the system's radar, right? 3 years later, two strangers were standing in front of a certain mansion. They persistently questioned, "Why won't you let us in? I just want to see if the rumors are true." The butler at the door tried to stop them. Everyone who enters never returns. Young men. Before the old man could finish, one of them sliced his throat. "He's just an NPC. Why does he talk so much?" Then, they brazenly entered the house and saw Lam Tulak watering plants. One of them sneering, "Is this supposed to be the hidden character? He looks so ordinary." He then lunged forward to attack. "Let's see what you've got." Instantly, Lam Tulak blocked the attack with his sword and sighed, "Another golden finger." With his other hand, he firmly gripped two explosives and threw them at the man. The attacker was confused. "What are these?" Lam Tulak smirked. "Your death?" At the same time, the warship high in the sky announced a security system detection. "Please accept our condolences." Yeah.